The spherical coordinate system.
Navigation is actually a derivative of where we are reconstructing the sphere we have onto a flat rectangular map. Therefore, we have the deviations, as said.
The spherical coordinate system, Lucas, the spherical coordinate system was derived from the celestial sphere. So an observation being, let's say you're out in the open ocean, right? When you make your observations, well, you're going to look at all the stars around you, and everything's going to appear to you as an angle of degrees from your position. So you could look at stars on the horizon, and then stars 90 degrees above your head. Everything appears to you as if you're the center of a dome of stars. That's what it looks like to you. So the celestial sphere was a spherical coordinate foundation.
Celestial.
So the observation.
That's also another one, but I didn't mention that one because you need like.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did.
You did, but like the point I'm making is the coordinate system is only giving you the impression that the Earth you're standing on is a sphere when it's not, because our natural experience on this Earth is one that we're on a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So we treat it that way, yeah? On the surface, we treat it as if it's a horizontal plane because that's the way we see it. And we can measure and test it that way. But however, this spherical coordinate system is only giving you the impression that the Earth is a globe based on where it was derived from. It wasn't derived from knowing that the Earth is a globe. That's incorrect.
Yeah, but it's just like there are so many things that makes it not work with a flat Earth either.
Yeah, pragmatic fallacy. I covered that. It's a pragmatic fallacy to say that when you say something works, the premise is also true, that the Earth is a globe based on it working, when the premise could be that it's a horizontal plane. So you don't know the premise is true or not.
It's not just navigation, my man. It's also a lot of other things that we use out at sea that tells us, no, that's not how it actually is.
Really? So what other things, dude? I thought we covered everything. Yeah, I thought we covered everything. So we covered navigation, we covered experience. Is there something we left out?
Yeah, there actually is.
What did we leave out?
As the EPIRB. You know what an EPIRB is?
What's an EPIRB?
An EPIRB is a little yellow or red or whatever the fuck color the company has chosen to make it in. And it is a requirement that all vessels these days have one on Monkey Island or right by on the Monkey Island of a ship right above the bridge, you know? And the thing they do is, if the ship goes under and it hasn't been manually activated, it will then release itself with a hydrostatic release, which is a thing that only releases after like 15 meters of depth, and it will automatically activate because of some some activation that there is when it goes into contact with water. Now the thing is, this thing works is that it sends out a signal for 94 hours where it's just constantly pinging, beep, 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 beep. But it only works because there's a satellite running over us constantly. There are satellites running, and they then relay once do you know of the Doppler effect, right? You know, when there's an ambulance running by. Yeah, that's the exact same thing that happens here. So when the satellite comes over at the same constant speed all the time, comes over, and then it hears the most highest pitch of the signal. And I think the frequency is around 284, 82 frequency, yeah. I don't exactly remember it. It's a while since I had my RSC radio course. But basically, you can then estimate within a 5 nautical mile circular, like a circle, of where the EPIRB is located on the ocean, using the Doppler effect.
Yeah, so is it sending out sound waves, Lucas?
No, it's sending out a frequency.
So frequency, not sound. But you made it sound Doppler effect has to do with sound, isn't it?
It's the exact same.
What do you mean? It's the
weaker
exact same.
because
Compression of the wave as it comes towards you, and the elongation of the waves as it moves apart.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's not the Doppler effect though. That's
Yes.
a whole different. That's something
it's
else.
the exact same as the Doppler effect. Yeah,
No, it's not actually.
it is.
The Doppler effect has to do with sound. Is this sound being
No,
emitted?
It is exact same because
Is it sound being emitted? I think we're getting.
no, my
Is it
man,
just
it's not
sound?
sound, but
Not all
it's,
waves.
it's relevant because it is still the exact same
Not
effect
all
they use.
electromagnetic waves.
Hold
still
on,
called the Doppler effect.
somebody's trying to speak. Go ahead.
I'm saying it's about all electromagnetic waves, not just sound.
So this it's operating on a frequency, is what you said, Lucas. Yeah.
Yeah. Which then
Okay.
sends it forward to a relay station on land, which is not manned, which then sends it
Okay.
over to a communication center where they can then send it onwards to the SAR, Search and Rescue Operations Center.
Sounds great. Now,
Yeah.
and what way are we determining that the Earth is a globe using this?
It's literally a satellite using the Doppler effect.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's great.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jedi.
The object's just passing overhead at the moment. You can tell that it's coming towards you, the compression of the wave, and then it's moving away as the wave is elongated. So far, you just have an object passing overhead.
Yeah.
Now, have you gone from that to sphere?
Because how the fuck would you have an object passing
No.
over?
You can't ask us a question. Just
No.
this is either. And Lucas, this is either you know or not know that the Earth is a globe based on this technology, sir. That's all we're asking. How do you know or not know that the Earth is a globe based on what you've described?
How do I know? Again,
Yeah.
it's the fucking Doppler effect, and also the
Yeah. You said that already. You've covered that. So how do you know the Earth? How do you know the Earth's shape is determined by this effect?
Well, how do I know? It's common sense, first of all.
No, that's not common sense.
Stop cutting me off. It is common sense.
It's not common sense, bro. It's not.
Let me speak. You're being very rude. I'm on the street. People can hear you. If you start yelling or anything like that, they will fucking look weird at me. And I'll
Don't
just
say
leave.
wrong things.
All right.
Yeah, well,
Well, go on, get. I mean, if
Don't
you're
like
on the
my
street,
answer.
if you're
If you don't-
go wait
if you don't
until
like
you're
my
yeah,
answer,
dude, hold on,
Don't like my answer, then
dude, hold
you
on.
can just
Listen,
not-
pay attention. If you're not in a safe space to discuss flat Earth, wait until you are. Like, just put yourself on.
Wait until you are. I'm on
Yeah.
shore leave, man. Where the fuck would I be?
You just said that you might get attacked by people on the street for
No,
something
not
they heard.
exactly what you're saying. No, I said people might look weird at me, and I don't necessarily want that either. It's not that you're flat Earth or anything. It's more that it's just
oh, you got to keep it a secret.
This is interesting.
It's a secret.
no, it's not that. It's just
So,
He's in a space where he's not
I'm not
safe
interested
right
in the
now.
meta. I'm
He's
more
full-
interested how we've gone from something flying overhead, getting close to us and further away from us, and compression and decompression of that signal, how that means we're on a sphere. Still
it's
waiting.
actually not that it's compressed or decompressed. It's more that the signal becomes stronger and weaker. as you
Okay,
pass.
so it comes towards you and goes away. Okay, then logically collect that to a sphere, please, because you can have that on horizontal plane. Things coming towards you and then moving away.
Because the reason why it cuts off in the end is because there is a fucking curvature. It cannot
Really?
reach-
Because
yes, it
of the
really
strength of
is
the
doing that.
signal.
It's
No,
it's out of sight. It only works within sight. That's the same with VHF radio. That thing is
Yeah, you didn't determine it was a curved surface, Lucas. You didn't do that.
Huh?
You didn't determine it was a curved surface. You're just imagining that there is a curved surface.
What was the circle radius distance you gave us earlier? Was that 5-6? Was that kilometres or miles or something?
what?
You mentioned a circle of radius that you could get for the signal. You'd end up somewhere within or on the edge of this circle. You mentioned it earlier.
Radius.
5
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah, 5 nautical miles. So, is this with regard to an object? A receiver receiving a signal. It
As in
comes
regard
into this
to-
circle. You can hear it within the circle, and then it leaves out of that circle.
EPIRB is sending out signal from that location, and with the use of the Doppler effect, They can determine where exactly it is within 5 nautical miles when the satellite passes over the EPIRB.
Yeah,
And
but so
only
what?
then
What's the altitude of the thing that's sending the signal?
it's water level.
It's water level. So can I say it's like what, 1 foot above the surface of the water?
It can be in the water. It can be 1 foot. Yeah.
Okay, 1 foot. So according to 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, the geometric horizon's at 1.22 miles, right?
Yeah.
Now we can convert that into nautical miles, and it's a little bit, it's slightly different.
Okay.
But you said it was in like what, 4 miles, 5 nautical miles, right?
That's what you can.
If the curvature of the Earth was a limitation, that limitation would start at 1 mile.
No, because you need to remember the thing that's receiving that signal is fucking almost 10,000 kilometers into the sky.
Okay, so you're making it more difficult.
How do you know that
You're making it difficult, dude, for you to produce the evidence that it is on a curved surface. If that's the case,
Yeah.
you're only complicating. You're only complicating the thing that should have been easily proven by you. You're making it harder for yourself. Like, why would you then put that as another roadblock to how you know the Earth is curved? You've now added distance to that thing that it's pinging.
Okay, that was an over-exaggeration. The satellites, to be exact, they have to be really, really exact. They are only around 500 kilometers above the surface, and there is around 6 of them.
Okay.
5 of them in like circulation around the Earth constantly.
Yeah. So how?
Polar orbit.
Dude.
They're in a polar orbit as well. That's why.
Yeah. So how do you know it's determining the thing you're saying that it's doing? You're saying that using this technology, we know that the Earth is curved based on this.
Yes.
Okay. So how did you arrive to that?
Because when the satellite passes over the horizon, from your point of view, remember that's the white dot in the sky. When that passes over you in the night or in the day, it has a time where it's over you, or in the distance coming up over you, and then down again. And when it passes down between behind that horizon,
you're assuming there's a curve.
Dude, I'm not saying that is the curve. I'm saying when it passes over that horizon, specifically that horizon in the end, the signal cuts. You can no longer contact.
So you're assuming the curve.
My word, this is weird.
You're assuming the curve, yeah?
Sorry, a horizon's just an optical phenomenon.
It's weird that it just works then. Really weird.
What?
Horizons change distance depending on optics.
It's not determining the curve, Lucas. You're not determining the curve here. You think that it's giving you a distance to where the curvature of the Earth is cutting this like signal off. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not determining whether or not it is the curve doing that.
You know,
Are you?
Horizon a lot.
You guys really should read up some more around the Doppler effect and EPIRBs in general.
No, I understand the Doppler effect. I repeated it back to you earlier.
No, I have to go. I got to get on the bus now.
Oh, okay.
I can no longer speak. That's why I'm saying you should read
bye.
more. All right?
Is that bus short?
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
It's a short bus, right?
Yeah, right. It's because it's a satellite. Satellites, right? Satellites, sphere Earth. They can come together. It's the same thing.
No, he's just saying that the distance that this information, that the technology is able to reach or ping the satellite, it cuts off at 5 miles. So what? So what? Does that mean that the Earth is curving? Is that the conclusion to that? How'd you get there? Like, it's not determining that. He's assuming it. That was easy. That's what it boils down to. Don't matter how he plays it. Oh, that satellite's using this technology. It's a Doppler effect. Yeah, who cares? How is it determining that the Earth is curving in any way? It's not. That's the answer. And then he thinks the horizon is physical. Like, you just demonstrated it's not. If it... Dude. Hey, you missed Bev this morning, too. With her...
Oh, good.
train wreck of an argument that he had with.
Yeah, what happened? Tell me all about it.
Well, the argument is what I'm like really was focused on. They were here. Let's see if I can pull it up.
Is it the same one as yesterday, Jaren's thing?
Here, let's have a look. See if I can take a screenshot of this shit. Give me a moment. All right, I'm going to post it in the text channel.
Yeah, before, I think it was before you were in, Mickey, when DJ and Jen were talking to Elder Bear. He
Yeah,
made
did you
some,
see? Sorry, Barrington. Jedi, did you see what I posted in the text?
Yeah.
This is coming
Yeah,
from
mate,
Elder
I read
Bear to Jaren. So, go ahead, Barrington. What were you saying?
No, I was just going to say that before you were along and DJ and Jen were primarily talking to Elder Bear and Bev was just listening, Elder Bear made this outrageous claim that supposedly Nathan Oakley made. And then so I called him on it and said, well, go ahead and post that into the side chat where he said that, which turned to, oh, well, all you got to do is just go look back to the day when he was in here last and then play that episode and you'll hear it. And, no. I just noticed every point that they make their claims over and over, and they're just not willing to provide any evidence.
Yeah, they have this really cringe idea that they're evaluating your logic. They're not presenting anything of themselves or what they're coming from. They're only evaluating you. And you're like, okay, so what I'm saying is being evaluated. They're like, yep. Okay, well, I'm saying the earth is flat. Oh, not that part. That part's not being evaluated. Everything else you say is being evaluated to get to the point that you're not saying the earth is flat. Well, you fucked up because I'm telling you the earth is flat. If you're using what I'm saying, me as an expert witness in what I'm talking about, then I would be talking about flat earth. What am I talking about? And they'd be like, you're not talking about flat earth. Huh. It's interesting how you did that. That you basically, your logic is so bad, it's a hard contradiction. I'm talking about what I'm actually not talking about. And you're going to evaluate what I'm not talking about to tell me what I'm talking about isn't what I'm talking about. And they're like, yeah.
So do you guys that you're just joining us right now, do you see anything wrong with the form of that argument? Or how it's structured?
Yeah, but I got yesterday's one, so I'll see if anybody else gets it.
Can anybody in here right now point out anything wrong with what Elder Bear had put to Jaren about this? He said it's a modus ponens. I have the argument at 49 minutes after the hour. Yeah, get in there, guys. If you're looking at the argument, its form, like tell me if you see anything that's something you'd speak about. Is everything good? Do you think his argument stands to reason that it's something that you could say? Taking your guys' questions or critiques. Anybody? Anybody? I know it's not just me and Jedi in here. Come on now. Wake up. Okay.
Yeah, like I said to him when he brought this up earlier, I mean, he's just strawmanning us, right? He's using the AE, like he's trying to invoke the AE map. He's also, we challenged him to validate the 69-1 in reality, right? Which he just wouldn't do that at all. And then that's when the Nathan Oakley thing started earlier, right? He was saying, well, Nathan Oakley said that it has been measured. I'm like, okay. And he's like, what would you say if Nathan Oakley was in here? I would say, look, we would ask to show us who validated it. But essentially he's kind of trying to pin us to an AE map model, which is, he's not realizing that that's just from the celestial sphere to begin with. Yeah, a whole bunch of issues with it. It's very dishonest. I see why Jaren would have had like a struggle with this, because Jaren thinks that the AE map's the model of the flat Earth. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably more that I'm missing that's wrong with it.
Yeah, so let's see here. I'll read it out. Hopefully you guys maybe don't want to read. You can hear. The circumference of a circle is derived from the geometric function. And it shows pi right there. And then it says, given the circumference of the equator on both the globe and the flat Earth models are equidistant, then it follows that the radii of each model must also be equidistant. The flat Earth radius derived from the North Pole to the equator is arrived at 90 times 1 degree of increments, each equaling 69 statute miles in distance along the ground. See, he is saying the ground. Totaling 6,210 statute miles, often called flat Earth miles. Then it says the numerical value for pi on flat Earth must equal 2. I think there's more to that. I don't know. But now that you heard it, is there anything wrong
I think
with
he's
that?
saying like pi 2 or 2 pi.
Is that what he's saying there?
Yeah. I think people are generally don't really care to even entertain such a hot mess. It's not that people don't want to like dive in and spot the logical fallacy. It's that it's so blatantly full of holes and so bad that it's like people are just like, you know what? I don't really care what Bev or Elder Bear have to say. Like at this point, their only purpose is just entertainment value.
Yeah, and I think what this is, Crit, is an exercise for anyone that proposes arguments that are riddled with contradictions and, logical fallacies. So if they're building up some kind of argument and we're not able to break it down, I think that we're just saying, I don't want to talk about it. But that's the whole point. Exposition is the whole point. We want to expose this to not being what it is, they're claiming it is. So if we're not here for exposition, I don't know. I think that's what we're here doing. We're going through what anyone says, and Elder Bear and Bev are used as an example. But this is the part that we have to, this is what we're shouldering, right? We're saying we're going to go through exposition to anyone who comes in here and claims that they have knowledge on anything. So this here is just like you were saying earlier, Crit. They're just pointing at, that flat earther over there is saying that, and we're just critiquing that. Using that, we're going to make an argument out of it. So we must be concerned with exposition, I guess. If not, then we're just going to say, you guys are fools. We won't deal with you. You know what I mean? I think.
And my hope is, because ultimately I think that, I don't think Bev's a bad guy, but hopefully maybe we can influence them a little bit, even if we do give them a little tough love, so to speak, but maybe we can influence them to go back to the table and, be a little more rigorous in their analysis.
Well, that hasn't occurred. Yeah, that hasn't occurred.
Awful,
and it's on purpose. It's on purpose. He's doing it on. Yeah, it's got intent, Barrington. Yeah. There's no you can't change somebody who's actually the heart of his aim is to not be genuine. He's not looking for that. He's intentfully. His intention is.
He may not be, but his listeners definitely. His other
people
people
have any listeners, dude. He's basically what he's got is a collection, of merry men and one woman, a few people. I mean, they used to have about 30 deep. They had a lot of people that were involved with the Bev try thinking, or like the bevels or whatever. And just over time, they just did this really weird circling firing squad. And I mean, it used to be a guy called Turnip that was part of their SC Montreal, Rakia. I mean, I could just, I could think of, I could just go like in my head, just come up with more and more names that they've exiled.
Jerry,
Yeah, they've exiled from that group. They do these really weird sort of loyalty tests, and if people fail the loyalty tests, they get like exiled. And it was interesting is like they've got. I mean, I'm private servers where some of them have joined, like almost like a deprogramming server. And they I've been invited to some of them. They go, "Hey, Crit, you were right, and I should have listened to you when you were talking to Bev." I mean, because I was on that server for years, no problem whatsoever. And they try to do a loyalty test against me. I'm like, Bev, I'm not having this. Okay, I don't know what you want me to say or what you want me not to say, but I'm not going to jump in some script and just change my whole epistemology to match some Bev try thinking logic. That's not how this is going to work.
Yeah, we do. I'm going to switch gears a little bit.
Just one more thing real quick.
Go ahead.
So basically the story of that server is they got trolled so hard by both sides, Flat Earth and Globe Earth, that now they feel like they want to get even. They want to get even, so they present arguments. They go to servers. They come in like 3 deep or whatever. They got people making noise, distracting, trying to start drama. Their whole shtick is that they feel they were wronged, and they want to get even. That's it. It's not about finding errors in their logic. Everything they do is purposely intended to try to trigger you and then think they won because they got you to get upset by what they're saying.
Yeah, so the clear goal here is just exposition. That's it. We're going to expose people to the fact that they don't have anything to offer in the form of logic. So let's just shift over to... There was a guy that was here yesterday and was promising to come back with information. We got Pause Ozzy, who's joining us again. Welcome, Pause Ozzy. You're back again, and it sounds like Jedi's ready. He's got his aftershave on. He's nicely, cleanly shaved, hair combed, everything. So he's ready for you. So what have you got to present that the Earth is a globe, sir?
Well, give me your reasoning as to why it's flat, and I'll try my best to give you an answer as to why.
Well,
it's
fair.
True.
Well, do what we did in DMs. You said photos from space. Can we go with that or not?
But let me just. I wasn't respond to him if you don't mind. They just say I'll give you the reasoning, and then you can do whatever you want with it, right? So
I got a question actually before.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta get into this.
Okay.
All right. So water is horizontal on its surface, and no matter how much you extend that water, it will always be horizontal on its surface, which means that it's flat. So if you have a counter to that, I'd love to hear it.
Before I answer that, question for your group here, do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, belief is not required when something's proven. Is gravity proven?
So it is proven.
Is it proven or believed? Is gravity proven or believed, Ozzy?
It's proven, but I'm saying as a group.
Good. Let's look into it, right? So I'll dive into your question because I think that's what you really want to talk about. So it's proven. How is gravity proven, Ozzy?
I'm asking you. Do you all believe in, or you all believe gravity's a fact, right?
Gravity in the form of relative density, which is specific gravity, that's something that we can test by dropping things in the medium of air. That's obviously true. So what you're trying to talk about is a different type of gravity. The gravity that you're mentioning comes with a cause and effect relationship, which proposes that a cause of the effect is something that is determined in a specific theory. So is that what you're saying gravity is?
Well, I'm saying that gravity proves in pretty much every aspect that...
Hey, what is gravity? Because it sounds like you didn't understand what I said. What is gravity, Ozzy?
Well, you didn't really give me a clear-cut answer, did you?
I gave you the answer, but you didn't understand what I said. So I'm asking you, what is gravity?
Do you want a defined definition of what gravity is?
Well, what do you think it is, bro? Like, are you going to tell us or what? No?
Yeah.
You're not going to tell us?
It's a force that pulls together all matter.
Okay. How do you know that's true?
Is that? Oh, we're gonna do this. All right.
Sure.
So I'm
Why
gonna
not?
give you an answer, and you're just gonna say, "How do you know that's true?" Because
Yeah.
of the various
What is the
studies and
foundation?
research
Yeah.
into why
Yeah,
that
you
is
know,
what it is.
How about this? Look, if you were to ask me, how do you know the Earth is flat? And I'll say, well, we just know with the various studies and people that have known it to be flat. Is that an
Are
answer?
you part of the Flat Earth Society? Do you
No,
subscribe to
dude.
what they
No,
write?
no, no. Let's not go to your little, bag of tricks. Let's just stick to
That's
what
not
you.
a bag of tricks.
It is. It really is. It's a gimmick,
It's the
dude.
same,
That people.
it's the same people
It's a gimmick.
that literally believe your theory. It's
No, it's a gimmick. No, you've lumped us into a logic. That's a logical fallacy called stereotype fallacy. You can't do that. We're not those guys. All right, so let's just go based on.
Fallacy.
All right, let's just go based on what you know of what gravity is.
Okay.
What is gravity, Ozzy?
I just told you.
Yeah, stuff that pulls stuff together. How do you know that's true? How have you tested that? Like, what is the? How do you know that's not? It's a knowledge base.
Can I give you an example as to why gravity is the reason?
No,
for why
I want you to. I want you to show me an example, Ozzy.
Yeah, that's
show me
what
an example.
I'm going to show you how gravity would work in as to why we are on a globe.
Okay, what do you got?
Is that a fair enough example?
What do you got?
Well, when you're on a globe, right? Hold on, fucking hell. You got to realize, bro. I was looking to this very last minute.
Last minute, you said you were going to you're going to come prepared today. We were ready for you to
I was
bring the goods.
I was actually working.
So how was this last minute? That's a lie.
Because you
had all yesterday.
It is last minute.
Anyway.
What do you mean all yesterday? I went to bed. What the fuck?
That's great. That's great. So now it's last minute, whatever. Can you tell us how you're proving gravity, sir?
Okay. Give me a sec.
Okay, I guess we're going to wait some more.
Just going to quickly Google that.
I'm not.
The chicken dinner's getting cold. Jedi's not going to wait forever.
I'm not talking to Jedi. I'm talking to you.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'll close. Right, everyone, guys, deafen yourselves, mute yourselves, put your fingers in your fucking ears. This is a private conversation. The fuck?
I don't know why you can't use what we talked about in DMs. Because say your photographs were spaced. Why are you running from that now?
I didn't run from it. We're not really talking about it, are we? We're talking about gravity.
What's that then?
Yeah, we're not talking about images. We're talking about what it's an example of gravity. If you
are you going to show us or forever stay in like wonderment of what you might bring forward? Well, it sounds like we're just going to wonder what you're going to present, but you're never going to present anything.
Oh, fuck off. Hold on.
More waiting, huh? That if you're ever on a date, don't ever do this to your date, man. Just stand her up like, come on, dude.
That was me blowing the candles out, by the way.
Yeah, you might as well, dude.
Mm-hmm.
This party isn't going to happen. Let's put it that way.
There's no parking on the dance floor.
Yeah, he's actually told the DJ to hold on a second, and we're just waiting, like, on him.
Yeah, because you keep fucking pressuring me.
Yeah, with good reason. You should have come in here.
Like a woman.
You should have come in here prepared. That's true, Jenna. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're forcing. The thing is, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, we're forcing you.
No.
What's your argument, dude?
Okay. No, you didn't want to say whatever.
This was your argument that you brought up, right? Wade, you're the person that knows the least in the entire room about gravity. Terrible choice of argument, bro.
I didn't bring it up as the definition. I just asked if you do believe in it.
Yeah, well, you don't know what it is,
bro. Know what you're talking about yet, though. That's the thing.
Well, I do. I literally told you what it is, but you're asking for an example, and I'm trying.
No, you didn't tell. Yeah, you said the stuff that pulls things together. Yeah. Well, how do you know that's true?
Okay. Well, if we were on a flat Earth, right?
No, wrong. No, we're not talking about flat Earth. Once again, you're gonna describe how gravity works on a globe. Dude, don't get sidetracked with your
Because that's what we're on.
Okay, then show us how
globe.
gravity's working on a globe. Let's see it.
But I'm
Prove
trying
it.
to use. Okay, so if you think it's a flat Earth,
No,
and if you
dude,
apply
stop
gravity
going to
that
flat Earth.
it wouldn't
Stop.
work. No, because it's what you believe. It's what you believe.
No, we don't. You don't need to tell me what I believe or think or know.
Okay, so you don't believe the Earth is flat.
No, you're trying to escape off the fact that we're getting you to realize you don't have an answer to what's been asked of you, which is how do you know what gravity is?
No, but when you apply gravity to a flat Earth,
What's that then?
work.
You just
No,
keep
but
saying gravity. What is it?
Yeah.
What is it?
No, if you ask for example now, I already told you what gravity is.
The stuff that pulls things together. Okay,
It's a
what's
force
the
that pulls together
example
all
of
mass
this?
with
I'm going to try and help.
depending on the amount of mass and the distance between objects. That is
okay.
literally with multiple sources on it.
Okay, so mass attracting mass. You think bodies of mass instantaneously attract other bodies of mass at distance?
I'm not thinking it; it's factual.
Okay,
how is it proven?
So this was disproven in 1915 by a German guy with grey hair called Einstein. Do you know who he is?
How was that disproven by
because mass attracting mass, Newtonian physics violates special relativity because of the time coordinate. I gave it away when I said instantaneous. Just be quiet. I gave it away when I said instantaneous action at a distance. It takes no time for the force to act. But in Einsteinian mechanics, it's not a force and it's not instantaneous. It's the curvature of space-time. Does that ring a bell? Space-time.
Show me that where it's said. Give me some.
I posted it earlier.
Okay.
So if you scroll up a little bit, you'll find out the problem.
No, just
look at what Dre's just posted in 9 minutes after the hour. Kind of highlights what Jedi's talking about right now. Can you read? I would assume you can. Or do you want it read to you?
No, I'm scrolling up for it.
It's at the very bottom, 9 minutes after the hour. The last thing that's posted on the text channel.
Yeah.
Do you see that snippet that Drace AI put up?
What the thing? Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, you want to read it out loud? Can you read?
Yeah, but where's that? What came? Can you the website link?
Cambridge.org/9780521845632. Yeah.
Well, he didn't actually disprove it per se.
Yeah, sorry.
Dude, it's abandoned.
I'll say it again. Mass attracting mass violates. Let's listen to that word. Violates. They do not even happen in the same geometric space. One's got time in it. So, dude, please. It's at this point, right? You eat a little bit of humble pie and you just listen, right? Because you're wrong. It isn't mass attracting mass by your own model. When you start staring outside into the universe and stuff, we've got dark matter and dark energy to contend with because the model's space-time. Right?
Can you show me? Einstein said those exact words, or is that just
sorry? No, that's me paraphrasing what the established rhetoric for your belief is. I say your belief, it was my belief up until 10 years ago. Einstein, right? Stephen Hawking's? Jesus. You think that the 1600s idea of mass attracting mass, the Newtonian thing, right? That's what makes things go down, the mass of an object. Dude, come on, please.
Yeah. All mass attracts.
He's still saying yeah.
He's saying yeah. Okay, I'll ask you this question. How?
What do you mean? How
does mass? You haven't even defined that, but you'll probably say it's the amount of substance in a space that's hard to move, resistance to inertia. So the amount of substance in a space, how does it instantaneously attract another body of mass over distance? How? What's the mechanism? How does it reach out and touch me?
You're asking me all these hows, but what if I just started fucking asking you hows?
So I'm not making claims here. I'm just trying to point you out that you don't really know what you're talking about, and it's okay. All right, we'll help you understand this.
black.
At the moment, I still want you to answer the question how mass attracts mass.
The matter is a flat Earth debate isn't really a debate.
No. Is your brain started to rot now?
No, it's not, because
Right then, so stay on track. You're not an idiot. You're not dribbling a hope. So stay on track. How does mass attract mass? You brought up gravity.
Sorry?
You brought up gravity.
I asked.
So how does it mass attract mass? How?
Because it warps space-time, causing objects to move towards each other.
Oh, okay. So the mass doesn't actually attract the mass then. The mass sits in the space-time fabric and distorts it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean Einstein essentially disproved Newton.
No, Newton violates special relativity because of the time thing I was speaking about and that I cited just a moment ago, if you scrolled up.
And this is all like pretty fucking, like, this doesn't really matter towards the general argument of the flat Earth.
I know.
Like,
what we would really need is a scientific experiment, wouldn't we?
And there's been plenty of those.
Awesome. Have you got one?
Yeah, there's, well, not fucking, yeah, there's, yeah, okay, I can probably find one for you.
Okay.
And also,
I mean, if this is the thing that you believe, right, then there would, like you said, be a scientific experiment for it, which I presume you've already seen because you believe the results of the experiment, right?
Well, I don't have to believe them because they're factual.
No, that's actually true. No, you're correct. You don't have to believe them. Results will speak for themselves. I misspoke. You're correct. However, the scientific standard is required to make this claim, right? Gravity causes things to happen.
So what experiment do you believe that the Earth is flat? Do you believe...
Dude, that wouldn't be a question for science, though, would it? The surface description of a shape, that's geometry and math, dude, not natural science.
Okay, but there's been experiments as to see whether the Earth is flat or not.
How could there be an experiment which is a hypothesis into how something is caused to happen and tested through an experiment, the tool that you would use to figure out the dimensions and the shape of an object?
You should ask those who have done the experiments and...
No, it wouldn't be like third time. It couldn't be an experiment when you measure something. When you go to the shoe store and have your shoes fitted and measured, are you doing science when you measure your shoe?
No, but there is measurements.
Right. When you figure out how tall you are and you notice over time that you're growing, when you measure yourself, are you doing science?
That doesn't mean anything.
Are you doing science when you measure a distance?
Obviously not. In that
Thank you.
perspective, but whenever you go, but it depends on what experiment you're doing.
Okay, but it wouldn't be an experiment when you're trying to measure the surface description and orientation of a surface.
Have you heard of the canal experiment?
The canal experiment, at the Bedford Levels, which is 10 miles down the road from me.
Yeah, I believe that's.
What about it?
Do you believe that is not an experiment?
It's not an experiment. It's an observation.
Okay,
so it's an observation and a quasi measurement.
Okay, and you do believe that observation is true?
It's a different standard, dude. It's not natural science.
Okay, so you're trying to prove that the Earth is flat, but you don't want to use science to do so. You just want to use...
No, because science isn't the tool that you would use. Probably about the fifth, maybe sixth time I've said this now, which kind of makes me think that you don't know what science is. I'm going to have to tell you, and then you could point out into it where we figure out the geometric dimensions of an object. First step of the scientific method is observe something happening. Anything in there? Do triangles like happen?
You just said for a scientific study, you have to observe what happens. Yeah,
something happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, is a triangle happening?
Yeah, so you just said for a scientific experiment, you have to observe something happening, correct?
Yes.
And is that not what they did in the canal experiment? They're observing something happening, hence scientific experiment.
My goodness me, dude. Do you know what a phenomena is? Do you know what a phenomena is? Do you know what a phenomena is?
What does that got to do with the question?
What science is? And you try to say that when you look at something, that's a phenomena. Phenomena is a very specific, dude.
Okay, go through it then.
Like I said, it's something happening. Like, for example, water evaporation. Now, we can make a prediction what causes water evaporation, can't we? Can't we?
You never answer my question.
I'm literally trying to right now. I'm going to run through the scientific method with you, and then you can see if you can fit that to making optical visions of things down rivers.
You really like to go through it and make it very, very difficult for me to tangle my way through because you really just don't want to look at the very basic.
Sorry, you're the one who's jumped subject from gravity now onto the Bedford levels, the canal experiment.
Yeah,
You're the one who's jumping around from this thing to the other thing, and I'm the one chasing you like a fucking shepherd and a sheep.
I think it's the other way around.
Stop running from your own fucking claims, dude, and we wouldn't end up here, would we?
I'm not running from my own.
Sorry, were we talking about gravity and now you're talking about fucking canals?
No, because we're talking about
No,
evidence.
we was never talking about gravity.
We're talking about evidence. I didn't say gravity. I said we're talking about evidence as to.
We were talking about gravity, dude, and then you started talking about...
gravity
Have you heard about the canal experiment?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a valid point.
What's that got to do with gravity?
I was asked, what examples do I have of gravity,
whatever that is.
Earth's curvature. And then I brought up, if you have any experiments, and I brought up an example experiment, and you said, no, that's not an experiment.
No, it's an observation and a measurement, but it's fine if that's what we're doing. It's not going to be science.
Observations.
Yeah, it's fine for what we're doing. Observation's good for figuring out geometric shapes. It's not science.
Okay,
maybe seventh time I've tried to tell you this now.
How about you give me a flat Earth experiment which is based on science, or you don't believe, or you think it's all measurements and blah yada yada.
If it's to do with geometry, yeah, it's all measurements, dude. I'm not trying to figure out the causes of phenomena. Dude, please. Right, I'm kind of like, I'm trying to agree with you now. All right? Trying to point out that the Bedford level is not science, it's observation and measurement, which is perfectly fine if we're trying to figure out how something looks and how something measures. But this is not science.
Okay, but do you have an experiment that proves your point which is related to science?
No, because it's not a question for science. How have you not got this?
Well, how?
Sorry,
yes,
I'll ask you this. What questions does science answer?
What questions does science answer?
Answer, yeah. Yeah, what does it do?
For my argument.
At the end of the day, when we've made our observation and prediction and run the experiment, what answer are we going to get?
I don't know.
That this does or does not cause that to happen.
Yeah, science is a cause and effect relationship determiner. It determines a cause and effect relationship, whereas observation and measurement does not make you a scientist. A pigeon is not a scientist, and a worker using a measuring tape is not a scientist just because he measured something. You need the scientific method. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, so you believe to prove whether the Earth is flat or not, it has nothing to do with science and all to do with measurements and...
Yeah, we're going to survey the fucking land, Shockara. We're going to measure the topography. Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
So that's basically your whole...
It's not a belief, buddy. It's a category error. You're trying to do the wrong science.
Okay. Well, there's many scientific questions in relation to as to why we have a curvature in our Earth, and why does it globe?
What is a scientific question?
You want me to give you one?
Yeah. It's only one.
Science, though.
No, there's only one question. It's built into the hypothesis. It's the whole fucking point. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah.
Okay, so that should help you answer the question then, shouldn't it? Okay, what's a hypothesis?
Really struggling to understand how science isn't related to this.
Because at the moment, I don't think you even know what the scientific method is. I asked you what question science answers. I said, do you know what a hypothesis is? You said, yeah. I'm like waiting with bated breath because right in that will give you the fucking answer. What is a scientific hypothesis?
It's essentially what you believe could or might happen.
It's essentially what you believe.
Yeah.
What?
Exactly.
No.
No, it's what you
Try a
believe.
little bit harder. Maybe use some more words. It's essentially what you believe about what?
About what the fucking experiment is.
No, you haven't done the experiment yet. The experiment comes after you've created your hypothesis.
You know, it's what you believe is going to happen.
Ah, close. It's a prediction of the cause of the phenomena. So the question is, what caused that to happen?
What has this got to do with the?
No, this is science. This is making a hypothesis. In a minute, you're going to test this hypothesis. Now you've got an independent and dependent variable. You're going to test it in an experiment.
Why can't we
like natural science, make an observation of something happen, make a prediction of what causes it, test your prediction in an experiment. Ring any bells?
But why do we have to go through all this just to?
Because hopefully you would understand that nowhere in this methodology are you going to figure out the description of a concrete noun. A shape.
I don't even know what that means.
No, shapes are geometry. That's not the study of natural science. Natural science deals with causes of effects. You don't know what you're talking about. Scratch your head.
Okay, then. I think you're just going way too deep into it for.
You think science is the tool that we'd use to figure out the surface description of an object?
Everything relating to that, but science does play a part in why we do have.
It's just talking out your fucking arse, dude. Seriously, really? This is where you're going?
What do you mean? There's many things I can determine as to why we are on a globe.
Like what?
There's many methods. It's not just science. It's also
No, yeah, exactly. Good. Well done. This isn't the question for science. There are other ways we can make observations and measurements, can't we? Is this where we started? Are you going to agree with us now?
No.
No? Oh, so it's science, the tool that we're going to use then, is it? We're going to go back round in this fucking circle.
No.
Shit, man. Talk to yourself in the mirror.
I'm saying that I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's based on belief. That's why. It's not.
No,
it's an observation of reality.
It's objectively.
It's obviously the truth that the horizon is horizontal. So you don't have to believe in it.
The only point you have, though? Oh, it's horizontal.
Well, what do you mean it's the only point? What do you have to rebut against it? The Earth's curving? We don't observe that.
There's multiple.
It's a horizontal plane.
Things that can counter that.
Yeah, it's a horizontal plane. But you didn't provide evidence using. You got yourself in this mess, by the way. You mentioned gravity. You went down this rabbit trail of not producing evidence. It was your fault. You can only blame yourself.
I'm not I'm blaming myself, but okay.
Well, you should.
Cool.
So, if you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe in any way, you can present that. What do you have to offer?
Well, what do you have to say about bridges that are literally built for the curvature of Earth?
All right, then demonstrate how they're built for the curvature of the Earth. Let's see it. Where do you have that information?
Of when they have two towers, for example. I'll give you an example bridge then.
Yes, do that.
The Verrazano Narrows Bridge was designed with Earth's roundness. Its two towers are separated by 1,300 meters, are perfectly vertical, are 41 millimeters further apart at the top than at the bottom.
Okay.
How could it be perfectly vertical?
So what? Dude, so what? Hey, so what?
What do you mean, so what?
Where's the globe evidence coming from this? You just said some random factoid.
Because if the Earth wasn't a globe, then why would it?
No. That's not a conclusion. What are you doing, dude?
It's not a conclusion, but it's an example as to why. In essence,
what?
How would you build? Why would you build a bridge?
Well, don't ask me that question. It's supposed to be your information supporting the Earth as a globe.
Exactly.
What are you asking me?
It's literally saying, "Oh,
Two vertical towers in relation to what? You mean perpendicular horizontal?
this
Yeah,
is
that's
just
what he's saying.
absolutely overcomplicated."
What?
Like-
What, dude? You're the one. Every time you bring something up, you sink back in your chair, and we hear your voice trailing off. It's because you didn't bring something that was proving the Earth as a globe. We're only telling you if you're gonna do it right.
Really,
Bring something that shows that the Earth is actually curving.
It's literally a point there.
That's a point for what, dude? A road to nowhere. Because I told you, is it conclusively a globe based on this information? Like, well, it's not proving that. Well, then what do we got to go on, bro?
Do bridges and these large civil structures, do they expand and contract depending on the heat light season? Like, I know the Eiffel Tower in France, that extends in the summer by about 3 foot.
Yeah, well then why would you look at the amount that expands and contracts? How could you say that the curvature of the Earth was taken into consideration? And if there's that much give and take from the expansion and contraction, how would you know that you're accounting for curvature, bro? He's just giving you an example of like the idea that the bridge is built for the Earth's curvature in mind is not true, because the expansion and contraction of the materials used to build the bridge would negate that.
Well, even as two vertical towers, how do you establish those?
What do you mean? How do you establish if it's vertical?
Yeah, to what?
Again, is this with a full load on the bridge? Is this without anything on the bridge? I mean, when was the measurement taken, dude? Was it in the winter? Was it in the summer?
It shouldn't change anything, really.
Dude, the bridge size will change. When you have things on the bridge increasing the load, that's going to increase the stress. Yeah, it's all going to fucking change, dude.
Not that much.
How do you know? Dude, are you an engineer?
What's the distance between the two towers?
It's just.
Are we talking millimeters?
The distance between the two towers, 41.
He's talking out of his ass, bro. He doesn't know what he's saying.
41 millimeters.
Yeah, over 1,300 meters.
Fucking hell, dude. I will expand that bridge just on a warm day by double that. The hell?
No, it wouldn't.
The only reason why I'm being like this, right, is because I want you to critically think about the stuff that you're just regurgitating, because you're not giving it any critical thought. Just by understanding how bridges expand and contract will maybe start helping you understand the crap that you're presenting to us. 40 odd mil? Really?
That's not crap, okay.
What, really? Seriously? Do bridges stay the same? Do bridges not expand?
Do you
want me to give you an example of expansion?
That means they're full of crap as well.
Do you know why railways go clickety-clack, clickety-clack? Because they're not connected the whole time. There's a little space, a gap between them, because the rails, they need to expand on hot days. So that clickety-clack is when the wheel goes over the rail that's not there. It goes over the gap. So it's always built into construction how things are going to expand and contract due to, in this instance, just the fucking temperature.
I think the point is saying that when they were initially built, that's what the measurement was, and it's not.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Why would they measure after?
No, don't ask us any questions, Ozzy. Listen, don't ask us questions. Answer the question I'm giving you. How do you know that that's the case? How do you know that?
Well, I obviously don't know that's the case, but I'm assuming
that's the point, bro. Thank you for that concession. That was the whole point.
No, I'm assuming if they were going to use
the whole point.
If they were going to use that point for in the curvature of the Earth, why would they measure afterwards to go, oh yeah, that that's already controlled.
Okay, so you're trying to reason with the fact that you don't know if they did or did not do it, and you can't get to the conclusion based on what you're saying. So obviously you don't know.
I'm going to assume that this was already measured.
Dude, we're not okay. So in this room, we're not built on like what you assume to be the case. It either is or is not a globe. You're going to prove it or not. And that's all we're concerned with. We're concerned with you bringing information. We're concerned with you bringing information to verify if the Earth is a globe based on any measurements given. So just bringing up Verus-Narrows Bridge is not going to give you the conclusive information you need to support the case that the Earth is a globe. So
I just don't understand how you can
move away from the bridge.
live on a globe.
We've just told you there's no information to support that it's built on with the curvature in mind.
You're going at me when I obviously lack information in a lot of areas regarding.
Okay. So what does that tell you?
I'm wondering as to why you believe it's flat when you can literally just.
We've already told you why.
Flat.
We've already told you this many times, Posa. We already know. We said it. Water is horizontal on the surface. Prove me wrong.
All you can say. That's all you can say.
Yeah, then prove me wrong. Then prove me wrong. Do that. Prove me wrong. Right now.
Tell me the theory again. Water is horizontal
on its surface in large bodies. So lakes, oceans. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so basically, your theory is why.
So prove me wrong.
So
prove me wrong.
Saying it's all flat.
Yes.
As far as I can see.
Yes. Absolutely. 100%. There you go. You got it. Now disprove me. Waiting for that.
So you really think that's a...
No, it's not thinking, dude. This is an observation, a measurement, sea level.
Okay.
We got everything backing us up. Everything's backing us up. If you're saying that it's incorrect, let's give it to me.
And your eyes and your feelings.
Ozzy, tell me the critique of how that's wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, this is what I found. Based on a misunderstanding that
no. I want you to present how water's not horizontal on its surface over large bodies. I need the information, not your feelings. Not this is misinformation. Show me how it's not correct.
I can't show you because
how are you going to demonstrate this? Like I'm. This is what I want.
You don't. So you don't want me to tell you facts. You want me to try and make
facts. What facts? What facts, sir? What facts?
I was kind of getting to that.
What?
But then you cut me off.
What are the facts?
Continue. I'm going to continue. Always finds a flat level. Gravity. What?
You just stated the same thing I just said to you. What?
I'm telling you, it's based on a misunderstanding that water always finds a flat level. That's
okay.
What I'm trying to say. And
so then, now give us the goods. Give us the goods.
Gravity shaping water's surface. Water seeks the lowest potential, meaning it forms a surface that follows the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, nice story. Demonstration, please.
I can't give you a demonstration.
Why?
Because I obviously haven't gone through all my points and decided to...
So you don't know if that's true or not, yeah?
I can go find out and find a...
Go find out. Go find out.
I'm just trying
to...
It's a belief.
No, you're not trying. This is not, let's try to. This is either shit or get off the pot.
No, it's try to because...
No, it's not try to, Ozzy. No, you're not just going to throw shit at the wall hoping it sticks. No. You either have the information to substantiate that water, using gravity, is curving over distance. We need to see the data. We need to see the example or demonstration of how this is true. Now, if you don't have that, my friend, go and look for it. Don't stay here and, let's try this. Let's try that. No. You either got it or you don't.
Okay, well then how do you explain, because you're all about observations and measurements and things. How do you explain when a boat is going off in the distance and it obviously...
Optical effects. Yes. Well, we have miraging effects called, they're inferior and superior mirages that take place over distance, which could be categorized as looming, towering, sinking, stooping, lowering. I think I mentioned that already. But there's certain optical effects that occur, heat haze, namely, on the surface that causes shimmering, and effects like you would see over distance if you're driving on a hot day on a road where you see it looks like water's on the surface or it's a mirrored surface, but actually it's the heat that's reflected off of that surface, and it's combined with the air that's giving it the that hazy look and also that sheen that looks like a mirrored surface. So, optical effects. That's how.
Optical effects.
Yeah.
So you would say a ship vanishing bottom first becomes the lower part
sinking. Yes. Inferior mirage called sinking. Yeah. If that, it doesn't always happen. I'm not saying it does, but it does happen when it does happen.
If the Earth was
you can
flat,
categorize.
the whole ship would shrink
No,
evenly.
no. See, here's the thing. You don't realize the problem that you have, right? So if it was a globe and it was going over a water hill, then what you would have is the top of that boat would be tilting forward because it's going over that hill. You don't see that. It's an even distribution that looks like as it's going from the bottom to the up.
Not a hill.
Yeah, well, if you drive over a hill, your car, like as it goes over the hill, it starts tilting forward going over that hill. You don't see that with things appearing to be affected by this optical phenomena. You don't see that.
It's not a hill. It's
yeah. So, have you ever seen a car go over a hill, Ozzy, or anything?
Obviously.
Okay, so when it goes on the other, when it's getting to be on the other side of that hill, the top of the hood or the car is pointed at a divergent position away from you as the observer watching it. Would you agree with that?
Of course.
Okay, does that happen with the ship on the ocean?
Well, obviously not, because when you look at
thank you. So it's not the same. It's not the same.
Well, it's about the perspective of it. Like obviously when you
No, it's not. It's an optical effect, Ozzy. No. That's all that's happening.
But if you look at the difference between a car going over a hill,
bro, listen. That's the answer. I gave you the answer. Now, if it's not an optical effect and it's actually curvature, what is your answer for that?
Well, didn't I literally just give you my answer regarding ships and their disappearance?
No, you just say, I see something, therefore it's curved. I want to know how you are not saying it's an optical effect and it's an actual curve.
Seeing a ship disappear slowly into the distance as it gradually goes lower is literally, in essence, proof of curvature of the Earth.
No, it's not. It's not.
It is, though, because
No, it's not.
Sorry,
not.
I do apologise to interrupt, but do you think that the reason why you're sealing towards the end of the corridor is getting lower because the corridor in itself is actually curved?
No, it doesn't get lower.
Right, so you understand that the ceiling appears to get lower to the floor, doesn't it? It doesn't actually get lower, but that's just perspective. A bit like a boat in the distance that appears to reduce in an angular size, and the top of the object appears to get lower, like the ceiling in the corridor.
No,
right?
I never realized that, to be honest.
Pardon, Mumbles, what?
He mumbles when he doesn't know what he's saying,
No,
Jedi.
I literally just never realized that, but okay.
Yeah. Oh, you've never seen... Can we get an image of that for the gentleman, if anybody's in here right now? I think I have one of the gifts that I have. Let's see. We can just put an image. Apparently, this gentleman has never seen this. I think it's good to kind of put an image in there. There you go. Thank you,
mentioned earlier. You mentioned earlier that you've seen cars before, right? You've obviously seen a street and street lights and driving down a road where the street lights towards the end of the road appear to be lower to the road. You've seen that before, right?
Mm.
Yeah, that's just perspective, sunshine.
Yeah, look at the text. There's so many images getting put to you right now. All you got to do is see. This is how our vision works. Posa.
Yeah, okay.
That's how we see things off in the distance.
Yeah, but that doesn't really prove anything.
You said the top of you said the top of the boat was going down because it's on a curved surface, and I'm paraphrasing you, but that's the cause of the phenomena, right? The reason why it's going down is because it's on the curved surface, right?
Yeah, but if you just look out into the sea, you literally can't see endless sea because it.
Of course not. That's the angular resolution of the optic. You can't see horizontally across a really big surface, the Earth. You're only going to be able to resolve so much of it. That area that you can resolve is what you can see up to the horizon where you can no longer resolve any more of the surface. If you've got a big object, like a mountain that occupies a large angular size, you could see that mountain 20 miles away, but based on the angular resolution limit of the human eye, you, when you're standing at the beach with no technology, are going to see a horizon about 3 miles away. If you increase the technology, though, the horizon will appear further away.
No, that's just not true. Like refractions and seeing.
Sorry, that's not true. Would you like a demonstration with a zoom camera?
Okay.
You want the demonstration? Right, give me 2 minutes, I'll find it.
Yeah, there's plenty of examples of this, so we're going to actually show you information that verifies.
Earth with the amount of information online that literally goes against
Yeah,
the
it doesn't matter about what they're telling you. All of that is just vaporware. It doesn't prove. Yeah, it is, dude. It's vaporware because none of the information they're presenting to you is able to be verified. Look at you right now. You don't know what to say. You're left holding the bag on this belief.
It's clearly flat. It's clearly flat.
What'd you say?
This isn't my life, bro. This isn't my life, bro. I don't sit here and talk about the fucking Earth because I don't need to prove something that's already objectively true.
It's not objectively true. You're religiously chanting right now that it is.
I don't know what that's got to do with religion. But
Well, it sounds like a person who is not able to provide evidence empirically.
it's literally proven.
Yeah, where dude? We've been asking you for what, hours on end, and yesterday too, and you can't prove it.
If this is all objectively true, then surely it would be so simple just to drop some evidence in front of us.
That's what many
Instead
people
of
say about many things.
No, you haven't.
We know.
All
a
you
lot
keep
of things
doing
are true.
is regurgitating the same claims that we hear every day, that we learnt at school. So your problem is, mate, you're falling back on the shit you learnt at school. You haven't walked outside and gone, you know what? Stuff it. I'm going to test this shit to see if it works or not. That's what you need to do. You need to go out in the real world and see what's happening.
It seems like you also care about care about government.
No, did you hear what he just said? He said, "Test it, Posa." He's another one of your countrymen that's speaking to you. Hopefully, he can reason with you. He's trying to tell you all you got to do is test it. There's information, and then there's testing the information. What we've done, all of us in here that know that the Earth is flat, we've tested the information. That's it. Have you done that?
I don't need to test it too.
So therefore, you remain in ignorance. Like, I mean, what do you want to do, bro?
I put my trust in the people who actually spent.
Yeah, well, then there you be. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
The thing that doesn't make sense is that why would they lie about flat Earth?
Who cares, dude? You're not testing the information. So it's like
have tested it. People have tested and gone.
Yeah, well, where's their test? Where's their test at? Where is it? Where's their test?
My test. I haven't done a personal test, but many people.
You said
have done
they've tested it. Yeah, they've done it. Where have they done it? Show us.
I don't have that information right now.
Then everything that you said is everything you said that they've tested it is not true.
Why did you
if they have, then prove it.
I haven't even said a word. You got the wrong guy.
What?
John, you just
Jackson?
pinged me.
Jackson,
Accused
you're
me of a crime.
this guy's hot micing. All right. You have to test the information, Posa.
It's so sad that we literally had thousands of years of people believing that the Earth wasn't.
Yeah, dude, who cares, bro? Who gives a shit?
People in the last 100 years actually.
Oh my God! Yeah, we don't need to hear you.
Can you please stop reacting emotionally?
It's not emotion.
It does, seriously. All of this deflection and all of this type of stuff, man. It's like you don't want to talk about it. It's like you're running away.
I almost don't want to because it's not really a debate.
Then go, dude. If this is upsetting you, be on your way and go. But if you're going to fight hard like this, I'm embarrassed for you.
It's not upset. I'm not upset.
Well, then stop fighting against it.
I'm not fighting. I'm just saying the truth. It was.
I'm not fighting.
Thousands of years.
You don't
I'm just
know the
saying
truth.
the
That's
truth.
the
It
problem.
was proved, honestly. Have you seen it? Yeah, you've gone through it, right? Or we established that you just believe it.
I'm going to say I have gone through it all because I haven't.
What have you gone through?
No, you haven't.
What did you go through?
I have gone through it all. I said that I've gone through some of the information.
Well, yeah, okay. What have you gone through? The sum.
I've gone through the light histories as to where flat Earth has originated and why.
Oh my God, dude! Shut up.
No,
has nothing to do
let
with
him go.
anything.
No,
This might be interesting. Where did flat Earth start from? Please enlighten all the panel.
Well, before actually, thousands of years ago, before the ancient Greeks came to discover that we are living on a globe, most people did believe we were on a flat Earth, but then that was obviously disproved.
How did the Greeks do that?
Where did you learn this
that
from?
way.
Professor Dave?
No,
Why does it
what
matter?
did the Greeks do?
So now you want to just question history because it doesn't.
I just wondered what the Greeks did.
You're inventing history, actually.
It's not inventing. It's literally it's been agreed upon. And
the Greeks do?
What?
What did the Greeks do?
They did a lot of things.
What did they do?
Oh my
You said that
God,
they
dude.
proved it.
I just told you I went through it lightly. I didn't say I went into the specifics.
Oh, so you
He
don't
doesn't
know
fucking know.
You don't know what they did
I'm
then?
sorry that I'm not able to just bring up information.
You're just saying shit, dude. What?
My head.
Fucking
It's not
hell,
saying
man.
shit. It's literally. What do you mean saying shit? It's literally a.
You're
truth.
talking without understanding what you're talking about. You don't know where this information comes from. You don't know enough about this to actually bring up any coherent argument.
It comes from many.
What we do know is that the Greeks actually had a flat Earth cosmology due to their
Of course they
religion.
did. I didn't say they
However, even during the times where Aristotle and them were talking about the globe, there was not a consensus among the Greeks that the Earth was a globe.
Well, eventually they did actually.
Like that, there was no consensus. They had multiple conceptions of the world. There was one who thought it was a triangle, a flat triangle. They argued about these kinds of stupid stuff all over the place in their literature. However, we get cherry-picked from certain individuals who, some of them held the globe belief, and that's what we get taught, and then that gets universalized over to we, the royal we. All of humanity knew the Earth was a globe, but that's not true. It was just a couple of Greeks who had that belief, and we wanted you to get to the actual supposed evidence of the Greeks because we know all about that.
Well, most of the world generally agreed upon it, but I'm not saying all the world did, but
Quite a lot of Greeks were Christians as well. It had a flat Earth cosmology because they believed in.
Why? I really don't understand what's to gain if the Earth is flat. Why would people hide?
How did the Earth get here?
How did the Earth get here? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
What's that in relation to whether or not it's
So maybe I'll ask it another way. How was everything created?
Well, there's multiple theories how it's created.
There's multiple? I reckon there's two. But go on.
No, like there could be obviously the most popular theory, which is the Big Bang theory, and whatnot.
Okay, so nature creates itself. Yeah, one.
And then there's obviously the religious aspect of it, where people believe that God creates.
Intelligence creates, two.
And that's really the only two I have.
Yeah, that's it. That's because that's the only two that there are. It's a true dichotomy.
You said there's more than two, right?
When you ask the question how something was created, you end up with those two choices. Now, when the Earth is a ball, it comes from a Big Bang because that's the thing that exploded the universe into existence, right? And then later on, when all the physical matter was created, for some fucking reason, sentient consciousness developed from biology, and information kind of just sprang into existence also. Or when you understand the Earth is flat and stationary and obviously contained, and this universe is what we've been told, and you ask the question, well, how the very fuck did that get here then? You're still going to ask those two choices. Was it intelligently created, or did it just spring into existence all by itself?
Well, assuming the flat Earth is real, you would say it's intelligently created.
Yeah, so people like to ask, why would they lie? You just did, and I'm telling you why.
What do you believe, Jedi?
What?
What do you believe?
That wasn't. We're not, Arlo. We're not asking what Jedi believes. We're talking about what Ozzy is bringing forward to present that the Earth is a globe. He hasn't had anything so far.
It's not an attack. I was just curious.
Yeah, we don't. It's not what this is about. We're actually critiquing and or interrogating the individual to figure out if they have any knowledge that the Earth is a globe, yes or no. And it sounds like he doesn't. He just wants to sit in this room and wonder why people think the Earth is flat and or just throw things at the wall, see if whatever sticks for the Earth being a globe. That doesn't work. If he doesn't know, that just shows the lack of information that he has. That he doesn't. He says, "I trust people. Yeah, I have full confidence in those agencies that tell me the Earth's a globe. So I'll just continue down that path without any information."
I didn't say it's not just agencies who say the Earth's a globe. There are many independent researchers and stuff.
Who cares, dude?
You have trust in those, right? You trust them. You trust all this stuff you've been taught at school, right?
Government. I don't necessarily trust the government or that, but when you have multiple independent sources and studies and people just...
Oh, that's some bullshit you're saying, dude. You're throwing shit at the wall again, bro.
How's that throwing shit at the wall?
Bro, you gotta just look at each one of those. No, you can't just say there's this whole nebulous, ambiguous thing that proves my point that you don't know exists. You need to go into the specifics of each one and then find out where that supports your point. And then we can look at that individually. We've been doing this for 10 years.
What do you want me to find out then?
Bro, we've been doing this for 10 years, and everything that's been bought has been destroyed. There's nothing supporting the globe left.
That's not true.
Yeah, you said it ambiguous. Like, well, these people and those people, and everybody's claiming that the Earth is a globe, and they verified it and they said it's true. So I'll believe them. It's like, dude, who's saying that? How are they testing it? Like, there's no specific information. You're not being specific. You're just giving ambiguous, nebulous ways of describing how you. Well, no, that's how I believe it.
How can you expect me to get 10 years of knowledge, as you say?
Dude, okay, so the reason why you believe the Earth is a globe is just based on an idea, not anything specific.
I believe it's a globe because of the various backings that it has to.
Like what? For God's sakes, dude! Like we've been asking you, like what for
videos,
30 minutes now.
Sources, multiple studies, multiple articles.
There you go again. Well, this and that and everything, right?
But no, I didn't say that. I literally said multiple different ways that you can find.
No, you didn't.
No, I said. Oh my god.
What'd you say?
Also, cut the shit. Instead of going, oh, there's multiple this and a few of those, name one.
I just said I won't be able to do that.
There you go. See?
Exactly.
My
so
point.
You've got nothing.
People to name. What do you mean?
As Alpha pointed out to you, if you would just shut up and listen, you've got nothing. You are making nothing more than hollow claims. Please start backing them.
It's not a hollow. I mean, at this point in time, it probably is a hollow claim.
Well, you've just said you can't name any one of them, but yet there's multiple people that have done all this bullshit.
Yeah, because I don't.
If that is the case, you would at least name them. Oh, what about this scientist, Mr. Something something? Oh, maybe I got his name wrong. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he did X. You're not even leading on to anything, mate. You just, I think X amount of people have done something cool.
Even
do you believe in Santa Claus also?
If I did do that, it wouldn't really change anything, would it? You'd still fucking.
We'd at least have something to look into. At the moment, you've given nothing.
I'm assuming you know all the. Okay, fine. What about Neil deGrasse Tyson? He believes the Earth's.
What about him?
He believes the Earth's a globe.
He believes a lot of weird shit.
He said that shit is flat.
Now, what specifically did he say that backs up your point, Ozzy?
I don't know the specifics. I'm just saying.
Oh my god, dude! All right.
No. There's no way you can expect me to basically just remember a video.
You brought a guy up. At least you did that. Well, you said one name, and then you don't know anything he said to actually affirm.
Lots of people that believe that.
No, we're not talking about you, Harlow. So, Posa, shut up. Posa, did you describe one individual that you said would back you up, and there's nothing you have that he said?
No, because I haven't looked into him as much as everyone else, but he's just a...
Well, then why did you say his name?
Because I have seen videos of him talking about it, but I obviously just can't remember them because I don't look at it every single day. And like,
okay, so you've really come here empty-handed again. Second day, you've come here empty-handed. Nothing to show.
I don't exactly have the time in the world to go through this.
Well, that's a cop-out, so because you're still here.
That's funny.
You've been here for an hour.
I was going to say, he's been here for over an hour, but he doesn't have the time.
And you don't have the time. Yeah, that don't make any sense, dude.
I'm not sitting here looking at other information. I'm just talking.
Okay, yeah, exactly my point. You're just talking. There's nothing you have to support in your case for the Earth being a globe. Thank you. At least you've identified that.
Even if I did bring anything up, you'd still...
No, you can't say that because you didn't bring anything up. You can't say that because you haven't brought anything up.
Well, you've already clearly stated that everything relating to the Earth being a globe is false. So how...
Yeah, we've said it, but then go ahead and show us what we're wrong. If you got something, show us we're wrong. Prove it.
Clearly don't think you're wrong.
Well, I don't give a shit what you think we think. I want you to prove your point.
Even if I brought up anything, you just stop.
Here we go again. Dude, just get out of that loop. It's a fucking loop that you're in. It's a loop. Get out of the loop. If you got something to present. If not, it seems like clearly you're just sitting here just talking. You're talking yourself into the globe, at least trying to, but we're not giving you any reason to. So that's what's getting you kind of, a bit upset because you can't talk yourself into the globe because there's nothing to support it. It's hollow, like Matrix said.
There are things that support it. I'm just telling you I can't.
Yeah. So you say, but never come through with anything that can.
I'm telling you that I literally can read things and see things, but I don't.
Dude, honestly, at this point, you need to realize what you're doing to yourself. You're doing this to yourself, Posa. You're talking yourself into the globe that you don't have any information to support the case. There's nothing.
I do have information, but I just can't give it to you straight out of my head like that because that's not how I learn. I can't do that. I'm not that kind of guy who just has photographic memory. It's like I can just give you names.
You can't even look it up. You've been here for an hour and you can't even look it up. You don't even have the mental capacity to type a few keystrokes to find out. That's how bad it is with you.
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, anything that you've said so far, anything you brought up, you should have been able to look at the information online. Anything. Doesn't matter what it is. What gravity is, the Varus-Narrows Bridge, anything that you brought up, you could have at least been a bit poignant and shown us where on the internet it says what backs what you're saying up. You've produced nothing except hollow words.
Okay, then. That's how you think.
Yeah. Well, that's your choice, but if you do, you should bring evidence that the Earth is a globe. And if you can't, then, make up your mind. Are you going to keep talking about nothing, or are you going to produce something?
Well, I was going to look stuff up, but then...
Then do it!
Everyone...
You should. You should, actually. You should. Look it up. They come with substance.
No. Fuck that.
Well, then that's the
like
bed you're making. Then you're gonna have to lie in that bed without any knowledge of the Earth being a globe whatsoever. Just a belief. You just completely believe. No, it's not a theory. It's an observation of the real world. When you walk outside, you see a horizontal plane. Yeah, the horizon is horizontal. It's not a globe.
That's
Posa at all.
Times,
yeah, and that demolishes your idea that it's on a sphere. Yeah, you're not on a sphere.
Because you think it's what's it? Optical optics?
No, we don't think it is. We measure it to be so. That's what you're missing about this with your excuses of what we would think about anything you would bring. You haven't brought anything forth that would prove positive your claim of the globe Earth. You're just saying, oh, even if I did bring it, you wouldn't believe it. That's logically a fallacy. That's illogical thought. So I don't know if you realize you're an adult and you're walking around believing things that are unproven and you're making excuses for it in public.
Yeah. So now we have nothing from you, Posa. Basically, you didn't substantiate any of the things that you talked about. So
congrats. You beat a miner with a fucking political.
No, well, we need to. It's called exposition. We're going to take it to its logical conclusion, and its logical conclusion for the discussion that you brought forward is that you don't know what you're talking about, not even in the slightest.
Okay, well, okay, that's what you believe then.
It's not a belief; it's an assessment of what just occurred over the time period that you've been here.
Many could argue against you though, and saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Bring them forward. I'd like to talk to them. Who do you think can challenge us?
Well, if
send them in here,
young Posa. If that's the case, why don't you call him out on any claim that he's made and go, "Can you back that up?" and watch what happens.
Yeah.
And how long have you been doing this for?
Yeah, why not bring up photographs from space? You were wanting to talk all about that this morning in DMs. Because let's go through it. Let's go. Your photograph from space. Yeah, this morning you're all in. You were all in on photographs from space showing the curve of the Earth. Let's do it. You still haven't brought that up. If that was your best thing, your best go-to thing, we've got photographs from space. Why haven't you used it yet?
I could tell his gas tank is like hitting E right now. That needle's just tapping E.
Yeah, this would be his nitrous. Like throw on that nitrous and turn on the turbocharger.
Even if I mentioned anything, you just say that they're fake.
There you go. That's his. He always goes back to that. Even if I said X, Y, and Z, you would just deny it.
It's not about us, dude. It's about you, your idea. Why do you think a photograph from space is all you would need? It's not about anyone else here. It's not like you have to filter your photograph from space through me or anyone else. Why do you think a photograph from space is all it takes?
Okay, well, what about the satellites you can track live then? And see the real-time photos?
Things flying in the sky, you can track them.
You can track satellites in the ISS.
Yeah, okay, so yes. Things move across the sky and you can track them. Somebody said this earlier. Okay, so how do you logically connect this? You see something going overhead.
What do you mean? What?
How do you know it's a globe? Because something's going above your head.
Overhead, that means I must be on a sphere.
Because it literally shows that the Earth's a globe.
Wow.
Photos.
Photos?
What?
Satellites take photos. Satellites in low Earth orbit take data strips.
Photos.
They take data strips.
Well, clearly shows
low Earth orbit satellites are too close to the surface of the Earth to see the 50% side of a sphere. Why? Dude.
There's one called Himawari real time.
Okay, so that's not in low Earth orbit. So the Himawari. Okay, have you got that at hand? Should we go through it?
Well, what's more to say about it when it literally clearly shows the
you say that this is a picture of the Earth, dude.
Well, it literally. Why would they? Okay, if
it literally is. How is it literally?
No, but if it was a flat Earth, then why would they not show? Why would they show a globe if it was a?
At the moment, you're still yet to prove that this is the thing that's in the location that you say, not in low Earth orbit. So how do you know it's there?
I'm just saying, I don't know where it is specifically. I'm just saying it's there.
Gotcha. So is this going to be another one of those times where you just repeat a story to us that you haven't validated for yourself?
It's in real time. Like what more to say?
It's in real time.
Real time, nah, man. Mm-mm.
Yeah, because it is.
Yeah, because it is.
There's lots of weather information on there.
But it literally, what wants to say about
Is there lots of weather information on there? The Himawari Weather Space Satellite, right? It's weather information, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's what it shows. Can we get weather information from the Earth?
As in, what do you mean?
And can we get weather information from the Earth? Let's say a weather balloon, or a weather station, or a weather radar.
Yeah.
No, so we can get that information from on the Earth. So why do we need a satellite?
Maybe it'll give you information that you wouldn't get on Earth.
Really? So show me the information that we wouldn't get. That it's explicit to the Himawari 8.
I can try and find that out for you.
Okay. The point to this, dude, is the weather information's just wrapped around a sphere. So we get the weather information from the terrestrial stuff that we've always got weather information from. And because the Earth is a sphere, we're going to map this information around a sphere. And then what we're going to do is we're going to show you this sphere with weather on it and tell you it comes from a satellite called Himawari 8.
Well, it helps meteorologists track cyclones, thunderstorms, typhoons, and wildfire smoke and ash plumes.
Okay, but we've been able to do that since we put things in low Earth orbit, haven't we? And even things just in the sky, we can track these things with radar.
Well, I can tell you what, they probably don't use radar, just radar.
Sorry, say that again?
Because a ground-based radar doesn't see more than...
It doesn't have to be ground-based radar. We have radars on aircraft.
Okay.
We can just get all of this information, dude. I'm just trying to point you to the magic trick. The only difference here is the magician's not telling you that magician.
Radars can't scan still that far as you're assuming.
Sorry, what did I say about assuming what?
Like aircraft radar scans are usually 30 to 60 kilometers ahead.
Okay, that's nice. Depends what aircraft it is and its altitude, and if it's specific to meteorological organisation or a commercial aircraft.
Okay.
We have
But-
weather aircrafts that circulate the British Isles. And I think there's about 7 of them or 8 of them. They pretty much take off and land like every 2 hours or so, and they pretty much just circle certain areas of the British Isles, and through their radar they give us weather reports.
It goes 24/7. So it doesn't
Sorry?
need, it goes for 24/7. So does it need to be like particularly manned or like fueled, obviously, or it's just 24/7 and it's a helpful tool in case like other things go out.
Okay, that's nice.
So why would they then put a globe when it literally tracks the weather? Like that wouldn't be of assistance if it wasn't a globe. And they put a flat Earth there instead, like because it monitors the weather across a globe, not flat Earth.
I'll be back later.
Who is T? He's gone. Damn.
Anybody else in here think they live on a spinning, wobbling ball in the infinite blackness of space? Or maybe anybody that wants to tell us how information came from nothing or an explosion created everything?
Here we go. TC Andre. Welcome. Or run away.
Jackson, you're unmuted. Are you trying to speak?
Oh shit! No. I'm very
No worries,
sorry.
ma'am. I just saw you lighting up. Thought I'd ask.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw How To Basics come in. Welcome. How to? Are you new to the topic or the server?
No, dude.
No, dude. Jackson, your mic is still open. Can you mute yourself while if you're not
You gotta mute yourself, man.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I recognize you. Jackson, mute yourself, please.
Okay.
Thank you. How to? Do you have any globe proof?
No, dude, I'm a flat earther, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I recognize you. I didn't realize. Yeah. Well, welcome back.
I've lost my proof, though, man.
Your brother?
I lost my proof. I can't find it.
You lost your proof. Okay. Well, that's common around here. You're not alone.
Oh, yeah, I sent it inside chat. Yeah, that's my proof.
I like it. Yeah, Matrix, you're right. Absolutely right. Just because the information comes from us, they don't care if it's true or not. But on a side note, to all the Americans, happy Independence Day. And, you know, this is a day that we all like, it's time to reflect. Independence from what? That's the question of the day. What were we freed of, or what did we become independent of, and what did we become dependent upon after that?
The system changing from one form to another.
Yep. Basically the same players with a different name. Playing the same games of control that they've always done for centuries. So the Globers were given a God, the heliocentric religion from the Big Bang creation story. And the authorities gave them this higher power or God of the spinning ball religion. And they tested it out. And guess what? The majority of people just accepted it. So when people ask, why would they lie? Why would you believe somebody that has given you zero proof or evidence of their entire creation story? You have a God, you have priest of your heliocentric religion, and you're kneeling at the pew, and most of you don't even read the scriptures, don't even know what the details are. So you have to come into a flat earth server, and us flat earthers have to teach you about your own religious beliefs. Isn't that amazing? What do you think about that? Questions? Comments? Anyone? Bueller?
Jackson, mute your mic back up.
Bueller? But anyway, I think my last statement brings up a really good question, and I think it's crucial for all of us to reflect on that. And the question is this: why is it that flat earthers know much, much more about the globe claim and all the claims? Why do we know more? Why do we have to educate Globers that come in here about their own globe claim, you know? Well, I'll tell you why. I'll just answer my own question. It's kind of this is all kind of a rhetorical statement anyway, which you probably gathered. The reason we know more about the globe claims is because we studied it. We looked into it. We got the data, the metrics, the dimensions. They gave us the size of this Earth, and all we had to do is go out and check for ourselves in nature. That's a key point. Not just thinking about something, not just drawing pictures or equations or formulas on a flat desk with flat paper on the horizontal plane. We didn't do just that. We went out and looked and checked for ourselves. So I was a little kid. Yes, I was a little space nerd. I loved space. I looked into it as a little child. I knew all the distances to the planets. I knew what size they were supposed to be. I knew even they claimed they knew what the masses were and what these things are made of. I looked into the night sky as a child and a young person. I go, wow, those twinkling lights are all these amazing things. They said they went to the moon. I saw it on TV. I thought, wow, that's incredible. Then years later, when I was drop kicked into flat Earth, and I landed in the lap of this server, and before that, some other live chats. That was ODD, was a predecessor of 24/7. And I would go to the live chats, and I would start talking to people. And they told me I could go out and check for myself. So I did that, and I found out that the water is indeed horizontal, just like I navigated as a young person, as a 21-year-old sailor on the open ocean, sailing thousands of miles away from home. And being the second in command, I was a navigator. Me and the skipper did the navigation ourselves for 6,000 miles. What an experience. And even though I was taking elevation angles from the horizon, I didn't realize until quite recently that all that navigation I did, I was working on a horizontal plane, even though the charts are flat, even though the line of the horizon is horizontal. We know all these things as sailors. So not until quite recently, 2017, when I found out that I could go out and check myself, and I checked myself, and I saw the water, and I measured distances to objects and shorelines that would not be visible because there would be a bulge of Earth in the way. There's no way around that. You can't weasel out of the geometric horizon. It has to be there. It's a requirement. It's mandatory for your globe. So if the geometric horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, and we know the horizon is an optical effect, it's not geometric. If it's not where it's supposed to be, Earth is not a globe. We measure this over and over and over again. So now I realize those twinkling lights in the sky are exactly that. And all that other bullshit that I was taught about them going to these fantastic places far, far away, getting signals from a billion miles away, like the Voyagers. What a joke. So when you go out and test the Earth itself, you find out that all that other stuff is plain rubbish. It was just a lie. And so you ask, why would they lie? Well, I said that before. Because you were given a God of their creation, their story, his story, not my story. Because your story is a mystery, so they tell you his story. So you got this. They gave you the God of their creation, heliocentrism. You just plain accepted it and didn't ask any more questions. Well, now's the time to start asking questions, and I end my tirade. Thanks for listening.
Who Drew? Welcome.
Anyway, good to see all of you in here. I'm just going to run down the chat, the panel real quick. Ben and Jen, I haven't seen you in here in a while. I've seen you on other channels, but welcome back. Kutuan is deaf muted. Crit, as usual. Crit's amazing. He's a character, all right. He's in more than one place at the same time. Incredible. We also got Daz. Great to see you. Evie Batman. Glad to see you in here. Finn Gracie, I think you're new. Welcome. I hope you learned something from the panel here and the information we have available on all of our channels. We have the Flat Earth 24/7, our home server. You can click on anyone's flat tag, and there's a link to our server. So Flat Earth Ranger, good to see you in here, man. Jamsey, good to see you. Jackson Jones, I don't know you yet, but I'm glad you're here. Jedi, always good to hear you. Good to see you over there in the UK. LT, I see you're a flat earther. Welcome. Mark. Yeah. Welcome, Mark. Matrix, as usual. Matrix is on the ball, man. I tell you what, don't mess with Matrix, man. He's going to twist you around in knots, so don't try. Don't try to bullshit. Yeah, don't try to bullshit. Don't try to bullshit Matrix. I'm just saying. And Midnight, welcome back. Good to see you. If you're a flat earther and you don't have the tag, go ahead and get the tag. It's helpful. Me go, we go. We got Mike there. Good to see you on here, Mike. Great keyboard player. Wow, fantastic. Quiet Noobs, good to see you. I'm Sunny on the Plane. And T-Dub, awesome. Good to see you. Down Under. Tony V. Ultimate FE Final Boss. Good to see all of you. Yep. We got a bomb crew here today.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
Season 9. You got that? It's actually, we're at season 9.5. We're already halfway through the 10th season. So, yeah. So, bring your globe proof. Hopefully, you've done a little research and hopefully, you've done better at that than Pasa Aussie. because he didn't bring anything to the table, which is, it's disappointing. All this time, how long have people said that Earth was a globe? I mean, they say thousands of years, but I doubt that. But let's just say 500 years. So they've had 500 years. Catch up, people. Try to catch up. Yeah. Anybody on YouTube, you're welcome to come into the chat. Thank you, Helio. It's always good to see you in the chat. I know you're quite busy, but you keep this thing running on YouTube. I think maybe you're still on Periscope, not sure, or Rumble, whatever platform. Helio's manning the station over there for YouTube. And if you want to come in, you're listening in YouTube, click the link that Nightbot has posted and come on in and we'll start a conversation. Happy 4th of July. Now everybody's quiet. Well, I guess you I guess if you're quiet, you haven't got bored of listening to Sonny on the plane yet. Okay, well, it kind of reminds me of the old days a few years ago. I would come on in the morning, and there would be hardly anybody on here on our home server. And I would just start rambling and talking, and sometimes play my guitar for a few minutes here and there, and talk about flat Earth. Talk about my experiences in this discovery. And, most of us are here because of the reasons I said before, because we actually went and checked the Earth. And we were probably well informed in what the globe claims are. So, we knew those things. And that's why we're actually flat earthers, because we knew about those things. And we learned what the size of Earth was, not to repeat myself, but we learned what the size was. We know that has certain consequences on the surface, so we could go out and look for drop over distance because, whether you believe it or not or know it or not, when you look outside and you look around you, you see flat horizons everywhere. So there's such a thing as a slope-intercept formula. And with a flat horizon, that means a zero slope. Well, a curved surface has to have a certain amount of slope. And what we found, that doesn't exist. And the Naval Academy here in the U.S. agrees with me. The horizon has zero slope. This is important for sailors, navigators, artillery people, people that shoot huge guns or missiles off of ships, like torpedoes, submarines, the whole deal. Uses the flat, stationary Earth aircraft. Why is that, you might ask? Why do all of these people that are actually practically using the surface, flying over it, or navigating on top of it, or underwater, why are they all using the Earth as flat and stationary as we actually observe it? The reason why? Because they have to. Yeah, they have to. Absolutely required. You can't be navigating using flat planes, horizons, and elevation angles if you're on top of the surface. If the Earth was actually curved underneath that straight line of the horizon, you would not be in the right location. I'll say this again. I say it all the time. a curved line and a straight line, put one on top of the other. They're different locations. On a ball, as soon as you move, you're angularly changing. Not only are you dropping in altitude or elevation as you move across the ball, you're actually changing in your angular disposition on the surface is changing as well on a ball. So if you take an elevation angle, then you travel for, let's say, even 2 hours or 3 hours at 6 knots, and you went 18 nautical miles, your first location, A, that elevation angle is completely useless now. So you can't tell me as a sailor and a navigator, oh, you could just use flat information and elevation angles, even though it's still a ball. Horse crap. Show me that. I want someone to come in and show me that. Show me step by step how you're using a flat plane in navigation, and then it's actually a curved surface underneath. That's wild. Anyway, I've gone on enough. I should let someone else speak for a while if they want. Good to see you, Jin. Saw you drop in. Good to see you again.
The Flather Sensei.
Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Hi, ohayo gozaimasu, minasan. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening. Jin CBR1 coming in loud and clear, I hope. And yes, Sonny, you hit the nails right on the heads there. Perfect. You know, drop over distance. We're not seeing it. So fantastic.
Yeah.
I was just watching the Apollo detectives, and they were dropping so many bombs against the NASA Apollo missions. Yeah, they've sunk it completely. You know, an interesting fact is like Elon Musk's super heavy rocket. It has got 33 engines on it. Yeah, and then versus the Apollo missions, which only had 5 engines. Okay, 5 engines versus 33 engines. And it's developing less thrust. Thrust. Yeah. The supposedly, we know they never went to the moon, but the Saturn V rocket, the Saturn V rocket with the F1 engines were developing 1.5 million pounds of thrust. 1.5 million pounds of thrust. And then you've got the Saturn Heavy, super heavy, 33 engines developing 400,000 pounds of thrust. 400. Wow. And Elon Musk says, yeah, but if I use this special fuel, I might get it up to 600,000. Still underperforming in today's modern technology. 1960s versus 2025. What a joke.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they don't go to space anyway. And when you see the images of the rocket going up, when it's in the sky, it's like the sky's moving and the rocket's just there. And then the exhaust plume seems to be CGI to me, you know. So the surroundings around the rocket's moving, but the rocket itself doesn't seem to be moving. It seems to be very cartoonish. You know, after takeoff and a few minutes have gone by, and then they show you the rocket in the sky, it just looks really very cartoon-ish to me. But yeah, interesting, yeah. Meant to be moving forward with technology, but Elon Musk is not even achieving 1960s level of performance. And the other thing they said, let's not forget that, you know, we don't know that that rocket was producing 1.5 million pounds of thrust, but there you are, you know. We know they didn't go. Both are lying, but it's just silly, isn't it? And the amount of money that Elon Musk is getting.
Did you say 33 engines on Elon's rocket?
Yeah, 33 engines, yeah.
Funny.
Illuminati confirmed. I mean, wow, 33. Like, you couldn't do like 34 or like 31. Like, what's up with the 33? Holy crap!
Yeah, that's right. 33 engines, right? Smaller engines, of course, than the Saturn V monsters, but they're developing less thrust and so much piping. You see, that it's an accident waiting to happen. You know, because you've got to connect all those rockets up, and they've all got to fire off in sequence, but then develop the power and then lift off, and it just doesn't work, does it? 33 engines.
And they never work. Like now, like they have yet to get. Unless I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure they have yet to get all of them firing. Like there's always some that fail.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just because it's stupid. It's not logical. Why would you have 33 engines versus 5 big monsters? I mean, come on,
it's
man.
like more points of failure. All they do is just adding in more and more points of failure.
Yeah. Unless that's some kind of whistleblowing or something. And then watching that same documentary, I might put it in here in a short while. I'll just give you a little bit of snippets. Right? They're talking about going to Mars now, and they're talking about the accommodation that they're going to have. The accommodation. Now the accommodation's got so many pieces of glass, and glass is not going to shield from radiation and cosmic rays. So the experts are saying that Elon Musk is only interested in the looks of the thing. It's got to look good. It's not fun. He's not thinking of functionality. The functionality of it all. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of astronauts, Don Pettit. I don't know if anybody's watched it. Probably have. Most of us in here. He did a TED talk on the rocket engine paradox.
Yeah.
And basically, what he's saying, and I'm not going to quote him exactly because it's been a while, but he's basically saying the amount of fuel that is needed, even if they were able to thrust off of nothing, which we know they're not doing, there's no thrusting off of zero atmo gases. You have to have gases to press upon that. The same thing with, it's like thermodynamics and entropy. It's the same types of information and these laws of gases. We know how they behave. They can't fool us anymore. But he's basically said that when you go, like, let's say you go 100 miles, to go 200 miles, it takes exponential amount of fuel. So can you imagine how much fuel, if they even were able to go to the moon? And we know they changed the size of the Atmo. They made it go out to the moon, basically because flat earthers, we caught on to them. So they said, they caught on to us, so we better change the size of the Atmo and make it go out to the moon so that we wouldn't be called out on not having anything to press upon with their rockets. But if they were to go 250,000 miles, they would need like a rocket that was carrying like 1,000 times more fuel than they actually carried.
Yeah,
something
that's
like
exactly what Stanley Kubrick let us hinted to in the movie The Shining, when you're looking at the lobby where the luggage that's at the lobby waiting to be taken up to the rooms could not have fitted in the Volkswagen Beetle, because the rear of the car is the engine and the front is the little hump, and then you've got 3 passengers, and all those suitcases could not have got in. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
oh my God.
Right.
I forgot all about that, and I didn't realize that. But thanks for bringing that up, and I'll have to.
Oh well, you brought it up. You jogged my memory. You see, because what Sonny's telling us about, ladies and gentlemen, is a great documentary called "The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation." That's what it's called, "The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation," and Don Pettit explains how if you increase the payload, you're going to need extra amounts of fuel. So in order to get to the moon, you have to reduce the payload to get there. And he stated that 95% of the rocket is fuel. So There's the problem right there. And then you got Scott Henderson of the Apollo detectives stating to us that the first stage of the rocket uses 80% of the fuel. First stage, and that's all gone in like two minutes and so seconds. You've lost 80% of your fuel because that's used up in the first stage. So that was a good thing you brought forward. I think, in fact, I might drop those videos in there now for you guys because they're really good. The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation, critiqued by Robert Pisano from the Planete Veritas channel. Great guy, Robert Pisano. Brilliant exposés he done. And then I'll put this other one from the Apollo detectives in there. Yeah, nice one, Sonny Jim.
Yeah, I'm actually looking up. I'm trying to find an image of that luggage scene from The Shining. I'm trying to. Find
yeah. You find it. Yeah, you'll see it. They're in the lobby, okay, and the luggage is all that luggage is there, and there was no way that amount of luggage could have got into the Volkswagen Beetle. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Reddit article. I'll post that. Somebody, they're busted.
Yeah, well done, Reddit.
Hilarious.
Well done,
man.
that guy.
Yeah, let's see. Find something else.
Yeah, so it is fascinating when you begin to unmask the Apollo missions and start to strip down the layers of the onion, you know? It's very interesting. It's informative. You are learning technical things and the impossibilities, you know? You're just learning how impossible it is to go there. Impossible. And then you're learning the techniques they use to deceive. So you feel like a detective. You do become like a detective. And if you're interested in that kind of field, and then you just want to keep pursuing, you know? Like a bloodhound, you know? You just want to keep going on. I started in 2001. Such is my interest with this stuff, yeah. Remember, they were talking about space in the 60s when I was born. So they were well underway. But yeah, fascinating stuff, fascinating.
Yeah, I went down a lot of rabbit holes before 2017. I mean, like I was into learning about like constitutional law and, you know, like there was a free man on the land.
Freeman on the land, yeah.
Yeah, I like looked into all of that, and I thought, you know, like I learned enough to be dangerous to myself because you're not going to get away with that shit because they don't care what you say. All they have to do is like flip a page in a book and find a number where you violated some kind of phony law, which pseudo laws, they're not even laws. They're corporate rules and regulations under a corporation. So they assumed you gave consent because you didn't come back when you were an adult and say, look, I'm an adult. I'm not ward of the state anymore, because when our parents gave us away, that's what we did. We were given to the state as property. So freedom from what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see, yeah, if you comply, then you are what's called giving them joiner. But if you don't acknowledge them and you burn the letters and throw them away or return to sender and things like that, then yeah, you know, that's what I did. So, you know, because I was definitely playing that game. I was playing that game without realizing what I was doing. You know, it was only when I came to Japan and then I started to look into the free man of the land that I realized that I'd been playing that game with that instinctively.
Yeah, unfortunately,
and I'm glad that I did.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's some areas, I believe from what I've learned, there's some areas, I don't know if I should even mention it. Well, I guess I can. Doesn't matter. But I'll just say the entities of government that are controlled by outside parties, like the Federal Reserve and the Social Security Act, which is under the Fed, they're exempt. So you can't You can't remove yourself from their system. They made it like that. So if you're under their system and you made any kind of consent along the way, like Social Security, there are certain acts and codes and things, and I won't get into it.
Yeah.
Like child support, you're never going to get out of that. You're never going to get out of it. It would cost thousands.
Yeah, but I wasn't relying on the system at all. So, I was really lucky in that sense. I wasn't tied up in any way in that fashion.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I could easily slip through like a bar of soap out of your hands, covered in oil.
Yeah. Yeah, they've stolen vehicles from me. And, I know this is off topic, and I don't want to get too far off topic before, we go back to Flat Earth. But they've stolen cars from me, and it used to be that if someone stole your horse, that was a capital offense.
Yeah, that's right.
But now the people in charge can steal your horse and tell you they have a number in a book that made it okay. Like, it's really wild, the world we live in now.
I agree. Yeah, and that really surprised me that you don't take the man's horse. You just don't take the man's horse, and you don't shoot the horse. That was the other thing that really impressed me.
Yeah. So they basically told me, we're stealing your horse, and you don't have the money to give it back, but we want you to go to work. Now that we stole your car, go to work without a vehicle and pay us.
Yeah.
Like, astonishing.
Yeah, so I've dropped the 2 videos that we were just talking about in the chat. Have a look at it, guys. Yeah, it's brilliant and very, very informative. The tyranny of the rocket equation under Planetae Veritas. You will see Denzel Washington's face there, but that's Robert Pisano. He's adopted that character. And he's done. He did a lot of exposés live streaming it. So we're listening to him on a hangout whilst he's telephoning like the deputy projects manager of the Hubble telescope, who's meant to be looking after the Hubble telescope, keeping an eye on it, making sure it's in the position. But he hadn't seen it in 25 years. This guy. His name was Mike Mitzlinski. Right, so in a 50-minute phone call, Mike Mitlinsky let slip that he hadn't set eyes on it in 25 years. How does he know it's up there then? It was good. Yeah, that was Robert Pisano. So if you go to his channel, you'll find that there. He was doing several courses, studies. And then he left the Flat Earth community just to carry on with his studies. And then he returned, and he was just a little bit concerned. When he was on the Discord, he was a little bit concerned that he wasn't putting out some good content, he felt, when we were on the Hangouts with him, on the live stream. And I said, no, you don't have to worry, because before you left us, you did all your best work, like Picasso at the beginning. So you don't have to worry now. And please don't take down that stuff, because that's for the people yet to come to fall onto this stuff. Yeah, I begged him not to take it down, and it's all still up. Luckily, he lost one channel, but he got it back, and yeah, I'm glad that all the material is still there. Robert Pisano, he really did well.
Yeah, I listened.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I listened to him when I was first getting into Flat Earth, and then he disappeared, and I didn't know he was back. It's good to know.
Oh yeah, he's been back for a long while, but he's not actually, he hasn't done anything in the last, throughout the lockdowns. He didn't do anything, you see. Okay, so he's not really doing much now, but he did return for a short while, and then the lockdowns kicked in. You see, then he stopped again. But he was concerned that he wasn't he kept apologizing for not bringing out more content. But I said, he couldn't really top what he'd done already. He couldn't do it. You're asking for blood there, man, because you couldn't. You've done your best work. Consider yourself like a Picasso and just enjoy the ride now, and leave your material for others to come into it and enjoy and learn, because he was working with Quantum Erasure as well for a while. They were a great duo, the pair of them, man. The very beginning, 2015, 16, 17, they were good. They were good, man.
Yeah.
The one thing that might put people off is his F-bombs, because he drops a lot of F-bombs, and he's not shy with that. But outside of that, it's just top-notch quality facts and information. Top-notch. Documents, you see him researching the documents, he shows you the documents, you can download them yourself. So he's showing you all the source, everything's source-based. He was like that.
Exactly. I've even got like the one thing I really loved is he did a video for like the first 5 minutes. There's these women singing on it, and he would do that a lot. He would go like 3 or 4 minutes before even speaking. That was
That's
interesting.
right.
But the one where he shows horizontal flights across the entire U.S. And I have a screenshot of that video still, and I use it quite a bit because it's a side view. It shows where the aircraft go up to level flight, and then they fly in level flight horizontally, completely across the entire country, across the entire U.S.
Yeah.
Flat horizontal flights. It's a side view. So there's no fooling around. And I also liked another thing Robert Brisamo did is when he was doing the study of the balloons and what their names are and the equipment that are on each balloon was correlated to the exact name and equipment that was on satellites. So every satellite program, almost, he did the whole list, like dozens and dozens and dozens of them, satellites, the names, and side by side with the balloon program that matched the satellite.
Yeah, he also what did he do with the balloons? Yeah, I've forgotten now. I was just going to make a point about what he did with the balloons and that. Oh, damn. Yeah, I've lost it. It'll come back later, but yeah, with those balloons. Yeah, he spoke to the pilots who would be retrieving the balloons at night, right? Especially when they're coming down now, they've expired, and the pilots have these little hooks as they fly by, and they catch it as it's dropping and bring the whole thing back to base. He spoke to those guys, Robert Passano, and we followed that through. Yeah,
so I thought. Sorry, man, didn't mean to.
No, you go ahead, John. Sonny, you go ahead, mate.
Yeah, it's all right. Just real quick, because I posted a few things, and I think it's a good timeline if you go through, or a sequence of different images. So at 55, there's the luggage that was in The Shining, and there's the luggage compartment in the Volkswagen.
There you are. See?
Yeah, and then I posted the lunar ascent module. The interior look shows everything they have on the inside of the lunar. The LEM, the Lunar Escape Module. And then the next one has the outside of it with different things like the engines, the engine mount, the aft interstage fittings, the fuel tanks, the landing radar electronics, the SLA adapter, whatever that is, the tanks for oxidizer, helium tanks, all this stuff. And I asked a question down below it. Where the heck is the rover?
There you are.
Yeah. So it goes right with the Volkswagen with the luggage. Where's the rover? Like, they have no room for the rover.
Yeah, no room for the rover. I remembered what I was going to say about Robert Bassano, and that was... Oh, hang on a minute. Have I got it? Hang on a minute. You know when it's just on the tip of your tongue, and I've forgotten it again. Hang on a minute. I had it whilst you were talking, and then it's gone. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, he covered it. Oh, that was it. I've got it back now. Now I remember. It's just a point of that the heaviest payload shipped out to space should have been in the Guinness Book of Records, and that would have been the parts to the ISS, but they're not in the Guinness Book of Records. And he's showing us how other things that are of less weight, dealing with NASA, are on the records, but the actual ISS, or was it the Hubble, I think? Maybe the Hubble, that was it, yeah, the Hubble wasn't in the Guinness Book of Records as the heaviest payload shipped out to space, because it was, but it wasn't officially in the Guinness Book of Records. And he highlighted that.
Sonny, there wasn't a lunar rover on the Apollo 11 mission, which is
no, not on the Apollo 11 mission. That's correct. Yeah, I think they came in on the 15th mission. I think 15, 16, and 17.
So it's not the same lunar escape module.
You know, they didn't have one on Apollo 11. No, it was that was the first mission. You see, so they were just walking around on the lunar surface. But what you will notice though is that Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, when they were on the surface, they didn't mention the Earth. Look at the Earth, sort of thing. They didn't say that, or doesn't the Earth look magnificent? Get a picture of me with the Earth in there. That language wasn't mentioned, which I agree with David Percy, who is an award-winning film producer and a member of the Royal Society of Photographers in Britain. He said that was a form of whistleblowing, because what are the odds that you're going to go to the moon, the furthest place you've ever been, another celestial, body, and you're not going to mention where you've come from? You know. So he likened it to an attempt at whistleblowing. But it is strange to go such 3 days, risking your life and limb, and you don't mention the fact that you know the Earth, where you came from. You look in the transcripts, and there isn't a photograph of Neil Armstrong as a portrait shot, posing portrait shot. There isn't any. There is one of Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon, and he's to the right of the shot, right in the corner, with his back to us, doing something. Okay, that was taken not by Buzz Aldrin, but by the LEM. The LEM took that shot. It was a video shot. So you go.
They did mention where they came from. They said, "Here, men from planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. We came in peace for all mankind." So it says, "Men from the planet Earth."
We're talking about Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin when they're on the lunar surface live, doing whatever they're doing. They don't say, "Look at the Earth. Doesn't the Earth look magnificent?" Those words were not uttered by Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, I'm talking about they did say they were from Earth though, on the platform.
Not Buzz Aldrin, not Neil Armstrong. They didn't utter those words on the lunar surface.
Well, yeah, they were talking to Houston. They're not going to say, "Hey, Houston, we're from Earth." Also, Buzz Aldrin didn't say, "Hey, Houston, my name is Buzz."
Well, of course not. Why would they say that? The point is, look at the Earth. The Earth looks magnificent. Did you see stars? Didn't see the stars.
Yeah, it was daytime.
Oh, really? When it's daytime, when it's nighttime. Yeah, really.
You see stars at night.
It's a cop out. You're giving me cop out and very weak answers, man. Very weak.
Really?
Sorry.
It's weak to say that you only see stars at night?
They're on the lunar surface. They're on the lunar surface. They're not on Earth. They're on the lunar surface.
They were on the daytime side of the lunar surface the whole time.
They would have been closer to the stars than anyone else has ever been. So there's no blue sky. You're being silly now.
No, I'm not. I'm saying they were on the daytime side of the moon the entire trip.
They still would have seen stars. Doesn't matter. They would have seen stars. Yeah, that's just ridiculous to not be able to see stars, man.
You wouldn't be able to see stars on the moon. It's too bright.
Yes, you would.
He's saying the same reason you wouldn't see it on Earth during the day. It's the the same reason you can't really see on the moon.
Unfortunately, that's
You
not
could, like, if you had the
acceptable.
right like cameras or
No,
something, but with
sorry,
like your
mate,
naked
no.
eye, you can't.
That's not going to work, sir.
What do you mean
Sorry.
not going to work?
You're on the
Okay,
lunar
it's just you're
surface.
arguing with science
You're
right
on the
now.
lunar surface, ladies and gentlemen, right? And you're looking at Earth, and you're not going to see the stars surrounding Earth.
Well, I don't think they were looking at Earth.
Absolutely
I think they were looking at the
an
moon.
outrageous statement. What an
It's
outrageous
perfectly
statement to
reasonable.
make.
He said it's not going
Totally
to work, but it does
outrageous
work.
statement. I'm sorry. You know why? Because even Sir Patrick Moore, at the time, he wasn't a Sir Patrick. Sir Patrick Moore, Britain's #1 astronomer, stated, "Could you see the stars?" Now, why would he ask that question if it wasn't possible to see it? Listen, sir, you know, you're out of your league here. You may just park up and just learn. You're out of your league.
That's not true.
I
I'm
kid
not out
you
of my
not.
league. I'm very smart.
No, you're not. You're not very
What are you
smart.
talking about?
You're not very smart at all. You're coming
Yes, I am.
across like a wally. You've got the astronomers asking the astronauts, "Did you see the stars?" Right? Because they know
No,
they
no,
would have.
you won.
Hey,
One
you're not
astronomer.
listening at all.
Let's not
You're
lie.
not listening at all again.
You quoted
Because
one
they're
guy.
on the lunar surface.
Ask
That
the
means
question.
they're not in Earth's atmosphere now. So the atmosphere is gone. So that means visibility to the stars is going to be clear. They're going to be the best. And it's funny how, who was it? I think it was Michael Collins who wrote a book later on saying how lovely the stars looked after he said he didn't see the stars. Okay? He doesn't.
So Michael Collins?
I'll quote you. Patrick Moore speaking to Neil Armstrong. Could you see the stars or the corona from the lunar surface? Words to that effect. Neil Armstrong goes, "Well, we couldn't see the stars of the corona without the optics." I don't remember what constellations were there at the time. And then Michael Collins says, "I don't remember seeing any." And then to that, Neil Armstrong looks at him and says, "Shut your fucking mouth, you cunt! You've just grassed us up." And then he's looking back at the camera.
Is that exactly what happens?
That's
Show me the
exactly
video.
what happens. You see.
Give me this video. Because
Oh,
I
you can look it
guarantee
up
you
for
that's
yourself.
not
You
what
can look.
happens.
I haven't got that one to hand just yet. So you may need to. You can get it. It's the press conference. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, post-mission press conference, and it will come up. Okay.
And what did you say Neil Armstrong said to Michael Collins?
What do you? Why are you asking? You said you guarantee what he actually said, when you haven't seen it.
Yeah. So you can.
Because it seems like he's violently paraphrasing what was actually said.
Yeah. I'm trying to give it to you word for word, verbatim. I might
Okay,
get one
so
or
give
two
it to me verbatim
from there.
then. Don't just make shit up.
I'm trying to hang on. I'm trying to give you. If I've made one or two errors, you can forgive me for that. But the integrity,
probably not, actually.
hang on a minute.
Probably
The
already
integrity of the
guaranteed what was done.
situation I've captured, and that is they couldn't see the stars, right? But the stars were there to be visible. That's why the astronomer, Sir Patrick Moore, he wasn't Sir at the time. He asked that question because everybody asked that question because it would have been possible to see the stars. So the idea, because you're on the daytime of the moon, it's crap. That's the brown stuff, ladies and gentlemen. They're swimming in the brown stuff. No wonder they can't think straight. So yeah, I love this topic matter. By the way, remember I'm coming with 21 years, more than that. Sorry, wait a minute, 2001. We've got 24 years. 24-year research I'm coming in. You know?
Chad, I just want to highlight this pre-Google vocalization syndrome. I haven't seen the video, but I can guarantee what was
Creation
said.
Bear, do you know how to listen when people talk? Because I never said I know what was said. I'm saying that I know for a fact that this guy is lying or paraphrasing about what was said. Specifically,
I'm not lying at all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not lying.
Oh, can't be fucking reasoned with.
I'm not lying at all.
You guys always do this pre-Google vocalization.
No. Did you listen to what I said, or are you just assuming things? Because I never said I know what was said. I'm saying I guarantee, especially the latter part where he said like Buzz Aldrin looked at him and wanted to hit him, or something weird like that. I don't know what he said exactly.
I said that Neil Armstrong looked at Michael Collins in a as if this, looked at him as if in surprise. because he shouldn't have said anything. He's not to. Michael Collins wasn't to say
That's
anything
the part
at all.
I have a problem with. He does not know that for a fact.
No, you
Oh,
do.
he does.
You
He
guarantee
does.
it,
Michael
right?
Collins said.
I
that
guarantee that this guy is wrong about like his
I'm not wrong at
interpretation
all.
of the
I
video.
guarantee
Yes.
you're a NASA lover, and you don't like the way we're
Well, because he's a
critiquing it.
flat earther, so you guys have like a
Well, of
habit
course
of
we're the
just having
champions.
stupid
This is another
opinions.
syndrome. This is another syndrome. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Just
Well, isn't that it's kind of how it works. It's not my fault. Statistics speak for themselves.
It's not why it works at all. It's an embarrassment for
I
the
don't know,
globers
man.
because they can't prove their globe. They've had a
Hey, man,
10-year
like
defeat.
90% of flat earthers I talk to don't know what they're talking about. So
and now they're
it'd be
embarrassed.
reasonable
10
to
years
believe
of
it
a
at some
loss.
point.
Who wouldn't be upset and
Take a breath,
emotionally
man.
distraught? Distraught he is. Yeah. You're distraught, sir.
The syndrome is so bad. I've literally said 2 + 2 is 4, and we've had guys like you say, "Well,
Is that what happened though?
might not be
That's not what happened.
true."
That's not what just happened at all.
No,
It
this
is what happened.
This
You're
is the
distraught,
syndrome.
sir.
No.
Jen.
You
No,
are, sir. You're distraught.
If you said 2 + 2 is 4, I wouldn't say that you're wrong because you're a flat
No, but
earther.
look,
I'd be
look.
like
You're
2
not
+ 2
wrong
is
at
4.
all.
No.
You're not
I
wrong.
can never
That's
be
what I'm
wrong
saying.
with the flat earth
Jen,
stuff.
dude. All right.
So you're kind of like lying, saying that like I did do that when I didn't do that.
I didn't. You're bad listening. I'm saying you guys have the syndrome where it doesn't matter what a
Yes.
flat earther says, you're just going to go against it because of.
Well, that's not true at all.
You just did. You just said just because he's a
No,
flat
I'm
earther.
saying it would reason to
already
believe
said
that you guys are wrong about it. I'm not. It's not
We're not
just
wrong.
because you're a flat earther.
Bro.
Yeah. And anyway,
If you
ladies
said
and gentlemen,
something that could be backed up, then I wouldn't disagree with you. The problem is when you just speak out your ass.
That's you. When you guarantee what was said when you haven't seen the video.
No, I said I guarantee. Oh, why did he get muted?
Incredible. So is that the video in the chat? You want to go watch it? Oh, he's deafened. All right, maybe he'll watch it. But yeah, Chad, I just want to highlight the this is a severe syndrome that these guys have. He's like, well, I haven't seen the video, but I'll guarantee what was said in it. It's a really bad syndrome, bro. This has actually happened though, too, by the way, where you say, hey, 2 + 2 is 4, and they somehow find a way to argue against you.
Well, and you're right. Jin described the video very accurately, and he's saying no, that's not true. Just because Flat Earther said it.
And he's never seen it too. And the fact he's like, no, I'll guarantee. Like, all right, let's, maybe we should pull it up because I just kind of want to point and laugh at this guy.
Yeah. Pull it up anyway. I'm here. I'm a big man. My chest is bigger than Macy's. I can take it. I don't do embarrassment, ladies and gentlemen. Even if I make a mistake, I'm still coming at you. And I did put the disclaimer, words to that effect is what I use. So I may have not got the words exactly right, but the integrity of the situation I've captured exactly. So he wasn't on the lunar surface anyway, but he still should have been able to see the stars from his lunar command module whilst he was orbiting the moon, if he was up there. And then he made a statement that he doesn't remember seeing any. And then a few years down the line, he wrote a book saying how marvelous the stars were. So, we know they didn't go there. Caught with his pants down. That's what I mean. That's why they get distraught, ladies and gentlemen, because we expose their bums and they get smacked on their bottoms. And they don't like that. They don't like us seeing the skid mark in their pants, where they haven't wiped their bum properly. So they're heavily embarrassed. Yeah. That's why they get distraught, you see. It's a full expose.
Nor embarrassed.
Full expose, ladies and gentlemen. Full.
Oh, Matthew, that was really cute. You're like, I am smart. That was cute.
Yeah. So if you look in the chat, I've posted some videos there. Very interesting ones. The one with the Robert Persano and the balloon. It's all good. Very, very informative. It's all like, if you haven't seen it, it's a good material to catch up with. Brings you up to speed very quickly of what's gone on that you've missed. Whatever I post, will not be a waste of your time. As time is precious, I'm the man that believed for 48
Well,
years.
it actually was.
Well, you're a glober, so there you are. Anything we give you.
Because, like, again, I turned out to be right. Turns out you were just being schizophrenic. There's really nothing in that video that, like, can point you to the direction of Buzz Aldrin or whoever was pissed off.
Which video?
at Michael Collins.
Could you tell us?
This
video,
man.
I looked at the full like press conference, but then I skimmed through it to find that specific Yes, but obviously I skimmed through to find the specific clip, of which I found very easily when they're asking about the stars. I don't need to watch the full 10 hours to find the part where the guy asks if you could see the solar, whatever the fuck you called it.
Okay, what?
The corona.
Yeah, corona. Yeah.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, when you watch that documentary, and what it documents the dejection from Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins, very nervous, and it's all there. You see the body language. It's as if they don't want to be asked questions because they're having to lie now for the rest of their lives.
Sure. You're quite literally just asserting things. These are
it's a fact, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't go to the moon, so you can deduce from the fact that they didn't go to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. You can deduce how,
ladies and gentlemen, who the fuck are you talking to?
When you are forced to lie for the rest of your life, that you went to the moon when you never went, you never left the Earth, and now you're getting all this accolade for something you never did. And if you're a man of honor and integrity, it's not good to
you're just asserting things based on your preconceived notions.
And that body language,
how that works.
The body language of all three astronauts, the body language of all three astronauts speaks tremendous volumes. It will deafen and blow your eardrums.
Are you a psychologist, psychiatrist? Do you have
I don't have to be a psychologist to understand psychology, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to be qualified.
To have an opinion on this and be considered an expert and have your opinion taken seriously.
I know that you're distraught.
I'm not distraught. I'm not.
You're distraught.
You're yelling.
Nothing. Okay.
Buddy, you're yelling. I'm trying to have a normal conversation with you.
Can you give us a timestamp from the video?
Yeah. 48:45.
So you don't need a qualification in psychology, ladies and gentlemen, to know psychology. Okay. Thank you. I brought up 4 boys on this earth. 4 boys.
But you do. Because you're making a claim that their body language means. Okay, but like you have to have a source for this. Otherwise, you're just speaking out your ass.
The source is the video that I've given to you.
No. Yes. I see the video. Let's just agree to disagree on that. Okay, I'll just humor you for a second on that part. But you're saying that their body language speaks volumes and like proves that they're lying. What exactly?
It certainly does.
Where do you,
ladies and gentlemen, when you see Buzz Aldrin, right? He's wearing a sky blue suit. He's the coolest looking guy in the clothes there. His suit is a sky blue suit, right? And he's frowning and looking down. Okay, he's not happy to be there. Okay, right. Neil Armstrong.
What's the timestamp?
Looking and feeling and consoling himself.
25.
I'm going to have to lie for the rest of my life. You know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to show you the pictures of all these individuals because I've got
48:11. 40. I'll just give you this.
Okay, I've got snapshots of them. Beautiful snapshots of these characters that we're talking about, and also a bonus: James Webb, who retired from the from NASA a couple of weeks before.
Still not hearing any like expert psychologist opinion, just a dude screaming.
I'm giving it to you straight, mate.
Yeah, but like you're not an expert in this field, so how can I take what you say seriously? Like if you were to come in here and say that like they got like renowned psychologists to like weigh in on this, then that would mean something. But it doesn't mean anything. We're just yelling.
That's going to run him over now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got an image of James Webb. And when you look at him, you can see that face is telling you, I am fed up of lying to the public. I'm not going to lie anymore.
Yeah, you're asserting things again.
Retiring from NASA 2 weeks before they go to the moon. Now, what man is going to retire from a project that you took from when JFK was alive? And you promised that you're going to get them to the moon. And then 2 weeks before they go, you retire. Because he knew they weren't going to go. That was James Webb. I'm going to post the image shortly.
That's literally just conspiracy, like assumptions. It's
No,
just
it's not.
insane.
It's not an assumption at all. It's a fact.
It is.
You can see it.
Okay.
We know that.
Do you? Okay. Maybe you just start from square
I
one.
don't believe in anything. Don't believe in anything.
Maybe we start from square one. Okay. We might be able to get somewhere with this conversation. What do you think makes something a fact? Define fact for me.
I'm not going to define that for you at all. I don't have to do that. Don't worry. I know what it is. If you don't know, look it up in the dictionary.
I know what it is. I'm just trying to make sure.
Look it up in the dictionary. That's all you need to do.
Okay, I'm just really worried that, like, when I read out the definition to you, it's not going to fit your narrative.
Unfortunately, it might be a fraudulent document, but you go ahead and read it. Let's go. You do that if you need to do that. You do that. I don't need to do that.
It seems like you do, though.
No, I don't, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the YouTube live stream, Rumble, Ruskin. Hello, good afternoon, morning, good evening.
Not even 12. I'm pretty sure it's like 4 of them.
Who needs to tell you what a fact means? Do I sound like that guy? Thank you.
Buddy, you have like 2 people in chat. There are 2 people in your chat right now.
It doesn't matter.
One of them is me.
Those 2 people have the potential to send a message out, and 2 million people could get it. So thank you for the 2 of you.
2 million?
Thank you.
Delusional much. Damn.
Yeah. You're a nothing on this place.
Okay, are you ready for the definition?
That is in CBR1, mate.
Are you ready for the definition of fact, or are you still yelling?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. A thing that is known or proved to be true, or information used as evidence or as part of a report or news article, or the truth about events as opposed to interpretation. Now, you're wrong on all 3 definitions, which is
I'm not wrong at all.
Impressive. No, because you don't have any evidence.
I'm going to present you this evidence very shortly. So you're going to be seeing evidence.
Okay, so you agree with me that what you said earlier wasn't evidence, right?
I'm not going to agree. Why would I agree with you? I don't live that way. Everybody has the right to have their own standards, okay? And
but like if we're trying to have a normal conversation, we end up just talking past each other if we don't agree on something.
That's what we are already talking past. Hang on, we are already talking past.
So like everybody else here is able to take the grift seriously, but it seems like you're a little new here.
We are
you
already
kind of have to blend in a little bit.
Yes, but
like if you want to be taken seriously of this like whole thing y'all got going on in your hobby,
and you're not living on a spinning ball. So
be on the same page with everybody else
already.
Well, you've been talking past me since like you started talking.
I'm sorry, sir. You've got it all wrong again. You're losing again, and you're losing again and again and again. You're a loser. You're not winning here today. So you best just know your place.
That's
you're not winning here.
Statement, my guy.
You're not winning here. They didn't go to the moon, and I'm about to post images to that fact that the body language speaks a lot. You know when a person is angry. You know when a person is happy.
No. I'm not disagreeing on that.
Hungry. You know when a person's hurt themselves. You know the body language. It's all there. It's all in the body language, ladies and gentlemen, because we use that as a form of communication. Okay? So you don't have to be a psychiatrist to know that.
You understand that it's not always
again.
Like,
you're
for
losing
example,
again, sir. I've just drowned you with my facts.
Yeah, I'm drowning in facts right now. You got me. I just have one quick question, right? Like if I were to bump my knee, if I were to bump my knee right. If I were to like bump my knee right now, do you think it'd be possible for me to hide the fact that like I'm in pain? Like, do you think I could like?
Ladies and gentlemen, it would depend on the severity of the impact on the knee.
I mean, that's a good cop-out answer, but basically it was more of a yes or no question.
That is the correct answer to a hypothetical situation that he gave. The perfect textbook's answer. It would obviously depend on the impact to the knee. If it's a slight one, you can easily hide it. If it's a big one, I'm going to notice it because your body language is going to register. You're going to
do you know my pain? Do you know my pain tolerance?
Hang on, if I can see you, your body's going to flow, and suddenly it's going to a little hiccup there where you banged your knee. I'm going to notice that. Then if I keep watching you, your pace has changed slightly, so we can see through your body language. Okay, it would depend on the impact to the knee.
My point I was trying to get at is that it is possible to hide how you actually feel about things. Because
ladies and gentlemen, the moon landing individuals, the astronauts couldn't hide their feelings. They couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, Jin kind of has a point.
Well,
here,
if you truly believe NASA's like manipulative, like as manipulative as they are, and they're all lying to you to get you to like believe some narrative, wouldn't it make more sense to train them to like give off this sort of body language?
No, that's a cop out answer
Kind of
that
throw you
you're
off.
giving. That's a cop out answer
No,
you're giving. Because remember
Yes.
this, ladies and gentlemen, the astronauts who never went to the
stupid,
moon.
but I'm just trying to meet him at his level. I can't have a normal conversation with him.
You don't seem to understand the ramifications of that action of not going to the moon and the implications that they've got to lie for the rest of their lives. That's what they've got to do. They have become liars now.
You just
what kind
are
of tinfoil hat
assuming.
theory is that, though?
That's not an assumption. It's a fact.
Are you asking me about tinfoil hat theories?
Act nervous to be more believable? That sounds ridiculous.
Tell him again,
right.
please.
You're right. That does sound crazy.
That's
your
my
idea, though. No. I was presenting as a hypothetical, trying to meet you on your level.
That's not our level.
Because everybody here thinks that like NASA's like some sort of like huge manipulative like pyramid scheme or whatever, lying to you about a bunch of shit. So like if they if they really were that crazy and manipulative, wouldn't it stand to reason from your frame of logic that they would PR train these people to look like they're nervous about it and that they might be lying?
Oh, that's so backwards. No,
because maybe I don't know. Who knows? I'm not the one that thinks the world's out to get me. So
we don't think that either, dude. I think most people are just like you, where they just believe in stuff. I don't think there's like all these people working behind the scenes to manipulate everybody. I think there's just most people are regular people. You know, like
No,
if you've ever had a job before. I'm
not saying that like the people on the ground are the ones manipulating. I'm saying like the government and NASA.
But that's not a whole entity. Like there's just individuals who may or may not know. I would say most people probably don't know. Like if you've ever had a job, right? Like you don't know what your boss's emails look like, and then he doesn't know what his boss's emails look like, etc. You just do your little job. You don't have to be in the know.
Yeah, what is your point? I never disagreed with that. That was never an argument.
Or just saying like, oh, they're NASA's this manipulative. Everybody in there must be behind the scenes and trained PR people to like act nervous to be more believable. That was really funny. I've never heard that somebody like try to rationalize it like that.
No, I'm not trying to rationalize it.
I think they were being authentic. Like they knew they're capping. I don't want to go too far into this because we're so far into the weeds. But what I see is what Jin sees is like.
Okay, but that's still an assertion.
They're being. Well, let me finish. They're just like on this press conference. There are people asking them sincere questions, and they're like trying to like not cap in front of everybody. But it's clear to me that they are. Like when he's like, I don't remember what stars we could see. He looks over like, yeah, no, we didn't see any, bro. Don't say that.
It's okay. That you're paraphrasing again.
No, but
because that's not what we said
in the chat. You typed it in the chat as well.
Yeah, no. I gave you the link, but like he didn't say like we didn't see anything. It's just the one dude was like, I don't remember seeing anything, and that's a nothing statement. That doesn't mean really anything.
Honest. That sounds
no. It just feels like you're assuming things based on your preconceived like idea that like the Earth is flat or whatever. Because like you could also jump to the very reasonable conclusion that like these are just scientists, and if you've met any fucking scientist, especially without any PR training, they're awkward as shit. Like you meet any nerd in high school, they don't know how to talk to people. So of course, if you put them in front of like 50 some interviewers, lights flashing at them or whatever. Well, they didn't have. I don't think they had flash photography back then. But my point still stands.
You're kind of rationalizing it though.
It's not. No, it's just kind of. I can go down the same rabbit hole as you two went and just say it's like common sense, and you can just tell that like these are just nerds with no social skills.
I think you're rationalizing it to make it sound better. I think what Jin's saying sounds way more.
Yes, because of your preconceived belief. Yes, of course, it's going to sound better to you because you think they're lying about it. I don't think they're lying or telling the truth. I don't know either way. But I'm trying to be reasonable about it and come to a reasonable conclusion that like maybe it's because these guys are fucking nerds and don't know how to talk to people.
I don't think that's the case. But if you and I went to space, bro.
Yeah, cool. It's just assertion versus assertion at this point. Right, so it's pointless.
Okay, so if you and I went to space, you really think you wouldn't remember seeing stars? Like, what the fuck? That's one of the most magical things you could probably do in life is go to outer space if that was even real. And you're going to come back and be like, I don't remember.
Like that sounds ridiculous. I wouldn't buy that for half a second. That's the thing. That's part of this whole presentation is like, if you go and do something amazing, you had an amazing dream, amazing something like some birthday, like something that was amazing. You're gonna come back and be ecstatic about it. Wow! Oh, you're not gonna be able to shut up about it. There's been many things in my life where I was like that, and I wouldn't be like, I don't remember.
I can
Like,
see
that's
your point,
ridiculous.
kinda. But the issue is that like the whole point of this was to like get on the moon. The stars were like an auxiliary thing that like wasn't like kind of the whole purpose of why they were there. Not to mention,
What?
this is like
You went to space.
this dude's like the third in command. So I don't really think he's the one in charge and the one using the optics thing, because I think it was the dude in the middle. I don't remember which one that is, but dude in the middle was the one that said he was using the optics to look at the stars. That doesn't mean all of them were like taking turns with their special binoculars or whatever to look at stars, because they were there to like collect samples of the moon and shit or whatever. The stars weren't that important. Yeah, it probably would have been cool to see. Like they couldn't see it with their naked eye.
Possibly see is like you go to
What?
space,
They couldn't.
that would be freaking gorgeous if that was even
What?
real. Like,
Hold on, you got like super quiet. I need you to start over.
I'm just saying, like that would be one of the most magical things you could possibly do in life is go to space. You mean to tell me you'd be like, well, we didn't really look around. We didn't see.
No, they looked with their naked eye. Promise you, they couldn't see it without the optic.
Yeah,
What
who
optic?
says they have their eyes? They were there. They couldn't just look up.
Balls Aldrin said that like it was. Where the
What
fuck is it?
optic?
It's literally.
Okay.
He didn't mention by name.
Show us an image of anyone
Like
that's on the moon.
literally
using the optics.
in the transcript that someone posted
for a
without.
second.
Yeah, I know, I saw that, but like,
show us the fucking show us the fucking image of any one of them that are on there using optics to look up at the sky. Show that.
Does that even make sense though? Like, well, I look up and I don't see stars, but I grab an optic and now I see stars. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Well, I'm not an expert, but I argue it's on the same kind of level, just the way like night vision works. There are things that you can wear that change how you like perceive things. They have, like, granted, the technology wasn't there back then, but like we have colorblind glasses now. Like there are ways where you can change what you perceive with your eyes. That's just how that works.
But I don't. What's this idea that you can't see stars from space? Like that? That's something you stand on.
It's not from space. It's from the moon, because of the surface of the moon reflecting off the sun, reflecting off of it, and it's during the daylight cycle specifically. That like it creates, for lack of a better word, light pollution to where you can't see it.
But I think Jin had a good point here when he said there's no atmosphere on the moon. Like at night.
Yeah, but the atmosphere isn't what blocks it. It's the brightness.
I don't know. We're so far in the weeds. It's just arguing globe lore at this point. I don't even think the moon is like this at all. I don't. Obviously, outer space isn't even real. So like, we're just entertaining trash right now. But
yeah, sure. It's like we start to get into the point that like you guys like can't really argue against or like prove anything. You can't hold your own in it. Is when you're like, okay, let's just get back to get a tape measure out to this sea, because like the existence of all these other things is what proves like the Earth being the shape it is.
No, bro, hold on a second, because it's not exclusive to flat earthers not believing in the moon landing. There's a lot of people who are,
I know, but
and they think the moon landing is
in the context is why.
So it's not exclusive to our group of people.
I never said it was exclusive, but like we are in the flat Earth room, so it's like in which the context. It makes sense that you guys would be like, let's just talk about something else now.
It's not just talk about something else. It's the fact that outer space isn't real. We can debunk that easily. We can prove that.
No, you can't.
Is not real. Yes, yes, we have. You've been here.
No, okay, whatever.
You could probably tell me what the argument.
As you said, we're getting into the weeds, so I don't really give a shit. It's impossible to reason with half of you. You seem to be somewhat normal.
Unreasonable, bro. We just went through your whole thing with you. But you could probably tell me.
No, it was not we. It was just you. You were the one who managed to like actually carry normal conversation.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, gas pressure. You know the argument, so that's not unreasonable.
Which has been since debunked, and you guys just keep parroting
it. Been debunked. That's not possible. You can't debunk entropy. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
You can't debunk the second law of thermodynamics, bro. You can't debunk the fact that you're
No. Of course, you can't debunk like laws and shit, but like you can debunk like someone's like, you know, logic like
made anything up.
Logic tree. You guys go down.
Okay, I'd love to see you try, but it's not possible. You can't debunk this idea that you have to have a container for gas pressure. That's not. No one's got around.
I'm not. No one's saying that you have to. That's what's being debunked.
That you just said it was debunked. What?
Yeah, and as I elaborate it further,
you said our logic tree
demonstrates that he doesn't know what entropy is. He didn't know what you were talking about, CB.
That's not our logic tree, though. Entropy is not our logic tree. It's just the fact that if you're gonna
it's just you guys somehow like use the right equation and come up with the wrong answer.
It's not. That's not.
That's my point.
That's not what we're doing, man.
Like no one's arguing 2 + 2 is 4, but like you guys put it together and somehow come up with. I don't even know how to explain it. It just it doesn't make sense how you guys like think sometimes.
No, it's very simple. Gas pressure requires container. That's not like some made up crazy theory. It's just every single example that you go to where you're involving gas pressure, it's also going to involve a container. Every single one. But then for you guys, you go, well, you don't need it. Well, okay, well, let's see an example. You don't have any examples. There's no reason to think you wouldn't need a container when every single example involves a container. So there's no debunking that. And so if that's the case, we're inside of a container. There's no going to space. It's super easy, bro. It's not that hard. The only thing I've ever seen globally.
Does the container have to be solid?
No, look, see, we can get into this. We can get into this.
I would argue it doesn't always have to be solid.
We can get into this, but asking us details about the container isn't. I don't think that's.
No, because you're saying the reason we can't get to space is because we're stuck in a container. But if the container's not solid, there's ways around it.
Well,
correct.
No, I don't think there's an outside necessarily. You're inside of a container, and it probably does be a physical barrier. Because like, does your car tire, can that be like not physical? Can the bottle of sparkling water, can that not be physical? No, it has to be physical every time. So I can't think of any examples. The propane tank, if you have a business where you sell, oxygen or something, it's gonna have to be in a container. Like, well, you could have a non-physical container. How? Nate, give us an example of that.
You could have something that's like thick, that's like a thick liquid.
Give us an example. That also has to be contained, by the way. That also has to be contained. Actually, something Elijah taught me. So shout out to Elijah. That even matter in the liquid state has to be contained. If I were like mail you a liter of water, it's gonna have to be in a box, sort of
crazy rabbit hole. Just hear me out for a second, right? Jello. Just off the top of my head.
Jello.
What, do you think Jello is a solid or a liquid?
It's not a gas.
It's not gas. I mean, it probably also has to be contained. I mean,
no, but like Jello doesn't have to. Like Jello has a shape, right?
Now you're claiming
like
self-healing. Now you're claiming a self-healing gel around the Earth.
No. He said, no. You see, this is your problem with you guys. He said, give an example. I gave an example, and you immediately went down some.
Wait, what are we giving examples of exactly? Something that's not contained?
No. You said like where the container itself isn't like really a solid, where like something can pass through it. And Jello, you can easily put your finger through into the middle of it.
Okay, show us
has to be contained.
What?
Yeah, show us the Jello.
Jello has to be contained.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
One at a time. Fuck, dude.
Show us the Jello container containing the Atmo around the Earth.
I mean, no, but I think you could slice through it, Sonny, by saying that even the Jello needs a container.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, dude. What?
No, what do you mean? Okay, have you ever seen?
You don't just spawn Jello, right? You have to have it in a container, and then it forms. It like you put it in the fridge, and it solidifies. It's in a container, bro. And then you can maybe remove it from a container, but like then it's like because it's kind of solid now. But I would say it's to even make Jello it has to be in a container. I don't even know why you're arguing this, dude. Jello, come on, bro.
Well, because it's.
What are you doing?
Because you wanted an example.
But that involves a container.
So something inside. Okay, but maybe the process, but in its finished form.
It's solid now. Its finished form is like a solid.
Yes, but it's a solid that can be passed through.
And what are you arguing now? That Jello is.
You're saying the existence of space, like there is no space because we're in some sort of like solid container and there's no way to get out of this container that we're in. But like you can put stuff in Jello, arguably take stuff out of it. So there's some.
Why are you even arguing?
You want an example because you want an example, buddy. This is on you.
Remember when I said earlier that
you wanted this?
2 + 2 is 4.
You started this conversation.
Yeah,
that's on you.
Find a way to argue.
I declare victory.
No, I'm not declaring victory. I'm just saying that like you want an example, and all of a sudden an example's not good enough.
Dude.
Like the minute I can provide one, you're like, well,
no. You haven't provided an example without a container. That is the argument. But
what do you want?
This goes right back to the syndrome.
You didn't originally say gas,
Donnie.
You just said an example of something being held with out of physical solid container.
Gas is, dude. Gas pressure, because we're talking about.
Okay, well then you got to elaborate that. You got to say that the first time and not move the goalpost after I provide an example.
You're not. This isn't your first.
We got to be more specific then.
But I just
That's
want to
on
point
you.
out, Donnie. I want to point out your syndrome because I'm Dr. House in here. This is the syndrome I was talking about, where we could say 2 + 2 is 4, and you're just gonna find some way to weasel around it. We're like gas pressure needs a container. You're like, yeah, but Jello, which has nothing to do with even your.
No. See, that's not the question that was asked.
Let me finish.
I was told to give an example.
Ways to weasel around it, and it doesn't even have.
It's not weaseling. You asked a specific fucking question.
Donnie, dude, relax.
You're weaseling around the fucking like.
It's not. I'm not weaseling. I'm gonna have to pop you on mute for a second. Stop me, Pacino. The Jello has nothing to do with your worldview. I want you to highlight this. You're just arguing to argue now. This is what that 2 + 2 is 4 thing. You guys always do this. You have to have a container for gas pressure. You already know the argument. This isn't your first day here. You've heard it probably 1,000 times.
That's just a completely different statement, though.
It's not a different statement.
No, because that's
Jello doesn't back anything in your worldview, bro. So I don't know why you would even bring that up. You're just trying to go against flat earthers because of flat earthers.
Maybe not. My issue is that like there was a very specific question asked earlier that Jello was a very good answer for, and then
not a good answer.
Okay. You want an example of a liquid being contained. You named like propane tank, bottle of water, whatever, and you were like it always has to have some sort of like solid container or whatever. So it's like, all right, let's. Depending on if you think Jello is a solid or liquid,
dude.
Jello
to contain thing. Come on, bro, stop with the Jello shit, dude. You sound stupid.
Sounds like you just can't argue against it. That's the issue.
How does Jello apply to nature?
Because it's an example of a container that can be passed through, i.e., the container that Earth is in, we can pass through it.
How do you apply that to nature?
That Earth, container that
Jello. How do you apply your Jello theory to actual reality in nature?
Okay, just real quick question because I tried answering. What words do you need me to start with before you interrupt me?
It's retarded, and you know it doesn't matter anything in nature.
So was a rhetorical question then?
Jello isn't even
your answer was retarded because it doesn't match anything in nature.
Okay, but was I supposed to answer? Because I tried to answer and then you like stopped
because it has to apply in nature, bro.
Okay, so am I allowed to answer though? That's what I'm asking. It seems like this is a rhetorical question.
You can answer, but just remove Jello from the dialogue.
What I'm saying that this container or whatever you want to call it that contains Earth specifically. It doesn't have to be like completely something completely solid that like you can't like pass or move through. Like there's not some sort of like a dome like solid wall thing. It could arguably be some sort of like dense gas that keeps shit under wraps, but then we can also if going fast enough.
Whoa, we gotta stop you right there.
What?
No, it can't be gas because gas requires a container. This is our original statement that you have to have a container for gas pressure. So you can't have more gas containing gas. Even that gas, the more dense gas, would have to be contained. So you stepped in a trap there, kind of. We just need to see. Actually, I don't need to see an example of gas pressure without a container because it can't be shown, bro. The fact that you're bringing up gel and all kinds of other trash just is kind of proving our point. There's no way to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, so there's no reason to think you can have gas pressure without a container. It's really that simple, bro. It's not flat earther logic. It's just basic shit.
So you're saying like for the gas to exist, it needs to be in a container, or the gas pressure? Which one?
Yes.
Because gas can exist without a container, but then your gas pressure is like a different thing. Of course, the pressure of it would change depending on the size of the container, right? Like we can agree on that.
All we need you to do is try your best, or just admit you can either concede.
Okay, so you're just going to avoid my question because I'm trying to get to like a common ground here, so that we like don't talk past each other. So I'm gonna try one more time.
What are you saying? What's the difference between gas and gas pressure? Is that not kind of the same thing?
No, like they work with each other, but like
what?
They're not the same thing. Gas pressure is a result of like the container it's in, and you know how whatever dense. That's not the word I'm looking for. But why am I explaining gas pressure?
Wait, you said it right for the first time. It was a result of the container. So yeah, there is gas pressure on Earth. So,
but what I'm saying is like it gets higher because of the size of the container that it's in. Correct? Like we can agree on that.
The point is overall that.
Okay, I need us to agree on something before we start. Before we start talking,
you have to have a container for gas pressure.
No. I'm asking now. Does the size of the container change the gas pressure? And you make sure we're on the same page about that.
The amount of gas is the same, and you shrink the container. Yes, there's going to be more pressure. PV equals RT.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page about that because sometimes you guys aren't.
What's you guys, and what guys disagreed?
People in this room. I'm not saying about the gas pressure thing specifically. It's just very often we're not on the same page about a lot of things. So
yeah,
there seems to be like semantics issues sometimes. You're just like assuming that I'm talking about something else just because the words sound similar. There's all debate, like healthy debates aren't usually had in here. Is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
I'm trying to keep it.
Now that we're done with the meta, can you tell us where you would have gas pressure without a container?
Ooh.
Did someone play the fucking? That's kind of funny.
Bro, you have the soundtracks on standby.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
Healthy debate, Donnie. You're
actually it makes it more interesting.
No.
It makes
I'm not an expert in this. I never claimed to like know.
Hey, thanks, Eli. I appreciate you, bro. Can you concede?
Gas pressure without a container. Where's that at?
I mean, I guess for the time being that like I can't prove or disprove anything. Sure.
Atmospheres have pressure without a container.
Whoa, that's not true.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they make the container in a weird way.
Hold on, Ben and Jen. So you're saying the atmosphere, that is the gas pressure that requires containment. And in fact, that's actually the reason why the question's even being asked, because that's the claim on the table that the, quote, atmosphere is not contained. That's
okay, is it fair to say it's self-contained?
Hold on, wait. But you gotta understand what's in contention is the thing you just claimed is actually being contended with. So using the thing in contention as the proof for that thing being like that doesn't work. I think what is that?
Okay, what about it being self-contained? Have you gone over that?
No, bro. Listen. I'll say it one more time.
Okay.
Ben and Jen, listen.
that could go on all day.
The claim on the table is that the atmosphere is not contained by a container. So, since every other example involves a container, we're challenging that claim. Okay, if it's true that you can have gas pressure without a container, aka the atmosphere, please show us an example of this even being true.
Okay, that's fine. the sun heads down a container.
No, dude. See, this is the problem. I was gonna say this to Donnie earlier. Is that when we notice Globers try to make the attempt to prove it, the only thing they can do is use the claim on the table. The claim is that
Okay, water.
Jupiter.
Like when you go diving, the pressure goes up with no container.
Hold on. Also, water requires a container as well.
I'm just mopping the floor with you.
You're like not letting me finish, so not really. But the claim on the table.
So the atmosphere is self-contained and water is self-contained.
Ben.
And dirt.
Ben, I'd like to finish it and then throw it over to you or says who. You can't claim victory while you're speaking through others. The claim on the table is that Jupiter, the Sun, the Earth are all gaseous states that are not contained by anything. So we're challenging that claim. You can't use the claim that you're trying to prove as the proof for that claim. It's circular reasoning. So you're not mopping shit. Except for the water that also needs to be contained.
Well, actually, like Jupiter is almost mostly gas, and it has the most pressure because it's self-contained, like the sun and planets and moons.
That's the claim on the table. He's not listening. I don't know why we're talking to you, honestly.
Well, you just want to brush aside the self-contained.
Then again, this is both a begging the question fallacy and a special pleading fallacy. So yeah, it's not going to work.
Okay, well, I'm only arguing the reality of physics and cosmology.
Then
physics. So it could be physical. So can you show me in some sort of physical manner where gas is coalescing into balls? And don't use the example of the thing in question, please.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, there's nothing that is flat. Everything is round because even subatomic particles.
He doesn't even know what you're asking.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Hey, it says you said it perfectly. Like you literally took the words out of my brain.
I mean, if you let him talk for more than like 3 words, you probably would have gotten an answer.
Donnie,
but I understand you guys.
Did you hear what he said, Donnie? He said, "Well,
no, because he said like 2 words."
Donnie, you gotta stop yapping, bro. He said we heard what he said. He said in physics, blah 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 blah. Okay, great. Then show us physically gas pressure without a container. He's like, yeah, well, nothing's flat. That's not even answering the question, dude.
That was non sequitur.
Again, 2 words, and you guys are just like.
Yeah, Donnie. Words had
you guys have to have a little bit of patience.
Donnie, it was non sequitur. It was a red herring, friend.
Oh my God.
We're not going to deal with the red herring today. Like now, see, this is a red herring as well. You could be on the topic that we're discussing, which is the
TikTok brain.
Now this is meta. You actually can't focus on the topic at hand. You know, the topic at hand is gas pressure without a container, and you're talking about TikTok brain. Are you okay?
Yeah, we're
I'm saying that you guys have TikTok brain.
Like, how does that have anything to do with gas pressure?
Well, it depends.
You didn't bring that
Was there more words after that statement? Because arguably, if there were more words after that statement, you would have gotten an answer.
I mean, this is now concern trolling, and that's what we ban people for.
It's not concern trolling. I'm saying just in general, you guys can't listen past.
Yeah, I was talking, and you decided to interrupt me. So maybe you have the same problem. Let's agree to just, be a little bit more, I don't know, civil about the whole thing. What do you say?
Sure, I'll be more civil. But my point still stands that, like, if I'm trying to explain something to you guys and I don't get more than 3 words in, you're probably not going to understand my explanation and jump to the conclusion that it was wrong.
On topic. Your first 3 words should address the topic, not go into something that's not the discussion.
Again, that's just TikTok brain. That's at that point, that's on you.
TikTok brain. What would be TikTok brain?
Because I'm perfectly capable of hearing someone out.
What would be TikTok brain is not focusing on the argument. That's TikTok brain. The fact that we're trying to stay focused on the topic shows we don't have TikTok brain. You're backwards.
Do you know for a fact that he wasn't focused on the topic?
Yes.
Hold on, CB. He's diverting from the topic right now. Donnie, I'm going to let you off of mute. You're going to tell me how we can have gas pressure without a container. That way none of us have TikTok brain. You get me?
God, these fucks are insufferable.
Still nothing to do with gas pressure. Okay, well, your silence is acquiescence. Nobody can show us gas pressure without a container, so I guess all of space is debunked. That was fun. Thanks, Donnie.
Boys. Yeah, we won.
Yeah, facts.
High fives all around.
Yo, you were bringing up Jello, bro. Take the L, bro.
Yeah,
You brought up Jell-O.
if there was context to it, dude.
There's no context to Jello, bro. Stop it.
Not at all. Not at all, I guess.
Because it didn't relate to literally anything on the globe. Doesn't back up your worldview. It doesn't debunk what we're saying. You have there's wrong syndrome.
It debunks the fact that like you would need a solid container. You can have a container made out of a liquid or gas.
Sure.
Because Jello is not solid.
Yo, remember the TikTok brain thing that you said? We're talking about gas pressure.
Yeah, and I'm saying that like gas pressure can exist being contained by a gas or liquid.
Inside of Jello?
Sure, we can put gas inside of Jello. We can put gas inside of a gas. We can put gas inside of a liquid.
All right, give us an example. You're just putting your own foot in your own trap, bro.
What do you mean?
Show us gas pressure.
You want an example? You want a specific example of gas existing inside of a gas, right? A gas being used as a container or liquid being used as a container to contain said gas, right?
Yo, the whole thing reason you brought up Jello is because you said it could be passed through. So
that's the whole point of it. Because if it's a solid, you can't really pass through it because then you can't go to space.
If it's being passed through, then it's not containing, huh?
No. There are ways to pass through it. There's things with certain density. There's going to be some porousness to it. Like if you put,
I'll accept the liquid. I'll accept the solid.
Like mac and cheese, right? And you put that in a strainer, the water's going to fall out. Shit's passing through, but it's the point of the colander is to contain the macaroni.
Containing solids. But our argument is that liquids and gases require containment.
No, I'm just giving an example of like something that can contain, but not contain everything.
But our argument,
depending on the size of the colander, certain size macaroni can fall through.
Containing solids. We're talking about containing gases and liquids, bro. At least mostly gases here. So pay attention.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to, because you were like, you went all crazy about like something passing through it as if like that's a foreign concept. That's not a foreign concept. We design things to do that all the time.
So are you saying that the Earth is surrounded by Jello?
They create filters to like only keep out certain types of gas.
Donnie, are you saying that the Earth is surrounded by Jello?
No, buddy, I need you to keep up. Listen, holy shit.
What is the Earth surrounded by?
I'm saying the Earth is surrounded by like a porous-like substance that's why we're able to go to space. Because it keeps motion in, but if you go...
what is that? What is that substance? What would that be?
What?
What is that?
What would that be?
What would what be? Here's your words.
The porous-like substance, Donnie. Don't be retarded.
Well, the atmosphere.
That's the air. That's the gas.
All right, whoever the fuck, I can't.
Air doesn't contain air, dude. You know that.
Certain gases can contain certain gases depending on the density of it.
Demonstrate it.
Oh my god.
Crying is...
Yeah, I know.
No, because I gotta find a fucking image. It's specific, like it's just basic fucking science. Like you just go to any periodic table. Pick out.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Show me another gas containing another gas. No worries. Demonstrate it.
That isn't being contained, by the way.
But don't forget about the gas pressure without a container.
And don't forget your TikTok brain also.
Can we ask the flat earthers some questions now? instead of us being interrogated?
I mean, do you have an example of gas pressure without a container?
Me? No, I'm not a flat earther, bro.
No, you don't have to, dude. You don't have to be a flat earther.
I just joined. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I just want to know what the flat earthers think. Like, do they think the Earth is completely flat and there's no like? Do you think there's a heaven and a hell? Like what do they think?
Here we go.
What the heck, dude? That's not even on topic. Heaven and hell? What does that have to do with flat?
Well, because I know some Christians think of the firmament, which makes the Earth flat and shit like that. That's a lot. That's some of flat earthers believe, just because they're Christian.
Some Christians think the firmament makes the Earth flat. What?
Well, like something in the Bible explains how the Earth is flat or something like that. So that's why they believe it, not because of actual like proof nowadays, just off the Bible.
Yeah, no, the Earth is measured to be flat by everybody. There's no curvature anywhere. That's why the flat earthers exist, because nobody's ever measured curvature. I just told you, nobody's measured any curvature. It's measured to be flat. Do I have to repeat it again?
Actually measured to be a curve.
All right, show me proof that it was measured to be flat.
Hey, do you use Google Maps?
I have Google Maps, yes.
Okay. Is there latitude and longitude on there?
It looks like it.
Okay. Those latitude and longitude lines in reality were measured using the Earth and as a flat plane to get elevation angles to the stars and the sun. So everybody, even the cartographers that make your navigation systems, measure the Earth to be flat.
I prove it. I want to see an equation. Like, show me. Prove it.
Okay. 60 nautical miles per degree of elevation angle.
What?
60 nautical miles per degree of elevation angle.
Okay, yeah, explain that. Like, what does that mean?
That means that every minute of angle that you measure an elevation angle on the surface of the Earth to the stars, and if we're talking about latitude, we're talking about Polaris, is a linear distance across the flat plane as measured by whoever takes that measurement for all navigation. So that's a flat Earth measurement.
Like, you coincide the stars with the Earth to use measurements?
Coincide? No, you take an elevation angle from the surface of the Earth to the star and then measure the distance across the surface of the Earth.
So stars seem to be like a pretty big like equation to measuring the Earth's like curvature, right? So I'll say it again. Like why
stars are not equations.
Okay, well you mentioned the North Star Polaris. Why? And I want to hear you answer this. Nobody else jump in. Why is it when we head toward the southern hemisphere we don't see the North Star anymore? And because of the Earth's rotation. Why is that the case?
Why is that the case? Well, you're farther away from it, but ultimately I can't tell you. Unless, do you think that the Earth is blocking out Polaris?
Maybe because
or you can ask them a question and talk all the way through.
Oh, okay. Well, Ranger, relax. Hey, bro, do you think that the horizon is Earth curve?
Do I think that horizon is Earth's curvature?
Yeah, because you're saying that you can't see the North Star anymore. Is that because the horizon is blocking it out and the Earth is blocking out the North Star? Is that what you think?
I think it's because you're literally driving like underneath the planet and you can't see the Northern Star anymore. Like let's say for an example, right? Let's say for an example, right? The Earth is round, right? Okay, hypothetically, right? Let's just say the Earth is round, okay, and we are in the North Pole, or North Pole. You wouldn't see the Polaris, right? Like,
can you make your comments or questions a little bit more coherent?
What didn't you understand about what I just said?
Let's say the Earth is round. Continue. Yeah. Let's say the Earth is round, and then what?
Let's say the Earth is round, right? We got North Star Polaris, bro. Let's say we drive on the other side, completely on the opposite side of the planet, right? It would make sense we wouldn't see the North Star anymore, right? But which in fact, it's kind of how it works nowadays, right? So how would you explain that if the Earth was flat? If the Earth was flat, right, and where would you have to drive on Earth to have it not be there anymore?
Instead of using hypotheticals, why don't we just go ahead and prove that the Earth is a ball, as you want to hypothetically assert?
Well, I can't prove that to you right now.
Oh, so you can't prove this. You can only just assume it and then use it in certain scenarios so you can affirm the consequence. Is that?
I can't prove the Earth is flat as you because you flat Earthers won't agree with anything. You guys are delusional.
Nobody can prove it. Nobody. Not you, not anybody. Don't worry. You're not unique.
I mean, it's been proven.
Nobody.
So that means nobody. That means nobody can prove the Earth is flat, then, right? By your standards.
Sure, I can. Because everybody measures it that way, and we have water, right? Water's my favorite. Water lays flat and level on the surface. Because water lays flat and level on its surface, and supposedly 70% of this Earth is water.
Yeah, but do you know why the Earth lays flat? It's not because of just water itself. It's because of gravity. With no gravity, water would not lay flat.
Say the G word. They don't.
Gravity doesn't exist either. Don't worry about that. Unless you can prove to me that gravity exists, I'd like to see it as an independent variable in any experiment. You can go ahead and give me one example of that.
Gravity exists, bro. You can just do Isaac Newton's fucking test, bro, and just take an apple and let it drop, bro. That's literally gravity right there.
No.
He said Isaac Newton.
It's not a test. If you're appealing to an experiment, I would need gravity as the independent variable in that particular experiment. Can you show me that?
Yeah, take an apple and let it drop, bro. Like, that's gravity right there.
No,
whether you want to call it gravity or invisible body.
I'm not going to be talked through by you. I can tell you're triggered. I know it upsets you that gravity doesn't exist. But what I'm going to need from you next is gravity as an independent variable in an experiment, not you yammering about things falling. You got that?
So you want like an actual equation, a mathematical equation? Is that what you want?
No. I will say it again. I want gravity as an independent variable in any experiment. That's what I want. I'm very specific.
Fucking asshole.
Very careful with my words.
It's a constant. 9.8 meter per second squared. It's a fucking constant. You idiot.
So what?
One of your Twitter brethren couldn't contain himself because he really wants gravity to be real.
So you want it as an independent variable? Like, what do you mean exactly when you say that?
Do I have to walk you through the scientific method to help you understand what an independent variable is? How old are you?
Yeah, kinda. I'm kind of retarded, so.
I believe him.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, explain to me what an independent variable is.
No problem. In a scientific experiment, we have essentially three variables. No, I'm not looking this up. This all comes from my noggin because I'm not retarded. Remember, the Globers are retarded. The Flat Earthers know more about your system better than you understand it. But in science, in a scientific experiment, you need three different variables. One of them is the dependent variable. That would be the naturally occurring phenomenon. Number two, you would need the independent variable, your presumed cause of the effect. And number three, you would need your control variable. In this case, I would need gravity as the presumed cause of the effect, like the things falling. I want you to put that in an experiment and show me gravity doing what you say it's doing, or anybody for that matter. Gravity as the independent variable, the presumed cause, to test whether or not it does what you think it does. Go ahead.
So what was the first one again? The first variable you mentioned?
Oh, you're a waste of time. Who's next?
Yeah, I want to talk to Donnie. Donnie's
finally caught on.
He's in the chat saying that the atmosphere is the container.
Yes,
no.
we've been over
Really
this.
quick,
Because it just
what I
is.
like about that is he gave you your flat Earth, right? He conceded it basically, and then he went a step further and he said that's because of gravity.
That's true.
So you guys don't think gravity exists? Why do things fall then? Like, what is that then? What would you explain that? How would you explain that?
Gases don't fall.
Not everything falls.
Gases
The problem is not everything falls.
Gases don't fall. What gases? What direction does gas?
Depending on the density of the gas, it will fall.
It's the density, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the density. Like kind of like how if you were to take like a perfect density and leave it in water, dude, it would stay in the exact same spot where it currently is. Like majority of things on planet Earth though fall if you leave it in air, right? So like explain that to me. What's the reasoning for that?
Exactly. So you conceded our point that depending on the medium, the vector will change. Like if you drop that apple, Isaac Newton, that test you thought that wasn't a test, if you take that apple and put it in water, it's going to go up.
Okay, yeah, because that's water, bro. It
depending on the
I know. So medium, depending on the medium,
I'm pretty sure apples sink, actually.
Determine which way stuff will go.
Why
so not everything
water
goes
in
down.
this equation though? Like I'm just
Hold on, time out.
Anything else? Why did
Apples sink. Real quick, apples sink. They don't float. There's no air inside of an apple if you're getting the right apples.
You've never gone buying for apples. I'm so sorry you haven't had that experience. It's very fun.
Oh God, Tupperware lady's here. Fuck me.
So Donnie, do you guys just want to have like a special pleading fallacy where you only use air to prove your point? Or can we change the mediums and see what things go up and down depending on the medium?
Let's change the mediums. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's see what happens. Fuck it.
Great. So water. Now you drop a pencil in the air, it goes down. You drop a pencil in the water, it floats. It goes up. In fact, you can force that pencil all the way to the bottom of the pool or the ocean. It'll go up. So what happened to gravity? Perhaps. No, it'll do it every time.
It depends on the pencil you have. Or apple.
No, it doesn't.
No, it quite literally does.
Okay, which are you using a granite
pencil? It doesn't matter. I'll admit, I'm being a dickhead right now.
We know, bro.
Where do they make these granite pencils
what's your point? They're like shit float.
The point is,
there's different
depending on the
difference in
medium
density. Yeah.
and the object. Donnie, you gotta shut up. Depending on the medium of the object, Donnie. If you would shut up, I would say. Remember about the civil conversation we were talking about earlier?
Wait, hold on. Okay, I have like 100.
Donnie, you're doing it right now, and that's why I have to mute you, because you won't shut the hell up. Depending on the medium and the object, that'll kind of determine which way it's going to go, up or down. Pretty simple. Everybody observes this. You deal with it every day. So I don't know why you're playing dumb. No gravity required in any of this.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm on like 100 ping right now, so like I was only talking when I heard silence, not trying to be a dick.
I don't need to hear about why.
Yeah, you do. So was there a question, or was that just a whole run-on sentence?
No, I'm just pointing out to you what you already know, and no gravity is required.
Well,
and nobody has any gravity
is required.
Anyways. Nobody has any gravity to show us anyways. So, I mean, unless you want to show me a sample of the gravity, this is basically where it all ends for your entire cosmology.
Okay, if I were to go outside right now and run at about like 15 miles an hour, how would you... I couldn't give you a sample of my speed now, could I? Right?
Is speed the same as gravity?
Just humor me for a second.
Is speed the same as gravity? Now, I mean, if you want to say that it's abstract and conceptual, I would say, yeah, that's the same. Since neither one of them exist in reality, yeah, the same.
All right, sure. Under that count, let's just agree to... I'll humor you on that part. It's an abstract concept or whatever. But like, I could not get you a sample of my speed, correct? We're aware of that?
Abstract, of course you couldn't.
Okay, but just because I can't like hand you me going 15 miles an hour doesn't immediately disprove the fact that I ran at 15 miles an hour. because I did. There would be video evidence. You can measure the speed it.
In this false equivalence, comparing something that's non-material, right, like gravity, but has apparently some sort of effect, would be different than describing somebody's rate of travel, distance over time. They're not even close to related. So try to pick an analogy that's similar. Like let's say gravity and Santa Claus. Those are a little bit better.
Gravity and Santa are like even worse of an analogy than mine.
Okay,
Because,
so you
Santa
tell me
doesn't
how
exist in the scientific world at all.
You got every other mouth, my friend. You tell me how spooky action at a distance is the same as travel or rate of travel, which is speed over distance or distance over speed. You tell me how they're related.
I can only hear half of what you're saying, dude. You're on some sort of fucking 1940s walkie-talkie or something.
Tell me how analogous gravity and speed are.
In that you don't need a sample to prove that it exists. That's the analogy
speed
I'm
doesn't
running with.
exist.
Do you prove it
Speed
exists?
does not exist. It's a description.
Sure.
Okay.
My point
There's a
still
claim out
stands,
there that
like,
gravity
you're sitting there like you want a sample of gravity.
I want you to provide for me gravity as an independent variable in an experiment to do the thing that you guys say it does. You guys say this is physics. Well, that requires some physical shit, like some physical gravity. So where is it?
Okay, so are you asking for an experiment? Because 10 minutes ago, not even 10 minutes
I don't want to hear the meta, bro. I told you already, and I explained it previously, and you heard it. Gravity as an independent variable in an experiment. This is physics, right?
Sure. I just want to know the question as to...
No. You've already heard the question several times. You're wasting my time and everybody else's. Show me gravity as an independent variable in an experiment by anyone.
Gravity can't be an independent variable.
Thank you. Why not?
It works.
Why not?
Because we exist on Earth and we can't change gravity. That's not something you can change. You would have to. The only way you're able to do that is to go somewhere else.
No. I'm sorry. I thought that gravity was on Earth. Is gravity not on Earth all of a sudden?
No, gravity is on Earth, but what's your point?
Where is it? Where is it?
What do you mean, where is it? It's all around. Like, it's not like a physical thing. It's not something you can just.
It's not a physical thing. So tell me, why does a not physical thing all of a sudden have physical effects? Is it like magic? Is it like Santa Claus?
It's giving Santa.
Are you insane? Genuine question. I feel
Why would you ask me that when you can't answer the question?
Everywhere.
So when I show you that Santa and gravity are very similarly compared, you ask me if I'm insane, but you're the one that just told me the non-physical thing has physical effects, like magic, and I'm insane? I don't think so, friend.
You're fun. I like you.
I know, I kicked your ass, didn't I? I kicked your ass all over the place.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess. I don't know.
We're up
I'm going to do great tonight knowing I kicked your ass.
Do you want to try it again? This time,
I'm gonna go blow off some fireworks to celebrate.
Try what again? Ask a question. Have you dumbasses move the goalpost 4 times and then complain when I call it out?
Yeah, no, try again.
You don't know how to have an actual conversation. That's the issue.
Okay, well, go away then. Follow that logic, because you just found yourself in a contradiction. This topic will continue without you. You are not needed. You could go away. You could fuck off right now, and the conversation will continue without you. And even better, you think it's everyone here to blame. Everyone here is to blame other than you. Yeah. You could factor you out, and the conversation continues anyway. You are the one in air, sir. No one else. You. If you can't have a conversation here, the most popular channel on the server, that's demonstrating you are the problem, not anyone here.
Finally, that's over. Thanks for admitting you need a container, though. Appreciate it.
I never said you didn't need a container.
Yeah, facts. Thanks.
But that still doesn't refute the fact that the container can be made out of a liquid or solid, possibly.
Not gases.
Liquid or gas is what I meant.
No. Well, we'd have to see that. Can you show us?
Show me a liquid
As of now, not without some sort of circular reasoning, but that doesn't prove or disprove anything.
Wow.
Yeah, nice soundboard, bud. You have a rebuttal? You have actual something that contributes to the conversation, or are you just a fucking loser?
Without committing a fallacy.
You can just. I said that. I was like, without committing a fallacy, I can't really prove it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it does.
Emotional damage.
No, a bunch of fucking NPCs in here. I swear to God.
Dude,
well, fuck off then. You should be able to fault. There's 2 back-to-back claims. Everyone here is at fault but you. We're all NPCs. Those 2 things contradict each other in and of themselves.
No, they don't.
And either one of them could be used to fuck off. But you're still here.
Well, yeah, because you guys genuinely entertain me, and I really want to know how you guys' brain works. So that's why I'm in here. Because some of you are here genuinely, y'all truly believe in this shit, but some of you are after the grift, and I respect that. But my thing is some of you are here of your own free will because you genuinely believe in this shit, and I want to know how your brain works.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, you guys always say this.
I can appreciate a commitment to the bit, right?
Bro, you got roasted.
I get where you guys are coming from. It's fun.
Bruh.
You got roasted, bro. You got absolutely cooked on this container argument in the chat and on recording.
Well, you could argue it's subjective, but I'll let you. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have
that W, I guess.
Yeah, well, the screenshot is the W where you said, "I never said you didn't need a container."
Yeah, because I didn't say that. The argument wasn't about whether you need a container. It was about the form of the container, whether it be solid, liquid, or gas.
I want you to show me what a liquid container looks like. A liquid container that holds air.
Would that be like a bubble in the bathtub?
Which is also contained.
Actually, yeah. A
bubble in the liquid container lets the bubble out. I want you to keep the air bubble inside the water ball in the middle of it and just contain it in there like you said can happen.
When you if you've the little the things they give to 7-year-old kids or whatever, those bubbles, you blow a bubble that's made out of liquid and there's air inside of that bubble.
It's inside of a container. You guys.
The container is liquid. The circle.
No,
the shape that it takes. The bubble is a container. It is a liquid container containing the air inside of it, your breath. It's like a balloon, but made out of liquid. What is so hard to grasp about this? That's how bubbles work.
Which also needs a container.
Okay, the liquid itself, but when you when you blow the bubble, you're creating a new container. Sure, the liquid in that form, it was shipped in that container. But then when you created the bubble, you created a liquid container. Because then you're just going down this fucking rabbit hole of
How long does it last?
I don't know.
Take a guess.
I usually about like 3 seconds before some kid pops it.
So definitely not a liquid bubble over us, holding all the air in.
Well, you're talking about a very, very thin layer of liquid containing your breath versus something not completely different, but, arguably a thicker, and it's not even liquid, but it still proves the point that liquid can be used as a container. I was able to prove that it doesn't have to be a solid container, and you'll still fucking spiral out of control into something.
Go ahead. Finish that sentence.
I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck you guys go on about half the time. But you're like, liquid can't be a container. I proved that liquid can be a container, and then it's just whatever this bullshit is. But, point for me again, I guess.
Not
liquid. Really. So you're saying that liquid can't be a container? Never?
Liquid
when
also
I just proved it?
Liquid also needs to be contained, dude.
Yes, everything needs to be contained depending on what your use for it is. But then you can also use that. You can turn it into something else.
You just debunked the globe.
Solid also needs to be contained. You put it in a fucking box before it's shipped out. It doesn't fucking mean anything.
Yeah, dude, it proves our point. You're in the chat saying the atmosphere things. It doesn't. That's the gas that needs to be contained. You said earlier on the call that it's a result. Gas pressure is a result of its container. So adding on more gas isn't containing that gas. You just ripped your own wig off, dude. Got him. Hey, get him. Hit him. Crit. Hit it, Crit.
Okay. Oh shit, where's
Come on, but before the joke dies, come on, hurry up, buddy. That's dead now.
No, I was too slow.
I got it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as funny now.
There we go.
Yeah, it doesn't really hit the same.
Yeah, well, it's fine. We got you just the same. It's all good.
Yeah.
And for Castle King in the chat, I just want to highlight.
Got him!
There we go. A little better late than never.
That is such a funny clip, though. If anyone hasn't seen that or knows the original, it's really funny. SpongeBob. He's talking about SpongeBob. This is a perfect example here. Actually, there's a gal named Sandy Cheeks, and she lives at the bottom of the ocean. She's a squirrel. For her to breathe, she has to wear a contained helmet, basically, that contains gas, so that she can go around and interact with the other fish and stuff in the water. She lives inside of a dome. The dome contains the gas pressure.
No way, you're using a cartoon for evidence of anything.
Not evidence. I'm just
highlighting. It's your education level. He's using you and your education level, and he's using your framework of entertainment. This is all for you. You should be happy.
One of your Globers used SpongeBob as an example of somebody that understands globe things. So yeah. You guys are getting smoked left and right here.
Yeah, you come in here and you're like, "Hey, I'm an uneducated kid who's never heard the word no without crying," and then you say you're only here for entertainment purposes. SpongeBob, you've asked for SpongeBob, and you're getting SpongeBob, and then you cry about it anyway.
Yeah, so I'll finish what I was saying. It's your own side that brought up SpongeBob, by the way, so I'm just accentuating that. But Sandy lives inside of this container, like a physical container that holds the air in. Period. There's not a bubble that does it. It's not a more gas that does it. It's inside of a literal container. And then it has to be, when she goes outside of that container, she has to wear the container on her head so that she can breathe. It's really that simple. If you can't understand that you have to have a container for gas pressure, you cannot be helped. You're bringing up things like Jello and more dense gas. You're cooked. This is even your boy Castle Queen can understand this. We'll let you respond. You know what I'm talking about, Sandy Cheeks?
Yeah, I'm still saying that like it's just a fucking cartoon where a sponge lives inside a pineapple. That doesn't prove anything. I don't. It just seems like a weird like.
I'm not trying to really
use.
Highlighting how you need a container for gas pressure. Even this is even highlighted in a children's.
Yeah, and no one's arguing against it. We all know that you need a container for gas pressure to exist.
You are arguing this. You're basically saying that you could have more gas that holds in the air.
Yes.
No,
it's a container.
Gas
the
is
gas
now
would be
a
acting
container?
as a container.
Gas is a container?
In some cases, it can act as one. Yes.
Give me an example of gas.
The same way a solid or a liquid can act as a container.
No, it's not. It's the same thing. Solids, liquid, and gases are different.
I understand that.
And why are you saying
they can act as containers depending on what's inside of them?
Give me an air container. I got to go try this myself.
I actually don't think you can get your hands on like the gas needed to form a container.
So you need special gas now. So now it's not earth gas.
No, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. It obviously exists on Earth. That's why you're able, but like being able to like.
This way, then we're gonna do it this way, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get my better mic later. Don't worry. I just wanted to say something just now. I only wanted to say water is not a container either. My bad.
Yeah, I brought this up earlier. I gave you a big shout out, Elijah. He's saying, well, no, like, you can have Jell-O. Like, he's roasted, bro. 6 ways to Sunday.
Jell-O. Fuck.
I want to see this gas container. He's like, well, you can have gas, but like, well, you just need special gas. Well, are you gonna have to get it out of a container?
Okay, I really need to make sure we're on the same page about this. I understand where you're coming from, that like the gas comes out of a container. But the issue is the gas would then be containing a different gas. You can say that like about anything. Something will come out of a container, but what it seems like we're arguing about is that gas then being changed from a inside something form state to like being used to contain a completely different gas, solid, or liquid. Gas comes in containers, but that doesn't. You can put something inside of that gas, or it's like a liquid comes in a container. Like I don't.
You're supposed to do it with like, dude. You're giving us examples where it must involve a container.
I know. I understand that like it's shipped from a container or whatever. But like, you understand that like that means nothing, right?
That means everything. That's literally the point, dude.
No, because it wasn't being used as a container in that moment, right? Because it was shipped inside of a different container. But then once that gas is taken out, or liquid or solid or whatever, taken out of the container it came in, and then used to contain something else.
Give us an example.
I need to make sure we're on the same page though, because if I give you a gas that like was in a cylinder and then like a propane tank shaped thing or whatever, and then used to contain something else, you're still going to sit there and argue that like it came out of like that gas used to be contained.
Yeah, give us where you're using the gas to contain other gases. Let's see that.
Okay.
Without a container.
What do you mean without a container? So that's what I mean.
Because we're saying you have to have a container, period. You're saying that you don't need the container, that you can just use more gas. So let's have a look.
Okay, but that still doesn't answer my question of if this gas is shipped in a container.
Yeah, we got that part. You said take it out of the container.
You're okay with that?
Okay, now we need to see gas container.
Are you okay with that? That if it was shipped in a container, then taken out, then used to contain?
We heard you. Now we're challenging what you said.
You didn't answer my question, though.
No.
I'm going to go look for an example.
Where you took gas out of a container and then you have the gas containing another gas without a container. Let's take a look. Chat, I guarantee you it's going to involve at least probably 2 containers. Let's have a look.
Why 2 containers? What's the first one?
It's like 3, but like let's take a look.
But like, what's the first container?
Bro, stop yapping.
I really want to know like what your like frame like, where you're coming to 3. No, I'm looking right now, but like I'm not going to put in the effort of like looking if like a container is used in the transport, and that's not good enough for you.
You're looking. You're presenting.
Yeah.
And
yes.
You don't
listen. You transport.
I'm trying to find like a picture evidence for you guys.
Listen doesn't mean keep talking. So listen.
Because obviously, like
you're not going to take gas and then transport it and then uncontain it and it still be contained.
Also, I want to highlight a syndrome that I guarantee is going to happen as well. It is a hyper-limited timeline syndrome where they flash freeze like a screenshot of something, not literally a screenshot, but like they'll flash freeze a moment and be like, look, see? They do this with gravity. They'll say, well, look, I dropped something. And they'll only focus in on the part where something was falling from the moment you dropped it. Well, there is more context to that. Where it was at rest, you removed it from rest, then you let it go and dropped it, right? There's more to it than it's just falling. They also do this with gas pressure as well. They'll be like, here's some dry, well, let me give them an example. They'll have like a container with some sort of gas in it and be like, look, just look, it's there, you know? But you're not considering time and like what it actually does. It dissipates over time, etc. So I'm just gonna call it right now that he's gonna involve this hyper limited timeline syndrome, where he's only gonna flash a moment and be like, "Look, see, look, I'm correct." But if you involve more context, it's gonna involve like probably 2 or 3 containers.
These kids, it's always fucking
No, I'm fucking goalposts, bro. You just need to post this example.
Oh shit! I gotta unmute it. Oh, word.
The fact that this is another syndrome as well, pre-Google vocalization syndrome, where they're like willing to vocalize something, and then when we ask them to like back it up, they're like, "Well, hold on, let me go Google."
Because you're arguing for like there's a difference between understanding how science works, and then the moment you guys like need like a picture of something, obviously have to go Google that. I took a science class in 8th grade. I understand how this shit works. That's not something I need to Google to like, write about it.
Gas is containing.
Because I'm saying it's like, because it's like 8th grade science. It's like common sense. That's what I'm saying.
Your school did not teach you this. What you're saying? No.
Yeah, actually, yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, I remember. What? What do you mean? What are you going to just sit there and say no? You didn't go to the same school I went to.
Everyone went to school, bro. Nobody taught you that you can contain gases with other gases, bro. Never happened.
Well, that's what I learned in 8th grade science.
You did it, dude. Fuck out of here.
What do you mean? I remember my teacher. Like I remember very vividly. 8th grade teachers like what got me into like science and everything.
Bro, why are you lying?
Why? I'm not lying.
That you don't need a container for gas pressure. That never happened.
No. I never said you don't need a container. It says other. I can't tell if like you're talking past me or just like it's semantics.
If your teacher taught this, you should be able to pull it up pretty quickly. Like what's the hold up? Why are you still like frantically Googling?
I'm trying to find like it because there's different. You guys need an image. Obviously, I can't like throw fucking
video, an example, anything, whatever you have, yes. Curriculum, like whatever you got, post it, bro. What do you even? What did you Google? What did you search?
I'm trying to find images of gas inside of a gas because that's what you guys will take. If I send you like an article, you're gonna be like, "Oh, it's from NASA." That doesn't mean anything. Or like, I'm not gonna.
Okay, bro, we got you.
I don't want to skip like the 30 steps of you like crying about the source or whatever.
What did you even put in the search bar?
Well, I started out with gas inside gas, but then it turned out to be like a lot of shit about like gasoline, so that wasn't helpful.
Okay, so what's in the search bar now?
Well, nothing now because I'm looking.
These kids don't even believe in math, man. You're wasting your time.
What is the point of this question?
I want to know. Maybe I can help you. Maybe the chat will help you as well. So, what should we search?
There's like 3 people in chat. So
no, there's like 30 people in here. So maybe we could all help you.
No,
what should we?
Dog, I'm in there. There's only 3. I've seen it. There's only 3 people actively like in chat. You have like 40 people watching, maybe, but they're all like bots. You have like 3 people.
Hey, can I ask how much you guys make from your YouTube stream? Is it profitable at all?
I don't think it is.
Give it a second.
There's like 30 views, 2 people in chat, a bunch of bots.
You're supposed to be posting shit. Stop yapping. If you want help, tell us what we should search. There's hella ninjas in the chat right now. Heretics in there, Radwin's in there, Clipcord's in there, Resolve, and we have like 30 people in the call.
Maybe we can go back to when you were in 8th grade science. What was the lab that you guys did to prove that gas contains gas?
God.
Are you
crying? No, I'm curious. You remember pretty well.
Yeah, I remember
What was the lab?
pretty well. I remember everything we did every fucking day.
That's cap.
Oh, so you didn't do a lab. There was no example of this? How come you didn't grill him and say, hey, prove that shit to me? Because I've never seen it. Did he prove it to you?
Well, I mean, we might have done a lab. We might not have. I don't fucking know. Seems like just a relevant-ass question.
So you remember him saying it, but you don't remember the lab that you did?
I don't remember the exact words, but it was in 8th grade that I learned about like that stuff. So
that stuff. What stuff?
So they told you something and you didn't actually remember, like they didn't demonstrate it for you?
They might have, they might not have. We didn't have all.
Oh, well then this is taught amongst all public
every day.
And this should be pretty well known. There should be examples of it everywhere. In the search bar, you'd be able to find it really easy.
Well, then we probably didn't do any experiment.
He's obviously lying. Exactly. It's crazy that you have to play like this. When
you're the one asking me stupid ass questions.
You're saying stupid ass things, and we're having you back it up. And now
to say that
I said one thing that I'm in the middle of trying to find, and you guys are spiraling about the fact that I didn't pay attention in 8th grade or some bullshit.
That never happened in 8th grade. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah. It's crazy that, you know, for someone who thinks flat earth is crazy, you have to literally sit here and lie about what some teacher that you can't even remember if you did an experiment or not told you about gas pressure not necessarily having to have a container because gas pressure contains itself. It's crazy that you have to say that and make all this shit up in a flat earth room where you should just be like, look, this is how it's a globe, this is how retarded you are. It's really fun.
Do you need some help Googling? Like, what do you want us to look up for you, bro? What's in the search bar now?
Stack Exchange, actually.
So you got nothing, bro. You
can also concede the point.
God, I love that game.
Hello. You can also concede the point and acknowledge that gas pressure requires a container because the gas pressure.
No.
The gases.
I never said no. I agree. You need a container.
Hello. I'm still speaking, bro.
I know, but like you're just misrepresenting what I said. I need us to be on the same page. Otherwise, it's just a stupid conversation.
So you're saying that you're gonna have multiple gases inside a container, and that demonstrates gas pressure.
One of the gases will be acting as a container, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying that you can have gas pressure without a container, right?
No. Yes, I think.
No, yes. That's a contradiction right there.
No, because there's still a container. The gas is acting as a container.
Listen. No. The only way you can demonstrate gas pressure based on the way gas behave is within a container, because the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. If there is no container,
is the
gases will expand. If there is no container, If there is no container, the gases will expand.
But we have a container.
What container?
The other gas.
No.
Dude, the gases are exerting force, are behaving and are expanding. And to contain that force, you need the container.
Yeah, the gas.
The gases push against, creating the pressure.
No, the other gas is acting as a container.
You're on recording saying that gas pressure is a result of its container. You've already said this, recorded.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying the other gas is being used as a container.
No,
it seems like you're talking about the first gas.
I think you might be missing the point because the gas is also push against each other and collide against each other, right? That might be the point that you're trying to talk about, but they only do that when they push in against the walls of the container and push against each other. That might be what you're trying to say.
You guys might hear that phone ringing because I called it earlier when I said he was going to only look at like a very limited timeline. Well, here's two gases interacting with each other, but that's also going to involve a container.
Yeah, gas collision happens within a container.
Oh, my fucking head.
Bro, you're getting air fried right now.
Just concede. You're not gonna find gas pressure without a container, unless you have a cartoon. Because you.
No, but it seems like you're like misunderstanding what I'm saying. There is other gas. We hear he's acting as a container.
Between you maybe saw a cartoon claiming that you have gas pressure around a globe, around a sphere, in a vacuum of space. You probably saw that cartoon, and that was
I didn't see any cartoon. No idea what that's about.
You're thinking that cartoon was a demonstration. But the actual demonstration, you will have to do
you're
it
just
in
asserting
real life,
things.
not in the cartoon.
You're just assuming that like you're just making up some like weird story.
I bet you anything that you got some type of imprint from a cartoon thing.
No,
you think that's actually happening.
That's just not true at all. I had no idea where you're even getting that fucking conspiracy from in the first place.
The globe, you learned the globe from your in a book. You saw a cartoon, remember?
No, there were no. I mean, there were drawings, but it wasn't because of this quote unquote cartoon. There was no cartoon.
Drawings, the globe, the cartoon. Remember?
Yeah.
You remember the blue? You remember the blue?
It was more a diagram than it was a drawing, but I guess technically it would be a drawing because you got to draw the diagram.
A drawing, a diagram, yeah.
Some like real images. Like they're not going to post a like black and white fuzzy image in it like a textbook for like sixth graders to learn about. Yeah.
In the diagram, you saw different colors, right? You saw blue, white, green for different properties of this drawing of the Earth or the globe cartoon. And you're thinking
those pictures exist. Doesn't mean anything.
Is the water? The white is the clouds, right?
Yeah, we got it, bud. What is your point?
The point is that in reality, to have the gas pressure that you are experiencing, a container is required, and the globe nonsense is impossible.
No, because we have a container.
Yeah, facts. Which is not gas.
The globe. You're saying that in the globe,
there's in a gaseous state.
There is a container?
No, it's not in a gaseous state. That needs to be contained. No,
listen, he's correct. We do have a container. That's a true statement, but not on the globe. There is no container on the globe.
Globe has a container.
No, it doesn't.
What is it?
To put it bluntly, the atmosphere. The gaseous.
That's the gas, dude. That is the gas.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
At most is gas.
Okay, but like, no, but the gas is acting as a container for us.
And you demonstrate that the gas can be. So you can go to the propane guy. You can go to the propane store.
Propane is a different type of gas.
The propane guy that you want some propane, but that you don't need a container to take the propane home.
No, you're asking it. No, because you're asking about a specific type of gas. Not all gases or not all elements on the periodic table, or
the
just
gas
chemicals
store,
in
you
general,
can buy like
can
probably
be put into a gas that went in a gas form.
They
I
sell
won't have time.
hydrogen, they sell oxygen, they sell multiple types of gases, and you can tell the gas guy that you want 10 different gases, but you don't need a container for all the gases. That's what you're saying.
Every gas on the periodic table requires a container. Everyone, all of them. And you're still not posting anything in the chat.
If you go to the gas guy and you tell him that you want the gases, but you don't need a container, that you gotta take the gases with a container, he'll call the police on you, or the crazy people. They'll put you in a room, a padded room.
What does a gas guy sell?
You need to be posting your evidence right now. Don't get distracted. Do you need help still?
Is it because you got a crazy ass claim that like you can't argue for?
No, that's
the only way you can demonstrate gas pressure, dude. The only way. You're saying there's another way of demonstrating gas pressure without the container. You cannot show that. That's why you can't find it.
That was some projection if I've ever heard it.
The only way we can demonstrate gas pressure is within a container, and the gas behavior will show you that the gas is pressed against the walls of the container, creating the pressure. That's in all the definition, all the demonstrations. The only way you can demonstrate it, gas behavior. And you're saying there's another way. There's something else out there that you can do, but you cannot show it.
Welcome, Tim Osman.
What's up?
You've been here before?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You've talked to Flat Earthers before?
Oh, yeah, I just like listening.
We're doing a no listening panel today, right, Crit?
No, that's okay. I can listen.
No, we're doing a no listening panel, so I'm glad you joined. Oh, wait, so you've talked to Flat Earthers. What did they say?
You know, all sorts of shit.
Like what?
Flat Earther stuff.
Okay. So wait, when it comes to the globe, is that something you understand a lot, a little? You're still learning?
What's your stance?
Well, the question was, when it comes to the globe, is that something you know a lot about, a little, or you're still learning?
I'd say a lot about.
Oh, okay, cool. Give us something. Well, what do you know?
The Earth is a cube.
Yeah, dude, I just came here to listen, bro.
So you know a lot.
You know.
Just give us like one thing. So one thing, you know a lot. So just start with one. All right. So what about Flat Earth? Is that something you know a lot about? A little? Still learning? And he's gone. Instant transmission. We have Honda Boy. Welcome, Honda Boy. We hear you breathing. And he's gone as well. Instant transmission.
Hey, no container guy. You can concede the point.
Yeah, he's gonna have to concede, bro. I mean, it's cooked.
Oh no! Did you read the thing I put in?
I'm not clicking on that IP grabber, bro.
Cope. Actual fucking cope.
I'm joking.
I'll take it. Okay.
Well,
it's hard to tell with you kids sometimes.
What's happening? What's happening in there?
Let's go. Let's take. Can you like give a citation from this, or we're supposed to just read the like? What do you want us to look at?
What you got?
It's like right fucking there. Just really any of it. Just read any of it at this fucking point. Just
okay. It says you don't need a container. You need a force. You already conceded earlier that gas pressure is a result of the container.
Holy shit! Read more than 3 words, my guy. God damn.
This is your shit. What do you want me to read?
Well, the entire fucking response. Don't just read 2 words from an entire fucking paragraph.
Okay, but it's saying no container is needed, but you said you need a container. This doesn't even agree with what you said.
There's more to it. Holy shit.
Bro, this doesn't even agree with what you said.
Maybe for everyone's benefit.
Okay, the rest of it, guys, it's one. Just fucking read.
Can you copy and paste a bit that's relevant?
Not the fucking British guy. Oh, it's the same fucking actors every time. It's actually getting boring. I'm bored.
Yeah, bro, just instant transmission out of here, Jedi.
Oh, Jedi, yeah, you scared that guy away. What'd you do to him?
I'm sorry. I just thought it might be easy if he just copied and pasted what he was talking about. Sorry. I do apologise.
No, I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. He called me the Tupperware lady earlier, so I'm not going to talk to him either. He doesn't like me either.
You're fine. I know you're teasing. You're all right.
Wait, what is a Tupperware lady? I'm going to have to add that to my repertoire.
I really don't know. Ask that dude. Don't know why they call me that.
Look, here's him in the chat saying, I never said you didn't need a container. Then we go to his post. It says, no container is needed. Like, this doesn't even agree with what he said. Holy. This post is crazy though. Physics.stackexchange.com. For gas pressure to exist, must the gas be in a container? I'm not a physics student. I'm just trying to understand if there are gases making up our atmosphere, what makes the container preventing all the gases diffusing into the galaxy or universe? I wonder if this is like a low-key flat earther asking.
Well, here's the thing. They said all you need is a force. What force would that be containing here?
It says gravity. The second comment.
That's crazy because gravity hasn't been a force since 1915. That's wild. Not that it hasn't been since. It's just discovered that it was bullshit to think that it ever was in the first place.
The second comment on here says, I remember reading a flip.
You gotta remember that the ball behave in a certain way, and this force supposedly it's not about the entropy of gases are not going to be affected by that force of gravity supposedly, and it's not even a force. Yeah, that's the only thing that you gotta say. Gravity is still whatever force you can attribute to gravity, whatever function you can the entropy of gases, right? Only the container will contain it.
The second comment says on this post, I remember reading a Flirf's complaint. If the Earth is a ball, then space would vacuum the atmosphere away. Believe me, it's trying, is what it says.
So his citation or reference is basically a conversation in physics stack exchange and some people trying to come up with ideas. Like that would be like me citing somebody's Discord conversation in the live chat.
Yeah, pretty much, Jedi. Pretty much. I really wanted to see what he was going to post from Google. I love actually like making them detail out what they searched. He's like, well, I searched gases containing gases, but it didn't give me anything. It's like, yeah, I know. I wonder why. Damn, he must not like you very much, Jedi. That's crazy.
I'm heartbroken.
He's been getting roasted. He probably understood he was about to get roasted again.
He low-key kind of admitted that it's possible that what he saw was like a drawing. I said a cartoon, and he wasn't. No, it wasn't a cartoon. It was some type of diagram. He probably saw in a book, and he thought that around the globe Earth, you have gases being contained by gases.
So I thought what he said about the teacher was like, that's crazy. He was like, no, my 8th grade teacher taught me this for sure. I fucking did it.
Yeah, and he said he remembered everything from every day. Didn't he say that?
Yeah. Just Max trolling. Happy 4th of July, guys.
Oh, happy
I know.
4th.
Yeah,
I know.
likewise.
He was up early. He usually be asleep right now, so.
Who, me?
Oh.
Guess I'll use this time to advertise. Quick advertisement. Yes, guys, want to advertise our very first episode of Flat Earth Off-Road. A discussion slightly off topic on purpose between flat earthers. You guys have all used your critical thinking skills to get this far. So I'm curious how else you use your critical thinking skills when it comes to like maybe what you eat or what news you follow or how you vote, etc. There's lots of different things we can get into. But, an on-purpose, off-topic discussion in the chill room, off-stream, potentially recorded. Maybe if someone wants to record it and put it on X.
I thought I reserved right here. I reserved fucking Uptown.
Elijah, I think you're hot micing.
I don't know why these people on the side chat. Sorry, Dave.
Oh my bad.
Carry on.
I was gonna tell you, Jedi, that you're gonna have to hold back like a final boss for the gas pressure and other stuff. Because if CB, like a middle boss of myself, are containing the guy, you as a final boss, just hold your horses, bro. Just don't jump into the middle level. It's like when we're like in level 5 and you're like level 20 and you just wanna jump in and make the guy quit. Come on, bro. Just relax.
All right, man, I'll shut up. No worries.
Thank you.
Yeah, could you maybe speak in
here?
Could Jedi could you possibly maybe speak in another accent, like maybe like Korean or something? Because I think you're throwing people off with your British accent. I don't know, just saying.
Are they feeling oppressed by him because it's Independence Day? Is that why they're getting agitated?
Yeah. He's like the final. He was like the final fight. We were trying to hold him. Like he wants to throw the nuke right away and make the guy quit. Come on, Jedi, stop it. Don't do that.
Oh yeah, I'm happy about it. I'm cheering him on here. I've got my little sparkler. I'm like, yeah, red coat, get that guy. He called me a Tupperware lady.
I know.
Now the guy's gone thanks to Jedi. Now the guy's gone thanks to Jedi. His fault.
Sorry, if
I chased him away an hour ago if you wanted me to, Jimsy. Yeah, I think
Jedi's
he's
trying to
teasing
speak,
you, Jedi,
and you
but I
guys
don't
are
even
censoring him. What?
yeah, that's because he's a Brit. That's because he's a Brit. We're celebrating our independence from having to say whilst and have a stiff upper lip. We got our soft, supple upper lips over here. Happy Independence Day, everybody.
An eagle I hear in the background.
Shit.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you're pretty close to France. I mean, you're basically right across the
Don't
channel. So
fucking remind me, Sonny.
you're actually part French. So maybe try a French accent. I don't know.
Don't know.
Just saying. Shit. What a show.
Don't try to antagonize them to insulting the French, Sonny. They can do that just fine all on their own.
Sick. Somebody said French.
Don't criticize me for putting down the Americans when I'm a French and I can put down the French just as easy. Oh.
You sound so Italian, it's unreal.
Terrible.
Oh, I chased away your other Grover. Gosh, these guys, they really don't like me. Like, it's making me have a complex. Execution's great again. He says I'm insufferable. Jeez, worse than all of you combined. That's so mean. Am I worse than all of you combined? Is that true? I know. Thanks, CB. Doesn't get used to that sound clip.
Misogyny.
That guy's pretty bad. I mean, I've not heard him make any good faith arguments, so. The only one in here that I see that may not be a Globetar or may not be Flat Earther is Sam R4628.
Oh,
Sam,
welcome to the force. It's gonna contain the gases. Sam force.
There's also Silly Goose. Anyone talk to Silly Goose?
Not recently. I think I've heard him before.
Sam R4628. You're up next. That was funny. The guy that was claiming to be Tim Osmond and like just asked a question, just told it's a non-listening panel. I just want to listen. No, it's a non-listening panel, right? And he leaves. Like just having the name Tim Osmond, that was going to be enough that everybody'd leave him alone or something. What? I'm a flat earther, a fake one, but I'm a flat earther. Yeah, my name's Tim Osmond. Will the real Tim Osmond stand up, please?
Welcome, Santo, to the panel. Is this your first time here?
Quite frankly, CB, I don't think that's any of your business.
I think I've seen Santo in here before. I don't recall hearing him speak though.
Dang, Santo, you're really going to let Jedi talk about
no,
you?
Santa definitely speaks. He was speaking, I don't know, I was listening to an ongoing conversation with him and somebody for a really long time. I think that was just a few days ago. Are you there, Santo?
He's in the chat saying, I can't talk right now, I just want to listen. Boring.
Too bad. What a disappointment. Well, maybe next time. You're welcome to stay and listen, though, Santo. That's totally fine.
I'm going to stay and listen. This is a no panel.
But CB says you can't. CB says you can't do that.
At least he didn't say he doesn't have a mic or that his mic is broken. Like, okay, at least he didn't say that.
That is way better. Yeah. When people try to say their mic's broken, it's like, just say you don't want to or you can't talk. Like, you don't have to pretend that you don't have a mic in 2025. That's kind of silly.
How did you hear
me?
It's like I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
No. We have control of your television screen. The vertical, the horizontal. Do not try to adjust your TV. Remember that?
No, what is that?
Yeah, it's either the Twilight Zone or one of those shows. You're now entering the Twilight Zone.
Gotcha. All right, man. Hey, man, if things don't pop off, today could be a good day to do our Flat Earth Off-Road, episode 1.
I'm sorry. I was doing something else when you explained what that was, but these people probably don't want to hear it again, I guess. Can you give me a short version?
Yeah, Flat Earth Off-Road. Flat Earthers going off topic on purpose.
Oh, okay. Oh, some people would really like that. I'm going to send some people over there. Yeah. You're going to do that in the home server?
Yeah, we'll do it in chill. Probably not on YouTube. Most likely, not on the YouTube.
Keep it going. Yeah, keep it going 24/7, and then I can just keep sending people over there.
No, we're just gonna do an episode. We're not gonna do 24. I don't want to be there 24/7, but I just think that we're on a mission. We've done a pretty good job staying on topic. I think just letting some people let loose a little bit. 4th of July, celebrate a little. But the goal isn't just to ramble about random shit. It's like, I want to know how other flat earthers live. How do you, because I've been getting into, see, I don't want to go too far into it, but like, what do you eat? Are you into like a certain diet, or do you stay up to date on certain trends in politics or fashion or whatever, right? Just like, how do flat earthers live? I think there's probably a lot of similarities between us. I don't think it's like completely unanimous across the board how everyone is, but there's probably some similarities. Maybe we haven't really got into like, is everyone a conservative and stuff like that. I'd love to learn a little bit more about you guys in that regard. So yeah, just like a slightly off-topic discussion, not about flat Earth, but with flat earthers. I think it would be pretty cool. So, hey man, I might fire that up today and invite some people to come over, especially if it doesn't pop off over here soon. It could be a good day for it. 4th of July, man. The event is in 24/7 created already. If you want to, if you pop over to the server and hit events, it will, maybe I should bump it to the top. But if you hit interested, it should ping you when it goes live. And it'll be episode 1. Be there or be square. Welcome, Keyshawn.
Hello.
What's happening, bro?
I was just going to say happy 4th of July, everyone.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
you too. You too.
Happy 4th.
Yep. Have you talked to flat earthers before?
I am a flat earther.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
I see you got some, you got a nice stack there in your profile.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
How do fireworks work on a globe? Come on, you should know.
Hello, fellow kids.
Never mind.
Anyway.
Actually, in about 2 months, I've been a flat earther for 2 years.
Wow, all right. A newbie.
Newbie?
So, why did you start believing the flat earth?
Because, like, you can't prove that it's a globe without pulling any logical fallacies. I kind of looked into myself as well, and I watched so many documentaries about it as well.
Did you sign up for the Flat Earth Society newsletter?
I think I did. Yeah.
Nice. So, like, how long have you been in the Flat Earth Society? You said like 2 years?
Yeah, I've been a flat earther for like 2 years once I started like believing it.
Oh, okay. Nice. And like, we're on a planet. Dandelion, what else should?
Not on a planet.
CB, that was the best question ever. I'm going to put that on a little sticky note on my wall.
I'm trying to channel my inner Neil right now. Neil's better at this than I am. Wait, you said we're not on a planet? What do you mean?
Oh, it's a dome.
Oh.
Do you subscribe to the newsletter? I'm sorry, I just can't get over it. Yeah, keep going, CB. You're doing it. You're doing it.
All right. The dome. Like, what do you mean by dome?
It's a flat Earth. We live in a dome. Ice wall.
Ice wall. Wait, so the ice wall is the dome?
Oh, it's like the ending a little bit. There's more coordinates on the map. The map is actually more spread out. We live in between the ice. Like in between.
Whoa. Do you have like a map you can post it? I want to see this. Or like
I don't have permissions to post stuff in the side chat.
Oh, just DM it to me. I'll post it for you.
Okay. I can't. So I just want to point out that there's definite. You know what? Let me ask you a question. Do you see a difference between the two statements? It's been 2 years. No, not that. That no one can prove it's a globe. That's statement one. And statement two is, I know it's not a globe.
Yeah. You can't prove that it's a globe.
It's a slightly different. Do you think there's a difference between the two statements?
Do I see a difference? No.
Yeah, because some, like, say you think Dave Weiss, right? Now, for the most part, he runs along the line of you can never prove it's a globe because everything that's true for the globe is true for flat Earth. You heard that before?
I've never heard of that before, no.
Yeah, a lot of people have that reasoning, and not everybody's fully invested into this, and it's like, well, seen some wonky stuff. I'm good with that. It's enough for them to believe that the Earth is, not a globe. But then there are other people who have actually looked into the dimensions and certain major mainstream claims about what we would expect if we lived on a globe, and realized that, oh, it's not a globe. Why? Not because it's not a globe because, number one, no one's ever measured it to be one. That's why when you ask people who measure the globe, the best that they can do is Eratosthenes, but he didn't measure one or claim to measure one either. It was already based on the assumption that the Earth is a globe. They're just trying to figure out how big. So they were begging the question. So there's a difference between someone who is at best skeptical because they can't necessarily prove something, while they may not think that they have the tools to disprove it either. And then there's someone like myself who's directly met the propositions of, or whatever argument, whatever claim there is about the globe. I've looked into
it. You say but I don't know really what you're talking about. I don't know what you're trying to prove or like what kind of point you're trying to say right now. But I'm just making a claim. You can't prove that the Earth is a globe. Prove that we're spinning in Earth at 1,000 miles an hour, in a closed vacuum.
Can you prove it's flat?
I can't prove it that it's a globe. I don't know what it is.
But can you prove it's flat?
I'm not gonna make that claim.
Okay,
so be inductive about it. I can give you research. I can give you studies. I can't prove it to you. I can just prove that it's not a globe. Like objectively,
you gave me a fine enough answer, and that was my point. I think that you missed, good sir. I was literally saying there's a difference between people who are at best skeptical and people who know. I asked you if you know.
I'm a globe.
I'm sorry. I let you interrupt me. I let you interrupt me because I figured maybe I got you wrong or something. So now it's my turn to speak again. Now it's my turn to speak again, and it's like every time I make the same point that I'm trying to make the first time, you keep interrupting and interjecting. I'm going to stop you at some point where you're going to feel like, okay, maybe I'm being censored, or maybe I feel like I have to leave. Or you can be decent and just stop talking when I'm talking. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So there's a difference between.
You're just a slow.
There's a difference between some. All right, I guess I have to mute you then. Because I'm going to keep talking.
Someone.
No, I'm going to finish my sentence and then I'm going to wait and see if you're going to respond to it. If you're just here to talk and waste time.
Okay, let's do it then.
Great. So, again, there's a difference between me, someone who's done something experientially, that even is a word. Mary Mom, help me out. To know for a fact that the earth is flat versus someone who doesn't know either way, which is what you just said. Which is fine. It was fine until you responded the way you did, which makes me feel like you're kind of offended by me pointing that out. But if you're not, then we're good again. But that's an important thing for people in this topic to know, that you might be new, you might be a flat earther. There are things that you can still learn.
Experiential is totally a word. Is that what you said? Experiential? Yeah.
I mean, I think it was just.
In fact, that's like a buzzword in education. Experiential learning. That's what we're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to learn from experience. I mean, that's right. Yeah.
Science is the correct terminology, but it's whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Keyshawn, before we go too much further with this, I don't know how far down this road people want to go. I like the roads that CP and Elijah, I'm sorry, Big Daddy Flurfer, were taking you down. Just for the audience disclaimer, like I was amused by the Flat Earth Society reference, but just so everybody knows, Flat Earth Society is a controlled opposition organization that does things like try to push people into developing a replacement model for the globe, which is what you've also presented to us, Keisha. And so just so you know, for this group, it's good to see you because you can help us to explain why it is that not all people who understand that we don't live on a globe have to agree, but we've particularly banded together rejecting the concept of being able to definitively claim we claim neither an ice wall nor a dome, because we go out of our way to not present an alternative model, because for many reasons. One, we can't verify either one of those things empirically. And two, we feel like it's a good mental exercise for people to get off of the globe that they've been indoctrinated into. And just that in itself is so difficult to let go of that without having another thing to cling to that claims to explain and understand everything, because we recognize that the limits of human knowledge and experience mean that we will never be able to explain everything, and we accept that, and we ask people to join us in that journey, even if it's uncomfortable. Does that make sense to you, Keisha?
Oh yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying you can still prove that it's flat, but you can't just claim, I know it's flat, because
you just told Big Daddy Flurfer that you couldn't prove it's flat. Am I wrong about that? Is that not what you just told him, that you could not prove it was flat?
I don't know if it's flat or not, but I can prove that it is flat.
How are you going to prove it, Keisha?
What? How do you?
So much evidence.
No,
so much
you can't
references.
say that. He just allowed it like that. It was proper English. Sometimes, like, come on.
What?
How you know something? How don't you know something that you can prove? How don't you know something that you've proven already?
I know, it's nonsensical. I agree. That whole statement was nonsensical. I'm right there with you, Big Daddy Flurf.
Hmm. All I just know is it isn't a globe. That's all I can. I can make that claim though.
Within the places that we can demonstrate, right? And we know across the exploration of all the land masses and the bodies of water, we can definitely demonstrate there is no curvature. He probably knows that because he hasn't seen the curvature. He's on the other server. You probably look at some of the tests, some of the laser tests. You probably seen that stuff, maybe long distance observation.
Level with me? Have you guys seen Level with me? Because like it just seems
Level?
like you guys are Level with me. Have you seen the documentary?
Yeah, Level. Yeah.
You're trying to say you can't prove that the Earth is flat, but you can prove it.
You can prove it. Yes, we agree. I mean,
And what I'm
you're
saying,
not. Yeah, but what
when I'm
we're
saying
yeah,
I can't prove it, I'm saying anecdotally I can't prove it, but I can give you studies and research about it.
Well, actually, I mean, I guess the word prove, like I would have a problem with that only because what we're doing, and what any of us are doing is we're disproving the globe mathematical claims. We're coming up with the counterexamples that mathematically disprove the claim geometry of the globe. So, like usually we don't have to prove anything because there's nothing to prove because we're not claiming a shape and we're not, like I said before, we're not claiming a model. So it is true that here we focus on disproving because that's the only way that human knowledge really advances, right? We have a falsifiable claim of the radius and we've falsified it many times over. Yep.
So you're not native to anything, you're just proving your anecdotal experience, basically.
That's kind of the opposite of what I said. They have a mathematical claim that can be easily logically disproven. It only takes one counterexample to disprove a faulty mathematical conjecture, and we have shown thousands of counterexamples with more being added every day, and we only needed one. So yeah, we've falsified it. Yep, that's what we did. Nothing about anecdotes. No, falsifying a mathematical claim with logic and reason.
Okay.
I mean, Keyshawn. Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
As ridiculous as it sounds, it's because it's not really actually ridiculous, but it's so simple that it's not so quick to be accepted. I proved the Earth is flat when I got in a plane and flew to Miami, because while driving there would have meant that I was on curve. When the plane reached its cruising altitude and I flew level, that distance is a linear distance through the air, straight line distance, flat Earth distance. That was a flat Earth measurement I did that from point A to point B when I was on.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Keep going. I want to ask him a question, but I will remember it. So yeah, just let me know when I should ask it.
No, that was all. If I were going to prove that it was flat, I'd say that, and then they'd say, well, why does that make it flat? And then I go into flight dynamics and trigonometry and stuff like that.
I mean, I would just straight up say that elites, they don't use their map. They use our map. They don't calculate curvature.
All right, try not to include us in the R. So who are the OUR that you're referring to when you say our map? Who are these people?
The flat Earth map.
Okay, well, we don't claim a map here, but what I was going to ask you, we can get into that if you're interested in discussing that, but so yeah, just so you know, I guess I would say, like, we if you're a globe skeptic, like, yeah, we're on the same page. There's no globe, so we don't necessarily have to agree on every other thing at this point. But what I was going to ask you is, have you done any long-distance observations, or do you understand the documented long-distance observations and laser tests, and like, have you tried explaining those to other people?
Yeah, it's just propaganda.
You're saying the long-distance observations and laser tests are propaganda? Is that your statement?
Are you talking about the ones that they falsified?
No, I'm talking about the ones that falsify the globe. Like any of the laser tests, the FE core laser tests, for example, Dr. John Dee's laser tests, any of those. I can put some in the chat. If you haven't seen them yet, you totally need to see them. I actually do believe that it's possible for a person these days, with the way the world is so bizarre, and that you could understand that it's not a globe and not have seen the objective evidence that explains that. I'll put it in the chat. Maybe you can watch it later.
Okay.
You haven't heard of the laser tests or the long distance observations, Keyshawn?
No, I'm usually go to the Red Bull Jump and other videos as well.
Okay,
I spoke to a Brazilian yesterday, and the Brazilian he never seen the laser test, but he works with communication towers in Brazil, and he said, yeah, that stuff is line of sight.
That's cool. Where do you spoke to him in here?
In the English channel.
Nice. Just trying to
So
figure out.
there's people that haven't seen all the information, but they have figured that it's the globe is complete nonsense. Just like that Brazilian is an example.
You guys know Wolfie?
And this guy as well.
Yeah, apparently.
You know Wolfie?
I've heard of him. Yeah, I don't know. Other people have been, yeah, I've heard of him. Feels like some Jedi would probably be able to explain to us who it is. I don't remember. Anyway, so this Dr. John Dee, can you see that where I tagged you peer-to-peer results and observations? So yeah, those are the laser tests he did. I'll find you the FE core laser tests, really useful. And his channel in general has a lot of really good information. It's these kind of things focus on, how you can objectively demonstrate the absolute, unquestionable fact that there is no globe. So the problem, how am I going to put this? So I've encountered people, I'm not saying this is you, but, actually like a friend of mine that I have in real life who just, came to understand the globe lie only recently, who came at it from a religious perspective. So I feel like this is going to become more and more common because there are more of these kind of people who are kind of like evangelizing flat earth. That's the only way I could explain it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but we've had some good discussions in here. Like I had a discussion with Salt Lake Stacy one ladies' night about how she at one time, was coming at it from that point of view. And she said this on the live stream, so I don't mind sharing it with you, another person's testimonial. But she came to realize she needed to learn, more empirical arguments, because that, there's a lot of people who it might reach them to come from a religious point of view, but there's many people who, as soon as you try to come at it from that point of view, they're just going to be turned right off. So, or even just from a point of view of how you came in here, talking about your ice wall and your dome and so on, talking about things that can't be proven or demonstrated. So that's why we've thought, even if, okay, well, yeah, we can get to that. I'll finish my sentence real quick for you. So that's why we try to just go to it, especially when we're just dealing with the new persons. We just try to stick with things that can be empirically tested, repeated, and verified that you could go out and do yourself, such as the long distance observations. But you have another claim you wanted to make?
Yeah, I was going to say that, there's objective truth and objective reality. You can prove it objectively that it is flat. It is on a globe.
Yeah, We're on the same page. I totally agree. It can be objectively demonstrated that there's no curvature, no drop over distance. I totally agree.
But if you're a Muslim and you're gonna say it's flat, you just can't really say that because the thing has to correlate with your religion. And all religions also prove that it's also a flat Earth as well, objectively.
They might make that as a tenet of their belief, and it might be in their holy book. But then you're not going to be able to use the word "prove" because other people would have to agree to that faith. So right now we've got a bunch of people indoctrinated into the globe cult faith, right? So we don't want people to be indoctrinated into the flat Earth. We want to get them back into gear to train their mind to accept reality in the present moment, how it presents it to ourselves as flat and stationary, and also to understand how they can go out in the real world and objectively test that for themselves using techniques that can be repeated by other people who will also get the same results. That's why we focus on that here. So do you understand? So I guess you've never seen the laser test, and so I can explain to you the long distance observations if you want. We could start just with the laser test. So like if you look at that greatest laser experiment in history, FE Core, there's documents that back that up and explain all the measurements that they made. I'll find it for you and open it up just a minute. So that you can show, if you haven't heard this before, then maybe you don't understand how. Have you heard of the 8 inches per mile squared?
8 inches per mile square, yeah.
Okay, so you've heard of that. So yeah, the whole reason why you've heard of that is because that is used I'm just trying to find you this thing while I'm talking, sorry. That is used to show the drop over distance that's predicted by the globe, and that is not found when we test it in reality. So there's several different laser tests that were done by FE Core. I could show you the whole file. I'm just trying to, or you could look at that later, that video which explains it all. But yeah, if we just look at one of these, I'll try to find one that I could just put a screenshot in here for you. Trying to find one where I think one of them is 25 miles. I just don't want to say that if it's not right, but well, here's one that's 13 miles. I'll give you that one. So basically, all of these are trying to show you that the expected drop over distance, and this is the document, the file. Are you interested? Like, would you actually read the file if I put it up there for you? I'll just put it in there in case anybody else wants to see it. This is explained in great detail in here. So they had many different laser tests they did at different distances. And then you can figure out what the calculated drop over distance expected by a globe would be. And then the laser is still hitting the target at these distances where the target would be obscured behind the Earth curve if the Earth curve was there. So several of these, I know it's like it would be obscured behind over 300 feet of drop, and yet the laser is still hitting the target, and so on. So it's not going off into the fantasy medium of outer space. It's hitting the target because the Earth is flat. That's the basic idea of the laser test. Does that make sense to you? Keyshawn? Oh, I guess he's gone. Well, if he comes back, hopefully we can continue this conversation.
It's like when it comes to anything tangible, in one ear, out the other, it's like we have like a whole army of flat earthers that have no idea how the earth is flat. Like no laser tests, have no idea about the black swan. Now, it's not about the black swan. It's about us discovering the trick. The trick being that they're saying boats, buildings, lighthouses, what have you, are all blocked because of the geometric consequence of the globe, which would be the horizon. They even claimed on Nat Geo that because the cameraman was 1 foot above the level, the water level, that the flag would disappear due to the horizon being at 1.22 miles away. That was on Nat Geo some years ago. So what we've discovered is that that claim about the horizon isn't true. There's no blockage there. There's no curvature there. There's no globe Earth here. There's no globe Earth anywhere. They don't. So that's what I mean about it's. They don't know that. They don't know. They don't know much. But there's an army of them, and so few of us. I think that's Hollywood's doing, or whoever programs us through TV and social media.
Yep, I'm seeing it, Big Daddy Flurf. I'm seeing it. You were on the same page. Yep, I'm seeing it. I didn't even know. I mean, that's one of the reasons, I came back here because this lady I'm talking about was like alarming me with, she was like getting mad at me because I was explaining to her, how it was the myth that really, got to me. And, are you interested in hearing about this? Oh, and then guess what? Then she sent me a video of Witsit one time. I'm like, please don't send me this man. She's a Witsit. She was a Witsit acolyte, and that was before the Antarctica stuff. You know what I mean? She was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was going to upset you so much. They sent you this guy." It was pretty funny. You know what I'm saying? Like after everything we've been through, then this friend, I've known her for like 20 years more, maybe. I've known that lady for like 25 years. Yeah. And like since I won't even get into how I know her, but so anyway, that she like came out of nowhere and is like sending me Witsit videos. I'm like, what is going on in the world? Because she's the mother of a friend of mine, basically. So she's like an older lady, And I'm like, wow, how this lady's become a flat earther. Wild.
Yeah, it's tough because it's like with my ex, like she thought, flat Earth was the craziest. I guess, well, she didn't necessarily believe mainstream stuff. However, it was more like bacon. She didn't really have an idea when it came to asking her a question about the shape of Earth, what she thought the sky was. I mean, obviously she thought it was a globe, but at the same time, if you asked her and pressed her and she thought about it, she's like, but I don't really know. I don't care. So, some months later, she comes to me and she's like, yeah, so, do you know about like Samuel Robotham and this, that, and the third? And like she had got her hands on like the setup, the setup information. The information that you get for somebody who may be a skilled glober to come and just knock you down. I mean, like, that's what's being bred. Not people like us for some reason. Not fast enough. Not fast enough.
Yeah, I hear you. I still like poor Samuel Robotham, but I hear you. It's not like the best argument. I hear you. I'm still into him just kind of nostalgically, but I hear you. Because I don't even think some of their arguments against him are great. But, we don't need to go there, right? Because we got so much more better stuff.
Right. I mean, like, they don't even know, just like they wouldn't know our arguments, they don't know those. They know, like, the version that's, like, not much.
I mean, if this guy was for real, I don't want to talk too much about it when he's not here, but like, if this guy was for real, gosh, then we're in worse shape than we thought. When CB asked him if he'd joined the Flat Earth Society, he gets their newsletter, he's like, hey, I think so. I'm like, is this guy just making a joke on us? But he could totally have been for real. Like, that's even more scary. That's even more scary. I'm sorry, guy, if you're there. I was nice to him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they got to know you can't be just running around claiming all this stuff and, expecting people to just jump on your bandwagon. Like, we're not about bandwagons around here. I just don't get what people don't get about that. Like, you gotta, like, the information's there to back it up. And I mean, it could be a coincidence that he just left when I was trying to, like, show him that stuff. It's like, hello, like, you could have a slam dunk argument and you wouldn't have to just be running around making claims that are, gonna just make you look like you don't know what you're talking about. Like, how could you even get into a debate if all you got is, we're definitely not on a globe, there's an ice wall, like, you're just not gonna get far, right? Yeah, I guess not. Maybe they don't want to get far. Joseph Joe is here. I don't know. Are you new to us, Joseph Joe? Welcome to the channel. Anybody else that's been here or whatever has a question, feel free to speak up.
then you become about the same density as the water around you because you're mostly made of water. But let's take something like, I don't know, a piece of wood. You can drop the piece of wood in the air and it will go down. The air cannot support it. But if you take that same piece of wood and force it down to the bottom of a pool or the ocean, it's going to go up.
What does so what's the conclusion? What pulls some things down and is the density?
No, there's nothing pulling anything down. No, that's not right.
Wait! Don't get mad at me. I'm asking.
Nothing is no. You started it off with the false premise that something is pulling. There's no pulling. There's no force.
Nothing's pulling. Yeah,
oh, but
that's right.
Don't insult me. I'm a person who is ignorant.
He's not insulting you.
I'm just trying to learn from you.
Yeah, I'm just addressing the false premise. Okay, if you say the word pulling, you're insinuating that there's a force. You can't give me a loaded question.
Do you apologize me for speaking like a normal person and not like a scientist or whatever?
Okay.
Do you apologize?
Hang on a
me?
second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, please. Please hold on.
I mean,
please hold on. So. Please hold on. Hold on a second, please. Now, says who?
Yep, says who was speaking with someone else and Sash started interrupting, right? Sash was a troublemaker the other day, right? So Sash is going to have to go on mute, right? So whoever was speaking with Says Who before, please, that was a good conversation, so please continue. Was that Sieto or I didn't see exactly who it was. It was Fatty. It was you, right?
Yes,
it doesn't exist.
Before they move on, I really want to know, like, as a normal person, how does a flat Earth look like? Because you described it in a scientific way or something, but I really don't get it. Like,
flat and horizontal, and everything is based right. So I'm answering you. So flat and horizontal at sea level, that's zero. That's the zero where everything is measured from. If you go up onto the land, everything is measured essentially above that 0 point, right? And then you can also measure the topography of the ground below sea level, and that would be below the horizontal 0 point. The baseline, sea level.
Okay, can I make
I don't know what's this whole sea level and all these.
Okay, let me make a short announcement quickly, please. Just a short announcement, and please go into the chat as well. Whilst you're listening to Says Who, please look in the chat, and I'll post some images of what the flat Earth looks like. Okay, whilst you're listening. Sorry to interrupt. And also, there's a citation from Sir Isaac Newton, who disagreed with gravity. He didn't agree. The citation is in there. Please carry on. Sorry to interrupt you.
Hi.
So anyways, nobody actually knows what the entirety of Earth looks like because you'd have to have an outside perspective. But everybody, including all the people who make your maps and travel across it and build on it, use it, treat it, build on it, navigate it as a flat and stationary plane. The totality of it, we do not know.
Yeah, but bro, what if like we send the camera in a balloon, you know?
We have done that. It's inconclusive.
So, how would you describe it in a like normie language?
The surface of the Earth is flat.
So it's just the way it looks in the picture I sent in the side chat, right?
No. Why would you put a flat disk in outer space? That's your idea of what the flat Earth would look like? That's kind of silly.
I think it's the idea for everybody. I think it's not only me.
No, it's not the idea for everybody. You must have come up with that yourself, or you borrowed that idea from somebody else.
I mean, I bet it's the idea for most people in here. It's like normal people think it is.
It really isn't. Why would they think it's that way? Who here made that claim? Yeah, we hear you.
I think if you make a poll right now, like most people will say, "Oh, I thought it looks this way." Flat Earth.
Why do they think it looks that way, do you think? Do you think they had that suggested to them and now they believe it?
I think it's intuitive, like the way it looks.
Intuitive? What would be the intuitive thing about the Earth being a disk in outer space? Especially since space doesn't exist.
I mean, you yourself, you said you don't know how does it look like. So
yeah, of course not. So why would I go ahead and make some kind of false conjecture as to what it looks like, especially assuming that number one, it's a disk floating in an outer space vacuum that cannot exist according to the second law of thermodynamics? Why would anybody think that?
I don't know all these words and physics and stuff, but I'm just a normal person like any other guys here. So
okay,
explain me like I'm 3. Okay. I really
no worries.
don't get
The
it.
Earth is flat. Yeah. The Earth is flat and horizontal everywhere, and everything is measured against the sea level, which is our datum for the horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah. Says who? Can I have a couple of minutes with the guy, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. So yeah, basically what says who is telling you is that the Earth is flat because we cannot measure the curvature of the ball. You know, the curved surface is not there. Okay? We were told it, but they didn't give us any proof. They told us, but they didn't show us. So now we've gone out to check for ourselves by trying to measure the curvature, and we don't see the curvature. We're finding flat Earth. And if you look at my image in the chat, it's horizontal. Look, can you see the image in the chat? That's what we're finding. Horizontal like that, no curvature. Does that make sense now?
It's just a street. It's just
no. It's a picture of a vast area. That's a vast area. That area should be curving, but it is not curving. It is flat and horizontal.
But bro, it's like.
So if you zoom out, how does it look like? That's my question.
Well, if you zoom out, it's going to get smaller. Of course, it's still going to be level. It's going to be smaller. You know, as you move away from that object, okay, you will see more. You get more area, but it's going to get smaller, of course, when I'm zooming out. Yeah. When I zoom in now, it gets enlarged, and you can see that there's no curvature there.
Yeah, bro, but like the scale is so big, you can't feel the curvature.
Unfortunately, hang on a second, please. The numbers they give us, we must be. Look, if somebody says your shoe is size 7, you can check it to see if it's size 7, yeah? Or your car engine is 2,500 cc engine, you can check it. So if they say the Earth is 24,000 miles, 901 miles circumference, I must be able to measure that circumference. We've gone out to check it. That number is not there. Okay? That's why it's flat. We're not measuring the curvature of the Earth is not being measured. Can't measure it, cannot find it. With today's modern technologies, okay, we're not able to find the curvature. Do you understand now? And the image is the image is beautiful because it's horizontal. There's no curvature there. That picture is not lying to you. It's saying, look how level I look. That's the actual picture from a camera. What your eyes will see the same thing. Does that make sense now?
But bro,
I don't know.
Yeah, it makes.
I want a demonstration or a picture. Like you show a street or something. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know.
No.
The ability
you can
to
do this
give you
yourself.
a God's eye view.
Yeah.
So you think that because you've got pictures from NASA of the Earth being a ball, that this type of thing is achievable? That you can go very far away from the Earth, turn around and take a picture of it? We don't have the ability or the technology to give you this God's eye view of what reality is on the floor. Sorry.
You're good.
But don't you have like rockets?
Okay, that's a begging a question fallacy, you see, because rockets cannot go to space. Okay? Yeah, the technology doesn't exist where you can put a rocket into space and then you can turn around and take a picture of the Earth. Even NASA tells us that they don't have a picture of Earth from space. They don't have that. That's what NASA tells us.
What about the stations in space?
That's why that station is not up there, because as we have discovered that the Earth is not a globe now that totally cancels out the ISS. Not only that, the environment where the ISS would be, if it could be there, is very high radiation. And then the speed of Mach 23, that's 23 times the speed of sound, 17,500 miles per hour, is so fast it would break the machine up through the curvature trajectory. With the curved trajectory, it would tear itself apart. The G forces would kill it. It's not up there. Impossible. Okay, impossible. Mach 23 times the speed of sound wants to go straight only. If you force that speed into a curved trajectory, then you're...
Yeah, but how they get satellite images?
Is 5 miles in 1 second. 1 second, you're doing 5 miles or 8 kilometers.
You're lagging.
First of all, high altitude photography can be captured using all kinds of different things. Drones, balloons, right? You don't have to have a satellite in outer space. That's silly. In fact, that would be much more difficult and not nearly as cost effective as just putting a balloon in the air and using that to take photographs. So just because you have a photograph and they told you it came from a satellite doesn't mean that it did.
I mean, like, if they want to spy at another country, they can't, like, send a balloon. They must use satellites. No?
Why would they want to spy on another country?
Because of war and stuff.
Because of war and stuff. Do you think that the nations on the earth today are somehow sovereign, independent nations? Is that what you think?
What do you mean, sovereign, independent?
Sovereign, independent entities.
I don't know what.
I mean, that they are countries on their own and they're at war with other countries that are on their own.
On their own?
Yeah, that they're independent.
Yes.
Alone, by themselves. They don't have any relations to any other countries or any other entity, for that matter.
No, of course, the countries are related. They have relationships between each other.
Yeah, I understand that, but are they independent from one another? Independent.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then why would you go to war with people that you already have relationships with? Especially if all of these nations happen to be under the same banking cartel that ultimately owns them. They're not actually independent countries. They're nation-state corporations, which is what all of them are defined as, even within their own codes. Like, let's take the United States, for instance. Title 28, subsection 3002, definition 15A, the United States is a corporation as defined, as well as all the other nation-state corporations owned by one entity. So there is no war between nations, there's just war for profit, and you get to pay the bill.
And who will profit? Like from
the people, the bankers, the banking cartels that give fake money and reap real power from the people because they're all slaves to these bankers. This has been around forever, my friend. You went to a public, school, probably a university, owned by the nation states, run and regulated by the nation states and the bankers, and they gave you the information that they wanted you to have, which is that you live on a ball, and somehow these corporations are independent from one another, which they're not. You've been fed a bunch of stolen goods for most of your life. You've never bothered to ask questions. Now, don't be mad at yourself. Certainly don't be mad at me. I'm just the messenger. But a little bit of research will bear this out. This is published stuff. This is known.
Yeah, yes, it's well documented. Just a short announcement again. Sorry, says who. Please keep looking at the chat, everybody, because I'm putting some good information, good visual images to help you along to understand that you're not on a global Earth. Okay, keep looking in the chat as well. Carry on, Stezo. You're doing a good job. Thanks.
So you're saying like Russia and Ukraine, like having fake war to make profits to corporation and banks.
Correct. Absolutely 100% correct. Because Ukraine and Russia are partners in Antarctic Treaty. They are signatories to the Antarctic Treaty. Now, if you've signed a treaty in Antarctica to be friends and do business together, then you're not really enemies. So the idea that Russia and Ukraine are enemies is it's not. They're making money at the expense of the people, the taxpayers. That's what's going on.
Ukraine signatories to the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Ukraine and Russia are signatories to the Antarctic Treaty. Yeah.
What the fuck did the Ukraine that was part of the USSR sign? Is it when they were part of the USSR that you're talking about?
I think they're like the Johnny
Ukraine
come late.
wouldn't have any claim. They've got no direct land across any water towards the Antarctica.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
they're
landlocked country.
signatories. But they're signatories.
Okay.
You look it up.
All right,
That's what
will do.
annoys me about all this. You know what I mean?
What?
That they're signatories to the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah. Okay.
So guys, why don't we like make a group and we sail south to find out the truth? Like keep crossing
It's actually not easy to do that. It's a small fortune, first and foremost, because you have to go through organized tours. So it's not a cheap endeavor. Plus, you are limited where you can go. You are limited what you can bring. Okay, and wherever you go, the organizers of the tours are taking you there. You can't go anywhere by yourself. Now, let's say you want to go by yourself and ignore all the rules. Then you have the authorities will come down on you. Those who are looking after and patrolling it. That will be the Air Force and the Navy mainly. And they will take you back to your country. Okay? So it's not that easy.
It wouldn't matter anyways. Trying to find the limits of the realm, not really necessary. We can measure the surface wherever we're at, especially over the water, large bodies of water, and the earth is flat. That's the most important thing.
So let me understand, guys. Like you're saying, we are like a chicken living, controlled by corporation and banks.
Yes,
That's what
we
you're
are like that. Yes, we are slaves on a system. The governments have enslaved their citizens in a way, yeah. And the citizens have been indoctrinated, so some of them don't realize they're slaves yet. A majority don't realize that they're in a slave system. Yes, you don't even realize it. There you are. Now you're beginning to realize. Now.
I mean, the scale of like deception would be too big.
Not really.
Why?
Yeah.
Because what you're saying, like they lied about everything.
Yeah. Why is that? Is it because you can't imagine that type of thing? That's the thing about people who aren't psychopaths, right? We can't imagine what goes through a psychopath's mind. It's the same with these types of lies. You can't imagine lies being this big, and you can't imagine being deceived. That's one of the reasons why they get it past you, because you don't think that it could get done and could get put past you. It's a confidence trick.
They do lie about many things, but you cannot make the fallacy of saying everything is a lie. That's just some type of all or nothing fallacy. Everything is a lie, no? And the government comes to you and say you're under arrest. They're not lying. You are under arrest.
But then you must question everything. Even the government's telling you something, question it, check it, then you know it's true or not. Don't just take it as the truth. Yeah. Questions. I'm glad you are thinking it over now. Says Hood gave you some really good information. Right, perfect. And then Jedi also backed that up. I gave you some perfect stuff as well. So now you are listening, and now you are thinking. Yeah, because we're not lying to you. I mean, what do we gain? I don't make any money from this. You know, and what would I gain by lying to you? You know.
Yeah.
Well, my teacher at school doesn't gain anything as well.
Oh, your school
Not
gains
necessarily
money.
lying to you, though. They're just repeating a story that they've been told. They are told what to teach you, right? The syllabus and so on. They go to universities to learn how to teach, but they're just teaching what they got taught at school as well by their teachers who went through the same process. They're not lying to you, right? There's no malintent in there. Right, they're just repeating a story like a tradition, right? The story's incorrect, the tradition's not true, but there's no intent or purpose for them to try and deceive you. They don't think they are. They think they're doing the best thing that they can for the children by educating what they think is the truth.
But it's actually misinformation. Because when you go to check,
get a salary.
Yeah, they get a salary. Of course, they get a salary, so they're making their money. The schools are making money, of course, but they're making money through deception, and they don't realize it.
Come on, guys. When the botanical teacher teaches you about gardening and whatever, you put the seed and you go do all these things, those are not lies. You have good teachers out there. When they teach you how to write, how to spell, I mean,
yeah,
the English teacher that's teaching you English to the Japanese people, they're not lying. They're just being teachers. But about the belief that they hold in certain things, they tell you live in a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space, whatever. Yeah, they just believe it as well. Most of them.
exactly.
But not everybody does.
You don't have to prove everything they say true or not. You can see the effect. Like they teach us something, and we see that it works. It has an effect. So that's why we believe them. Same with the Earth and gravity.
Sorry. They also teach us contradictory things. Right, so you just brought up gravity, right? Now they teach us, say, at lower level school, like secondary school and so on, that gravity's mass attracting mass. It's not until you become specialised and you go to university where they teach you that actually it's not mass attracting mass. It's the bending and warping of space-time. It wasn't the Newton mechanics, it's the Einstein mechanics. So they do eventually tell you lots of different stories. But they also tell you a contradiction within laws of nature. They tell you that gas expands into vacuums. They tell you about the second law of thermodynamics. And then the very next day, they'll tell you about a story about gravity that apparently violates this law, making this law null and void. So they contradict themselves, but really it's down to you to pick it up, I think.
So how do they contradict themselves on this specific matter?
So, with regards to gas expansion into a space, they'll teach you that the cause of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, making the thermodynamic system closed. When you have an open thermodynamic system, that's a container that's open, then the energy, the heat, and the physical matter that has energy, the gas, will leave the system. The next day, they'll turn around and say, the Earth is a ball, it is an open thermodynamic system where these laws of nature that we told you about yesterday do not apply. There's a contradiction there. One day they tell you the laws apply, the next day they tell you they don't.
You're saying they are just stupid and don't see these contradictions, like they don't realize that they exist and just ignore them.
Like everybody else, dude. Yeah, I think so. I think there's some kind of confirmation bias involved. That yes, we understand these laws of nature to be true. Look at me pop a balloon and entropy take place. But when it comes to the Earth being a ball, because you can drop rocks and they go downwards, then people will conjure up that this is the reason why the gas isn't expanding into the space, and it's okay because the Earth is a ball and I want to sleep tonight. It's confirmation bias. It's like most people, we have sometimes a bit of a question in our head and ask, how does that work? And we shrug our shoulders because we don't know, and at the end of the day, the Earth is a ball and it must be working somehow. You're just too silly to figure it out. It's confirmation bias.
Yeah, I posted the citation from Sir Isaac Newton stating that he didn't agree with gravity, the mass attracting mass. He said it was an absurd idea and he didn't want his name associated with that theory. His own mouth, his own words. It's in the chat, okay? I know you're going to be shocked, but it's there, okay? He said it was a weird, strange thing that a mass would attract a mass for no reason, basically. And he didn't want to be associated with that. He's going to leave that for the other people to try and work that out because he could not prove it. He distanced himself from that theory. Okay? It's there. It's in the chat. So keep looking at the chat.
But we all know.
Yeah, go ahead.
We all know that Newton has been proven wrong for multiple things, specifically by Einstein.
Well,
so I don't know why
hang on a second. So Isaac Newton stated that he disagreed with the theory. So he wasn't proven wrong about gravity. He stood up and said, I don't agree with that. I don't agree. So Albert Einstein didn't, what's the word we're looking for there? Didn't disprove Newton. Newton already agreed that it wasn't a thing. And then Albert Einstein's theory hasn't been proven. That's an unproven theory. The bending and warping of space-time fabric doesn't happen when I drop my pencil on the floor. So when I drop my pencil on the floor, space is bending, time is bending from a fabric. Where's the association? You see? Some words only. What we call in English sometimes word salad. Okay? Go ahead.
Guys, before you're talking about the experiment, like if you put a light, I just found like a YouTube video, like it shows it bends.
If I drop my pencil on the floor, it is not bending any light.
No, not talking about the pencil. I'm talking like if you hold like a laser and it shoots light.
Yeah, but
Can you watch, like, the YouTube video
what we're talking about is gravity that's meant to be pulling the force to the center of the core of the earth. When I drop my pencil, that's not what's happening. So it has no relation to the bending. There's no connection. My eraser's just dropped on the floor. That doesn't mean that the space-time is bending. I mean, come on, man. Come on. You are fighting this thing. You know, this information we're taking you're going to have to go and redo it again. I guarantee you, when you fully understand, you're going to be wanting to tell everybody. I guarantee you that. Just like we are. Yeah. Remember, you cannot prove that the earth is a globe. From that moment onwards, whatever you've learnt and whatever is built upon the globe story is null and void. Everything. ISS, space travels, Mars, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, James Webb telescopes, all of that nonsense is all lies. Hubble telescope is not even there. Okay? Everything is finished in the bin because the globe itself does not exist. Can you see that? They lied about the globe and then they lied about other things building upon a lie, upon a lie, upon a lie, upon a lie. They're just building lies. There you are. Oh, and for those of you who are interested in space, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a very special thing now and put 3 videos of what happens to the things that you have in your house, household goods in your house in a vacuum chamber, and you see what happens, okay? These videos are like 5 minutes long each, okay? I mean, one of them is like 2 minutes. The other 2 are 5 minutes each. Fantastic videos. You will learn so much about what happens in a vacuum. And remember, this vacuum is only 10 to the minus 1 torr. It's the weakest vacuum you can have. A very soft vacuum, they call it, okay? And you see what happens to the things that they put in there, okay? And then when you go to space, it's 10 times, 100 times worse. But anyway, let me put that videos in there for you. Those of you who are interested in space and the vacuum of space, look at what happens. Give me 2 minutes to get it for you. Thank you.
Yo, Jin CBR, can you watch my video I sent?
Yeah, later on, yeah. I'm going to do what I've got to do first. I don't usually watch videos of people who believe the Earth is a globe because I've seen it all. Remember, I believed the globe for 48 years. I'm older than you. So I've already seen all that. And then I've been 10 years discussing and debating. And every material that I see from the globe doesn't prove anything. So 2018, I stopped. I said, no more now. No more looking at the global stuff because they don't have anything. Do you understand? Okay, what I want to see is you in a video measuring the curvature of the Earth, because that's easy to do. You can go out and measure the curvature if it's there. That's the video I want to see. Don't want to see anything else.
That's the video I sent, but not me.
Let me address his video really quickly, right? So he's put the Jaren video in the chat, right? Look, let me just explain it, right? So this is from a hit piece, right? That's a video attacking Flat Earth, basically, right? It's a Netflix video called Behind the Curve.
No, I know.
Okay, so,
I know it.
Yeah. I'm just explaining. Yeah. I'm just explaining it to this guy really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this was supposed to be a laser test, right? But they actually melted the collimator on the laser before they actually did the test, right? So the test was flawed before they even started the test. So instead of using the laser, they used a flashlight, right? The wrong tool, right? So it's not a laser test, and I don't think you've even looked into it properly, right? You don't know the details. So if you look into it, you'll find it's absolutely not evidence against the flat Earth, right, or for the globe Earth. So it was just out of a hit piece against flat Earth, right? It was over a short distance. They broke the tool that they were supposed to use, and then they edited the footage in a very sneaky way to make it look like this flat earther had debunked the flat Earth. But what we can show you is very, very high quality long distance observations and professional laser tests that have been done using very expensive equipment over huge distances, right? That completely debunk the globe Earth.
Do you have a video of that?
Yeah, so I've got one queued up just in the side chat here. Okay, so this is just a good example of a long distance observation that's impossible on a globe. Okay, so we can all agree that the curvature, the Earth has to have curvature over distance, and we can calculate how much curvature there should be, right? And we should also be able to calculate how far away the horizon is based on the height of the observer. Okay, so if you can have a look what I posted there. Can you see what I posted? DJ, 6 minutes after the hour, 8-foot observation height. Okay, so this is just a small clip out of a full-length high-definition video that shows the entire process of the observation. Okay, so what we can see in the video is a couple of oil platforms, and then beyond the oil platforms, we see the horizon. Now, the reason that we have the oil platforms in the video is because we would not be able to determine the distance to the horizon without some kind of distance marker, right? So the oil platforms are distance markers. Okay, so the first platform is about 6 miles away. It's called Platform C. And then the second platform is called Platform Habitat, and that's 10.1 miles away from the shoreline where the guy's standing. Okay, so we can guarantee that the horizon is beyond the second oil platform, okay, because we can clearly see it behind it. Now, if the Earth were a globe, you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance away from the observer. Okay, so we can do the mathematics. It's very simple mathematics, and we can determine that the horizon on a globe should be at 3.46 miles away. Okay, that's the distance the physical horizon of the globe Earth would have to be at. Anything that goes beyond that should start to become obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, but we can see the horizon well beyond the 10.1 mile distance marker. So this is a huge magnitude, right, that we can see further than what we should be able to see on a globe. So this is just one of many, 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 many examples that we have where we can see a huge, huge distance further than what we would possibly be able to see on a globe. Right? There should be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. If the Earth's a globe, right? It has to be there based on the geometry of the globe. Right? 10 miles is 66 foot. 20 miles is 270 foot. So we can go to these big bodies of water and start performing different types of tests. Now, did you have any questions about the observations, or did you want to see another one?
Yeah, I have what if the curvature is so small that you still could see it, you know?
Well, the curvature, right? So you could go to Google and you can type in Earth curve calculator, and you can pick any Earth curve calculator, and it will let you put in the height of the observer, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be, right? Or you can do the mathematical formula, and it's just based on the size that they tell us the globe is, right? They tell us the radius is 3,959 miles. Okay, so we can do the formula based on the height of the observer and the size that they tell us the globe is, and we can work out how far away the horizon has to be, right? So if you're 1 foot off the ground doing the observation, the horizon should be much closer, right? 1.2 miles is, right? If you're 6 foot, right? Just like they taught me at school. I don't know if they taught other people that at school, but if you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at the beach, the horizon's 3 miles away, if the Earth's a globe, right? That's what they teach. So if you're 8 foot, it's a little bit further away, 3.5 miles. Right? If you're 6... Yeah, bro, don't interrupt. Hold on, Abdul, bro, that's not going to work out for you. Please. Thank you, bro. Just hold your question. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, so you can determine the distance to the horizon based on the height of the observer if the Earth's a globe. Right, so it's not just this distance, right? We've gone out to say 20-mile lakes, 30-mile lakes, and not only just doing these observations, we've had professionals shooting $20,000-$30,000 lasers across the surface of the water and having them visible from the other side where they should be hidden behind hundreds and hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. So that's what we're talking about when we say flat Earth, right? Once again, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the surface of the Earth not having any curvature. If you have a surface that's not curved, it's flat, right? That's like the default. Any surface that doesn't have curvature is flat.
Yeah. I mean, in ChatGPT, it says you need to be 620 kilometers in order to see a clear curve. And
yeah, that's different. That's different, right? That's actually being able to see the the horizon curving, right? We're not talking about looking for the actual curved horizon here. We're talking about the distance to the horizon based on the height of the observer. Okay, so if just let me give you an analogy. Just say you have a long hallway and the hallway curves away, right? It curves around a corner and your friend walks down the hallway and goes off around the corner. You can't see your friend anymore because he's gone beyond the curvature of the hallway, right? You can't see him. He's obstructed. Okay, and that edge of that hallway that he disappeared behind, that's the horizon. So based on the size of the globe, we can determine the same thing, right? Make that same situation horizontal, and then we can work out where the horizon should be. Now, you're not going to see it curving, right? Even if the Earth was a globe, you're not going to see the horizon curving from that height. But you're going to see the horizon at a certain distance, right? And the object in the distance that's 10 miles away would have to be hidden behind 66 foot of Earth curvature if you were at ground level. So if you're at 8-foot observer height, okay, the whole bottom 30 foot of that 77-foot oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon. It has to be, right? Just based on the geometry of the globe. Now we can see the horizon is beyond that, right? So it's not hidden at all behind the horizon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of observations that disprove the globe and why there's millions of flat earthers and growing at a rapid pace. Because once anyone looks into this, right, you can go and do these kind of tests yourself very cheaply, just with using mirrors, right? Using mirror flashes, right? Or a little bit more expensive, you can get one of these super zoom cameras like they're using in these observations, or you can go and get high-powered lasers, depending on your budget. But you can actually go and validate if the Earth is a globe or not. You don't have to sail to Antarctica or go up 600, kilometers or anything like that. You can just test over 10 miles or 20 miles or, even less. Because they tell us the exact size of the globe, right? So you have to have 270 foot of curvature over a 20-mile lake, for example. So if you go to a 20-mile lake and you set up your camera on a tripod on one side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? It would have to be obstructed behind the horizon by hundreds of feet. But what we find is that when we go to a 20-mile lake, we can zoom in and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That's not possible on a globe.
Yeah, that was excellent, DJ. Very good.
Just one more example in the side chat. I won't go over it, but look, there's a 21-mile lake. Okay, so he sets his camera up at 5 foot and he zooms across the 21-mile lake, and there's no obstruction, right? You would have to have a horizon at 2.7 miles across that distance, and anything beyond it should be hidden behind the horizon. You would have to have a skyscraper on the other side shoreline, and you would only just be able to see the top of it popping up over the horizon on a globe.
And then the number one thing you should never forget is that water always lies level. It doesn't stick to a curving, it rolls off because the surface is not level. Water likes to lie level, and that's why we use it in spirit levels, for example. Liquid, yeah? Liquids like to lie level. When you pour them over a curved surface, they just roll off. So that's a clue already. How can the earth be a ball when water likes to lie level? And remember, you can't claim the gravity because Sir Isaac Newton couldn't prove it, and the bending and warping of space-time is just word salad. It doesn't prove that
sometimes
gravity.
less is more.
Yeah, that might be true.
So you don't believe in gravity?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No. There's no need to believe in that because it doesn't exist. It cannot be that I'm in a room full of gravity and then I let the helium balloon go and it goes up. Yeah, but gravity is pulling down my table, my chair, my TV, the desks, tables.
Do you understand why balloons fly?
I understand why the balloon is going up. It's lighter than air. Yeah.
Sorry, we've just got through demonstrating that the surface of the Earth lays horizontally at vast distances. It doesn't really matter about the story about gravity because you're going to say that turns the Earth into a sphere, so there must be curvature measured over the distances of water. There's no curvature measured over the distances of water, so we don't really need to speak about gravity.
I think, denial of gravity is also kind of huge for me.
Which gravity are you talking about?
The force that pulls down towards massive objects.
Oh, the one that was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. The one that violates special relativity. That one.
The one that the scientific consensus has
the scientific consensus at the moment when we're talking about deep space matter and blah 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 is the curvature of Einstein's space-time fabric. Mass no longer instantaneously attracts mass at distance. Mass sits in a space-time fabric and distorts the space-time fabric, and things that are traveling in a straight path, because they enter that distorted space, that straight path is curved. Ring a bell?
Yeah, a lot of
Good.
words
So not
there,
mass
but
attracting
yeah.
mass then. Thank you. Now, do you have a scientific experiment where the independent variable is manipulated to cause a phenomena to prove gravity, please?
I think it's understood as a well-known force. I mean, I haven't got one on me right now.
My friend,
Never
I
been asked.
can provide you citations that shows you quite vividly that mass attracting mass violates special relativity because of the time component, instantaneous action at a distance. It's not within Einstein's field equations. So no, it's not mass attracting mass, it's Einstein's field equations for space-time fabric. However, whichever gravity you're talking about, do you have a scientific experiment to prove it? Because then belief won't be required, we can just accept the evidence.
Well, I mean, it's, like there is a equal and opposite force reacting everything, right? If we are stationary, then
that's untrue.
You were asked for an experiment. Is there an experiment?
I mean, I haven't looked into it. I don't have one at the back of my hand. I mean, gravity is such a
Sorry, I thought you said that you're kind of a proponent for gravity, you believing it. So I'm presuming you've seen the experiment that proves it then, no?
I believe in the scientific and I think this is such a fundamental thing that it's been explained and I understand
what's
it.
the fundamental thing? What's the phenomena you're talking about?
Gravity, like
okay, sorry, what's that? That's just a word at the moment.
Yeah, the force that pulls us down towards Earth.
The force that, so what, do all things fall or something?
All things on Earth have affected by gravity, yeah. That doesn't mean they all fall. They have this force that pulls them down.
By gravity. So gas expansion into vacuums, that's affected by gravity, is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Second law of thermodynamics. Second law of thermodynamics. Entropy, that's affected by gravity, is it?
Everything is affected by gravity, right? Any force
really,
that's in a gravitational...
Affected by gravity, is it? Sorry, heat is affected by gravity, is it?
I mean, okay, so when I say everything affected, I mean any mass that's in a gravitational field.
Mass? Gravitational field? So we're already out of mass attracting mass. We're now talking about gravitational fields. So back to Einstein again. Awesome.
You said a lot of things. I don't think I completely understood there.
Yeah, you keep jumping. You're now jumping between the two different gravities. You were talking about mass attracting mass, but now you were talking about gravitational fields. It's Einstein.
I mean, maybe I'm confusing too. Yeah, please educate me. What's the difference?
Yeah, a lot of people do that. It's probably bad form to do so. They're completely incompatible.
Oh, it's not intentional.
That's not a problem, my friend. It's just, some people like to defend things, but when pressed upon them, they don't really have too much of an understanding about it. So it ends up being, well, we have to educate you. Don't feel bad.
No, I don't. I mean, I still am waiting for you to explain the difference.
To explain what to you?
You said that it's different, like there's two different gravities.
Yeah, one's mass attracting mass, the other one's Einstein's space-time fabric. Two different things, two completely different geometries and conception to answer the question, why do things fall when things go round and round? There you go, two different ideas.
Could you repeat that last sentence?
Things go down and things go round and round, that bit.
Okay. So you guys don't believe that things fall either?
Sorry, some things do fall, but that's going to be dependent on the object that you're talking about and the medium that it is in.
So
for example, if you've got, for example, say a lot of salt in water, you understand boiled eggs will rise in that water, right? That egg will go up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. You understand that gas expands into volumes, right? Gas that's produced underneath the surface of the water down at the seabed goes up, doesn't it?
Yep.
Good. So lots of things happen. Some things go down, some things go up, some things expand to fill volumes.
Yeah, but they all are affected by gravity, right? So that force that downward.
All are affected by gravity. So
Yeah, so
gas
that downward-
gas expansion into a vacuum. Second law of thermodynamics is affected by gravity, is it?
So all mass is affected by gravity, right? Just because
Sorry,
they
what's
don't
mass?
fall. Let me finish,
What's
please.
mass?
Right, let me finish.
It's same words. I need you to find them. What's mass? You said it like 5 times. What's that then?
What's mass? Mass.
Yes.
I don't know how to define mass because it's literally the most I can't even speak. It's like the SI unit. So matter, like the fundamental property of matter that quantifies the amount of substance.
Okay, so what does stuff do?
What do you mean? What does stuff do?
Are you telling me that it does something? This mass, this stuff, it does something. What does it do?
It doesn't do. It's like a property of matter. It's like just how much.
So you told me mass attracted mass. I was hoping you were going to tell me this is what it does. The substance, the matter, the amount of it attracts other substance matter. Because mass attracts mass, according to you, doesn't it?
I think that goes into the other gravity that you're talking about, right? But I was just talking about...
No. That's not the other gravity. That's not Einstein's gravity. Very well defined and describes mass attracting mass. So you're on the right page. So when you agree, I can ask you the next question. I just need you to agree. Is this what you're talking about when you say mass?
I think like celestial bodies have gravity. I don't know about mass on a smaller scale.
Celestial bodies now. All right. Do you're saying stuff is mass, right? It's an intrinsic property of all matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling me it does something. It attracts.
I didn't say that. No. Okay, those are things that you said. You've defined a purpose for Well, I mean, it depends if it's
saying mass
electrostatic
attracts
or not.
mass, dude. I'm trying to clarify what you're fucking
Yeah, but
saying.
I don't know
as
if
soon as I say that it's doing something, you have a fit.
Yeah, but
you're telling me it does something. You're telling me mass attracts mass.
No, I didn't say that, right? It depends
mass
on the mass
doesn't attract
itself.
mass, then.
It depends, right? Like I don't know if mass. Yeah, because I don't know if mass.
Are you silly?
The same... Look, bro. If you don't have to do.
Not look, bro, dude. I'm seriously taking the time out of my day to have this conversation. Right,
well, so
I'm trying to get you to agree to your own story at the moment, and you're having problems doing so.
Okay, look.
Should we start again?
Sure, but can you let me finish? Just let me make this one statement, right? Matter, any mass will be affected if it's inside on the Earth's orbit of field, whatever. It's going to be affected by gravity, right? Just because things don't fall down doesn't mean it's not affected by gravity. It just means that the area it's in, right? There's those things like an air bubble underneath water, right? The water is being affected by gravity. The air is being affected by gravity, but water has more mass, so it has a bigger downward force. Now, because of that higher downward force, it's going to push down, and the air is not going to be able to fight that like upward and down force, right?
Okay.
It gets pushed up.
You're in violation of Avogadro's law. Do you know Avogadro's law? You're in violation of Avogadro's law. Do you know Avogadro's law?
Please
the mass component with the amount of volume of gas doesn't increase the pressure, no matter the atomic mass of the gas. So your claim is in violation of that well-described and scientific experiment that goes into the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. You've just violated that. You've also violated the second law of thermodynamics. Gas expansion into a space. You're trying to tell me it doesn't, but the law describes the expansion. It's a law. That means it happens always without exception in open and closed systems, in all space and time.
You want to hear something crazy? You want to hear something crazy? You know what else is a law?
I want you to understand what I'm saying and then not interrupt
Gravity
me
is
when I'm
also a
saying
law.
it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but okay, go on. Please continue. But just so you know, gravity is also a law.
So, no, gravity hasn't been a law since 1915. Right, superseded mass attracting mass, Newton's gravitational law, which violates special relativity. That's 3 times you've fucking ruined yourself, mate. Claim against Avogadro's law, claim against the second law of thermodynamics, and now claiming that the law of gravitation is a law that was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. Really? Do you want to go for a 4th?
There's a lot of word salad, and I'm
hesitant to ask you for a scientific experiment to back anything that you're claiming at the moment.
I mean, I could look up and come back, right? I don't have anything on hand, right? I wasn't, as I said, I've just come into this conversation, and I don't mean to interrupt, but it seems no one was talking, so I just had questions.
That's okay. Sometimes people think that these things are foregone conclusions, but when challenged upon those foregone conclusions, they're left wanting. But yeah, please, if you need to go away and research these things, then by all means do so.
Nice chat, Jedi. That was great exposition, man.
I think if you're gonna, like, just general piece of advice, if you're gonna be trying to convince people to your side, I think you just have to kind of dumb it down.
Well, actually, he was actually doing that, and he was trying to be as cordial, but because you kept jumping,
I think he was being.
Now you're interrupting me. Now, you see.
Sure, go on.
I was in the middle of what I was saying. I was talking, and then you just started talking. So when you hear my voice, put on your mute so you don't blurt out anything that I'm going to hear. That's what you do.
Okay, go on, finish. I don't have an issue with interrupting, right? I don't mind if people want to interrupt
You are
me.
interrupting me right now. Still, you are still interrupting.
Oh, I thought you stopped.
I'll get the moderators to moderate you if you don't.
I thought you stopped. I didn't mean to, bro.
Well, shut up. Just pay attention. It's this. He was being cordial all the while, right? But you kept jumping from one gravity to the other, so you wasn't getting yourself properly, explicitly clear. That's why he kept asking you, and that gets frustrating, and then you get exasperated. Okay, that's what happened there. Okay, he was dumbing it down. He was keeping it simple and keeping it concise, but you wasn't fully versed. That's why you actually, in the end, asked him to educate you, but then you didn't allow him to educate you because you kept interrupting again. Okay, so check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's what you've got to do. Blimey, I'm finished.
Cool, thanks. I don't think that addressed my point, but it seems like you had a lot to say. I hope you feel a bit better.
And we're not trying to convince anybody, by the way.
Wait. Oh, so you're just here to prove people wrong? I'm here to be like, have an open discussion, see if like I am wrong or not.
Maybe we'll have a discussion for sure. That's what we're having.
Yeah. So I like.
We're
if
not trying to convince you to anything. We're educating you. Because apparently you're not educated on the different gravities.
Sure. I thought we're all in a pursuit of truth together, and if I was wrong, then I would be trying to convince the other person, and through that discussion, that's how we find what is truth. Well, by convincing the other side. I guess you guys are just here to educate and just prove people wrong. Then my bad. I thought people were trying to convince each other of what's right, what's wrong.
No, apparently you don't know one from the other, so you can't educate something you don't know about.
Yeah, I don't know, right? So I would get educated, but that's still essentially a part of the process of convincing me of what's right, what's wrong, what's truth. That's still part of the process of convincing, right? Even though I'm an idiot and I need convincing or educating, it's part of the process of convincing me what's right.
Meta. Yeah, we're not here to prove you wrong. What we're here is to put across the deception that's out there. We're talking about the shape of the Earth and the moon landing hoax. We've got a numerous amount of information to give you. Now, you can receive it and accept it or not. We're not here to prove you wrong. We're here to let you know that there's a deception going on. That's all. And if you want to learn, you will. If you want, please don't interrupt me. If you want to learn, you will. You'll ask the question. You say, how do you know? And then you get the information and you'll go away, digest it and come back and say, thanks for the uplift. Thanks for the heads up. Or you were wrong. And this is my position. Please look at this.
Okay. So would you say that you're trying to convince someone of, as you say, the programming or what I'm doing wrong then?
Well, we're trying to let you know that there's a programming going on. Whether you're convinced or not is going to be with the material we give you and whether or not you can digest it for yourself. And then you will know. Okay? That's all it is. So we're not here to try and just prove people wrong and whack-a-mole and just whack you on it and get lost. Next, please, whack-a-mole. Next, please. That's not what we're doing.
says that.
So you're providing me material to be convinced, which is
Yes, if you look in the chat, I've done it. Please look in the chat.
What we're doing,
Sorry, one second. Sorry, Jamesy. Look in the chat. And you see it.
no, I'm not Jamesy.
Go ahead.
What we're doing is
Sorry,
leading a horse to water.
I can't hear because he's interrupting you.
Yeah, what we're doing is leading a horse to water, and it's up to the horse to drink of that water or not.
Okay, cool.
So basically, if you look in the chat, we're backing up what we say with information and material, visual, videos,
bro. I got it.
Memes. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's all in there. It's good stuff. You know, I put Sir Isaac Newton's statement where he disagreed with the mass attracting mass theory, which he didn't approve of. He couldn't prove it, and he actually distanced himself from it. But when he died, they ascribed it to his name. He spoke it in the public domain, stating that he didn't agree with the mass attracting mass. He couldn't prove it. He thought it was an absurd idea. He didn't want to be associated with it. He dies, and they're associated with him. The same story with Copernicus. Copernicus with the heliocentric model. It was a working. Please let me finish. You can hear me.
Is this going to be a monologue? I thought this was a conversation, not a lecture.
It's not. It really is. If you want to learn, you will let me finish. I'm
not here.
Maybe hang on a second. I'm probably going to speak for about a minute and a half. Two little stories. That's not going to take more than a minute and a half.
I'll come back. Everyone else enjoy the lecture. See ya.
Oh, yeah. Bye bye. Yeah. Obviously, he was. He was a little bit pressured from all the information coming to him, and obviously he thought he knew his stuff, but with Jedi trying to explain it to him, and that it didn't, obviously he wasn't very happy about that. He felt challenged, and obviously,
I thought he was supposed to be off doing some research, so he'd come back and defend his points again.
Don't interrupt. Jin is still speaking. Don't interrupt, bro. Why are you interrupting Jin? He's mid-lecture. Jin, please continue.
Oh, okay. You wanted to hear what I had to say.
Oh, I thought you were leaving to go do some research. Mr. Never mutes yourself after you're done.
John, you're in.
Yeah. Okay. Look, if you're interested in what I was going to say 2 minutes ago, it's this, and it only takes 30 seconds or less. Copernicus suffered the same thing that Newton suffered. Okay, in that his heliocentric model was a work in progress, and he wasn't ready to release it to the world. When he died, the Jesuits took it and released it to the world as fact and pushed it out as compulsory education. Okay, so you have Newton, who disagreed with gravity, but they when he died, they ascribed it to his name. Copernicus, who wasn't ready to release his heliocentric model, when he dies, they released it. There you are. That's all. I'm finished. And the idea of the solar system that you believe in today is only 482 years old. Okay? 482 years old. That's all it is. It's not even 500 years old yet.
So we found a drop over distance yet? Still searching? What's the deal?
No, there is no drop over distance. It measures flat.
Yeah.
So we can in fact verify, sorry Jin, 1 quick second, that the walls in the Symphony Opera House are built to a principle observing Plum. And oh my gosh, the CN Tower's elevator that goes from the base of the CN Tower all the way up to the viewing deck also observes the principle of Plum. So we have verticality confirmed. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for that. That was good. That was. And basically, I was just going to say that the deal here is they're here to improve their English. That's the main thing, really. And we're hoping that they're not being put off with some tense moments that have happened recently, because sometimes people do come in thinking they know it all, and because they're studying it currently, and we're wrong, and that's not our position. We're just trying to help everybody along, you see. So please don't be put off by the tendencies of having a few tense moments, because that's not what we're about. We're actually trying to help you to improve your in the perfect way possible, and that is to be talking about the earth or your life, your hobbies and things like that. That's what we're really here to do. Okay, so please forgive those tense moments that you may find us slipping into from time to time. Okay, it's not intentional. That's not what we're about. Okay, so please ask your questions, and yeah, let's learn together. Okay, I think you're beginning to understand that we do have a lot of slam dunk information that questions and challenges what you are believing now. You're innocent in this situation because you're trusting the people that gave you that information, and we know that because we did the same. So we have no right to whack you on the head or say you're bloody this or you're that. That's not, because we were doing the same thing. So we're just trying to help you because we got helped ourselves. Okay, that's all it is. So please don't be put off. And I shall now go on mute.
Who are we talking to? I just got here.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we're talking to all those who want to learn English, of course, and want to improve the language. And then if they have any questions about the earth or anything, that's who we're talking to.
So we're talking to everybody. Yeah. Does anybody have a question?
Yeah. Great to hear your voice as well there, Mary Mum, if that's who you are, Dandelion. Is that correct?
That's me, Jen. You remember.
Yeah. Oh, I remembered when I came back the other day. I just didn't have a chance to say hello to you, you know, very busy and that side. But I'll take it's great to hear your voice. I'm glad you're still here. And yeah, you know, Mary Mum, and that's the name I'll always remember. And yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah.
Call me that, Jen. Never stop. Call me Mary Mum by all means.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And you did a great job the other day in the politics there. Excellent.
Oh yeah, I like to make them upset there, so when they come back, then they get really mad at me.
Yeah, I think you're going to do. You'll be doing great here as well.
Kidding.
Because they need you here. Because I think you're a great teacher. So go ahead.
Hi, Nalithar. Are you trying to speak?
Hello.
Hello. Gosh, is he sounding like a robot to anyone else?
Yeah, he sounds like the Transformers. He's transforming.
But marriage is not something to be taken lightly.
Yeah.
I don't think he's actually trying to talk to us, or is he?
Yeah, he's hot micing, trolling, being a nuisance, maybe, I don't know. But his audio is not very good. So please try a bit.
No, sorry, we can't hear you very well. If you could try and fix it. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah. If you're having a stroke, call your local emergency number.
Yeah. Nice one, Rayleigh. Nice to hear your voice as well, sir. Again, I was talking about the Concorde yesterday and the material that you gave me. Yep. You know, the pumps that had to be perfectly fuel pumps and that had to be strategically placed within the aircraft because it's traveling at Mach 2. You know, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday and the day before yesterday to a few people on the other server. So we're still using your material. It's still doing the rounds, as it were.
It's my pleasure to educate people.
I haven't heard the argument. Can you repeat it?
When they were building the Concorde, in order to save fuel, you need to fly flat and level. Anytime you use a control surface, you're wasting fuel by causing drag. So they spent 1.25 million pounds back then in the 1960s. That's equivalent to $39 million today. And they built a full-size test rig for the fuel system so they could make sure it worked properly before they started spending hundreds of millions of dollars on these aircraft. And essentially it pumps fuel back and forth between 17 different fuel tanks to make sure that the center of gravity of the aircraft makes it fly flat and level.
Thank you.
Oh, and just to finish off, and because, sorry to cut you off there, and because gravity doesn't exist, I like to say center of balance now. I don't say center of gravity anymore because gravity is not a thing, but I'm not being pedantic, but that's just me, Center of balance is what I say, but you get what you mean, Rayleigh?
Center of balance. The programming isn't complete yet.
Yeah.
See, that's a really good point, and I'll tell you why. My brother-in-law's dad was a pilot and for one of the major U.S. airlines and flew to South America a lot. And so when he was flying, of course, they had to manually adjust where the fuel was on the plane as they went. And he always, he's told me, I shouldn't say always, because I've only known him for 15 years now, but he's told me the story a number of times to where there's some tanks in the back wings to where they know how much fuel they put into them, and then when they start to take them out at the end of the flight, it says that there's more fuel in it than what they put in it. And of course, that's due to pressure of the air, et cetera, et cetera. But it's interesting. So, yeah, that center of balance is extremely important to how they fly. And that, as like you say, they have to keep it flat and level.
I'd just like to welcome in new people. Thanks for being here. We have Don't Ask. We've been speaking with Fatty. We have Ghost, Henky. Who else have we got that I do not recognize? Roll Entropy. Welcome aboard. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to practice some of your English. If you're not a native English speaker, please feel free to try and practice what you've learned here in this server, discussing this topic, which would be the nature of the surface of the Earth. We all observe the surface of the Earth to be planar in nature and motionless. We use it that way, and we measure it that way. There's contention with that. We understand that we're told that the Earth is a globe, and it's in motion, spinning on its axis and orbiting the sun. If you feel that you have evidence of that, feel free to present that evidence, and we can evaluate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the Jin CBR one.
That's a great welcome. Yeah, that was a great welcome, T-Dub. I was just leaving a few seconds there to see if anybody wanted to take him up on it. Any of the new people who are here. Like, I totally felt welcome, T-Dub. I would totally be willing to ask a question if I heard that. So yeah, does any of the new people that are here have a question or comment about the Earth, or just want to say hello to us? Even people just unmute and say hello makes us feel like we get to meet a new person. It's exciting.
And remember,
I just wanted to.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Jen.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah,
sir.
I just wanted to say hi. No, I just wanted to say hello to everybody that's on the panel now, on the Flat Earth side of things, and everybody who's been listening recently. I saw somebody said that the last conversation kind of put her off, or put them off in the side chat. We've had a very, very high number of great conversations here in the past. I think we've only been here under 3 weeks since we've been on this server, and yeah, usually the conversations are very, very cordial, and they don't result in people getting heated. So, yeah, just even the conversations we had earlier today. yeah, the conversations we've had earlier today were very productive, I felt. And yeah, just like to extend my thanks to Jin and all the speakers today for doing a great job with maintaining their composure and, amongst some of the chaos between just people jumping in and being unruly. But yeah, all in all, just want to say hi. And off work now, so I'll just be listening in while I'm taking care of the kiddos. But yeah, great.
Hi, John.
Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah.
Stone Fruit's here. Stone Fruit is new. Welcome to the Flat Earth
Hello.
channel, Stone Fruit. How are you?
I'm great. I do not actually believe in flat Earth, but I'd like to hear some of your arguments.
Great. Yeah, there's no requirement. We don't ask anyone to. We don't believe in flat Earth either. We know for certain that there is no globe. Because the globe is the thing that requires belief, and then when you measure it in reality, you find out that it measures flat. So that's why we end up calling ourselves flat earthers, because we are not globers. We see that the globe is just a thing that we saw on television. But yeah, you're totally welcome to stay. Anybody can be here. You can be a globe believer and hang out with us. We're totally into it.
Yeah, I have a question, guys.
Yeah, go for it.
Like, why do ships disappear when they sail?
Angular resolution limit of the optic and the meteorological conditions of the day.
Are you saying because our eyes can't see it?
That's angular perspective, yeah. Eventually things with distance will breach the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is 0.02. So things that enter that angle are unresolvable to the human eye, even if they're directly in front of them, like a fly or a bee or whatever. So yeah, and obviously atmospheric conditions can cause distortion in the observation. But things can disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces as well, but that's due to the angular resolution limit of the eye and how high the observer is with regards to the thing that they're observing.
And so what if we put a high quality camera?
Well, yeah. So the limit to how far we can see will be the type of technology that we use. Say, for example, we use a high-powered zoom camera like a P900 or 1000. The resolution limit will be the resolution of the camera. So we can see as far as the optic allows us and the atmospheric conditions, which in itself causes a problem for the globe Earth model, because when we make observations across a curved surface, that should be the limiting factor of how far we should be able to see. It wouldn't really matter the optic that we would use. We wouldn't be able to see to the other side of a mountain. It didn't matter if we use a telescope or, a pair of binoculars you found in the comic. It's physically in the way. But when we use the optic is the limitation, demonstrating that the Earth is flat and the horizon is the optical resolution limit of the optic. You can only resolve a portion of a flat surface when you're looking horizontally across it, say at 6 foot, 10 foot, 20,000. The height doesn't matter. It's going to pretty much be the angular resolution limit. As you go up, you're going to be able to see further. Of course you are, because you're getting further away from the object, the Earth. But ultimately, it's the optic that's going to cause the horizon. Any more
Does that make sense to you? Yeah, Fadi. Does that make sense to you, Fadi? How do you say your name?
Yeah, Fadi.
Fadi.
Yeah.
If you don't understand what I said, I think I've got a short, less than 10-minute video that speaks in very basic terms about how the human eye or optic sees. And it goes through angular resolution, how things reduce in angular size with distance. When looking across a horizontal surface, why you can only see so far across that horizontal surface and not see its entirety. Let's say it was 100,000 miles in total. You would only be able to see 3 miles if you're a 6-foot observer. If you want the video, I can post it for you. It's not a problem.
Yeah, send it.
Yeah, sure. Give me a minute or two.
He wants it.
If you use a telescope.
What about the telescope?
I said, is it like the same if used like a telescope? I mean, with a telescope, like we could see like another planets.
Yeah, but with the telescope and you're looking at the ship now disappearing, it will take a little longer because the telescope has a longer focal ability. But eventually, that ship will disappear from the telescope's ability to focus on it. And then when you work out the duration of time you've been watching this ship, that means that the curvature hasn't been there for that length of time. Yeah? But in fact, if the Earth is curving, that curvature should have been experienced much earlier. These are the clues to the flat Earth. Go ahead.
But if it's flat, it should always be there. You should always see the ship like sailing.
No.
So, sorry to interrupt. First of all, I posted the video. Second of all, you made the comparison of using the telescope and looking up into the night sky in comparison to looking at a boat on the surface. So we have to remember that the atmosphere, the stuff that we breathe, isn't completely transparent. With distance, it becomes more and more opaque. There's an equation, it's called the Rayleigh atmospheric coefficient. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's a mathematical equation that basically tells you the limits of which an optic. Yeah, thank you very much. It tells you the limit of the optic through the atmosphere because it's akin to trying to look down to the bottom of the ocean. The sun's light doesn't pass all the way down. You can't see all the way down to the bottom of the ocean because the water itself isn't transparent, it's opaque. So same with the atmosphere. I think the maximum distance they give with the calculations is about 250, maybe 300 kilometers, something like that. So that's going to be the limitation to no matter what optic you use as to how far you're really going to be able to see. And that's within the realms of if you could get an optic to see that far. Now, it's not the same as looking up to the stars because the atmosphere loses its, let's say, its density. The further that you look up, it gets thinner, to want of a better term. So it's kind of easier to look through something that's getting less and less dense. And maybe the stars aren't billions of light years away. Maybe they're closer. But do apologise for rambling. If you don't understand, you got any questions, please feel free to ask. Like I said, I posted the video earlier about angular resolution limit of the human eye.
So yeah, just to add to that, essentially it means that the air isn't completely transparent, right? So as the ship goes further away, as you keep bringing out a larger lens to pull it back into view again, it's going to fade off into the opacity of the air. So even if you look up the weather report wherever you are, right, you'll see that the maximum visibility rating, right, of each day is not far, right? It's like 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers, or on a really clear day it might be 30 kilometers or 40 kilometers, really not a huge distance. So once the ship goes beyond that visibility, right, the clarity of the air, the clarity rating, right, because you've got a lot of a lot of things in the air. You've got the gases, you've got the moisture, you've got the you can have fog, you can have dust particles and pollution and all kinds of different things in the air, right? So it's opaque over distance. So eventually the ship's just going to fade off into that, right? Into the atmospheric deck of opacity, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but you could say like the same if you look at the planet. You're gonna look through air.
Yeah, but you're looking through, right? So as you go up in altitude, the density gets much less. So you're not looking through that thick layer of the atmosphere. You're looking through a very thin part of the atmosphere. So when you're looking directly through the atmosphere, it's completely different. And all that telescope's doing is just magnifying what you're seeing in the sky anyway.
DJ.
Yo.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
It's not something we really have to believe in. I mean, it's as the Earth presents itself, and then when we test the Earth, it backs that up.
To be honest, you are dumb as fuck. Like, if you really think so, you're like actually dumb.
Yeah, great argument, bro.
Like,
Great argument. Yeah, you got me. Great job. High IQ argument right there.
I believe the 50% of the people who listen to you just think you're an NPC. You know.
You're also an NPC.
Bro, listen to yourself.
We can get NPC.
Like, stop.
Oh dear me, these people are hilarious.
Can I ask him a question, Joe? Sure.
I think he ran away. He ran away because he got scared. He got scared. Yeah.
Shut up, PJ, you NPC.
That was a drive-by insults. Gotta love them.
Yeah. Such
Clearly
offense
a Nobel
taken.
Prize candidate.
To be honest.
All right. Well, the event's ended now, so because there's an English class started. We'll probably run another one in a couple of hours when the English class is over. Because it's great in this server. So many members. You know, we start an event. Tons of people come every time. So if anyone can think of a good idea for events, let me know, or start them yourself.
Yeah. So guys, I have like another question, if it's okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So like, if like the Earth is flat, like the sun like moves around us.
Circles above.
Yeah.
Like,
so the sun is actually smaller than the Earth. Okay, I know where you're going with. Oh, yeah. The sun and the moon are smaller than the Earth.
Did you want to take this one, Jedi? Because Jedi was trying to take this one, Jen. Maybe you can't hear him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is my microphone not working too well? Is that the issue?
I could hear you perfectly well.
It's okay. Sometimes it clicks and whatnot, so I'm not taking too much offence to it. But what was the guy's question again? It's gone completely out of my head.
Like
the sun moves. Yes, but the sun moving.
Oh yeah. That's pretty much exactly what it is. We see the sun move above the surface of the Earth. That's all it does. As Jim has pointed out, it's a completely different cosmology, right? The Earth isn't flat, but the third flat planet from the sun, or the other planets are spheres, and the Earth is just it's nothing near that. Might be easier to term as maybe the floor on which we stand upon, the Earth and the water. That's the floor of the universe, maybe, to have an idea in your head. The sun, moon, and stars, they reside directly above our heads. They don't go down anywhere. They're not under our feet, for example. They don't surround us completely. They just exist in the area above the Earth. That's all we can observe, and that's all we can measure.
Yeah, but if that's true, like you know, like a light bulb, the whole Earth will be like lights up at the same time, and it will go dark at the same time.
Do you remember the conversation just a moment ago when we were talking about how light passes through the atmosphere? Because the atmosphere isn't completely transparent, light isn't going to completely pass all the way through it. It's going to dissipate because the atmosphere is kind of dense and thick, right? So if we have one light source above one surface, there's a ratio involved between the distance, the size of the light, and the size of the surface. The light is only really going to be able to illuminate a certain portion of that surface. It doesn't have to light the entirety of it, right? So there can be a ratio involved. And then, of course, the passing of light, like I said, through the atmosphere. This is how we get day and night cycles, right? The passing of the sun, the light from one location to another. Where it is, it illuminates that day, and when it goes, it leaves the area in darkness, and that's.
So you're saying because there is like because air, the light can't reach like certain spots. That's what you're saying.
Well, that's what we observe, don't we? Right, we can clearly see that there's a day and night cycle. So the sun is obviously not able to illuminate the entirety of the portion of the Earth. We observe this throughout the year. And the sun moves throughout the year, giving seasons, giving more light, more heat to certain areas than others. Where it's further away, where it's darker for the majority of the time, that's winter. Where the sun is, that's summer. As it moves around, this causes seasons.
Does that make sense to you now? because the Earth is bigger than the sun and the moon, and then the sun and the moon's light is limited as far as it can throw its light. That's why you have the good morning, the good afternoon, and the good evening. Every country must have that. That's the time zones. Okay, so the Earth is much, 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 much bigger than the sun and the moon. Okay.
I mean, listen. At night you could see like the stars, so you should.
Yes,
see the
you can
sun
see the stars. Yes,
there.
yeah. The contrast is there.
So you should see the sun if it's there.
No, you don't
Not
see all
really,
of the
no.
stars.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, this is going to depend on where you are. All right. So for certain, let's say if it's summer in the north and you're lucky enough to be, say, living in Iceland or somewhere within the Arctic Circle, it's going to be perpetual daylight for 3 months of the year, and you're going to be able to see what's called a 24-hour sun, where the sun revolves around the observer. Now, that clearly shows us that the sun actually isn't going down anywhere for people that are, say, closer to the tropics, who experience the day and night cycle, who observe just because of perspective, sun rising and sun setting. So we know the sun doesn't go under the earth because we can see it. And I'll give you a really good example. For pretty much 6 months of a year, right, in the summer in the north for 3 months, and then the summer in the south for another 3 months, where it's 24-hour daylight, there's the sun above the earth circling. Other people, they get day and night cycles.
Yeah, but you know, at night the sun, where is it? Is it on top, right?
Sorry,
it's not under the earth.
So, right, back to the example of seeing the sun for 24 hours, circling you as you stand at the North Pole. Right, now, where does the sun go? Nowhere. It's above the surface of the earth. But for an observer at the same time of year standing closer to the equator, like maybe somewhere in India or somewhere, they observe a day and night cycle where the circle of the sun, because it's so wide from their point of view, they only get to see a small portion of the arc due to the sun's location and the ability of the human eye to see it.
Yeah, I know, but so you're saying like at night it's there, right?
Yeah, it's circling somewhere else where it's nighttime for you, it's daytime for somebody else.
And do you think it will be easier to see like another sun from another galaxy than our sun that is on top of us?
Why are we talking about suns in other galaxies, dude?
I'm talking about stars.
Yeah, it's got really nothing to do with the passing of the sun. We can talk about the motion of the stars, but we're still going to describe them in the same way.
No, all I'm saying is like we have like a sun on top of us that is close, and you have like stars that is very far.
Those are stars, not suns.
And at night,
I don't think the stars are like the sun at all. I don't think they're even close to being the same. But this is just lore at this point, right?
And at night we only see the stars. We don't see the sun.
Yep. That's how night is defined. Not seeing the sun, it's dark.
Even though the sun is very close to us compared to the stars.
Yeah, it's like you with a flashlight. You'll notice that you can't illuminate the entirety of reality with just your one light. You can move around the entirety of reality and illuminate certain portions of the reality, but you'd have to be very far away to illuminate the entirety of whatever it is the Earth is, and especially for you to be able to see it with your human eye. But obviously reality doesn't work in that way. We have day and night cycles. We can see the sun for 6 months of the year above the earth circling. So it's obvious why day and night cycles exist. It's because the sun moves and it's only able, due to the ratio between the size of the earth and the distance and size of the sun, to illuminate a small portion of it.
And also, can you tell me like exactly how the sun moves?
What do you mean exactly how the sun moves? I can see the sun for 6 months of the year circling 2 poles. That's about it.
Like let's imagine we have like a flat surface. How does the sun move around it?
Well, you just said it, around. I just gave you an example of standing in the North Pole and watching it go around.
Does it circle in a full circle with the flat surface on middle?
Oh, I don't know, dude. The sun appears to do lots of different things. It definitely has circular paths on the Earth. We can see it.
I mean, if it goes for circle, then the night should be 12 hours, and
Wait, what? If it goes in a full circle, night should be 12 hours.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like the flat surface on middle, and the sun circle it. You know what I mean?
It depends on the circumference of the circle or the radius of the circle. The sun obviously changes the length of the radius of its circle throughout the seasons. That's what we measure. Sun appears and disappears on different places on the horizon every day, right?
Yes.
And there'll be a northern maximum and there'll be a southern maximum, and it will move between these two maximums throughout the year for pretty much any observer on the Earth. So the sun is between the latitudes of 23.4 degrees north and 23.4 degrees south, the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. So that's where the sun resides. Now, those latitudes that I just gave you, they're not on the Earth, they're in the sky. We get them from measuring places in the sky, like Polaris, for example. So the sun moves through these areas in the sky. This is how we measure it.
Yeah, it still doesn't make sense to me. If the Earth is flat and the sun moves that way, day and light doesn't make sense.
The light comes closer to you, then goes away. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, can I just explain something to him with the flashlight in his bedroom kind of thing, so he gets an idea of the luminosity thing, because I think he might understand a little bit better. You know, if you're in your bedroom, okay, or in your living room, and you turn the lights off, and you have a flashlight, okay, and you aim the flashlight to the ground, 2 feet from the ground, you aim the beam down, so it's facing the ground, you switch it on, it doesn't light up the whole of the room, does it? There are sections of the room that's going to be dark. And then as you move from the door, because you're at the door at the moment, and you move and you go into your room now you're moving the light with you. And slowly but steadily, the rest of the room starts to light up. But where the door is now, it's starting to get dark. That's how the sun moves. Now, what keeps the sun up in the sky, orbiting around, only God knows that. I don't know what's going on there. I can't go up there to do tests or anything. I can theorize and give you theories, but these won't be the truth, because I cannot prove and validate what I'm telling you. So all I can say is that we observe what it's doing, and we're not measuring curvature, basically. That's how we know it's not flat anyway.
Yeah, but listen, you said the flashlight, right?
Yes, your flashlight.
You sit at the corner of the room, you could see the flashlight is there. You'll see it
clearly. No, you can't. No. You see, the thing is, we're talking.
It will be dark, but if you
no. What we're saying. Hang on, please listen. What I'm saying is that light, okay, that light is not lighting up the whole of the room.
Yeah, okay? But you can see it.
Yeah, but it's not lighting up. No, but it's not lighting up the whole of the room. That's the point we're making here. Because you would have to scale yourself down to the point where you wouldn't be able to see it if you scale yourself down. But you've got to, I'm trying to give you a closest analogy as to why people around the world don't see the sun when it's in England. So if it's in England, you can't see it in Australia, for example.
Right. Remember, Joe, I was talking about the Rayleigh criterion coefficient, the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, where you've got 300 miles of air between you, right, and the light source. So that's going to cause much scattering, absorption, and reflection of light. So the air isn't purely transparent; it's opaque. Right? It's like layering a lot of sheets of Glad wrap between you and the light source. Yeah, you might be able to get the light to go through a few sheets, but if you've got 50 sheets thick of your cling wrap, or Glad wrap, plastic wrap, the light won't be able to penetrate through it. And that's what the air acts like when there's a lot of it between you and a light source.
Yeah. And also you must remember, let's say it's 1,000 miles. You want to look through 1,000 miles of sky. Within that 1,000 miles, there might be weather as well, rain, dew, mist. So the visibility is going to be reduced. So the greater the distance, the more the visibility is going to be reduced. you can see locally, but when you start to increase the distance, you're reducing the visibility as well.
Yes, I know, but make it like make sense. If you could see a star that is way far away, but you can't see a sun that is very close to you.
Yeah, because again, when you're looking up at the stars, you look the atmos, the sky and the air is thinner up there. That's why you can see it, and because it's up, there's more of an expanse there. So the ability to see the stars is okay. But when you're looking on the Earth now, where you are, and then you're looking horizontally, you're limited. That's how it was. Just natural law, isn't it?
And you also don't know, though, how the distance to those things. You don't know what they are. You don't know how far they are, how big they are, what's producing the light, what medium they exist within.
Absolutely. Look, I did want to bring that up before. Like, yeah, you said that the stars that you're seeing are suns, right? You've been fed that story, but you can't validate that, right? They don't behave the same way that our sun behaves. And think about this, right? 200 meters is not a long distance, okay? So if you just go 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. Doesn't matter if the sun's right overhead at midday, it's pitch black 200 meters into the ocean because the light can't push through the density of the medium and reach down that far, right? So the air acts similar, right? The atmo, right, or the atmosphere as you know it, right, acts very similar to the water. It's just not as dense. So it's going to push a longer distance through the air, but it's not going to be able to push forever. So the thickness of the air is much thicker at lower levels, right? It thins out very quickly as you go up higher. So you're not looking through that thickness. Does that make sense, right? Just 200 meters deep, you can't see the sun in the sky anymore. If you look up, it's just pitch black, no light.
Are you saying there is air on space?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying the outer space is a whole different topic itself, right? So you've been fed a story about the stars in the sky being big burning balls of plasma gas in a giant space vacuum, right? That's just a story that you've been told. You can't validate that. Okay, the stars don't behave as the sun behaves. Now, what my point is that when you have the sun in the sky, you just go 200 meters into the ocean and you can't see any light at all, right? It's pitch black, just 200 meters. 1/5 of a kilometer, hardly any distance.
You said 200 meters under the ocean?
Yeah, 200 meters under the ocean, it's pitch black, no light.
Yeah, but the same thing for stars and the sun.
No, because you don't know how far away the stars are. You don't know how big the stars are. You don't know what the stars are, right? And we know that the atmosphere is very dense when you're low. So if you're looking through the atmosphere horizontally, you're looking through the density of the atmosphere, right? When you're looking up, it just thins out very quickly. You're not looking through that opaque part of the air that would scatter the light, right? So I mean, have a look at the image that I shared. So you need to look into how the inverse square law of light works, and then you have to look into the dissipation of light, right, through a medium.
Just to make sure, like we have like flat Earth, then we have like air on top, then we have the sun, right? On top of the air.
On top of the air?
Yeah.
The sun's up in the sky.
Yes, on top of
we don't know what distance it's at. We don't know what size it is, right? We just observe what it does in the sky, right? It moves east to west and it moves in cycles. We can predict where it's going to be at a certain time of year, right? And that's what creates the seasons and day and night.
But the sun is on top of the air or inside?
We don't know exactly.
No one knows.
Yeah, we don't know what the sun is, dude.
You have Terra, where you're walking across the ground below your feet. You have the waters across, the waters that you can, jump in and drink and navigate. And you have the medium that you can fly across. And then above that, we observe the phenomena that we call, the sun, the moon, the luminaries. That's what we observe is above us. Up is up there, and below, down is below your feet. And then across, you walk across, travel across. Yeah, if you're asking about the sun, is it up? Is it above us? That's what we see. It is above us.
Not above us, above the air, the atmosphere.
Up above us. Anybody, if you ask anybody, anybody observing the sun
is at?
It's above us. Anybody has to look up to see it.
Yes. So the visibility issue you told me about applies also for the sun and for the stars.
Now, the question that you're trying to ask, what is the source of the sun, or where is it coming from, and what is the mechanism that causes the phenomena that we observe? Those are all the questions. If you want to look at the sun, you look up, above the ground. Anybody in the world that look at the sun, they're always going to be looking above the ground. There's no one in Australia upside down from you.
And do you guys know how the sun moves like?
How? The mechanism? What are the gears of the clock? You're going to have to ask the creator about that. Maybe pray. And if you get a revelation from the creator of this place, maybe he'll tell you. But that's a really good question. How does the clock of the sky works? That's a really good question.
I mean, guys, if the Earth is circle, they explain it in like a perfect way.
If the Earth is a circle?
Yeah, and it moves around the sun.
Who told you the Earth is a circle? The Earth is Earth.
You live on a hula hoop? What's going on?
Okay, you can draw a circle around the Earth, right? And that's a circle
on
the Earth.
My English is not good. I mean, like, how to say it? Like a
sphere.
ball. Sphere, yeah.
Oh, sphere. No, yeah, sphere. No, the sphere, that's impossible. That will go against everything you ever experienced, anything you can test, check, verify. The sphere is a complete fantasy.
But he's saying the story. He's saying the story sounds good. Yeah, well, it's a story, bro. It's supposed to sound.
It doesn't
good
sound.
and make sense.
It explains the movement like perfect.
But it's a story, though.
Wait 1 second. There's explanations, things that people can say with their mouth, right? And people can say a lot of things and explain about anything. But there is things that you can show and demonstrate in reality. You can explain how Superman and the fantasy character in the movie does what he does, right? You can explain that, the fantasy, but that doesn't have any relation to reality. If you're gonna give an explanation of how you boil water, that has a reference to reality. You grab fire and boil the water. My bad. You boil the water with the fire, and you can explain that. You put the water on the you can boil an egg. You can explain that stuff. That has references to reality. But the globe has no reference to reality, dude. It's complete fantasy.
Yeah, I know, but you guys can't explain like how the sun and the earth move compared to each other.
Yeah, I can explain. I can give an explanation. The creator is at the center. He made the clock of the sky, and he's the one that operates the skies above, and the luminaries are God-centric, heaven-centric. That's an explanation. You like it?
But how does it move? In a circle?
Earth doesn't move.
Okay, so Earth doesn't move. What about the sun?
Yeah, when you open your eyes every morning, right? When the light comes, and then you look to the east, and you see the sun in that position, and if you keep looking at it, you're gonna see it moving. You're gonna be able to testify in court under perjury. Yeah. Under perjury, you're gonna be able to. A judge is gonna ask you, "Did you saw the sun moving?" And you will be able to say, "Yes, I saw it. Yes."
Yeah, but what exact trajectory it take? Does
What
it
is
go
what?
like exact trajectory you take? Does it like go a full circle around? Like, you know what I
Why?
mean?
Why?
I'm asking.
I know, but why?
What do you mean? Why?
Why are you asking?
Because I want to explain like how daylight and night work, and you guys can't.
Oh, when the sun is above, it's daytime and it's illuminating your area. That's daytime for you. In Australia, if the sun is not up, is not there, that's nighttime. That's nighttime when the sun is not there. Then when the sun goes away from you and towards that spot, it turns into nighttime for you, and then it's daytime for the other guy. It's pretty simple.
But you just want a story. We don't have a story for you, unfortunately. I think the
You could say it's a story, bro,
underlying
but
thing here is that no one even knows what the sun is or what the stars are or what the moon is. So we're not going to give you a story about it. Like Gemsy said, daytime, sun out, nighttime, sun not out.
we could know it like if we have different people at different location and observe how like when they look.
Bro, make the separation. Everybody's on the ground. Nobody has been to the celestials above, unless they have. They can confirm and they can show you. They can say, "Hey, the Creator brought me up there, and He gave me a special permission VIP pass, and I went to the heavens above, and He showed me." Like when the watchmaker takes you to the factory and he shows you all of the pieces, how he builds the clock. He shows you all the gears, how he builds the hands of the clock, how he puts them together. If the watch maker took you to the factory and you can say, "Hey, I saw how he puts the watch together," then you're gonna have to ask the Creator to do that for you. So you're gonna be able to say, "Hey, this is how the luminaries work, and this is the exact schematic and the mechanisms in place."
But listen, it's a cycle that repeats. Like you could say every
Not the cycle. The cycle. Listen, the cycle of the watch that you see on the wall. You can see the watch with the hands of the clock moving, right? And you say, "Oh, it's 2 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. It's whatever time o'clock with this many minutes and this many seconds, and it's the press of the moon cycle or whatever." There's clock that give you the moon cycle and the sun cycle. There's many watches, right? And you can be looking at the watch on the wall. You can be looking at it. But if you don't go behind the dial and check the mechanisms, the gears behind it, you don't really know what's making the clock tick. That's what's happening with the sky. You can observe it. You see what it's doing. You can see the luminaries moving, right? Day and night cycle. That's what you're observing. But what is making the sky tick? What is causing the cause of the phenomena, the cause of the movement? You want to know that. That's your question, but nobody here knows. You don't know. I don't know.
Say what cause.
I told you, if you want to know this, you're going to have to pray to the Creator. Go ahead.
I didn't say what cause. I said how it moves. How. Like observe. That's it. Like you said, the watch. I know the watch is gonna the clock is gonna move from right to left or whatever. You know what I mean?
Again, no one knows what the sun is, bro.
I didn't ask like what is it. I'm asking how it moves.
But you might
We
want to
don't know,
what
bro.
that is to then go on to say other things about it, dude.
Yeah, we can't test that kind of thing. We don't claim to know everything. We don't claim to have a alternative response for every single crazy claim that the globe side makes. Okay, what we can do is go out and test the Earth, right? And we've done that, and there's no curvature over distance. So all of these things that the globe model says cannot possibly be true because there's no curvature, right? There's no horizon where there has to be a horizon for the Earth to be a globe. There's no curvature where there has to be curvature for the Earth to be a globe. So there's a lot of discovering to do, right? There's a lot more that needs to be done. We don't know everything about this amazing system that we live in. You know, the governments want you to think that they've worked everything out, right? And that they're the all-powerful. people to look up to just have blind faith in and put your trust into them so they can and they will use that, right? They'll use that trust and they'll use it to control you, to control the people, right? That's what the government does, right? They thrive on money, power, control, and they'll do whatever they can to stay in power. So what we can do, right, we can go test the Earth over and over and over again, and we cannot find any curvature. It's just like you experience it, right? Flat, stationary. We see the sun move across the sky. But in the globe, right, they tell you that, yes, you experience the Earth as flat, but really it's the opposite of that. Really it's not flat, it's curving, right? They tell you, yes, you feel it not moving, but really it's moving 1,000 miles per hour. And then also chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour and spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour and all these crazy speeds, right? But you just feel it flat. I mean, you just experience it as flat and stationary. Now, they'll tell you that when you see a sunset, right, from your perspective, the sun's not moving. Really, you're on a globe and it's spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound away from the sun, and it just gives you the illusion that the sun is setting because you're on the spinning globe, right? They have replaced people's common sense with a whole bunch of nonsense. And most people don't even question it, right? There's nothing wrong with questioning these things and going out to test them in reality. I see B-Man's putting some comments in the chat, talking about miraging and stuff like that. Don't know if you want to open your mic, man.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
How are you?
Good, good. Did you have any questions?
Not really. Just made a statement in the chat. That's about it, really.
Were you talking about like what Sunny posted?
Yeah, I was talking about the video where he zoomed in on the sun, and you can clearly
Yeah,
see
so
it's
you don't just have
higher.
like a. I know, but looming doesn't just appear when you zoom in on something, right? It would look like that from before you zoom in.
Yeah, but cameras use light, so and light bends beyond the horizon. That's
Yeah, but
why
it's not going to start to bend once you zoom in on it, right? That wouldn't be the rebuttal that I would use if I was on the globe side to that observation.
your rebuttal be then.
Well, you could probably say something about the glare, right? That when you zoom in, it's reducing the glare or something like that. But I think you're opening up that that convergence point, right? Due to perspective. Just like if you're looking down a long hallway, everything looks like it converges into a vanishing point, right? So just say the hallway is really long. It looks like the ceiling goes down and the floor ramps up and the walls go in, right? Everything goes into a center point, and that's called the vanishing point, right? And that's a product of your perspective. Now, if you took out like a zoom camera, you could increase that vanishing point distance by increasing the field of view. So if you zoom in down that hallway, you'll be able to see further down the hallway and there'll be a new vanishing point. So I think that's, what's happening here with this, right? When you're zooming in, you're increasing that vanishing point. So it looks like that point of the, where the ceiling starts to meet the floor, right? In the hallway example, it's opening that up, right? So once again, like that point of the ceiling that looks like it's meeting with the floor due to perspective is now further apart, right? Because you've opened up that field of view. And it's probably a little bit to do with the glare as well of the sun, and the aperture changing a bit as you zoom in, cutting out, right? As you'll see when it zooms in, it gets a bit darker, right? That's just because the it's not letting in as much light when you zoom in, so a little bit of glare, but mostly a perspective effect.
Yeah.
Looming's like constant. Like something would well, not constant, but it's not something that would just pop up all of a sudden when you zoom in. That's all.
I guess that cameras can still zoom on things that are still above the horizon. You know, the sun was still above the horizon in the video, hence why I was able to zoom in on it. You know, it's not going to.
Yeah, but
once it fully sets.
No, I got you. But if you didn't have the camera right, it looks like the sun's half hidden behind the horizon.
Again,
like when you zoomed out. Exactly, that's our point, right? When things
that's your point,
move away from you, they converge with the horizon.
Yeah, if you were to stand on a hill, if you were the guy in the video, right, and you were to get in an elevated surface, you would be able to see a little bit further.
Yeah, but that would be the same. Like you're going to find a lot of these things. You know, they work on a flat surface or on a globe, right? So if you're on a globe, you go higher, they'll say, oh, you'll see a bit further over the curvature of the Earth. But the same thing applies on a flat surface. You go a bit higher, you're opening up that field of view, right? That perspective convergence angle is going to increase, right? From you had like a very shallow angle of perspective because you're so close to the ground. And as you get higher, it's going to open up and you're going to have a vanishing point at a much further distance. So a lot of things you'll find, you know, you can explain it just fine on a globe or on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very complex topic, I guess, but
yeah, it's a fun topic. But did you have any other questions?
Yeah, right. Here's the thing. I've talked about this in the other server a bit before. Do you guys have a globe? Do you guys have a model that you subscribe to?
No, because we live, you know, within an enclosed system, right? So it's not possible to model out every single thing, like a full flat Earth model that explains how everything works and, you know, a scientific model where everything's been rigorously tested to fit the model. That doesn't exist for the globe side either. You know, it depends, you know, often people misuse the, well, what do you think the model is, right? Like, are you talking about a desktop globe, right? Like most
you
people
wouldn't be able to post it.
Yeah, exactly. That's where you guys start to run into trouble, right? Because a lot of people mistake what we're talking about when it comes to a model, right? They think a model is just a miniature version of an object. Now, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth. Flat's not a shape. So we're not claiming a complete working model or anything like that. From the globe side or from the flat side, right, you can model out bits and pieces here and there to explain certain things that happen, but there's no like fully inclusive globe model that explains how everything works, and you can, you know, because you're not going to be able to post it, right? You could post like a desktop globe or something like that, and then we can debunk it super easily by, you know, disproving the curvature claims. So even if there was a globe model, it's been debunked because there's no curvature. That's been confirmed.
It's been confirmed. Hi.
Yes. Well, countless amounts of long-distance observations, laser tests, mirror flashes, microwave tests has been done over and over on huge distances of water, frozen lakes, salt lakes.
Distance to the horizon.
Yeah, distance to the horizon. We can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe, and we can't find any curvature. Then when we go looking to the globe side throughout all of history, who actually went out and measured the Earth, right, we get nothing, right? We get a bunch of assumptions and calculations based off those assumptions. Not empirical evidence, not practical demonstrations like what we're providing.
I would say that there's an abundance of evidence of curvature in the Earth being a globe. Not only in measurements, but just... Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
There's no measurement. There's no measurement.
If we,
just start posting.
Even looking
just
at
start posting
stars, okay?
Yeah, but a whole bunch of assumptions, right? That's what, once again, you know, you have to make assumptions, like looking at the sky to work out what the shape of the ground that you're standing on is. It requires a whole bunch of assumptions. So you would have to validate those assumptions first, right, to be able to continue on with that claim. So what we're talking about is actual characteristics that have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? Like the horizon should be 3 miles away if you're 6 foot tall. Okay, so we can go to a 10-mile body of water and set up a camera at 6 foot high, right? And there's no horizon there. At 3 miles, it's undetectable, right? In fact, we could see the whole way across the 10-mile lake and there'll be no horizon. Okay, and then we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, which would have to be hidden behind the horizon by like 50 foot or something like that, right? You would have to have a 50-foot tower on the other side of the lake, and you would just be able to see the very top of it popping over the horizon if it was like 51 foot tall or something, you know? What we have is like repeated like tests that have been done over and over again where we're showing not just 10-mile distances, right? Like 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. And we can't find any curvature. So, you know, I mean, I encourage you to look into it. And if you think that you can find counter observations that do show curvature, then please, like, we'd love to go over them step by step with you.
I mean, I guess there's been many. Yeah.
What's that?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. You were gonna reply. Go ahead.
Oh no, okay. Thank you. I suppose there's been many experiments done over thousands of years. The one that comes first to my mind is probably one of the very first. You've definitely heard of it. It's Eratosthenes. However you fucking say his name.
Eratosthenes. Yeah, absolutely, bro. Like, so that's what I was talking about, right? So calculations based off assumptions. So that's what he did, right? He pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, right? He wasn't trying to prove that the Earth was a globe or flat or anything like that. He already assumed that the Earth is spherical, right? And then he just measured the angle of a shadow, right, off 2 sticks, right? So one stick at midday, it didn't show any shadow, and then another stick 500 miles away, it showed a 7.2 degree shadow. Okay, so he, based off his pre-assumption that the Earth's a globe, right, and then he had to also assume that the sun's an infinite distance away and that the sun rays are coming down completely parallel. Okay, so he made those 2 assumptions, and then based off those assumptions, right, he did some math based off the Earth being a sphere, right? So he did like, I think it was something like 7.2 degrees divided by 360 degrees times 500 miles, and then it came to 40,000 kilometers, 25,000 miles or whatever it is in that system. So, you know, it's just based on assumptions, right? Even the globe scientists admit that, right? They say, you know, it doesn't really prove anything because of the assumptions that were made, right? You could do the same thing in your bedroom with 2 sticks, right? And work, if you made the same assumptions about your floor that you're standing on, right? And the light rays, you could do the same math that Eratosthenes used and work out the sphericity, right? Or the circumference of your flat floor, right? That's how it's flawed.
Yeah, I mean, he did work off of a bunch of assumptions there. No, I agree with you, but I think it's more incredible to think about, you know, how he was able to come to this conclusion. You know, I would say he would have been one of the first scholars to really think about the well, probably not the first, but one of the most notable scholars. Of
Well, you know what? You know what's agreed upon as well is the existence of Eratosthenes just not being verifiable, right? Like there's no original writings from him. Like, where did he write this stuff down? Nowhere. A lot of people speculate it was just handed down by word of mouth for hundreds of years, right? And it wasn't until hundreds of years after he even was claimed to have been alive that the first person even spoke about him. Now, there are other people that we do have primary documentation from that lived in the same area that he lived in, and none of them mention anything about this. Okay, so it wasn't until much, much later that only 2 people actually mentioned him at all. They can't validate they can't validate his existence. They can't validate his work was accurate, how it was done. No primary writings at all from him. It's and that's the mainstream, you know, information about him. So, I mean some people say that it might be... Go ahead, James.
It's like a character talking about the cosmology on a fantasy. You know, like a character in a fiction novel talking about his cosmology or whatever, or doing something in the fiction. That's what it sounds like. A persona, a character in a fiction. Go ahead.
A myth.
Well, you could say the same thing about Shakespeare. Like some people would argue that the existence of the character of Shakespeare, you know, the guy with the big forehead. Some people think he was he had ghostwriters or whatever like that, but obviously because of the time period, it's difficult to verify if these people were real or not. But their work is still there. You know, if I compare it to Shakespeare, we still have
The thing in question is the claim.
We still have. Sorry.
The thing in question will be, let's say the character is talking about boiling water or eggs coming out of a chicken, or grilling steaks, you know, grilling ribeye, and ribeye comes from cows. If that character is talking about that stuff, that's something that you can relate to reality. But this character, Aristophanes, is talking about you standing on a spinning globe, and that's not demonstrable in reality. That's the story doesn't add up when you construct it and check it in reality. That story has been falsified. So even though if he existed or not, as a character or as a real person in history, the story that is associated with him, it's a fantasy story.
You could say it's a story. You could say it's a character. Maybe his real name isn't Aristophanes, or whatever. We still have his work, and it still came from this time period, and it's just to prove that the scholars of the earth has, you know,
they don't have his work, bro. They don't have his work. They don't have his work. Right? They don't have anything that he did, right? They can't even prove that he existed. They don't have his work. But look, let's just grant you that he existed. It still doesn't prove whether the Earth's a globe or not because of the assumptions that were made. Now, the Chinese documented doing the exact same thing, but they didn't make the assumptions that Eratosthenes made, and they confirmed that this observation proves that the Earth is flat, right, and stationary. Which is also, you know, just as fallacious as what Eratosthenes did, right? Pre-assuming things and then doing calculations based off the assumptions, right? So it's just a flawed test, even if he did exist. It's just flawed, right? Like I explained to you that the assumptions, you know, are what makes it flawed, right? Do you understand that, right? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the globe Earth physicist, he did a video just explaining that, you know, it doesn't prove either because of the assumptions.
Right. If I can just make one short statement or question, can I just question him, please? And it's
yeah.
Is it to do with Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes, 2,500 years ago, being able to measure the curvature of the Earth, but today, our time now, modern technology, and we can't measure a single degree. That is a massive discrepancy. How can it be that a human being can measure curvature, but our technological devices are unable to measure the curvature? Don't you think that's a bit strange? And remember, you're speaking yourself, sir, and you haven't measured the curvature yourself. It's a simple thing to do. It's not difficult. Please bear that in mind when you're speaking, and you're being gracefully, and you're not really acknowledging these serious anomalies. And I'll shut up now.
Yeah, no, you're right. I want to add to the Eratosthenes thing. So you understand with the assumptions part, right? So logically, right, it doesn't necessarily follow because he has premises, right? But he's assuming they're true. They actually need to be true for his conclusion to be true. And that's all I wanted to say on that.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, the experiment is flawed, but I suppose I'm using it as more of an example than anything. I would say to the other guy's point, I don't know his name. I would say we have measured curvature. We do it in geodetic surveying. We've done it since the 1700s. We use triangulation, theodolites, and I guess one example of us measuring.
That's measuring a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a straight line all the time. But the thing is, have you measured? Because everyone in this server here has gone out to measure that curvature, and it hasn't happened. We're following the Samuel Oathbotham. It's a drop over distance here. Samuel Oathbotham couldn't find it. The Globers couldn't prove it in a court of law twice. Okay, in a court of law, wasn't able to prove the Earth was a globe twice. Okay, and the question is, have you measured it? Have you gone out with your theodolites and measured it? Where did you do that? When? What methodology did you use?
No, personally, I have not measured it.
Well, there you are then. So you haven't measured it yourself. So you can't say you know. You would need to measure that to know. We know because we've measured it. That's how we know. We're not taking the other person's viewpoint now. Okay? We're taking my own personal viewpoint is I've gone out there to check. There is no curvature. And when I look back over my 63 years of my life, there's been no experience of globe. And that would be impossible, living on a globe, that would be.
How have you measured it?
Oh, it's like we just said, drop over distance. So if I give you 6,000 miles, that's the distance from London Heathrow to Tokyo, Japan. Okay, 9.5 hour flight. The predicted curvature to be experienced through that flight of 9.5 hours is 3,740.47 miles of curvature. Okay, and then when you look at the distance on the globe that you live on, that's 6,000 miles is almost 90 degrees of curvature. So you've got 90 degrees of curvature to experience over 9.5 hours, and the plane flew horizontal all the way. There was no curved trajectory, and I've done that flight many, many times. I am talking to you from Japan right now. That was one method I used.
Maybe it's because gravity.
Gravity doesn't exist, hasn't been proven to exist. There are no experiments that can prove gravity. And Sir Isaac, if you're talking about, I don't know which one you're talking about, but Sir Isaac Newton's gravity has been superseded by Albert Einstein's, and Sir Isaac Newton himself disagreed with that theory that was mass attracting mass. And he did not want to have his name associated with that theory, which he could not prove and didn't prove. So
What do you call it?
Fall, then?
Yeah.
Didn't hear you.
Why do things fall?
Why do I think?
Why do things fall?
Oh,
if I were to
things
drop
fall
an apple,
because
why does it fall to the ground?
You've moved them from their rest. So if you pick up a pencil from the table, now you've increased the distance there. Now it's going to drop because the medium that it is in, the air, the pencil is more dense. It cannot be supported by the air. So it's going to return back to equilibrium. That's why. Things that are lighter than air, on the other hand, tend to rise up, straight up, finding their equilibrium. And that's how the creator of this flat earth that we live on has designed it. Okay?
Okay,
no magical force pulling me to the ground, okay? No magical force.
Okay, so if an object is denser in the air, yes? It would fall to the ground, yeah?
It's just going to, it has no other way to go but down. That's the way the earth has been designed, yes.
But the air is all around the object. What's stopping the object from falling up?
Because it's heavier than air, so it must drop down to the ground. If it's lighter than air, it flows up.
Oh, I get what he's asking. You're asking why this direction?
Yeah, and that's why I said God created it, you see. Nobody knows why it's down and why up.
But you're just using the argument of, like, we can't understand it because God created it, but that's...
Well,
let me help.
I can't prove that. I don't know why it goes down. I don't know why it'd be, and not sideways.
If I may.
You don't know.
Jedi's going to take this one, Jin. Put yourself on mute. Jedi said he'd take this one. Thanks.
So, the only thing that we can scientifically demonstrate is that it is the relationship between the object and the medium. It's called relative density. If we have an object and we place it in the medium, it's either going to do this, go that way, or do that, go the other way. And if we're talking about gas, well, that's going to expand through the limitation of volume. Why these things happen in this way, though, it sounds like a bit of a cop-out, but we don't know. Sheer answer is because we can't scientifically vary and manipulate the thing that's making that directionality happen. We can just cause things to do this or that. That's basically all we can do.
Yeah. You see, here's the thing. This is why. I actually have no idea what I'm going to say. Look, I just don't understand. I just don't understand the point of like, oh, we just can't explain. We just can't explain it.
I'm kind of giving you the end of the scientific road that we're going to walk down, because let's be fair. If you're going to make a claim to that gravity is going to be causing something, then you're going to need an experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity to cause something. Now, I've just expressed to you that we can only operate with the object and the medium, kind of hopefully walking you down to the path that what we're not actually very manipulating is gravity here. No one is. There's no scientific validation for it, unless you think it is and we can go down. But that's where the road's going to lead us down. No scientific experiment that proves any idea of gravity.
Okay.
What if we remove the air in a vacuum chamber?
Say that again, please.
We remove the air in a vacuum chamber. So we have
so
air, no nothing.
So you change the medium. Even though there's no such thing as a true vacuum, you'll always have something inside the chamber rattling around in there. But if you change the medium, objects actually weigh more in a vacuum, which also debunks gravity.
There's a video in the side chat for you. It's a quick clip. It's only like a minute long or something. It's from the experts telling you all about gravity and how they don't know what it is.
Was that not it?
Yeah, so B-Man, if you're frustrated that nobody has given you an answer as to why things go down or up, I share in your frustration because no scientist at any time has ever proven why that happens. They say they don't know. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says, I don't know.
I think.
Okay. Well, if they don't know, then I definitely don't know, because I'm not a scientist, bro. I'm a drama student. So fuck. I guess I'm fucked.
Nah, don't sell yourself short. Those are just men, and they mess with shit, and they get stuff wrong all the time. So don't feel bad.
And you're probably more of a scientist than they are.
I'm definitely not.
It's like some axiom, some of the laws of nature, like high pressure towards low pressure, that kind of stuff. So things go down or things go up. I mean, that's the way it happens, and that doesn't have to be. There is if that's happening, but you cannot establish the cause of that effect. That's the way it is, and there's a lot of unknowns in this world,
and that's why motion itself, right? So when we observe motion of things, right, we can do things with it, right? We can exploit it. We can understand that it is doing a certain thing, right? That'll fall into practical physics. When it comes to the reasons why, like if we can't figure out the reason why, which is mainly what gravity's being presented as, a reason why a thing will move in a particular way, right? That falls into theoretical physics, right? Like that's why when you go to university and you become a theoretical physicist, you'll be learning about why they think things are moving in a certain way, but there's no practical involved with it. They're just giving out ideas, right? They're just trying to back engineer, figure out mathematics, assume that there's these reasons that exist, then try and make predictions with it, etc., right? Doesn't necessarily mean they're correct.
Yeah, but that's how we move forward, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Come on, guys, go.
It's not how you move forward, right? It's how you make big giant mistakes. Imagine if you were doing a big math equation, right? But the first couple of variables in the math equation were completely wrong. right? The math equation's just going to get worse and worse and worse as you keep adding to it. Okay, so we have, in the globe mathematics, right? They have the radius value, right? They have the 3959 mile R value in their mathematics. Okay, so if these things don't match up with reality when we go out and test them, then the whole math is wrong, right? If they're saying that this radius value, right, they're doing calculations based off of the radius value, but that doesn't exist in reality, right? The whole math equation is junk, right? If there's one wrong variable in a math equation, you can basically throw the entire thing away. It's going to be wrong.
Okay, I have another question for the young man, and it's this one: if we're meant to be moving forward through technology as it evolves, because that's what you implied by that statement, that's how we move forward, bro. Okay, well, how is it then that NASA, that supposedly went to the moon in 1969, haven't been back for like 50 years, and now they're having difficulties now? 1960s they could do it, but now they're unable to do that, and they're finding it hard, and they're having to push the project back and back and back and back. And technology is supposed to have evolved. The car has evolved, the aeroplanes have evolved, the push bike has evolved, motorcycles have evolved. There's a lot of forward motions, but it's somehow the maths can't seem to be moving forward for the space travel. Do you understand, bro? Thank you.
Yes, I'm talking overall, like not just space. And I think they're also evolving, bro. Did you see like SpaceX? They want to go to Mars.
They have.
So that's the story.
Elon Musk hasn't.
No one's going.
These rockets yet. By the way, let me just explain something. The super heavy of Elon Musk. It's got 33 engines. Okay, and its thrust performance is dramatically less than the Apollo 11 rocket, the Saturn V, which was pushing out 1.5 million pounds of thrust. Not saying it went to the moon, but that's the power. And yet Elon Musk rocket is only able to achieve, with its 33 engines, 400,000 pounds of thrust. And then he says, well, if we use this special fuel, we might be able to boost it to 600. Still underperforming the 1960s. And he hasn't gone anywhere with it yet. Okay.
I mean, it takes time. It's not gonna happen in one day,
The thing is, technology has evolved. Look at the device we're using today. Look at how we're communicating. I don't see it. There's a massive anomaly anyway.
Went to the moon in the late 60s, early 70s with less computing power than the Nintendo Game Boy.
When they interviewed NASA astronaut Don Pettit a few years ago, right? They asked him, why doesn't NASA go back to the moon? And he said that he'd love to go back to the moon, but NASA destroyed that technology to go back to the moon, and that it would be a painful process to build it back again. That's a ridiculous answer to the question.
I mean, if you're going to appeal to us moving forward, it sounds like we're regressing, like we're going backwards. So how do you explain that?
Guys, I'm talking overall, like computers, cars. I mean, if the basic formula you said is wrong, it will not work in other stuff like computers and
cars won't work if the Earth is flat and stationary. What?
Cars what?
Cars won't work if the Earth is flat and stationary. The only reason cars work is because the Earth is a sphere spinning in space. Same for computers. It's the only reason they work, because the Earth is a ball spinning in space. Am I missing something? Am I getting this wrong? Like technology, we can go. All of this stuff means the Earth's a sphere, right? Can't be anything else. But the technology relies on being a sphere that moves.
Yeah, so all this computing Fuddy, all this computing technology and cars and everything's moving forward by magnitudes, right? but space travel has moved backwards by magnitudes. So that doesn't make sense, does it? Right? They've been promising that they're going to go to the moon. Right? Since they claimed they went to the moon, they've been promising space hotels in the 70s and the 80s, and they just keep kicking the can down the road, and they keep delaying all of these claims that they're making about being able to go back to space, right? Where they, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And even if I believed the Earth was a globe, right, you just have to do some basic research into the Apollo missions to know that they were obviously faked. Only 26 people have ever even claimed to have left low Earth orbit and actually gone out into space, right? And that was back in the 60s and 70s, over 50 years ago. Meanwhile, all of this computing technology and rockets and all this stuff's like amazing compared to what it used to be. But they can't go back to the moon because they destroyed that technology. And it would be a painful process to build it back, as they say.
Van Allen radiation belts are in the way now.
Yeah.
It's all crap. No one's going to the moon. No one ever went to the moon. You're not going to the moon in the future. Your kids aren't going to grow up on Mars.
The government wants you to think that they know everything and that they're heroes and that you should look up to them and just trust whatever they tell you. It's not the case. There's so much we don't know about this amazing system that we live in.
Yeah, guys, I know. But guys, listen, I know there is 0.001% that I might be wrong. What about you? Do you think there might be a chance that you're wrong or no?
No, 100%.
Nope.
It's been measured to be flat, so that's 100% validation. No, it's 100% chance that the Earth is flat because we've measured it. Everybody measures it that way.
Yeah, it's been confirmed over and over and over again. And it's also the reality that everyone experiences. It's what you experience every single day of your life. And then you could go out if you wanted to, like many of us have, and actually test for curvature. And you're going to find no curvature. It's been done over and over again. That's why I encourage you to look into the long-distance laser tests, look into the long-distance observation in detail, and then try to find anything like that from the globe side. You're going to find all of this stuff is coming from the flat Earth side. You're going to find things like Eratosthenes, right? 2,000-year-old ancient Greeks that we can't even prove existed that made a bunch of assumptions and calculations based off assumptions, not people going out and actually testing the Earth physically.
Yeah, I've always thought that Eratosthenes thing was interesting. Imagine if the flat earthers relied on some caricature of a man from 2,500 years ago. Flatosthenes, he proved it. That would be, I don't think anyone would accept that. They'd probably make fun of us, honestly.
Yeah, they would. Absolutely, they would.
Yeah, the double standard. Yeah, the double standard of evidence is just outrageous. Yeah, we have thousands of observations, laser tests, radio wave propagation, so on and so forth. Yeah, they got some dude with sticks and shadows that hasn't even been demonstrated to exist. It's outrageous. I mean, there's just no question about it. It's just a matter of whether you can look at the evidence calmly and rationally, or if you're just emotionally still attached to your globe.
Globe. We should do opposite day one of these days. Just start everything reversed. Yeah, Flatosthenes. We got this guy from 300,000 years ago. He proved it.
Yeah, it rains rubies on
oh yeah,
Venus. Yeah, definitely. Just make up the crazy shit that they say. Yeah.
You'd be like, you can't say that. It's like, well, now you know how it feels, bro.
Actually, most of them don't know that claim, right? Where the globe side says that it rains diamonds on Uranus and smells like farts.
Oh my.
You know, we need to take advantage of that more often and say, like, well, did you know that flat earthers have worked out that it rains diamonds on Uranus and smells like farts? And then wait for them to tease us and then say, well, actually, that's the globe claim. And here's the articles about it. Gotcha, bitch.
And don't they say that space smells like bacon? Didn't they say that?
Oh man!
Oh, DJ, I'm now going to use that. So if you hear me starting to bring that up, do not interrupt me. I'm going to make it sound like flat earthers came up with it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Can't wait, man. Yeah, me too.
Flat earthers discovered. The new segment.
Yeah, because I think like 95% of the people that come in here, they don't know that. They're shocked when we say it.
Well, that's why I love Crit's zany space news, because you'll present it to them and they'll be like, "What? That's ridiculous." It's like, well, yeah, like this is your own side. This is your own worldview that you're rejecting. Crazy stuff. And then enters in the BYOB Earther when they start bringing their, well, on my globe it works like this. It's like, I don't think you get to bring your own version, dude. If flat earthers are being mocked for not believing in the globe, it's not your personal globe that we should believe in. It's the globe as presented. So I always try to slice off anybody who's trying to talk about, well, actually it works like this. You're a BYOB earther. You've brought your own ball. There's no need to do that because it's already provided. Anyway. Flat Earth off-road, anyone? No?
I just want to tell our friends that don't worry, it was never a ball to begin with, so you're not losing anything. You could just let it go. It was just an idea. It was like Santa Claus, and you outgrew Santa Claus, and now you can outgrow the globe.
Facts.
I was just gonna quickly respond, CB. Yeah, if you're gonna do the event, I'm down. Just took me a second to get my mic.
W. Yeah, well, I'll just advertise it one more time. I mean, I think today's a good day for it. But yeah, guys, we're going to start an event called Flat Earth Off-Road, where we go off topic on purpose. And we're going to start up the event in the chill chat over in 247. And, bring some topics, bring something you want to talk about. Flat Earthers, the idea is that you guys didn't just stumble into the Flat Earth. You most likely thought critically about things and ended up here. So, I want to know how else you apply this critical thinking in your life. What do you eat and what do you buy at the grocery store? Or do you have like an electric car? Do you prefer to drive something that's like diesel or there's just like so many different things we can get into. Current events. Did you vote for the last election? Are you going to vote in the next one? Do you follow the Iran situation and all that stuff? Current events. We can go into anything. So I'm really curious to see what you guys bring to the table. But I think this would be a good time. I hate to steal away from the flat earth stuff, but if you wanted to get some stuff off your chest, this would be a good time to do that. So yeah, Flat Earth Off-Road. We go off topic on purpose. So, all right, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and fire that up. I'll be in the chill chat. If anyone needs a link to the server, it's discord.gg/flat earth, and we'll be in there. If someone wants to record it, that would be really good. I think we should put it on X. I don't think it necessarily needs to be on the YouTube channel, like through the bots. But if someone wants to record it, that'd be a W. Clipcord or Rayleigh or whoever, anybody. But Flat Earth Off Road, guys, be there or be square. I'm gonna go ahead and fire that up here in, I don't know, just a minute or two. All right, well, see you guys over there. W panel and W everyone in here. Don DeMarco.
All right, awesome, CB. Cheers.
Just one quick question there. Who the fuck is Don DeMarco?
I actually don't know. I don't actually know who that is. I think, I don't know. Remember back in the day, you had like mixtapes and you'd be like, man, he's spitting fire. Or like, like you'd be listening to a rap song and they would say crazy stuff from the DJ. I think there was a DJ that'd be like, Don DeMarco. So, I don't know. I have to look it up, but I think that's the lore. But either way, it's funny. All right. Well, I'm going to fire up the event. I'll let you know when it's started here. 1 second. Yeah, just like another thing too. It's like everyone's done such a good job staying focused on our mission. We're on YouTube all the time, so like staying focused on that, and we stay on topic for the most part. So I just think giving people a little bit of room to blow off some steam would be cool. It's probably just gonna be episode 1 as well. You guys want to be there for the debut? Gonna go ahead and start this up right now. Okay, the event is live. I'll drop a few links in DMs if anyone needs it. Flat Earth Off Road. We're gonna get started here in just a moment.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the last thing Says Who said. I think Globe believers should take that to heart, because before that we were discussing the real lack of solid, concrete, rational evidence for the globe. You're really relying on, it's more of a social thing, right? It's the popular thing, the globe. It's so cool. We love outer space, science fiction. It's like it's a cultural thing. It's been, of course, we know that it's there by indoctrination. It's not there by any kind of natural process, because it wouldn't be normal for humans to take on this worldview that has nothing to do with their actual life experience. So Says Who was just saying, it's okay to let that go and to live your life rationally and logically in the world where you actually are, where there's no globe and you've never seen a globe and you've never experienced a globe. I think that's a good thing, to just periodically give people permission to leave the indoctrination, because that's all it is. There's no facts. There's no measurements to back up the globe. It's just a story you were told. And sometimes people think it's too scary to leave the story behind, but we've all done it. It's perfectly fine. You can continue on your life, and you might even find it to be improved, because there'll be less conflict and cognitive dissonance in your mind, where you're trying to believe in a worldview that's completely different than what you're actually seeing when you go outside. But we've got some new people in here since the last time we checked. We have Mickey, Juan. Anybody's got a question or just wants to say hello, or Fadi, if you thought of any other questions, By all means, speak up. It's good to see everybody. Seg's here now. Hello, Seg.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
Is moon flat?
Is the moon flat? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we often get people who, look at things in the sky and then they ask us, you say the earth is flat, so is this other thing flat? So we can get into, in a little while if we want to talk about what it actually is based on what we actually see when we look in the sky, but and whether you can judge a spherical nature of something or flat nature of something when you're only ever seeing one side of it. But beyond that, let me just say that usually when people ask that, it's because they are imagining that we think the Earth is a disk flying through space. Is that what you think? Do you think that we think the Earth is a disk? Who was asking that question? Who asked about the moon just now? Hello? Oh, was that you, Mickey? Okay, Mickey. Yeah, so I just was wondering, just before we answer your question, what do you think the flat Earth looks like? Or don't you have an idea? Maybe you don't know.
Okay.
Now,
So,
I could hear you better before. Oh, now you're like a little soft for me. But yeah, keep going.
okay, if Earth was flat, what the cause?
You're like totally faded away from me. Is that what's happening for other people? Like I could hear you really well
Yeah.
at first. Yeah.
I can't hear him.
Yep, quiet.
Yeah, so maybe you could go turn up your settings, but while you're doing that, I'll just answer my own question since you didn't seem like you were going to ask another question. We don't think it's a disk, so that's often a misconception or a wrong idea that people have in their heads when they think of flat Earth because they've seen a cartoon or a meme. We do not think we are on a disk. We acknowledge the Earth is as we experience it, which is no motion, no curvature, but we don't make a claim as to the outer limit of it or the thickness of it, but we do not think that we are flying through space at all. We reject that whole concept. So sometimes people have that wrong idea. So yeah, if you could, if you want to ask another question or follow up, that's fine. Maybe just turn up your volume or speak up a little more. Or maybe we have another
Can I
person with
ask?
a question. Hello.
Can I ask?
Switched off?
Hi.
Oh, somebody's hot micing maybe? Oh, it's DJ. DJ.
Check for the little flashing
DJ. I'm gonna mute him. I'm gonna mute DJ. Okay, so who was asking the question?
Hey, me. I wanted to ask, do you think, as a person who thinks the Earth is not a sphere, is that so? Is that right?
Yes, I know for certain that the Earth is not a sphere. I've checked it. It's a mathematical proposal that it would be a sphere. That's a shape, a claimed shape with a claimed radius, and we have tested that in reality and see that it is indeed not a sphere. That's right.
So, do you think that there is a limit of Earth? There is a place that you would fall or something?
Great question. Yeah, that is another common. Usually when people come in here, it's very common that you've seen some kind of weird meme or joke about people falling off the edge or a ship sailing over the edge. That is not at all what we claim or think. So we've seen no evidence of an edge. There's no reason to think there's an edge. Like I said, we're also rejecting the medium of outer space as it's been presented to us. So we are not claiming an edge. We are restricted from traveling past the 60th parallel due to the Antarctic Treaty, which is enforced by over 50 governmental bodies. And so, therefore, we do not claim an edge or think that there is an edge.
Hi, can I ask a question? I have something in my head.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Why is the Earth the only flat planet in the whole universe?
Okay, great. So I'll just reiterate again what I just said, but I'll give a little more detail that maybe will make it easier to understand. We do not think that Earth is a planet. There's no evidence of that. In fact, that is a very modern phenomenon to even call Earth a planet. It was never, historically, the planets were the wandering stars, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, and so on.
What is Earth?
And that's where the word planet comes from. And Earth is the place where we live, which is clearly very different than those places, which are up in the sky. And we are a solid ground foundation, a realm where we live. And that is a completely new phenomenon that's been introduced, incepted into the human consciousness that was never there before because it's nonsensical. We're nothing like those other places. What makes you think that we are anything like those places in the sky?
Oh.
Do you haven't, like, what things do you see in common that Earth would have in common with Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and so on? What do we have in common with them?
Atmosphere, moons, orbits, mountains.
Yeah, so some of those things that you mentioned are claimed, but they have not been verified. So so I guess if we're going to get into this conversation, we might have to get into NASA as a credible source of information. But basically, just to answer your question in a brief way, we don't think Earth is a planet, so we're not into that. That's the misconception. It's saying, oh, flat earthers just think Earth is a flattened out planet. No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying we're here on the ground looking up at the sky. We see things in the sky. If you use your telescope and look at those objects in the sky, they don't look anything like NASA's artistic renditions and animations that they create for you to look at and then tell you stories about them that can't be verified. So
they didn't.
Pardon?
They edit. They
what? Edit?
Google what? Google what I did? What did they do?
Photos.
I think he's giving it a look. He's checking it out.
Oh, they did it. That's what he said, Jedi. Okay, thank you. Yes.
I feel like I'm still waiting for something.
I have a question.
So to clarify, he said they edit. He's saying that they edit the photos or whatever.
That makes more sense. I do apologise. I didn't hear what he said. Really, that's on me.
I think someone had a question as well.
I got it from the chat. He typed it instead of saying it because he's learning English, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's fine.
Hey, you're doing great. You're doing really good.
Yes, I was about to say that to commend all those who are using English as their second language. You're doing a great job. You're asking good questions, and hopefully our replies are understood by you. And to the guy who was talking about falling off the edge or whatever, when we ask Japanese children here of elementary school, junior high school, and high school students, which is safer to live on, a flat surface that is not moving or a ball that is rotating? And they all said that the ball is not safe because you're going to fall off the ball. You don't fall off a level surface. Okay?
Can I say something about what you just said?
Hold on. Yeah, before we go on to you, I just wanted, since we clarified what Ard was saying at the beginning, you can mute yourself if you're just typing, and then unmute yourself if you're ready to ask another question after this person, or ADR. Oh no, he's gone. Oh well, yeah. All right, who's the other person that had a question?
Hi, me.
Oh, back to someone. Hello, yeah.
Hi. So the person who said that when they asked Japanese students whether it was safer to live on a stable, flat surface or a ball that is moving constantly and spinning. So I think that it would be safer on both things because, well, Earth, as I believe, is, well, spherical, and because it has gravity from all the sides, everywhere, unless you're very much far of it, it's very little. It doesn't affect so much. But if you're close, as us, me, and you, we are on the surface of it. So its gravity does not let us fall. And because it is spinning in a very high speed, we are spinning in that speed as well. And we do not fall because, well, we are going with it. And I'm not sure which law of Newton that was, but there is a law that indicates that in space, when an object is going on a... Okay, I'm sorry. Excuse my not so very good language. So it indicates that when an object is going in a straight line, or
Mr. Silent.
Yeah, so going in a straight line with nothing affecting it, it's going to keep going in that same speed and it will not stop. And that happens to us here because, well, the Earth is spinning constantly around itself.
Sorry.
And around the sun.
Do apologise.
So if it stops for 1 second, we will ourselves, our bodies, everything will be thrown off. But that doesn't happen because the Earth is not stopping, it's constantly moving.
Okay.
I hope you understood.
Yeah, your English is really good. Well done. I really appreciate that. You took your time to explain yourself really well. I do have some issues with what you said, though. I hope you don't mind if I challenge what you said. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. I think you're incorrect about rotational motion. If you put anything on a rotating object, because of the force applied by the rotating object, stuff comes flying off. Basically, the principle of our wash. Yeah. So the fast spinning of the Earth isn't the thing that's keep us here. In actual fact, that's going to be the thing that's going to throw us off.
Indeed.
Good. Second thing, you spoke about straight line linear motion. The Earth's not doing a straight line linear motion. One, it's rotating on its axis, which necessitates acceleration. And two, it's orbiting elliptically. So not a straight path. So not analogous.
That's right. Well, I think it was on my side. That was my fault because I didn't explain myself very well. So, indeed, the Earth is spinning, and the movement that it does would make us go fly anywhere. And, well, that doesn't happen because of the gravity. The Earth's gravity is so strong. I mean, the Earth is a very big object, so its gravity is strong, and it's holding us from falling or being thrown in the direction it's spinning.
Could I just correct you? Sorry for a moment. It's not that it's claimed to be strong; it's just strong enough, right? So it's actually it's considered to be the weakest force out of the four fundamental forces, even though in the standard model, gravity is omitted. But that's another story. And also, it's not a force. That's another story again.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Small thing. Just small thing. There was this experiment called the final experiment when when like two flat earthers and 12 like globe earthers went to Antarctica to watch the sun and the rotation of the earth.
Okay.
And what happened is that the sun. I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Yeah.
My English is very bad. I don't know how to explain it.
It's okay. We are very well aware of the final experiment and the people who went and what they observed. So we understand what you're talking about. What's your question, my friend?
Yeah. How you explain what happened that day? Like, if the Earth is a globe, then the poles have like 6 months of sun and 6 months of darkness. Both poles, Antarctica and North Pole.
Yeah.
So that can be explained by a globe Earth, but how can we explain that on a flat Earth?
The movement of the sun throughout the year.
In the poles.
Yeah, so not the poles. You can see the 24-hour sun in North and South summer, 6 months of the year. But you'll notice that these are two different locations. When it's summer in one location, it's winter in the other location. What we observe throughout the year is the sun. So the sun moves from one location to another location. Does one circle here, does another circle there. That's what we observe. The sun moves. Your story is the Earth is a ball. It's spinning and tilted on its axis at 23.4 degrees. Interestingly enough, this is the north-southern path if we're talking about latitude. The Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, 23.4 degrees north and 23.4 degrees south. So it's quite literally the sun moving between these areas.
So you say that like we don't move around the sun, that the sun is moving like above us.
Yeah. So it might be easy to
Why
term
does
as...
it not?
Go on. What were you doing?
Sorry, but why does not the sun fall over us if it's spinning above us?
Sorry, would you mind rephrasing the question? I feel like you asked why is the sun not falling over us? So I must.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bro, have some common sense. Bro. Have some common sense.
Okay. No, he's asking us as flat earthers, like why the sun isn't falling down to the ground. Oh, why the sun isn't falling down to the ground? Oh, I don't know. Luckily enough, it isn't though, so that's good. But yeah,
it can't be explained for a globe or for flat Earth why the sun isn't smashing into Earth. So that's not a fair question either way.
No. I think I didn't understand what Jetty said. I understood that the flat Earth is not moving and the sun is passing above us to make the day and the night.
Yeah, very good.
That's why I understand.
Yeah, well done.
So in Antarctica, it turns out that they actually went ahead and measured a flat Earth while they were there. And then they also verified that the Earth is stationary because they used what's called an equatorial mount to track the sun as it moves. Well, that mount is stationary on the Earth, and it's the camera that spins to follow the moving sun. So without realizing it, they validated both a flat Earth and a stationary Earth. And I think it's just hilarious.
Okay.
Bro, nobody can understand you. You're going to have to fix that mic.
Yeah, I think someone else was interjecting because it was ADR, right, that made the first question, asked that question.
What? What did you say to me?
Oh, nothing, Fadi. I was just saying I think the person who was making weird sounds was not the person who asked the question.
Oh, okay.
Has anybody else got any other questions? Any more questions about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Yeah,
or-
guys, do you think I should improve my accent more?
No, you're fine.
Oh,
There are
really?
Japanese accent.
Next,
More better than
next
Japanese.
question.
All right, so that was Mickey. I think Mickey is very triggered. Are you okay, Mickey? Got a question?
Well, if you look in the side chat, he is absolutely having a cow right now, so he might have fallen over.
Oh, look up and have a look in the side chat. It's always interesting to see a grown man have a cow.
Guys, are you live right now at YouTube?
We are live, yeah.
24/7, 365.
Where is the link?
You're in here. You don't need the link. You're already going to be viral.
Yeah, you could click on the bot that has the link on it. Or a lot of people have a profile flat server tag. You click there, that'll have a link to the server that will also have a link back to the YouTube.
Yeah, just as a quick side note, cows are designed to feed off of a flat earth. Their stomachs wouldn't work otherwise. Thanks.
Wow. Thanks, Sonny. That was probably today's most randomest fact. Cheers, dude.
That's like, what was it, roadmap? What CB was just talking about? Flat Earth roadmap or something? Off-roading?
Okay.
I seriously, go over there and say that and see what he says. I think you get a kick out of it.
Okay. Yeah, I might pop over there in a bit. Is he doing? He's doing something.
Yeah, he's doing like an event, like off-roading Flat Earth or something like that. Be like, hey, cows can only work on the flat Earth because their stomach's built.
Brilliant.
It wasn't
At least we
completely
are
off topic.
At least we are not pigs.
Somebody said someone was having a cow, so it was still on topic.
Yeah.
But I digress.
No, you're fine. Just made me laugh, dude. That's all. Thought it was funny.
Oh yeah, I wasn't knocking you for it. I think it was pretty funny too. It's like one of those lighthearted moments you can't script. Some people come in here, oh, this shit's all scripted. Really? It is? You think this is scripted?
Yeah, guys, I got paid,
Mm-hmm. Well done.
Yeah, au contraire, I would say that the Globers come in with a checklist. Let's see. What do flat earthers think? They come in. Yeah, they come in. They're checking their list. They're writing a list and they're checking it twice. Like, what do flat earthers think? Do they think the moon is flat? Why do you think it's flat? Oh, because of water.
What's at the edge?
Is Mars flat? Sorry.
Where's your model? What's at the edge?
There you
Explain eclipses. Tell me about the edge.
Yeah, what about the ice wall? What about the 24-hour sun on the flat Earth? Yeah.
Oh, no, it's flat Earth.
We're upsetting a lot of people. Maybe we shouldn't do this to people. Maybe we shouldn't tell them the truth.
They're not ready for it. Some people, this topic isn't for them.
People stay up for 2-3 days in a row because they come in here for 5 minutes and then they wig out, and then they don't know what to do. They think they're a brain in a jar now. They think they're stuck in the matrix. They can't figure out the fact that water is just water. It's just flat and level. The normal shit, it's not curving. And somehow that puts them into a spiral.
I see what you did there with the spiral. Maybe we should write a disclaimer. You know, that's a good idea. Disclaimer.
Well, YouTube has a disclaimer, don't they? Anytime you search this, maybe we need one of those. Warning: you will get triggered if you find out the truth.
Like the warnings they have before roller coasters. If you got a soft disposition, this conversation might not be for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Warning: your feelings may get hurt.
Yeah. I mean, that might be quite upsetting. It's 4th of July, and we could start talking about fireworks and the fireworks being shot up over the flat plane that is stationary.
Is it still the 4th of July?
It is.
Yes.
Aren't you guys independent enough yet? Calm down.
No. Listen, we do that to make fun of you guys every year. In fact, in the circle on my street, we just laugh and laugh, and we point in England. We just stand on my street and we point and laugh. That's what we do.
I'm not surprised. Us in the UK just haven't got a clue what's going on.
Yeah, I keep asking neighbors and people I pass by, freedom from what? And independence from what? And what are we independent from? And what are we still dependent on? I love that question.
Well, anyway, happy 4th of July, guys. You enjoy that independence. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm gonna go blow some fireworks off, and I'm gonna point them at England.
Yeah, no, you do that as well.
Yeah,
we do that at bonfire night.
Thanks for letting us go.
Look, thank you very much for letting us buy that land as well.
Actually, it's funny because most Americans think that we own this land, but it's still owned by Britain.
No, we decided to stop fighting and just buy the land instead.
And just rent it to us.
That's right.
And just rent it to us.
One of the monetary centers of the entire earth is the City of London. We got Wall Street, City of London, the International Bank of Settlement in Basel, Switzerland, and then the Vatican. And all the money gets funneled through those monetary centers. Well, I guess Hong Kong is another one. But yeah, it all goes to the Vatican. So if you don't think you're paying taxes to the Vatican and you think you're not religious, sorry, wrong answer. Look at the treaty. I think it's a treaty from 1203 or somewhere right about that. How the Vatican owned all of the property, including North America. They've never given it up by decree. They still own it.
Yeah.
So England was only borrowing it from the Vatican, and King George never relinquished North America in the first place. So he didn't leave till 1781 or something.
Two of the largest landowners on the British Crown, King of England, Charles, and the Vatican. Now, there's a couple of Arabs in there. Not going to lie, that's a lot of sand.
Yeah.
That's about it.
That stuff is fascinating too, actually. It's very interesting.
What sand? Did you mean sand, Sonny? Land.
Land?
Land.
The land, yeah, the land ownership. Who owns the land? Mm-hmm. Yep. Who owns the sand? I thought you said sand at first.
I did because
okay.
There's just a lot of sand.
Shit, I thought I misunderstood you. I'm like, I must not be reading the accent correctly, but yeah. So, yeah, who owns the sand? Boys and girls?
Well, I'll tell you this: the British drew the very straight lines for it. That's for sure. So we told them what sand they could have.
Yeah.
And then we took out their kings and our own royalty. And people think that there's different countries. It's funny. I think it's hilarious that people actually buy this shit. They think that these different kings are not related and these different countries are not part of each other when they are. It's like Belgium. We made that one up too.
What a fantastic story. If people only knew that, like, we only know half of it.
I think it was like in the 1200s as well. I might be incorrect with this, but I think it was the 1600s. But either way, a long time ago, a few hundred, Pope was declared the supreme ruler and emperor. I think that's one of his official titles, like King of the World.
Right.
But anyway, we do digress. We do have a chat room. Interesting. Just going to scroll through the chat and see if there's interesting.
Well, we have someone in here, and someone seems to believe that gravity is real. He called it a force, and I said, "Can this force be measured in reality?" And I haven't heard from him since then.
Oh.
Well, it's not a force that you can do anything with. It's just a force that you can use in your imagination. Because if you actually try to do anything with it, it doesn't do anything. I can't like gravitonize like my wall and then make things stick to it. So I don't know what gravity these guys are talking about.
Well, apparently someone thinks that gravity only works on stuff that can't be moved by the wind. Well, buildings fall over in heavy winds, so I don't know how that's going to work out for you. I'll tell you what, someone, why don't you just join the VC? Practice your English. Spiral on the mic.
Hey, so what I meant to say is that something, you grab it that is heavy enough to not be carried away by wind, like a feather. You can drop a feather and just some wind comes and just flies away. Because it's not heavy enough. I only wanted to imply that objects normally fall downward unless they are so light that they just stay in the air, like oxygen atoms. And, you know, the air that we're breathing, it's not all sticking on this ground because it's light enough to not.
No, it's not. Sorry, no.
So I asked, why do some things fall down when you just let them go? That's it.
Well, I let go of a 2x4 in the pool and it went up. So now what?
There's water makes it flow.
Yeah, I know. No, it didn't fall. It went up.
I said water makes it float. Sorry, I didn't finish the sentence.
Okay, water makes it. Yeah, I thought I heard fall. Water makes it flow. What happened to gravity? I thought you said everything goes.
Oh, says who? You robot in everybody or just me?
What?
Well, says who roboting?
You take it away, Jedi.
No, you seem better now, mate. Like I said, it might have just been. You seem better now. You carry on.
So in water, things go up.
Not all things go up.
Not all things, right? So a piece of wood will go up, but a rock will go down. Is the rock more dense than the water?
Yes.
Okay, will the rock go down in a pool of mercury?
A pool of what?
Mercury. It's an element. They have it in thermometers sometimes.
Okay, I'm afraid I don't know it.
You may not be familiar with the term mercury. That's what the T-1000 was made out of. That's a joke. But anyway, there are certain mediums that are so dense that even iron will float in them, like mercury. So if an iron anvil floats in mercury, then it has nothing to do with gravity, does it?
Well, gravity of the Earth pulls things towards it. But
right, and I told you in the side chat that Einstein debunked that in 1915. So the force that you're talking about has already been debunked. It's 110 years old.
Hey, hold on. But okay, where was I? So the gravity of the Earth, that is in the center of it, brings everything, pulls it towards it, unless it is too far away to be even affected by it.
Well, friend, I just told you.
Sorry. Affected, not significantly, that it just comes towards there.
Friend, are you making this up? Because I already told you this has been debunked. You can't just go back to something that's already been proven to be incorrect and then say that it's doing the thing that's been proven to be incorrect.
Where was it debunked? Could you?
I told you this. I typed it in the side chat. Einstein did this with his general theory of relativity in 1915. And he published a paper November 25th, 1915. You can go look at it. It is no longer a force. It hasn't been a force for 110 years.
If you think that the theory of relativity is correct, then you would automatically think that Earth is spherical. As
Boy, no, he doesn't.
That's where you're wrong. See, now you're strawmanning me. I didn't say that the general theory of relativity is correct. I'm just telling you that the new pseudoscience that is currently understood today debunked the force of gravity. So now the new pseudoscience that also has not been proven is general relativity.
So you're saying I'm wrong with an evidence that you don't even believe
the evidence,
to be true.
It's sorry to interrupt. It's called a hostile witness in this case. So within your story, you're in a contradiction. Two types of gravity, and you're talking about this particular one. According to your story, Einstein, as I cited in the chat, supersedes this idea. So if we're talking about the solar system and the galaxy and the universe, dark matter and dark energy, we're going to be talking about Einstein's special and general relativity, or mass attracting mass. Mass attracting mass, according to you and your story, was debunked in 1915. Mass attracting mass violates special relativity because of the instantaneous action at a distance.
It's in the side chat if you want to read it.
Are you guys open to new questions, or are you in the middle of a conversation? It seems pretty slow.
I mean, I guess if this guy...
I have a question to get the ball rolling. Where do we stand on the moon? Is the moon flat or round?
I have no idea. Can't go to the moon, can't access it to measure. Looks
But we
like
can
it could
see
be...
it. We can
looks
see
like,
it though, right?
yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough with the moon. The moon's locked. We can only see one side of it, so it could just be flat facing us. But the other planets in the solar system, right? They are round and they
slow
do
down, bro.
rotate.
No, slow down.
Can see.
Slow down. One sec. Just 1 sec.
Yeah.
Wow. Just slow down, dude. So you're right. We can only observe the moon, and yeah, we only see one side of it. It looks like it could be spherical, but like I said, we can't validate it because we can't go there. I guess you're going to start talking about planets now. They look spherical, blah, blah, blah. But again, we're going to have the same conclusion.
They rotate, and we can see that.
I mean, that's awesome.
They are indisputably round, right?
I've never seen one rotate.
Still going to have to go there.
We have telescopes, so we can see through telescopes. You can buy a telescope and have a look.
So what do you see rotating, dude?
The planets.
No.
So let's look at Jupiter, for example. Do you see that rotating?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so you notice the bands of whatever that is move.
Yeah.
Does that mean the body itself is rotating because those bands move?
Well, it's funny that you went straight to the gas giant, the only one where you can stand on this. What about Mars? What about Venus? What about Neptune?
You said gas giant. It's funny you said gas giant, though, but I'm sure Jedi will get to that in a minute.
Yeah, it's funny I said gas giant because that's why I said. You think that's gas, do you?
What do you think Jupiter is? Let's.
I don't know. I don't make any claims about what Jupiter is, but you do. You say it's a giant ball of gas, don't you?
Yes.
Cool. Do gases have inherent shapes, or do they take the shape of that container?
Well, a gas giant could be flat, so let's move on.
No. I'm asking you, do gases have inherent shapes themselves, or do they form the shape of that container?
Sorry, say again? You cut out.
Do gases have inherent shapes, or do they form the shapes of that container? For example, if I want a sphere of gas, should I put it in a soccer ball? Will I then have a sphere of gas taking the shape of the soccer ball?
It would depend on the environment. In an environment with gravity,
with gravity,
it would not form into a container, would it? It would be compressed by gravity.
Okay. Are you aware of the second law of thermodynamics?
Which one's that? Yeah.
Which one's that? It's basically it's basically talking about how energy moves in the description for entropy. So, for example, we have heat and how it for example, we have gas that has kinetic energy and how it moves. It's a specific law of nature that describes this motion. Quite simply put, hot goes to cold, high pressure goes to low. Simply the law of nature. So, for example, I'll give you an example, right? You heat water in your kettle. If you continue adding energy to it, the energy that's put into the water is going to change the water into a gas. If you stop putting the energy into the water that is hot, is eventually going to go cold because it's going to disperse its heat out into the ambient temperature of its surroundings. If you pop a balloon, the high pressure will leave. Simple law, right?
I'm not too sure if this is the second law of thermodynamics.
Really, gas expansion into a vacuum. The mixing of ideal gases.
Well, the second law of thermodynamics is about entropy and heat flow, right?
Yeah, exactly. The simplest description and observation of entropy is gas expansion into a vacuum. I.e., If you pump up a tyre and there's lots of gas within the container, there's more pressure than the outside pressure. When your girlfriend gets angry and comes and slashes your tyres, the high pressure will always increase in entropy and disperse into the lower pressure environment, won't it?
Okay, well, how about this? I concede on Jupiter. You can win on Jupiter.
Sorry,
The point stands is what about all the other planets?
Hold on.
You wanna
Moderation.
hyperfixate
Moderation
on
here.
Jupiter?
Moderation, stop. You conceded on Jupiter. You now gave up Earth being a gas ball in outer space also. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't. I've conceded on Jupiter based on there not being enough evidence, without evidence
What? No.
resulting in there being
You're conceding that we've won
I'm
the
conceding
argument.
only on arguing Jupiter because I feel like you're hyperfixating on one specific planet because it's convenient for your argument.
Okay, so
I'm saying it's not a useful argument.
okay.
And let's look at the bigger picture and all of the planets.
Do all planets have atmospheres?
No.
No? Okay, but the majority of them do, right? Venus does, Mars does, Jupiter does, Saturn does, Neptune and Uranus do.
Okay.
Right? Cool. So this is a violation of that law. Contain gas adjacent to a vacuum. Gases don't have inherent shapes. They take the shape of that container. Being as these are uncontained, the second law will dictate the gas will fill the space.
Holy shit, he's actually right. Okay, fair enough.
The original question was though about whether the things in the sky, particularly the moon, is it a sphere or is it flat? And I think that would be a conflation between like comparing like the Earth and those things, or those things to the Earth, like as if they're other worlds, right? Like so land, or a place you could actually go and experience reality like you can experience it here, just under different conditions. But there's no evidence that that's even the case. And you might be imagining like the Earth as an object in outer space, like a flat Earth, like that we think that Earth is like an object in outer space, and that it's a world and those other things are worlds, but we're not thinking that. That's not what we say.
Okay, so let's just try and establish something. Your point is that because all the planets have atmospheres, they kind of could hide the shape of the planet. That's your argument, right?
No.
What is your point?
Our claim is the story that you've been told about these planets that have atmospheres violate a simple nature, the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have giant balls of gas take shapes of spheres in vacuums, because gas expands in vacuums.
No, because of gravity. The gravity compresses.
No.
And how do you explain the atmosphere on Earth then? You're saying the atmosphere on Earth is impossible, but yes, I agree.
Sorry. Hold on. What's the definition of gas pressure?
Why don't you define that?
No, it's the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, is expressed within PV equals nRT, where P is pressure and it's solved by force over area, the force that the gas colliding with the limitation of volume, the container. So to have gas pressure, we require a closed thermodynamic system, because if the system was open, then the gas that has kinetic energy would leave. Now that's the simple law of nature. You'll notice. Hold on. Excuse me.
How would you explain
Excuse me. Oh, it's contained. Has to be contained because we have.
So we believe there's a sphere around the Earth that contains the gas.
We have gas pressure. What's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure? You were taught this. You sound like you've probably even done A levels. So what's the necessary antecedent for gas? Good. So what's the antecedent for gas pressure?
Sorry?
What's the antecedent for gas pressure? What is the necessary requirement for gas to achieve pressure? A fixed volume container. Because the second law of thermodynamics will dictate if the system is open, the container is open, the energy will leave. That energy is the thermodynamic heat, and the gas that has kinetic energy given to it by T, temperature. gas expansion into a vacuum. You'll notice that gravity doesn't appear in these laws because it doesn't apply. It's not observed.
Yeah, for these laws, but in the scenarios we're talking about, gravity is obviously in play. So we've got to factor in gravity to the equation, right?
Sorry, it's like you're misunderstanding me. You understand that the second law of thermodynamics is universal and without exception in open and closed systems. So every time you keep appealing to gravity, it's like you don't understand the law.
But this is a law that's observed on a...
It is a law. You're saying, no, it's not. You're saying, yeah, but gravity. So it's not a law.
It's a law that's independent of gravity. It doesn't mean gravity can't affect the system.
Dude, it's a natural law. Do you know where we get this natural law from? Nature, nature and where we live. So nature and where we live shows nature acting this way: gas expansion into a vacuum and entropy increase. You're saying no. This law doesn't happen in the way that we observe it. Gravity causes an entropy decrease, as in it goes the other way. What you would also have is a perpetual motion machine, because gravity is never going to run out, and it's going to cause thermodynamic increase within the environment, something that we don't observe.
Okay, so what you're actually doing is you're just talking nonsense to try and confuse the argument.
Sorry.
You're not actually saying anything of meaning.
Sorry.
You're just throwing around a whole...
I understood what he said. It didn't sound like gibberish to me. He made perfect sense.
Then can you translate that into complete layman terms for me, if you understand?
Earth is flat and stationary, and we are contained, and space is fake. The end.
Space is fake, but we can see things in space.
We can see things.
We can't.
What, like
we can? I physically have seen these planets.
We see things. We see things. Bro, we see things. We don't see things in space, in outer space, the vacuum of outer space.
Or your argument is that they're being projected into the sky.
No. Just saying that the vacuum of outer space is non-existent. It doesn't exist.
Okay, but you said earlier that there was a vacuum in space. Now you're saying there is.
No, we didn't say.
No, your whole argument about the thermodynamics and the gas expansion was that the vacuum would pull it apart. You're
going to have to help him out, Jedi.
But now there's
spiraling. He's getting confused.
No, I'm not spiraling. This was your point, that the gas has to be contained within a container, otherwise the vacuum will pull it apart because of the second law of thermodynamics. But now you're denying that there is a vacuum.
No. One, vacuums don't pull. It's the energy of the gas. Kinetic energy, the gas expands into it. The vacuum's got no fucking pulling property. Two, I'm taking apart your claim that you think there's a vacuum up there. According to your story, it's a violation of the laws that we experience here on Earth, as in that ball of gas. Yeah. So there couldn't be
your point now.
So there couldn't be a vacuum unless everything is physically contained. Like Jupiter's got a balloon round it. The Earth has got a dome over it, for example. Mars has got a football round it. It needs a container to keep a spherical shape of gas.
Right, but again, this comes back to gravity. Do you not believe in gravity?
Okay.
Gravity is what pulls the gases together.
Okay, no. Mass attracting mass. Gases don't attract other gases. I've said this 1,000 times.
Gases have no mass.
Hold on. Gases expand, and there is no observation of gases compressing them.
Have mass.
Excuse me. There's no observation of gases compressing themselves because there's a lot of gas. You understand what you're saying, right? Is there? Show it.
Yeah, it's called Jupiter.
Sorry. Are you? No, that's your story. Are you aware of the kinetic theory of gases?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. So you'll understand that gases don't attract.
Well, not in small quantities, because their mass isn't enough to cause an observable gravitational effect. You need a lot of mass of gravity to start.
I get you. So a lot of gas stops lots of gas expanding. Is that what you're telling me? Just need a lot of gas.
No, I'm saying that in order for there to be a gravitational force from gas, that there needs to be an awful lot of gas.
There's no demonstration of that.
No.
What about our atmosphere?
That's your
That's
violation.
begging the question. So you're looking at a volume of gas and saying, well, this is the reason, right? This is the way it is, right? You're not demonstrating it. So when we say demonstrate, we mean through producing that result, like replicating it, like a person actually doing that, not just pointing to something and declaring that that's the case.
Okay, I see. So you reject the idea of having an implicit faith in what science we have unless you can personally replicate.
It's not science because it's not demonstrated.
Yeah, if you've got the experiment that demonstrates, then you'll have the science. You've got the hypothesis and experiment, you'd have science then. If you got that, we'll have that. That's awesome. I bet you don't, though. What I've started to do in the side chat is also cite something about, specifically the second. Notice I'm literally paraphrasing these well-established people in the scientific. I will continue to do so as well. And I like it when people turn on and say, yeah.
Can I ask something?
Please.
If it's not gravity that's holding it in, what's preventing the air from just escaping endlessly into the space then?
Well, who knows if there isn't any air in the first place. But if you have, if you have gas pressure, then you require a container.
So what's stopping the air escaping then?
But if you have gas pressure, you require a container.
So what's the container then?
Oh, I don't know.
Saying that there isn't a place for it to escape to.
Yeah.
As in they don't believe in space?
Oh, if you have a vacuum up there and an dynamically open system, dead.
Okay,
in actual fact, we'd have never been born.
Okay, so there actually are experiments that prove this. It's called the Cavendish experiment, conducted by Henry Cavendish.
Sorry,
to measure the force of gravity between masses in laboratory. Well, I'm reading it.
Okay,
I've just simply done a bit of research to disprove your point.
So it involved some gas, did it?
Googled something.
Yeah, I have.
That's awesome.
What's your
that's awesome.
That's
awesome.
Did this experiment involve containing gas?
No, it didn't.
No, but it proves that mass attracts mass, and unless you're trying to say gas doesn't have mass, then what is your point?
Sorry, gas has atomic mass. That's the structure of the protons and the electrons. That you're talking
Everything
about
has atomic mass, but we're talking about
you're
mass
talking about
mass.
something else. Yeah, you think mass has a property that's magic, right? So define mass for me. What is it? Google it quickly, I guess.
Why don't you define mass for me? What do you think?
Oh no, dude, it's your before I lose my patience and I start swearing it.
No. This isn't my argument now. This is
you
your
said
argument.
mass. You said mass. I want you to define what mass is. What is it? And then I'm going to ask you another question.
It depends. There's a lot of ways you can define mass, really.
There's a lot of ways you can define mass, is there? So what? Is that helpful to me, is it? Tell me what it is.
Gosh, you guys, man, you guys.
No, I want you to tell me what you're talking about. You've said this word. I want to know what you mean by this word, because apparently it does something. I'm then going to ask you how it does the thing that you're claiming.
Why don't you make mass work in your formula?
I'm not making a claim to mass doing anything you are. You're also like 110 years out of date when you say mass attracts mass. It's like, do you not like Einstein or something? Oh dear.
gravity is no longer defined as a force of mass attraction of mass. It's defined as the disturbance of a space-time fabric, right? The curvature of the space-time due to the displacement of mass. Mass doesn't attract mass; it distorts space-time fabric. According to Einstein, right? Surely you've heard of this.
Yeah, and when it does that, what happens to the mass around it? Does it attract?
No,
because of the distortion in space-time.
No, the mass doesn't attract. The mass distorts the space-time in one straight path of the other body. Once it enters that space-time fabric that's curved, its path is curved. There's no interaction between the masses themselves. Right. Come on, dude. And then you're going to want to tell me that
chemistry. Fuck this. I fucking hate physics.
do you know what? I feel for you. I feel right with your foregone conclusions that gravity's whatever you think it is, and it does stuff whatever you say it's going to do. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, dude. It's not just us saying this. This is the quote-unquote scientific community as well. Don't know what gravity is. There's holes in all ideas, mass attracting mass and Einstein's, that are continually trying to come up with new ideas because their observations don't fit the model. And you want us to believe in it, all right?
Dude, can I ask a question? If we are in the container, okay, when the temperature rises, why doesn't the pressure rise inside the container?
It does.
Like at night, there is lower pressure than during the day? Or winter, summer?
Yeah, there's loads of pressure differentials throughout the day, time and season, dude. It's called weather.
Well, no, pressure, that's another interesting point, right? Pressure decreases the more you go up. If we're in a container, the pressure should be constant all the way.
Why?
What do you mean why? Pressure is constant. The reason why pressure decreases in like on our globe is because we have gravity, and because of the thing we were talking about earlier about how different densities are at different altitudes, right?
Sorry.
Go on.
You're talking about gas pressure when you go up a mountain, right? You seem to forget that the cause of gas pressure is the gas exerts the cause of its container. You seem to think that you can't have
Sorry, are you cutting out just for me, or like can everyone else hear him clearly? Is it my internet connection issues?
Yeah, he's cutting out a little bit, but it was only just in the last sentence, Jedi. So just say that last sentence again.
Okay, so I'll try and start again very quickly. Talking about gas, forgetting that the gas pressure is by the gas exerts the container. You're saying that there's
someone else needs to. Sorry, you should cut out.
It's getting worse, so I'll take over and maybe I won't cut out.
Okay, no. I don't want to move away from this point because, like we've just said,
No, we aren't moving away from this point. Excuse me, we're not moving away from this point. I'm going to say what he was going to say. It's on the same topic. It's not a problem. So, since we have gas pressure already, the requirement for that gas pressure is containment. Doesn't matter if it's low or high or gradient. Where did the gas pressure come from in the first place?
From there being gas, but look, the point is
no, you don't have gas, and then you define gas existence as gas pressure. That's not going to cut it, and you're not going to move on to another point.
I'm not moving.
Don't be rude. You are, but anyways, I'm asking you a very specific question. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm still on the air pressure in contained and uncontained environments. So please listen.
Okay. So
in a contained environment.
Gosh. Is he cutting out? Yep, he's cutting out as well.
In a contained environment, if the temperature rises, does the pressure rise?
Of course it does.
Okay, so
yes, I just said yes.
In the atmosphere, when it's warm, the pressure lowers, and when the air is cold, the pressure goes up.
Sorry,
that's reflecting in a container, does it?
Sorry,
and that is observable.
Sorry. When you increase the temperature of a gas, does pressure increase?
In a closed system.
Not in any system, dude. Does pressure increase?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, good. It has to be closed for you to achieve. It has to be closed for you to achieve pressure. If it's an open system, the gas will leave, no pressure. So temperature increases the pressure. That means that it has more
energy. You're saying that there's so your argument before was that there is no open system. We're in a container.
Yeah.
So how is that possible?
What do you mean? How is that possible?
Well,
we have
like
gas
you just
pressure.
said, in a closed system, when the temperature raises, the pressure increases.
How small
you
is this
said in a
container, Donnie?
non-closed container, it's the opposite. But
what do you think the container is the size of your lunchbox?
How does that work?
Sorry, in an open container, you won't have pressure.
But we're in a
container. It has
container.
to be closed for you to
That's
achieve
your
pressure.
argument, right? We're in a container, and that's how the atmosphere is contained.
Good. And you're asking us, why is there a gradient?
Therefore, if you increase the temperature of the Earth, the pressure would go up. But the opposite is true. You've just proved me right.
Donnie, stop.
Fuck me. Is it constantly hot all the time?
No, but when it gets hot, does the air pressure go up or down?
So when it gets hotter, air pressure goes down. When temperature increases, pressure goes down.
On the
or
Earth.
do you mean density? Density decreases with temperature. Pressure increases with temperature.
Yes, but listen to my point. In the atmosphere, when the atmosphere gets warmer, the pressure, does it go up or does it go down?
Goes up.
Does the whole lot of it go up at the same time, Donnie? Donnie, I know what you're trying to get to. Does the entirety of it raise at the same time?
No. It cools when it goes up.
And that's what creates our wind systems. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
You also have to understand where the gas is produced. Right? So where's the gas produced in our earthly environment?
Sorry? Relevancy? Why does it matter where the
Because you're
gas
asking
comes from?
about
The
gas
is
pressure.
there.
You're asking
Yeah,
about
the
gas
gas is just
pressure,
there.
and why the further away you are from the gas production, there's less pressure.
No
Like,
one's
it's really
talking about
relevant,
gas
but if you're not
production,
following along, maybe you should mute yourself.
We're not talking about gas production. We're talking about the change in temperatures in the environment,
because of the
in a
relationship
open
with
and
pressure.
closed system.
And how do we have a gas pressure gradient within a contained system? You think that where the gas is produced and cycle is going to be completely irrelevant to this, do you?
Oh, so your argument is that the reason the temperatures, the pressures are inverse of a closed container is because there's gas being created.
Sorry, we live within a dynamic system. We're going to be mentoring more than one thing. We're definitely going to be talking about temperature, and we're definitely going to be talking about the gas production when we're talking about the thermodynamic system in which we reside. So yeah, these things are very relevant. I'm really sorry that you don't see that, though.
My friend, what Jera is trying to explain to you, listen, my friend.
In a closed container, the temperature raises, the pressure raises, but we don't see that in our
What he's trying to explain to you, he's describing to you what's happening in the environment. He's not making stuff up. He's trying to describe what is happening from the observations and the demonstration.
Is when it gets cold, the gas.
This is not like an agree or disagree thing. This is the way gas behaves, and you're disagreeing with reality. You're disagreeing with the way things happen.
No, I'm
Why?
not. I'm not. In a open system, oh gosh, I'm going around in circles here.
I mean, they still haven't said what the container is. Like, if
Why do we need to?
Because you
Why do we
need to have an explanation. You need to have an explanation of where the gas is.
No, I'm
going.
sorry. We don't have to have anything.
Do you guys not believe in space either?
Sorry, I have to go back.
Of course.
Are you aware of Charles Law? Guy who was talking about temperature increasing or not increasing pressure. Are you aware of Charles' law?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why are you making the claim that you are if you understand Charles' law? The pressure of a gas increases as the temperature increases.
In a closed system, but we don't observe that.
What happens in an open system?
So you admit there is an open system?
What happens in an open system?
But you dispute there being no open system.
What happens within an open system?
But you dispute there being an open system.
I'm asking you what happens in an open system. What happens?
Hold on. Jedi, I need to address something. Hey, Donnie, I don't know if it's intentional, but you're being incredibly rude to someone who's trying to explain something to you. Your incredulity and your over-talking are really annoying, and it's making audio chaos. Do you think you could actually act like a gentleman and just have a normal conversation? Or do we have to completely compete with you over the mic when you could just be listening? Since you came in here asking questions, you should be civil enough to listen to the fucking answer.
There is no open system and we're in a closed system, but now you want to stay arguments about an open system.
Yes, because it's relevant. So if we're talking about thermodynamics, we're talking about isolated. It's like
this is not about what he's claiming about what we're about the cosmology, right? This is just establishing what happens with gas with increased temperature within a closed system versus an open system. Let's just follow along and you'll see where it's going.
To acknowledge there's a potentiality for an open system.
We're not acknowledging there's an open system. We just want to establish what would happen with an increase in temperature in an open system where there's gas.
Mm-hmm. What would happen?
So there's no open system, but you're going to explain how gas works in an open system.
Excuse me. It's like, in a closed system, if you increase the temperature, the pressure will increase. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what happens in an open system?
It decreases because it expands.
No, the gas expands, it leaves, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We understand that within the closed system, we achieved pressure within the fixed volume, and we were able to manipulate that pressure within the fixed volume with temperature. When we opened the container, second law of thermodynamics took place, there was an entropy increase, and the gas fucked off. Didn't it?
Okay, so that means then that the Earth is a closed system. Within a closed system. Well, then how can there be any open system then? You've just stated that factually, in an open system, this behaviour happens, which proves we're in an open system, not a contained one.
Sorry, you must have a closed system to have gas pressure. You must have a closed system to keep the gas within a defined area. If you have an open system, you won't have pressure, and two, you won't be able to keep the gas in a defined area. So if the Earth is an open system adjacent to a vacuum, the gas is going to ever so politely fuck off.
Right, but in order to have this point, there has to be some open system to perform the experiment in. So the fact that we can observe this proves that we're not in a closed system.
He's just
Otherwise, no, you're the idiot.
Yeah, he's completely
Honestly, you're the idiot.
Sorry,
in this
I've managed to cite pretty much everything that
you're really trying to have
Excuse me. I even cited Charles' law for you. Right, you were in direct contradiction to a well-established gas law. You're also in contradiction to what I cited within the second law of thermodynamics, and yet you've got the gumption to turn around to me and say things like, "I'm talking rubbish." Shut up, man. You've provided nothing apart from your feelings.
Nobody here is claiming an open system except for you, Donnie. So the situation is, if you believe you live in an open system adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, then the pressure would leave this system or whatever and equalize with the pressure outside of it or adjacent to it. So why don't you tell me why we don't have a pressure system somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to the negative 17 torr at Earth's surface? Or sea level, although there wouldn't be any seas if we were not contained. Please explain.
You're just talking shit now and avoid.
See, he's doing that again. Oh, well, when I'm confused and I don't know what you're talking about and you prove me wrong, you guys are just saying words. So who's the next white knight that wanted to visit with us?
I was curious, yeah. So did any one of you say that there isn't space? You don't believe in space?
There's no evidence for it.
So do you guys not believe in like any of the, like, you don't believe in the moon, the stars, what we see at
Sorry,
night?
friend.
Well,
Friend. The fact that we can see the moon and the sun and the luminaries obviously doesn't even require belief. We see them. The story, the fairy tale that you were told about what they are and where they are, yeah, we don't believe that part, if that's what you mean.
so I don't think you got what I'm saying. Like, what is the area between the sun and the moon?
Well, I don't know. It's called the sky, as far as I know.
Wait, you think that it's just sky from the Earth to the sun?
Yeah.
All the way? There's like constant air and like just...
No.
It's part of the
Friend,
Earth's atmosphere?
Like
Where
I
does
told
Earth's
you.
atmosphere end?
Holy cow. I'm trying to answer you, and you ask another question? Can you think you can wait for the answer? One question at a time, one answer at a time. The idea that you have in your head, you need to get rid of it.
I think our friend here still believes that the sun is 93 million miles away. That's why he's questioning what's between the sun and the moon.
Right.
Like
I said,
how close do you think the sun is?
I have no idea. It seems a heck of a lot closer than 93 million miles away, though. But I'm not going to make a whole lot of claims about what the sun is or how far away it is, because there's no way for me to verify that. But like I said, the story that you were told, and we were told too, by the way, everybody here that you're talking to at one time was a globe believer and believed in the heliocentric fairy tale. But all of those distances, all of those stories about what they are, where they are, the distances to them, is completely destroyed when the Earth is no longer a ball. Since the Earth is not measured to be curved anywhere and not a ball, that entire fairy tale falls apart. What we can prove is that the Earth is flat, the Earth is stationary, and it is enclosed. Beyond that, we're not going to give you any false narratives like the ones that you've already been given.
So what do you believe is a container?
I don't know what it's made of. I just know that we have one because we're breathing.
Plus, space is fake, so that doesn't really matter anyway.
Well, so it's okay. So if I understand correctly, like you don't believe in a galaxy, you don't believe in the universe, you just believe that it's Earth, Sun, and Moon, and there is nothing outside of it.
Not as far as we can prove.
Okay, how close do you think the sun is? You said, you said you don't want to make a claim because you haven't gotten a proof for it. Okay.
Well, it would be difficult, It would be difficult to do that.
We got Globers that made a claim, though. Globers made a claim that it's 3,100 miles above us. That's by a Glober who teaches at a university.
Oh, okay, cool. I don't know what to say to that.
Me either.
So
the greatest difficult. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, how high do you have to go to hit this barrier?
No idea.
And so, what do you think these people who've gone up in space, like, do you think they're all like fake and like they've been lying to the world? Like every single person who's gone to space from every single country.
Yes, they're all lying. Yep, lying.
What could be the purpose?
Can you explain the system like in a few minutes? That'd be nice. Like
I don't think they have one.
The system? Oh yeah, no problem. Well, the Earth is flat and stationary. That part you know already. And the other part that you also know is that in a cycle, the sun, the moon, and the stars rotate above the Earth's surface in a very predictable manner. In fact, it's been cataloged for centuries, if not millennia. And it's a repeating cycle. That's where they can, predict things like eclipses and comets and all that other nonsense. And so everything operates according to a cycle, just like a clock. And that's where you live. It must be enclosed. It's a dynamic system. The sun moves above the Earth's surface and continues to stir up the gas, heat it in certain places depending on its proximity or angle to those areas. And they experience seasons according to the angular relationship to the sun, as far as we can tell. Although it is a loose correlation, because during the solstice is not necessarily the hottest or the coldest time of the year. It's usually the month or two following that. So it's a loose correlation. We couldn't even say that it's the cause. But since that's what we all experience, that is how the system works. In fact, you guys, you use this, you do it every day, you experience it every day, except you were gaslit and told that it works with the sun that's 93 million miles away in an ever-expanding vacuum, which is not possible, and that the Earth is a ball, which is not been measured in reality. So the fairy tale that you believe is not tenable, but the experience that you have is, and it's actually provable. That's how it works.
Also, I'm going to go ahead and post something for you. We can celebrate on July 8th. 99% of the world's population will be experiencing daylight at the same time. How do you do that on a ball?
Well, because most of the planet's surface is like ocean, right? The land area is mostly on one side. That's a great counterpoint. When you don't like something, just saying no. Dude, counterpoint.
Dude, how is it nighttime in Australia when it's daytime here? And then it's going to be light for everybody, 99% of the population, but then that's also around the whole ball.
Sorry, say that again?
Explain how you get 99% of the population having daylight at the same time.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even know if this is true.
Nobody knows. It's an anomaly. Nobody knows.
If you're on a ball, shouldn't that happen twice a year?
I mean, I don't even know if it happens, right? You just made this claim. I don't know if it happens.
No, that's from the wherever it's from, Earth, Sun and Moon, or Sun and whatever it's .com, timeanddate.com. The place that we get all of our time and date shit from. That's from them. They're the ones who announced it, not us.
Cool. Let me just check it. Do you have a source? I'm not really finding it. But yeah, either way, it shouldn't happen. Like, even though the ocean between America and, well, I guess Australia a bit, is a large part of the Earth's surface, but it's not that big.
I'm not sure how you don't find it, but I did a quick search. I just did a quick search, and the top three are 99% of the humans see daylight, 99% of the world's population in sunlight, 99% of the world's population gets sunlight. Are they all lying?
Right. I'll check them out. Wait, so what do you think? Like, is the what do you think sunrise?
That's how you switch. That's how you change subjects. Wait, what do you think about leprechauns?
Cool, I'll check it out. I mean, I kind of lost interest in that. I don't mean to be like that, but I think that's fair for you to call me out. I'm not trying to do a whataboutism. I just lost interest genuinely. But cool, let me see. But meanwhile, do you want to answer why we have sunrises and sunsets? You can't have that on a spotlight sun.
What does that have to do with anything?
This point. Well,
what do sunsets and sunrises?
You can't have a sunset and a sunrise if the sun is just hovering in circles above you, right?
Nobody said that.
Sure. So
especially on
explain
July
sunset
8th,
and
since you wanted to
sunrise.
get away from July 8th, how come
No,
the sun doesn't set on July 8th that way?
Okay, but one of the days, I mean, firstly, if this is true, one of the days doesn't prove it, right? We have sunsets and sunrises every day.
He does it every year on July 8th.
Yeah, sure. One day out. It still doesn't explain. If sunsets and sunrises are happening, could you explain what they look like in the flat Earth model?
Yes,
No,
I'll
there's no
explain what they
model.
look like. I'll just show you what they look like, okay? I'm going to post one for you. I'll post two. Here's one. This is in Africa. There's the sun setting. And then we'll post another one for you. So you can see it gets smaller as it goes away. It doesn't go down around a ball. It's not going down around the ball.
You've never seen the sun go below the horizon?
It's not going down. No, I've never seen the sun under the horizon. That's correct. Nobody in their life has ever done that.
What you're describing is an assumption that you've made because the sun appears to vanish from the bottom up. You're assuming that it's going below the Earth's surface or below an Earth curve on the horizon. But that's an assumption that you've made. It's the same as the assumption that you've made that the sun is somehow hovering above the Earth's surface. I didn't make any claims, nor did anybody here, about what the sun is, its distance from the Earth, or even if it's an object. So you made that up on your own, and then you tried to strawman us with it, which I don't appreciate, by the way.
I don't know how I strawmanned it. Okay.
You said the Earth was, or the sun was hovering above the Earth's surface. Is it an object? How high is it? What does your flat Earth model look like?
I asked this. No, I know. I thought you guys said this, right? That it goes around. That explains the shadows and the different things. I thought one of you guys mentioned it. I don't know if you want to
It
hear.
goes over the Earth's surface. Now, what it is,
see?
how far away it is.
I wasn't strawmanning you. I was referring to one of your other, like you might not agree with the model, but it was one of the other flat Earth conspiracists model.
Conspiracists? Yeah. So you gave me a model by somebody else? Did I present you with a model when you came in here?
Well, you might not have. I don't know if there's a consensus or not. I was just asking in general. I don't know who takes it or not, right? You're allowed to, like, because if you, the person I'm speaking to, right, they can say, oh, I don't believe in that. That's fine. You just came in and you butted and say, oh, that's not what I believe in. I'll go with whatever model that the person I'm speaking to believes in. I guess you guys don't have a consensus on that.
Hey, says who?
No.
It sounds like he. Oh crap! Never mind. Yeah, never mind. It'll come to me.
We have some people who are globe believers, and they come in here making extremely absurd claims about the globe that doesn't fit the official narrative. Do you think I should ask you questions about the things that they say? Or do you think it's fair that you deal with people on an individual basis and not try to strawman with other things that you've heard from other people?
Oh, I know what I wanted to say.
No, I think that's a false analogy because most global earthers. He asked me, bro. Let me answer. All right, he asked me. Thank you. I think if you were saying stuff that most global earthers were saying to explain to my point, right, the consensus, then I think it's fair, right? I think it's unfair for you to say something that's one globe earthers take that isn't held by most other globe earthers. I think that's unfair, right? I didn't know there wasn't a consensus. So, yeah, analogy doesn't stand. There you go.
Oh, well, so you're going to appeal to consensus then? That's a fallacy.
I didn't say appeal. Again, I didn't say appeal to consensus.
You did. There's a consensus amongst globers, right? So if I pulled an outlier, then you wouldn't want that to be something that I accuse you of. But then if I use the consensus, it's still an appeal to consensus fallacy. So either way, you're screwed.
Not exactly the point I was saying, but I do appeal to the scientific consensus. But I think this is kind of
that's a fallacy.
Right? I don't think so. I don't believe appealing to scientific consensus is a fallacy.
It doesn't matter. It's an appeal to consensus fallacy. That's actually the name of it.
No, I know what you're mistaking. Like there is the appeal to authority, appeal to.
No, incorrect. Appeal to authority is also not what most people think it is. You're appealing to a consensus. Everybody says this, so I'm going to appeal to it. Or most people say this.
Sorry, you're right. I appeal to scientific consensus, not just consensus by people. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Are scientists not people? Scientists aren't people then.
No, they're not just people, right? They're expertise. Just like when you are having a discussion and you refer to an expert's opinion, that's a different opinion from just a personal opinion. An expert's consensus is very different from a people's consensus.
Do they have experiments, these scientists?
Yeah.
Do they have experiments, these scientists?
Sorry, say that again. Your voice is a bit low.
Do they have experiments, these scientists that have the consensus? Is that consensus based on experiments? Am I not coming through?
No, I hear you. I heard you.
Oh.
I'm still trying to figure out how he said the flat earth conspiracist when all we're doing is looking at water. I think he's claiming that water is a conspiracy against him, that somehow water is conspiring to be flat, but round and curved around the ball at the same time. He sounds like a conspiracy theorist to me, but that's what I was trying to say before about his...
I would agree.
Flat earth conspiracist. We just look at water, dude. If you think that's a conspiracy, you might be a conspiracy theorist.
Sorry, yeah, I just jumped in. I was interested in the scientific consensus type of claim. I mean, if they're going to have a consensus about something, if they're scientists, it better be an experiment, right? Because that's what scientists do. They do experiments, don't they?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'd be interested in seeing some of these experiments that they're conducting to validate anything this guy might be claiming. Although I haven't heard many claims, but he is appealing to a scientific consensus for something. I don't know what that would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the person you were talking to, Donnie, he's now into the text chat, but I don't see him in the voice channel anymore.
Wait, what?
Pretty sure, isn't that the guy you were talking to, Donnie?
No, that was the guy earlier that I decided to mute, and then the most recent guy. Now let's see, where is he? Did he leave too? Did he run away?
I don't know who it was.
Yeah, it was Silver something, and he was at
the
the
guy
top.
at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, he must have headed off. But yeah, Donnie's still in the side chat, but he was kind of like out of control.
Yeah, so I guess they're both gone.
He didn't like July 8th.
Conversation again.
Yeah, July 8th got him mad. After that, he said, I'm no longer interested in this.
Yeah, it was true. I know. I was just waiting to be like, dude, this is great. You know, that one day of the year where he can't explain. He can't explain it. He can't explain what he's going to do with it. And then he just said, okay, I got to go.
If anybody else has a question, feel free to speak up.
Well, before we do, right, just for the audience sake, I'd just like to read out a quote from Michael Crichton that I posted in the side chat. He says, in science, consensus is irrelevant. What is relevant is reproducible results. The greatest scientists in history are great precisely because they broke with consensus. There is no such thing as consensus science. If it's consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus. Period.
Mm-hmm. It's a really good quote. I like that.
If you could post that, that'd be sick. Or I can look it up. Oh, I'm lazy.
He posted it.
Ooh. Awesome.
Hi, আমি Lucas soy.
Wait, what?
We couldn't hear you. Did you have a question about the flat earth? Yeah, I think that's good. Both the consensus does not go along with science, along with the other one they always say settled science. Anytime anyone says settled science, then you understand that they do not understand the nature of science, because it's the opposite. You have to have falsifiable hypotheses, and so it's never settled. It's never settled, and there's never a consensus. That's the whole point. Yeah, Sensei's saying in the text chat there that he had to leave, so hopefully he'll come back at some point and continue the conversation. Yes, he said that he will. Good.
Right, there's over 30 people in the chat. I know most of us are flat earthers, but we are guests and have been for the last 3 weeks on this English server. So welcome if you're new. Welcome to our channel. Oh, hello. What?
Okay.
Hello, how are you?
Fine.
Good, how can I help?
Nothing.
Oh, you just wanted to talk whilst I was talking.
Giving such a great intro there, Q10. Why'd you interrupt?
What?
You got a question? Yeah, if you got a question when Jedi's done with his little intro there, then you can ask it. But let's hear the intro. Where were you, Jedi? We're guests on this channel. What was it?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
guests on this channel, and I was going to say, I guess it's pretty strange for new people that have joined our server that people are saying that the Earth is flat. It's 2025, and you must have some crazy ideas about what we say and what we think, and must think, like I said, that we're crazy. But we're here to tell you that the Earth is most definitely measured to be horizontal and not curving, so most definitely can't be a sphere that's rotating within the vacuum. So if anybody's got any questions about that or points that they'd like to raise, then we are all ears. So, my friend, you wanted to jump in with a question? What did you want to ask? Silence now, huh?
Hey, Q10, I bet you got a question. Yeah, about the flat Earth. Q10, what's the first question that comes to mind when you hear the phrase flat Earth?
Reality.
Sorry. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Well, that didn't go as I wanted it to go. Maybe I'll try again. Space is fake. Those things up in the sky like Jupiter and Mars can't be the way that they're described to you. the Earth is measured to lay horizontally, and the reason why the stars move across the sky is not because the Earth is a ball spinning on its axis. It's because those things in the sky that are in motion. It's what we observe every day. It's indeed what we measure. So again, I know most people think they're living on a spinning ball, but when we go out into the real world and try to measure the curvature that would necessitate a ball, we don't measure that curvature. The Earth, indeed, over vast distances of water, lays horizontally. I mean, shock horror, right? Water lays horizontally on the surface. We all know that. We actually use water as a levelling tool. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon being where the surface of the Earth, water in this case, appears to meet the sky at distance. So we get level, horizontal, from the surface of the Earth because that's how it is. Now that's a problem if you think that you live on a spinning ball, because that surface of water must curve over distance. Unfortunately, it doesn't, which means the Earth can't be a ball. Again, if anybody's got any questions or points that they'd like to raise, we've got lots of people in here that would be delighted in answering your questions. Good, honest conversation is probably the best way to go forward. Sometimes people get very triggered by this subject. We mean you no harm. Let's be fair. We don't want to upset anybody. We just want to maybe challenge or help you challenge your preconceived ideas about what reality is. So, like I said, if anyone's got any questions, please feel free to unmute your mic. That's as much as I can do, guys. I don't think I can do any more.
I know, it's good. We need to have that little clip. We could just play that again anytime we need a little summary of what we're doing here. Wesley has a question. I don't know, but he's not unmuting. You could always unmute and ask, Wesley. But I'll ask it and then someone could answer it. Wesley says, if the Earth were flat, we'd have evidences for the dome, or we could laser from Brazil to Africa or from UK to US. Am I wrong? So, why are there limitations if the Earth is flat?
Some people, I kind of get where the guy is coming from. A laser would be a good thing that we could use to measure the surface of the Earth. And if it was flat, why can't we send a laser all the way across the Earth? Lasers
wants to build a Death Star.
Yeah, right. Lasers are good for, let's say, short distances. It's kind of ambiguous, right? Short distances. But what I'm trying to point out is when we pass light, laser, through the atmosphere, we must understand that the atmosphere isn't completely transparent. It's translucent, right? It's opaque, especially with distance. So the more distance that you try to pass that laser light through, eventually the atmosphere is going to be like a brick wall. The light's going to diffuse, it's going to become less bright, where eventually it's going to be so far away and pass through so much atmosphere, you're not going to be able to see the light. It's not going to get to you. But we do use lasers at short distances over, say, 10, 20, 30 miles over bodies of water. And when we use these short distances, we measure a horizontal Earth. Now, these short distances, 10, 20, 30 miles, according to the radius value of the Earth, we should be able to measure curvature because there should be a descent of 8 inches per mile squared, which means roughly after 10 miles, there should have been a descent from the horizontal laser by 66 foot. We don't measure that descent over any distance of water. With all the technology that we do use, we measure the Earth to be a horizontal plane.
Hey, Jedi, I don't know what you did, but you didn't cut out one time. And I'm wondering if you can tell our friends about line of sight radio communications over vast distances.
Yeah, radio signals are very good at, transmitting information from one place to another. It requires a direct line of sight, though, between the tower that sends a signal and the receiver at distance to receive the signal. Direct line of sight is required, like I said. So if the surface of the Earth was curved, at distance you would not have a direct line of sight. If we go back into the development of radio and signals and transmitting across the Earth, we don't really need to look any further than a gentleman called Marconi back in the early 1900s, so in the last century. He was able to send radio signals, broadcasts from England, the UK, to places such as Canada, America, South Africa, and Australia. Now, these are distances in the thousands of miles. Now, you must understand that if the surface of the Earth was curved, at these distances, this curved surface would most definitely interrupt the signal, and the signal would not be received by the receiver. The signal was received by the receiver, demonstrating there was a direct line of sight between the tower sending the signal and the receiver at distance. The Earth is obviously flat in this example.
Brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wish Wesley had been listening instead of typing his next question in the chat. Are you there, Wesley? Can you unmute and say hello to us? Oh, there you are. Are you saying hello? Typing it. Yeah. So it's just been very meticulously explained to you how the Earth measures flat and how the laser tests, radio wave propagation, and so on have been demonstrated that would be impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed. So hopefully you took some of that in. Can you unmute and tell us whether you took any of that in before you typed your next question about gravity? Oh, he said he's without a mic for now. Okay. Okay. One of those no mic people.
Yeah, it's 2025, Dandelion. Give them a break. Not everybody has microphones these days. It's still a new thing.
Guess what, Rodman? We had someone earlier that just said, I can't talk right now, or, that works, the same. We accept that. Yeah, you don't have to say that you don't have a mic. That's fine. So there's lots of reasons why people can't talk. So I'll just go ahead. Do you want to hear his next question? Unless there's anybody else who wants to unmute and ask us a question, I could read it. I could read Wesley's question. Doesn't look like there's anybody else. So Wesley. And also, gravity is a fact, as we can see in Cavendish experiment. If the Earth is flat, the borders would collapse from the center. Because of this, all the planets and stars are round. So many things there. Who wants to address that? So many things to address.
Maybe start off with our friend can go and have a look up what Cavendish was actually trying to achieve. That would be a pretty good start.
Right, not to get triggered by the phrase, gravity is a fact.
I know for me it was even having to read the word experiment next to the name Cavendish experiment. It's hard for me to even read those two words together, but I got through it. I did it.
Well, they don't go together.
If you call him Cavendish, you don't feel so bad.
It's unfortunate Wesley hasn't the ability to speak at the moment. It feels like we're just pointing at what he said or she said, sorry, and just not answering the question. I'll try. Gravity is a fact. No, it isn't. There is no scientific experiment that proves gravity. I'll demonstrate this with your Cavendish experiment. One, it's not an experiment. It's not repeatable or verifiable with exactly the same results every single time. In actual fact, you'll be lucky if you get any results at all. So it's not a repeatable or verifiable experiment, and I use the term very, very loosely. But when you understand the current gravitational rhetoric, it's not mass attracting mass anyway. This Cavendish idea was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. Mass attracting mass violates special relativity. So Cavendish didn't prove anything. Newtonian physics isn't the current scientific rhetoric. This idea that if the Earth was flat, then this idea would make the borders collapse in the centre. I get what you're trying to say, but the gravitational idea that you're trying to describe is kind of broken from the offset. So that doesn't apply to a flat Earth.
Hello, can you hear me?
What's up, team?
Hello, hello. What's up, Cyclone? And yes, we can hear you, whoever you were.
Okay,
I just put a message in the general.
You are saying that the Cavendish experiment are not related to the flat Earth? Why? I didn't understand. Sorry.
In short, Cavendish is bunk, even from your side, because it's Einsteinian physics. Mass doesn't attract mass. It's a space-time fabric. So your idea of mass attracting mass doesn't apply to a flat Earth anyway. It's not a thing.
Why would you think Cavendish has anything to do with the shape of the Earth? It's not a measurement of the Earth at all.
Because when you have a flat Earth, if you have gravity, the borders will collapse to the center, and then it's because of this
they've just
that the other
confused you.
planets are round and not flat.
Now they've just confused you with a story about gravity pulling things into balls and all this. In reality, you just see objects fall to the floor, or you swinging some balls in a shed. Nothing to do with Earth being a ball. Besides, they're unbending, warping space-time nowadays, not even mass attracting mass, so you're a bit out of date. If you think Earth's a ball, you'd want to have measurement of it, no?
Sorry?
If you think the Earth is a ball, then you should have measurement of the Earth's surface being a ball.
Measurement?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, like of
what do you
Earth's
mean?
surface being curved. Like curvature, motion. Spinning
Yeah, like
ball.
if you look at a boat going to the horizon, you can see the boat.
That's an assumption of curve, though. That's an assumption of curve. How do you know that that's a physical effect or an optical one?
I don't know, like, I'm not getting your point.
Well, you see a boat appear to disappear bottom up. Is that due to optics or a physical surface curve?
I think it's a physical curve, maybe. I'm
Okay,
not
how'd you prove that?
on this, but
Well, how would you prove that?
well, why would it be optic view?
Well, you can't just assert it with no evidence. I mean, what you're observing is a boat on a flat horizon, so it's already not a curve to the basic observation, but you're claiming it's a curve, so you'd have to prove that. And if you can't, then why would you claim it? Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to jump in and interrupt. How's it going, guys? Jedi says who? Mary Mom? I think I heard a few years.
Yeah, we're doing well here. Yep, it's been a good day here on the English Hub. Lots of visitors, lots of questions, lots of answers.
Nice.
Hello. And just quickly, we hey Cyclone. And just quickly, we are running an event at the moment, and it is titled "The Globe Has Been Debunked: Long Distance Observation Destroy the Globe Fantasy."
Yay! Wow, nice. Did you know, Wesley, that the globe's been debunked?
Sorry?
Did you know that the globe has been debunked?
For who?
What did you say?
For who?
For everyone.
But I don't know. Everyone is lying for us. Like
No, the Earth isn't. No, the Earth isn't lying. Nah, the pilots say they treat it.
Government.
No, the pilots say that they treat it as flat and motionless, so they're not lying.
The airplane pilots.
Yeah, they treat it as flat and motionless, so they don't have to lie because that's what it is. Same thing that you experience.
Yeah,
no
but
motion
why
of the ground.
all the
no
governments
curve.
agree that the Earth is flat? Even sorry, why all the governments agree that the Earth is round? Why are they all?
Well, the government isn't a person, right? It's not. It's not an entity with a single view. No, you don't know that. Don't say things like all governments. You've never spoken to one person from one government, probably. So don't try and pretend that you know what every person who's working or associated with every government thinks.
There's no any president or any chef of this any state that say that Earth is flat. Why?
Why would that matter?
I don't know. Like,
why would that matter? If none of them have evidence that the Earth is a ball, why would that matter? If they've all got a belief that the Earth is a ball,
that they are all lying to us. All the countries.
Well, what if they believe it? No. What if they believe it and they're just wrong? They're not lying. It's just a tradition that was passed down to them. Well, that's a good point. Okay, so what would decide the question is the information, the evidence. So they should have the evidence. You should have the evidence. If none of you have the evidence, it doesn't matter who's mistaken or who's wrong. What matters is who has evidence. And there's none for the globe. It's been debunked. That's why we're here. That's why flat earthers exist. Not just to annoy the fragile on the internet, because the Earth's not a ball and it measures flat.
Yeah, well, the Earth could be flat. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm not an astronaut.
It measures flat. It measures that way. So
I struggle to believe that everyone is lying to us and forever for millenniums. I don't know. Like
that's because you don't understand what's actually going on. It's not been millenniums. It's not even been over 100 years that most people have accepted the globe.
Nope.
And it's not. It's not everyone that's lying. It's not everyone is lying. People just believe it, like you do. When you tell your friend, "Hey, the Earth is a globe," you're not lying. You're just wrong. You just have a belief that's incorrect. The person who taught you that the Earth is a ball wasn't lying. They just have a belief that's incorrect. Because they were given it too. So these people aren't all lying.
Well, why don't you put a camera on a balloon and throw to the sky and see the dome or something like that? Like,
yeah, it's been done, but no, it's flat. You just see it flat.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's a proof that the Earth is flat. Like, if there's a dome,
flat. It measures flat, so that's the proof.
Sorry, I don't get.
Okay, so a globe is a ball, and a ball has a curved surface. Yes.
Yeah.
So the surface must drop down and away from you if you're standing on this surface.
But it's very bigger than us.
Oh, well, how big is it? No, they tell us the size. They tell us the size. So we know how much curve they're supposed to be because they tell us what size the ball is supposed to be. So this is why you don't know. Because you're at the point where you think there's curve, but you think it's so big it could never be detected. That's not true. That's not the case. This is why you need to look into the details. Because they tell us it should be measurable, it should be detectable. But it's not, because it doesn't exist. So, no curve. How much curve do you think there should be over 10 miles? Just guess.
10 miles? I think 0.
0 curve over 10 miles. That would make you a flat earther. Because according to the Globe religion, they say there should be over 66 feet of drop due to curvature. 66
but
feet.
The atmosphere is not.
No. We're talking about the ground. The ground.
There's mountains. There's.
No. Over a body of water. Let's say a lake. It's 10 miles across. They say from one side to the other should be 66 feet of geometric drop.
From where did you get this information that should be 6 feet?
Okay, so go onto Google and type in Earth curvature calculator.
Earth. Sorry, Earth what?
Earth curvature.
Okay, curvature.
Earth curvature calculator.
1 mile is 1.6 kilometers.
Right.
Oh no, okay, I will try 10 kilometers. Okay.
10 miles.
10 miles?
Yeah.
25 feet.
Put your observer height at 0.
Oh, okay. 6 feet. What is 1 feet?
There you go. 66 feet. So that's not 0, like you thought.
Oh,
right?
okay. Yeah, I know. I'm just.
So should we be able to measure a drop of 66 feet in 2025?
In 10 miles, we should get 66 feet.
Okay.
From
So
curvature.
why has that never been measured?
I don't know.
Never been detected in history. What are some possible reasons why it's never been detected? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know, but I have the same question for you. Why the dome has never been detected?
Is one possible reason for it not being detected because it doesn't exist? Is that a possible reason?
Like the dome?
No, the curvature.
Oh, okay, I got a point. But how about the dome? It doesn't apply to the same argument.
What dome? What dome are you talking about?
The Earth flat dome?
Earth flat dome? No, we're talking about. Well, Earth flat, yes, measures flat, no curve. Correct. Not claiming a dome.
You say that the dome doesn't exist?
What dome?
The dome of the flat Earth.
Oh, are you meaning a container for the system?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, there's got to be a container because there's gas pressure, but no one said it was a dome. Who would know that?
I don't know what model are you talking about.
We're not talking about models. No, we're not talking models. We're just talking reality. What can you prove in reality, not what you can assume as a model. So now that you understand that there's supposed to be 66 feet of drop of curvature in 10 miles, if you think that the Earth is a ball, you should be looking for that measurement, for that 66 feet of drop. That has to exist for the globe to be real. And if it doesn't exist, the globe is not real. You understand that? It's like a clear dichotomy.
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So you should, in your own time, whenever you want, you should try and find proof of that 66 feet of drop in reality, because we're going out and checking for this and it's not there.
I will search more about it. I don't have the knowledge about it, but I will search more.
That's fine.
I think I'll go take my dinner. Thank you for the discussion.
Nice one. Peace, brother. There you go. He's on the quest for the 66 feet. So what else has been going on in here? Any good ones? Good chats?
Oh gosh, he wants a recap. I don't even know where to start.
I mean, you don't have to.
No, I think it's been good. We've had some good conversations in here, haven't we, guys?
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a few. But what about gravity?
It's a good question. Oh, well, that's good.
What you could talk about right here?
We're talking
And,
about.
why everybody in mute?
We're talking about how there's no evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. Do you agree or disagree?
You believe Earth it's flat?
Sure.
So
That's what it's observed to be. It's not a belief, it's just an experience. That's what we directly experience. Same as you.
I'm told you what. I very, very, very big fan of Einstein.
Oh, big fan of Einstein. Do you think he proved that the Earth was a ball?
Yeah.
How did he prove that?
A lot of things.
How did he prove that the Earth was a ball?
How?
Yeah.
You see sometime video from the space?
No, that would be a government cartoon, not Einstein proving Earth's a ball.
Why the government do it?
I don't know, you'd have to ask them.
One reason.
Maybe they're trolling you.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, okay. If you don't think so, then I guess it must be the case. How would you know? Have you verified any of their videos to be true?
Where did you live? If you want, you can in your country, take a rocket and go the rocket to the space.
No, you can't go to space. Space does not exist. So you can't go there. It's only on TV. It's only on TV.
Building a rocket, put on the rocket GoPro and check. Or take a balloon.
You're in a vacuum.
Maybe take a balloon, helium balloon.
Yeah, we've done that. We've done that.
A balloon just pops and it falls back down.
Take a big one, not original balloon.
Oh, so which one do I have to buy? Should I buy the 15,000? Should I buy the $15,000 one? How much helium do I need for that one?
Is this what you did to prove that it was a globe?
I don't need people do it for me.
So how did you prove that it was a globe?
Wait, you really believe the Earth it's flat?
No, it's not a belief. That's what you experience. That's how it measures. It measures flat.
So you told me.
The belief is that it's a spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum because the government said so. That's the belief. In reality, you only experience a flat, motionless Earth. Have you noticed that?
So the moon, it's flat too?
No, the moon's the moon.
If the space not exist, how you see the moon?
Yeah, space doesn't exist. Because
the moon
is not in space. That's why.
So where?
It's in the sky. Just where you observe it.
It's above you. Don't you see it?
And why is not fall here to Earth?
Why would it?
The moon's not supposed to fall. It's not designed to fall down. It's designed to stay where it's at.
Yeah, that's where it was placed. So why would it fall? Like a doomsday preacher.
The sky is
falling.
Jinx.
Yeah. So, why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Because it's a simple logic.
What's the logic? Explain it.
Behind all this have a big science, and you can read about it. If you don't believe, it's yours.
Okay, name one science experiment that proved Earth was a globe.
The big science.
Which
Cyclone.
scientist?
Sorry, go.
Which scientist proved that the Earth was a ball? Do you think?
All the scientists agree about this.
Okay, could you name one scientist that's proven the Earth is a ball?
Yeah. Einstein, example.
Okay, how did he prove? How did he prove it?
Einstein.
What did he do? What did he measure to prove the Earth was a ball?
Find a lot of rules about all these subjects.
Say that again.
It's find a lot rules about these subjects.
He wrote a lot of words about this subject, but I don't find that anywhere in history.
No, but we need some measurement or something, not just a claim, not just saying words, not coming up with imaginary concepts. We need measurements, experiments, right? Science. So, which scientist has proven that the Earth is a ball, and how did they do it? If you don't know, you can just say, I don't know.
I know, but I don't know how to explain it because my English is not so good.
That's good. That's fine. You can take your time, read it. You can just say the name and say the method that you think it was, or you can post a link in the chat. That's fine. You take your time. We're here. We can help with the English if you want some help. We double up as language tutors while we're debunking heliocentrism.
Right.
I mean, if you're Googling it and you just say the name of the person who's coming up in Google, we will probably have heard of the argument. We'll know what's being spoken about. But if you want to read about it yourself and understand it and then discuss it, that would be wise. It'd be a wise move, an uncommonly wise move.
Right.
Because, normally Globe believers will just say something, and then when they're challenged, they'll say, okay, now I'll look it up. When really, they should have said to begin with, I don't know, let me look it up. Instead, they say, this is the fact, but I just have to look it up. So we need a scientist who's proven the Earth's a globe. Because we couldn't find any.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry. He's found something, maybe.
What you try to find?
Some science for the globe, some measurement of curvature or spin of the ground, because that's what people are believing. No.
Fake.
But you said You said the scientists have proven it.
Send here in the chat. Wait. Random guy make an experience about it. Not company, not the government. Just a random man.
Random guy. What did he do?
Yeah. Watch the video. I send in the chat of the Discord.
Did you watch the video?
Yeah, I sent the video.
Did you watch it though?
I watch now. This is the first time I watched it. But
okay, you watch it. You watch it, and then you tell us about it. You tell us what you've just watched when you've watched it? Yeah.
Why you don't watch yourself?
Well, depending on how you describe it, I might. But I'm not going to watch it and understand it if you don't. So I want to see that you understand it before we discuss it, since you've posted it.
Watch the video and
you watch
told me if have space or don't.
Yeah, so you go and watch it, and then when you've watched it, come and tell us about it. Say what the guy did, how it proves the globe, etc. And then we can go over it. And any other flat earthers who've... I'm not on the chat at the moment, so if any of you guys know what he's posted, feel free.
Yeah. You have night or the sun in the sky on your country.
Is this what's in the video?
No. In your country right now, you have a day or night?
Night.
Night. So if Earth is flat and the moon and the sun in the same time in the sky, why you don't have a day right now?
Because the sun's moved away to another part of the earth.
But the light don't work like this. Light don't work directly.
No, light does not travel forever. Light has extinction point
Light
in
is
air.
split. If the don't have something, it's cancelled it. It's split.
Yeah, air cancels it. Air cancels it.
Why if you turn on the light in your room, all the room is lighting?
Okay, let's say you light a candle at one end of a football field. Is it going to light up the other corner of the football
turn
field?
on a candle. Okay.
So is that going to light up the whole field?
The light.
Well, hold on. Is the light? Is the candle going to light? Hold on. Is the candle going to light up the entire field?
Yeah, it's the light going for all the room.
It's not going to light up the entire field, is it?
Small light. The sun is
small light. No, the sun is the size that it is that illuminates only a portion of the earth at once.
The size of sun it's more bigger from Earth.
Okay, how big do you think the sun is?
It's like I think something like 15 times from Earth.
How'd you know that?
Maybe more.
How'd you know that?
The humanity have
humanity.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Have a machine on the space and
machine in space. No, my friend. That's just another story you've been told. What's your evidence for that?
I told you the name because I don't know the word. Wait.
You could tell me a name, but that would still just be a claim. We're looking for the evidence.
Satellite.
What about it?
It's on the space. A lot of them.
Says who?
Listen, I don't really have power for this. If you don't want to believe on this, you don't have.
Well, no, it's just pointing out that what you have is belief in stories, no evidence. You've just been told stories, and you believe it.
Okay, if you.
But we're looking for the evidence.
For you, it's not evidence. For me, it's evidence.
No, it's a story. Some guy told you the sun is how big, and you just say, okay. You can't measure the sun.
Okay,
you don't know how big the sun is.
Doesn't agree. Okay.
Okay. You disagree? You think you do know how big the sun is?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I don't know.
How do you measure it? No. You know what they claim. You know what you've been told.
There are other people who have knowledge, scientists. I don't have the knowledge exactly. I can check.
You just believe. You just believe that.
Them,
you just believe it.
Know more than me.
Yeah, see, this is what they've done to you. They've made you
No.
think you have to give up your brain and your thinking
thought-
and your critical
Wait.
thinking skills, and you give
stop
them
this
up to the
because it's
government.
be ridiculous. I told you. Agree?
You give
Doesn't
them up
agree.
to the government. That's fine. That's fine. But stop farming your brain out to unverifiable third-party sources that you can never verify. Start using your own mind. Take control of your
Don't tell
brain.
me what to do.
That would be my recommendation. No, of course, feel free to continue basing your worldview on TV, but that's just my recommendation. So does anyone have any verifiable evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball? A ball that spins and wobbles, I believe. I think they've added a wobble in. That's maybe been a patch. They patched it, so it wobbles now. Has anyone ever felt the Earth wobble? Maybe if you've been in an earthquake.
What are you trying to prove? I mean, what's your agenda?
I'm trying to help people prove that the Earth is a spinning ball, but it's really difficult because there's no evidence. So I don't know what we're going to do.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, if you think it hard, you will feel like almost many things are, unknown.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to help people prove that the Earth is a ball, but we can't because there's no evidence.
The reason I felt is that you will see that in physics or everywhere that they say it happens because it happens, but how it happens and why it happens, if you go deeper and deeper, you will find like a loop.
What happens?
Anything. I mean, for example, just look at gravity. Just look at, other things.
What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What am I looking at?
Anything. I mean, take atoms or
Anything.
gravity.
If I look at anything, it doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball. Anything I look at just proves that it's flat and motionless, as far as I can see.
No,
But
no,
how
no.
do we
I'm
prove that
not
it's a
talking
spinning ball?
about. I'm not. You don't get it. I'm not talking about the spinning ball of Earth. I'm just saying it randomly.
Well, we're talking. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Earth, not just random sentences.
You didn't get my point, I guess.
Well, you came in asking what are you talking about, and I told you, and now you're saying I'm not talking about that. So I don't know what your point really is.
You can continue.
What's this guy's name? Is he a regular Spiral, or is this just a genuine confused guy?
Oh,
I'm not sure. Yeah. So what would we look at to show that the Earth is a globe? Can you tell us? Hello?
Who's 619704? Why is he muted?
For making a noise, I typed it in there to mute up.
All right. Well, we'll try him again. 619704.
Yeah, go
You were
ahead.
making some noises. You all right?
Yeah, I didn't see who you were talking to.
Or Salad Tawil, whatever your name is.
That's NPC number 619704. Are you coming in?
What is it?
619704. Hey, what's up, Salid? How we doing?
Good. What about you?
Very well, thank you. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel? You must be feeling crazy today.
Okay, I'm crazy.
No, I'm joking. Why are you here? Are you looking to ask questions? You got some globe evidence? What you got?
No. I'm just listening.
Just listening, okay. That's fine. What would you like to hear? Do you want to understand what we're talking about? Why we're saying the Earth's not a ball, or what? You got a specific point you want to hear about?
Okay.
Okay. Which one?
Okay. Anyone?
Anyone. All right. Does anyone want to tell him why the Earth isn't a ball?
Muslim?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, the Quran says it's flat too. Yeah.
وانا كل ما اخش تشانل الاقيهم كلهم كفره كده هو فيها يا
No, we
جدعان
don't speak Muslim.
No,
Oh,
it's
inshallah, inshallah, Habibi.
salad.
La. Come on, let's get back to it.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Yeah, it's not a globe. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Elbow. You're gonna say
I was
something.
gonna ask him, why does he think that the Earth is a ball?
يا عم قصهم بقى حد مش مسلم فكك مني.
I'm sorry, was that
Habibi.
English?
No Arabi.
He ran.
All right.
Yeah, mostly, Cyclone, you were asking about the summary for today. I'm pretty sure, like, almost all the people were like, look up in the sky to try to find out whether it's a globe or not. Isn't that
That's
always
weird.
the case, though, or most of the case? I don't know. I feel like it was more the case today because people would be laying out, devastating arguments about lack of curvature.
Normally,
and
they're very logical and laser focused on surface measurements.
I know they never are, but I keep hoping.
Yeah.
I mean, in
One day.
Groundhog Day, by the end of the movie, it's February 3rd. I keep thinking one day I'll wake up and it'll be different. Could happen.
You got to hold out that hope, Mary. That's why we're here.
That's right.
Oh, well, that's good. Okay. Anyone else? What was the room topic? The globe is debunked. Do we have any disagreement?
We haven't talked to either Claza or Lulu. Scary black
Claza.
cat in Lulu's picture there. Even if you just want to say hello to us, that's cool. Even if you don't have any evidence of the globe, we could always discuss it.
I'll give you one free insult.
Wow, that's generous. Ooh, Nikolai is interested in that. Hello, Nikolai.
Hello.
What's up, Nick? How you doing?
Good. Hello.
Good. What brings you to the channel?
Oh. Wait.
Do you know where you are? Do you know what day it is? What year is it?
Flat Earth.
Correct. The Earth is flat.
Traumatized.
Deborah, you're hot miking. If you could mute, please, that would be great. And then unmute if you have a question, Deborah. I don't know. I'll have to mute that person, I guess. They're not hearing me.
Get it together, Deborah. So, Nick, do you have any questions?
Oh.
Or I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you believe the Earth is a spinning ball?
You mean rounder?
Like a globe?
Yes.
Yes. What makes you believe that?
What?
Anything?
So you say it's not.
Yes. Yes. I say it's not, but I'm asking why you think it is.
I was learned like this.
Yes, they told you in school that it's a ball. Did they give you any evidence? Proof?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what proof did they show you in school?
Satellite image.
But why? Why?
Anything?
What is for?
What is what for?
The why the question?
To figure out if it's true. Because if it's true, then there would be proof.
That the Earth is round.
A ball, globe, yes. There's no proof.
What about the satellite images?
Which one?
I mean, the things we see.
Well, the ones that
on
NASA
TV
give
or
us, they
media.
say,
Yeah.
well, NASA say they're Photoshop.
What? What they say?
Photoshop.
They said that.
Yes.
I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Can you explain why do people in the northern or southern hemisphere see different constellations?
Yes, because they're under a different part of the sky. Like, imagine you were in a warehouse that's 10 miles long, and they've put random lights on the ceiling. If you're at one side of this warehouse, you're going to see one pattern of lights. If you move to the other end, you'll see a different pattern. Yes?
Okay.
Yeah.
And why can't we see every city from the top of a tall mountain or a balloon?
Because every optic has a limit and obeys the laws of perspective, which, well, there's a number of things going into why we see and why we don't see the things we see and don't see. So perspective, the angular resolution limit of the optic, angular distance change, angular size change over distance, excuse me. So when an object gets further away from you, it gets smaller, yeah?
Okay.
And when it gets to a certain distance, it becomes so small that your eye or your binocular or whatever you're using can't resolve the light. The angle is too small. So even though it's flat, we still can't see forever, but we can see a lot further than we should if we were on a ball, like they tell us. Good question.
My question is why
How
would they
would
even
a
hide
flat
it?
Earth sustain itself? Like, how do you
Well-
imagine a flat Earth sustain itself? Like, how?
I don't know what you...
Crumble to pieces.
Why would it?
Why wouldn't it?
Why would it?
Gravity?
What's gravity? Can you define it?
Not
No? Well, then I guess we don't need to bother with it.
perfect gravity.
Any other
I have a
questions?
question. Why would they even try to hide it from us?
Ooh. Now, do you think that the government ever lies?
Yeah, sometimes not. Many times lie.
Well, when they do, why do you think they do it?
For power, influence, and kind of things, I guess.
Okay, just take that answer and use it for this.
I mean,
There you go.
yeah, but how you can gain power using that?
Because you're controlling what everyone thinks The Earth is
But yeah,
where they live.
yeah, but how it affects? I mean,
Well, if NASA came out tomorrow and said there's an asteroid that's coming to hit the Earth in 1 year, so we need everyone to work on this project to save us, and we need everyone to give us all of their money to go towards this project which is going to save us, people would do it. That's a great deal of power. That's just one example of some influence that they have. If they tell people that the whole world's going to end, you'll probably believe it.
I feel like that's pretty unnecessary, because if that's so, people know that they're gonna die someday, but people just forget about it because they try to.
Well, yeah, but if they say it's going to be tomorrow, so you need to do the X, Y, and Z, and then people do it, it doesn't matter whether you think that doesn't matter. That's
what I feel like,
power.
what I feel like is that politicians have other ways, like war, other kind of strategies to hold money and power. Why?
Well, how about to present an image of power that they don't really have, to sort of give the impression that they're more powerful than even that, right?
Yeah.
But have they given any?
Yes. Technological superiority is something that the United States tried to cement as a worldview by pretending that they landed on the moon. So they pretended to land on the moon to present that they had technological superiority and that they were the most superior country on Earth because they went to the moon. So this is the kind of idea that they're trying to make people think in the public.
Right. And
also,
to reinforce that, right?
If you can convince someone of an absurdity, you can convince them to commit atrocities as well.
Right. And to reinforce what Cyclone was saying, and Jimsy, yesterday in the media, Trump was expressing his intent to maintain being the world's superpower, like to be the most, to maintain being the most powerful nation on Earth. He expressed that sentiment. He wants to remain the most powerful country, right? The USA. Now they've set a standard by which all the other countries are going to try and follow now, so that they can keep up. They don't want to be the weakest. They want to be the strongest, like America, right?
I have a counter question, and that is, not only America have gone to space, they claim Russia, China, other countries.
Yeah, they want to seem like powerful countries too.
Yeah, but why they all say the same thing? I mean, isn't it obvious that if America says something,
because it works. Look how it's convinced you. That's power. They've got control over your mind.
Then then if you claim that Earth is flat, then how the day and night, the moon and sun, we see that goes up and down? How it works? How can you explain that?
Well, because they're moving.
Yeah, moving, but how it works? I mean,
What do you mean? What do you mean, how do they work?
A star, for example, navigation for using stars in the sea and other kind of stuff that.
Okay, that's a good one, actually. That's a good one. Celestial navigation. You want to know how they do celestial navigation? Well, that proves that the Earth is flat. They were using celestial navigation thousands of years ago, before the globe was even a fantasy in the Catholic Church's brain. So they take elevation angles to stars. You know what an elevation angle is?
Can you explain it?
Well, Google, if you've got Google open, Google elevation angle, and then click on images, and you'll see examples of elevation angles. Do you see them?
Wait. Yeah.
Right, so you've got a straight line at the bottom, and then you've got your angle being drawn up, which is another straight line. In this case, it would be to a star. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that straight line at the bottom is representing?
Okay. But here the concept is that people say the Earth is sphere, but it's so big, so it doesn't feel like what is
Yeah, yeah. But before we go on to that, well, we can get to that. But before we get on to that, what do you think the straight line at the bottom is representing of the elevation angle to the star?
I mean, it's kind of flat, straight line.
Yeah, it's the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be flat. So
I mean, why
they
would we
treat the
even
Earth
think
as
in the
flat.
first place why it's flat?
They treat the Earth
Feel
as flat,
bad is-
and then they take an elevation angle to the star. Well, potentially multiple stars, and then they figure out their position on the Earth using that method. So we've got resources on this. If you want more information to read through or watch videos on, we've got links that we can send if you're interested. But yeah, using the stars to navigate proves that the Earth is flat, because the measurements they use to do it requires a flat baseline, a flat surface. But then you said, but they say it's so big. Wouldn't it just be that it's a big ball? Well, no, because they tell us how big it's supposed to be. Do you know how big they say it is? Because you should probably know that if your argument is going to be it's too big.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's not. It's not too big. The size that they tell us it is, the curvature should be measurable, detectable, but it's not. It doesn't exist.
What about the Pythagoras theory? I mean, he literally said that if the ship is going far and far, it feels like it's rounded.
No, he didn't say that.
There is, man.
No, it's observably and measurably flat. Remember, we took elevation angles to the stars to navigate on the flat surface. So that's flat. And the curvature that they say should exist has never been measured.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not a ball.
What about the, what is this? Cloud reports and other kind of stuffs, the mathematical stuffs they do.
Hold on a sec,
they are
dude. Let's
based
give the other person a chance to ask a question, because you've just asked a few. Who was the other person chiming in there?
It's me. Okay. And so can you explain how does time zone work if the Earth is not a globe? Like
Well,
in Brazil.
time zones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get the question.
Okay.
So you need to distinguish between time zones and night and day. So time zones are politically agreed. They're political designations. So countries have come together and agreed what the time zones are going to be, like GMT plus however many, or, this kind of thing. But if you're asking why is it daytime in some places and nighttime in another, generally, it's because it's based on the sun's position over the Earth at any given time. Dude, I'm speaking to this person. Put yourself on mute. So the sun is moving above the flat, motionless Earth, just like we observe every day when we go outside and we see the sun moving through the sky east to west. So when it's in our area, in our sky, in our part of the sky, it's daytime for us. And when it goes away to another part of the Earth, it's nighttime where we are, and it's daytime where it's gone. You understand?
Yes.
So it's just the sun's motion over the Earth, as opposed to the Earth spinning, which is what the globe side is saying that it is. But they've got no evidence that the Earth is spinning, or that it's a ball.
Guys, are we really discussing the flat earth theory here? Are we really doing this?
No, we're not discussing theory, we're discussing fact.
So it's a fact? You really think it's a fact?
Yeah, go outside. You've never experienced curvature. You've never experienced motion of the ground.
Man, we really need to see a few
That's a fact.
documentaries.
Well, yeah, you can try and insult me, but that's not an argument.
No, I'm not trying to insult.
Okay, tell me your top 3 proofs that the Earth is a globe. Let's hear it.
Man, there is literally a space station in space.
Okay.
Extreme search,
Story you've seen on TV. Okay, so videos you've seen on YouTube. Okay, what's number 2?
Then I really guess you think that US didn't really go to the moon, huh?
Okay, question about whether we went to the moon. Is that number 2? Is that evidence number 2?
No, I'm just asking you. It's not an evidence. I'm asking
Okay,
you.
so, well, can you give us your 3 proofs first? Because you said we must be crazy if we're theorizing that the Earth isn't a ball. So you must have some great evidence that it is a ball. So what's the top 3? 1, you've said you watched a video on YouTube. What's number 2?
It's pathetic, man. It's really pathetic.
You can't give us a second one?
That is pathetic that you can't give us anything.
So you just believe videos from the government that you can't verify? That's your only proof?
Wait a minute, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Who was I speaking to, by the way?
Your inner mind. It's your subconscious. Your subconscious. I'm trying to wake you up.
Wait. Of course, you're free to believe whatever you want. Why do you discussing? Why are you even discussing this in the first place?
Hold on.
Calm down. You sound like you're in distress.
No.
Cyclone Milwaukee. Calm down. You sound like you're mad at everybody. Do you yell at everybody like that? Do you always yell at people?
Can I
ask at times I do that. Me to be
So, dude, do you think we shouldn't be allowed to discuss the Earth? Is that what you're saying? Hold on, guy.
Meto, he's talking to Bella right now, so just let them have a conversation.
Okay. Have you heard about lunar eclipse?
No, dude. I was talking to the other upset guy first. Put yourself on mute for a second. We'll get back to you. Put yourself on mute, and we'll get back to you. Someone put him on mute. Meto, yeah. Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute, bro. Right. So the upset guy. What do you think we shouldn't be allowed to talk about the Earth?
Such question is not directed to me because I'm not in the power to give you any, well, let's say, allowance or prohibit you from doing anything. So I'm not just saying that you should not be allowed. I'm asking the reason why you're doing that in the first place. Like,
okay. I get it. So the reason we're doing this is because as a society, a number of societies, we've all been educated at school to believe that the Earth is a big spinning ball in a vacuum. But in reality, it measures flat and motionless. So it's not that big spinning ball. So we're just letting people know that the Earth isn't the big spinning ball in a vacuum that they've been told. That's why we're here. Does that answer your question?
Well, you believe that it is flat. Not all people, let's say, believe that.
No, it's not a belief. That's just what we experience. That's what you experience.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know, scientific calculations are usually been proven correct most of the times.
Well, hold on a second. Do you recognize that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless? Are you aware of that?
You know, science is not always about experience, it's about abstract concepts.
Okay, well, we can get to that, but just what is the experience? Let me see if you can agree with what the experience is.
Well, let's say, I can't really add anything about that because I have never been...
Okay, well, let's get more simple. Let's get more simple. Have you ever felt the ground moving or spinning?
I mean,
except for being in an earthquake?
That?
You don't feel
like
that.
Gravity is aligned to us.
So you have felt the ground spinning, or you haven't?
Because I haven't, because, well, let's say nobody
You
felt
haven't.
that.
Okay, so
As I said,
is that, so hold on, dude. Just follow the questions. I'm just going to ask a few questions and then you just answer. We'll do it like this for a few minutes. So the fact you just said you haven't felt the Earth spin, is that a belief or do you know that?
Okay, this is a fact, but a fact that
so that's what I was talking about. Remember, you said you believe in the flat Earth theory, and I'm saying, well, hold on, because you said earlier you believe in the flat Earth theory, and I was saying no.
It is from our own perspective, like
from our perspective. Yes. So from our perspective,
fact of our own perspective.
Yeah. So from my perspective,
very weird and vague.
Yeah. So from my perspective.
First of all,
and from your perspective, and from every other person's perspective, the Earth is flat and motionless, yeah?
Belly, he's asking you, don't you experience the Earth as flat and motionless?
Yeah, he said from his perspective, flat and motionless. So I'm saying, right, from my perspective, from your perspective, from every single person on Earth's perspective, the Earth is flat and motionless, yeah?
Okay, first of all, Pyclone, we don't care about your opinion, and Dandelion, you sound like a naughty whore.
Another triggered one, another triggered one. Hold on, dude, put yourself on hold.
Gosh, Cyclone, that's a new insult. I haven't had that one in 6 years. I got to add that to my list. It's a really long list. It's like a scroll.
Yeah, he sounds like a fan.
I have a question. What about magnetic field? I mean,
well, what happened to Bella? What happened to Bella and all of our perspectives being of a flat, motionless Earth? Did we get that?
I don't know what happened. They're just radio silence. I don't know where they went.
Yeah, what about magnetic field? I mean, how do you explain it if it's flat?
Well, I don't need to. I'm just saying it's flat.
Why would you need a specific ground shape
North Pole,
in order to have magnetism?
And you not fall into the sea. What? We're going to need some more constructive questions if you're going to ask questions.
No. What I mean that in North Pole or South Pole, you will see, I mean, lights in the, what is this?
So I already answered the stars in the north and the south because you're under a different part of the sky.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about stars. I'm talking about the, North Pole and South Pole, the magnetic fields that they say, and because of that, there are certain time you will see green lights. Right? How do you
Borealis. Yes, I don't know. I mean, some kind of electromagnetic effect.
Yeah,
and an excitation of particles in the air causing this phenomena, but I don't know. I'm not making a claim about it. My claim relates to how the Earth's flat and motionless, so not a ball. That's what my claim is.
And also, I mean, scientists predicts the, when it will rain, and sometimes most of the time it.
Yeah, that's just weather. That's all happening on a flat Earth. Yeah.
And the calculation they do, it's based on the Earth of being sphere.
No, you just made that up.
What? No,
who told you that?
If you look at.
Who told you that?
Who told you that?
Who told you that?
I saw it in books.
You saw it in books. Which book?
What?
Which book?
What even which book? I mean,
the Globe Weather book.
While I was... No.
What's it called? Weather on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum. You didn't read that, dude. You maybe think you heard it somewhere, but you certainly don't know that to be the case because it's not the case.
Yeah, let's explain it. I mean, how it works then.
Well, we have a pressurized system here on Earth. It's a closed system, dynamic system, lots of processes, biochemical processes going on. And this whole pot of molecules and temperature and pressure and air, gas, is being almost stirred or swirled around potentially, excited by the luminaries. The sun, the moon, who knows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these pressure systems are dynamic and moving around, and it's those pressure systems that we're experiencing when we've got weather.
Okay.
But, I mean, we wouldn't have weather if we were in an open system in a vacuum. We wouldn't have gas pressure at all. It would all be floating off into space. But we're in a contained, closed system, like a terrarium. If you've ever heard of a terrarium, a sealed container that has soil, earth, water, and some seeds added, and then they seal the container, so it's a closed system. And in that container, there's a gas cycle and a water cycle that develops, and the seed will grow and eventually fill the entire container within a sealed container. Nothing being added, nothing being taken away, just cycling. So that's basically what we've got going on here.
Okay. And what about the Earth? If you travel one point to another point and doing it as far as possible, I mean, how you can come back to the same point?
Yes, you're talking about circumnavigation.
Yeah, can say that.
Yeah, so circum, the first part of that word means circle. So it means you're traveling in a circle. Yeah? Not a straight line.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not a straight line. So on a ball, you could travel on in a circle. Yeah?
Yeah.
And on a flat surface, you could travel in a circle. Yeah?
Yeah.
So there you go. People are traveling in a circle on a flat surface.
Then how do they not realize it?
They do. They treat the Earth as flat and motionless when they travel, whether it's by plane or by ship or by land.
So
You know something? You know something that you cannot do on a globe is travel in a horizontal line like airplanes do. And you cannot do that on a globe. There's no horizontal lines on a globe. But there's many references where the horizontal is utilized, observed, and used for different things in the real world, and you cannot have horizontals on a sphere. So there you go. That just horizontals, just having that, just observing the horizon, that debunks the sphere right there. Very basic stuff. Horizontal lines. You cannot have horizontal lines on a sphere. There you go.
So if you think the Earth is a ball, what would the best proof be?
If we are talking about airplanes, I mean, air is floating in air exactly, right? So what's with the horizontal line?
That just adding to the point that Cyclone was telling you, you can do circles on a horizontal, on a flat surface. You can do a circle on a flat surface, and you can also that horizontal is possible on a flat surface, right? But on a globe, you cannot do that. So in reality, you can do these things, but the globe has the limitations of the things that you can do. And that horizontal line that you use and the build of the aircraft that are done to flight across the horizontal, the flight of the airplane is an example that cannot happen on a globe dart. So go ahead, Cyclone, my bad.
No, all right. I was just going to say we're kind of just scattergunning a load of questions now, which is okay to an extent, but we're not just going to have like 100 questions and then as soon as we give you one response, you just move on to another one. It's not much of a conversation. So
No, I got you. Now what I'm trying to do is that trying to touch every aspect so that there is no room for any confusion. You got my point?
okay, fair enough. If you think you're going to get satisfied at some point and you understand that I'm not claiming to know everything about the world and the universe. So if you're going to ask me, what's the sun made of? I'm going to tell you I don't know. And at that point, you're going to have to accept that, not just ask it a million times, yeah?
I see.
So if you think you've got pertinent questions that are reasonable, feel free.
Hi guys.
Hello.
What do you
Who's
think
saying
about
that?
what do you think about the midnight sun?
What do you mean? What do you think about it?
It's pretty boring.
I saw a video that someone is trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, and then they put a camera on the South Pole, and they actually, in the time lapse of the camera, they were able to see the sun for like 24 hours straight. How do
Okay, but I thought you said they were trying to
explain
prove that
Hold on.
the.
Oh,
I
can
thought-
Andre mute? He's got like a lot of background noise. Can you mute Andre the duck, please? Otherwise, I can mute you. I guess I'm gonna have to mute him.
If you're not speaking, guys, put your mics on mute, and we'll just have people speaking with
And
the
it's
mics
the
open.
same profile picture as 619740.
Yeah, same dude.
You can.
All right. So
my question was about the midnight sun.
Oh yeah. But you said they were trying to prove that the Earth was a globe. I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so how were they proving that the Earth was a globe?
Putting a camera on the South Pole and
looking at the sun.
Yeah.
How's looking at the sun? How's looking at the sun going to tell you that the ground is a spinning ball?
Well, as far as I
are you already
know,
assuming? Would you have to assume that the Earth is a ball for this argument to work?
I'm assuming that the Earth is a ball. Yes.
Okay, right. I'm going to need some evidence that doesn't assume already that the Earth is a ball.
But if the Earth is flat,
who is typing
there
away
is
on that?
no
That's like
South Pole, right?
like a comedic man. If someone post that GIF of the cat.
That's
slapping
actually
the keyboard.
Rodwin. It's actually Rodwin.
I was going to say. That can't be serious typing I'm hearing.
Someone is angry, I think.
Hey, Radwin, be kind to your mic, to your keyboard, dude. Be kind to it. Come on, bro. Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, again, observing the sun doing whatever it's doing doesn't tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball. So if you're having to assume it, I would just ask, could you verify that assumption first before we start speculating on what the sun's doing?
Well, the assumption is, in the flat Earth, there is no South Pole, is there?
No, your assumption is the Earth is a ball. You said.
Yeah, so I believe there is a South Pole. In a flat Earth, there is no South Pole, right?
Okay, so is there any evidence that your assumption is correct about it being a ball?
That doesn't respond my first question.
Well, your argument is that looking at the sun, you can assume that the Earth is a ball, and I'm challenging that assumption. So you need to provide evidence for it before I have to entertain your sun idea.
Okay, the people that recorded that, so they are basically lying.
Is that the evidence that the Earth is a ball? You just
No. I'm just asking because I'm curious. Just curious. I'm not.
Well, no, I'll just say that they observed. I'll just say that they observed. Oh, so what were you saying?
He hasn't made the separation between the observable phenomena and the causal mechanism that he thinks that by observing the sun doing something that is causing the Earth that under his feet to be a sphere.
Yeah,
But
that's
the
what I'm
observable
explaining to him.
phenomena is not the cause of the effect that you think is happening, Earth being a sphere. That's why Cyclone is asking you, do you have the actual evidence that the ground that you're standing on is a sphere to claim that observing the sun is causing that for some reason?
Yeah, because we can just say, well, they're observing a sun above the observably flat, motionless Earth. But you're assuming something else, so you would need to evidence that, or we've just got the sun doing it over the flat, motionless Earth. So we need that evidence that it's actually happening over a spinning ball Earth, which is your assumption, which we're asking for evidence of.
No, I don't have a proof. I don't have a proof by myself because I don't study that. But I was just curious. But my point is,
I'll just say it's doing it over a flat, motionless Earth.
The people that recorded the supposedly midnight sun, they are lying. Basically,
well,
lying.
I'm not saying I wasn't there. I wasn't there, so I don't know what they did.
So why they are providing the proof?
But no, I mean, even if
right?
no, because it would just be the sun traveling over the flat, motionless Earth, right?
I don't get it, but okay.
Yeah, because remember, you've got no evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. The Earth is observably flat and motionless, so that's what you've got. The sun moving over the top of it. That's all you have evidence for.
But in a flat Earth, the sun.
In a flat Earth, the sun does what it does. And in a flat Earth, there's no curvature or motion, which is what we have. So I don't really know where you're going with this.
In the North Pole, the flat Earth can explain the midday sun, like the sun illuminating.
Well, you can assume whatever you like about what can or can't be explained. Listen, an explanation is meaningless if it's just an explanation and nothing more. If you don't have evidence or proof to show what you're saying is true,
I don't have any evidence or proof. I'm just saying that I tend to believe that those people were in the South Pole and they recorded that, and I believe I can say that.
That's fine. You can believe that. You can believe that.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah, you can say you believe that, and that's fine because you can have whatever the sun's doing above the flat, motionless Earth. That's what it is.
My grandkids believe in Santa Claus.
The issue that he's having is that he thinks that the place that these people went to, the South Pole, whatever, that location on the Earth, is the same thing as the imaginary strawman that he calls the flat Earth in his mind. He's thinking about a cartoon, a strawman, and he's trying to burn that strawman. But the cartoon that he's imagining is not the place people went to. Those two things are not the same thing. They're separate.
That's why I was holding him to his assumption that requires the Earth to be a ball, to show that it's not an evidence of anything, and now he's agreed it's basically just a belief, which is fine. Everyone's got their beliefs, but what we're talking about in here is not belief. We're talking about reality, empirical, observable, measurable, testable reality.
Okay, I got that. I have another question. What about Polaris and the Southern Cross?
Again, we're not looking to explain the luminaries. They are what we see, whatever that is. That's not our argument. Our argument relates to the surface. And then whatever you want to speculate on about the stars after that, feel free. But we're not really making any hard claims about them other than we observe them where they are and when they're there.
Okay, I understand that. I don't have any proof that I can't say I cannot explain, as you can't, why Polaris is visible in the North Hemisphere and not visible in the South Hemisphere.
So you're assuming a sphere again when you say hemisphere. But you don't have a you don't have a sphere, so no hemisphere.
There's a language barrier here. I'm trying to find the best words. But
no, it's okay. Just look it up. Hemisphere relates to a ball, a sphere. It's a language thing.
Well,
this is wait, just
it is a
very quickly.
combination. It is a combination of he confusing the observable phenomena of the sky as two rotation points, and he thinks that is the ground below his feet, when he's actually looking at the phenomena of celestial north and celestial south, and coming to a conclusion, a non-logical conclusion, that the observation he's doing is because the ground is a spinning sphere. That's the issue that he's having. He's saying, look, rotation in the sky, therefore I'm standing on a thing that is rotating.
Yeah, but we've covered that. That's just the baseless assumption that there's no evidence for. You're just observing what you're observing.